Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues. The great Lou Dobbs, that is what America's greatest president always referred to him as. He is now the host of The Great America Show, a podcast that I am a ravenous listener of and a frequent guest onto. Lou, thanks so much for joining me. And I guess start with just the podcast project. You know, your place in journalism, the echelons you've achieved, certainly secure, but there must have been something in conservative media that you thought still needed an additional voice. So what hole are you plugging in the media with this great new project of yours?
Well, I'd like to take credit, Matt, for having the prescience to have reached out to do a podcast, but frankly, Fox sort of helped me along in that regard. When they canceled my show, I started looking for other ways in which to bring a message to the public arena, and podcasting has been beautiful, as you know, before me. How much fun it is and how effective it is and what a terrific medium it is. And one of the reasons that I'm having so much fun on our show is because you do join us from time to time, and I appreciate that.
Well, I went on your show on Fox as much for the advice as the exposure because, you know, you presented a different Republican voice, you still do, than we typically hear out of the establishment, the neoconservatives, kind of the Wall Street, big business Republicans. You know, as you look at the conservative movement now, are we becoming more populist, more nationalist in our economics, or do you fear a reversion to the establishment mean?
Yeah, I think a reversion to, as you call it, the establishment mean, if we're talking about the country as a whole, because the Democrats are decidedly moving us in a direction that is, frankly, it's neo-Marxist, what they're doing. There is an authoritarian strain to everything that the Democrats are touching. Biden is ruling by fiat. He cannot move things through Congress, so he, as Obama famously put it, he has a phone and a pen. I haven't seen him use the phone except to talk with President Xi, but he uses the pen for an executive order at every opportunity. No matter how many times the courts rebuff him, rebuke him, and reverse him, he continues to plow ahead as if we were not a federalist system of government and as if the courts had very little meaning in American life, when obviously the inverse is the case. Our courts are desperately needed as a check and balance.
You know, the Biden regime is wielding an excessive amount of power through that unchecked force. And increasingly, they're getting the help of Republicans in doing so. What Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger have done on the January 6th committee to target Americans, to target colleagues in Congress, to have these secret investigations and then leaking things out of context to try to smear a political movement. It's disgraceful. And recently, Mitch McConnell, as well as more than a dozen Republicans in the Senate, actually rebuked the RNC's censure of Cheney and Kinzinger. How should the base of our movement think about these Republicans who seem to be embracing the tactics and style and substance of the Cheneyistas and the Kinzingerites?
Yeah, which is a little bit like Che Guevara and Soviet-era show trials. The fact of the matter is Kinzinger and Cheney should not even be in the Republican Party. I personally was disappointed that the Republican leadership didn't have the guts to throw them out. Voting against a president, participating in the January 6th committee, which is outrageous. And as President Trump himself said, there would have been no need of any kind of system of inquiry, if that's what they can call it, if only Nancy Pelosi had listened and, as he had requested, put 10,000 National Guard troops on the Hill to help maintain order. There was a huge crowd, as you know. And the fact of the matter is, they didn't. The Democrats didn't want those National Guard troops there. And I personally suspect, and this is only my opinion, but it's because they had other ideas for the activists that they had on the Hill who were there to incite and to cause great mischief on that day.
In criticizing the RNC for their censure of Cheney and Kinzinger, a Republican leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, said it's not the place of the RNC to be critical of members. How should we think about Mitch McConnell's statement that the people who constitute our party's activists really shouldn't have a say or a viewpoint regarding the activities of their lawmakers?
Well, I think that what that was a cry for absolute autonomy on the part of Mitch McConnell. He has great power in the Senate. He apparently wants to extend it to the House of Representatives as well and to the broader party beyond. It was a silly and inane and unempirical remark by the good Senate minority leader. He's out of place, as he usually is. He is on the side of rhinos, as he always is. And it's a shame that he is in that position. Just as it's a shame, in my opinion, that Kevin McCarthy wants to be Speaker when the Republicans win in November. It's outrageous. He is too much of I'll be kind, if not rhino, a middle of the roader. I personally believe him to be outright a rhino. And the party needs strength, it needs vision, it needs energy, vibrancy, and new blood in leadership. It's that simple.
Could you be excited about a Speaker Jim Jordan?
You bet I could be excited about Jim Jordan, as you well know. I think highly of him. I think highly of you. I think you should be in there as well. I really believe that the brightest, hardest working conservative leaders we have in the House should be leading the House. And I believe most of the members would agree with me on that.
To get some of our firebrands on the front lines, we would need to dispense with seniority as one of the organizing principles for picking leaders. Do you think seniority has served the Republican conference well in your observation of its deployment, or has it done more harm than good?
Well, I think the seniority system has done an excellent job in creating seniority for a few. But what we want is for the entire conference to be reelected year after year, serving the needs of the people and setting a vision that can be agreed upon beyond the Potomac. I mean, this is a big old country, and we need a Republican Party and leadership in the House whose vision and whose purpose resonates with the American people. A populist, nationalist, America first, make America great party.
That party seems to find a lot of unity when we actually stand up and fight for the border and against these immigration policies that have hollowed out our nation. Under Speaker Ryan and then Majority Leader McConnell, we seem to be willing to fight for just about everything except securing the border. There are some of us now taking the position that if we hold the majority, we would be willing to shut down the government if we do not get not only the reimposition of the Trump border policies, but even stronger policies on internal enforcement. Do you think that border immigration issues are worth the Republicans drawing a line in the sand on to shut down the government? And if so, why do Republicans always lose shutdowns?
Well, I think the simplest answer to that is that there isn't a unanimity of view amongst the Republicans in the Senate and the House on what is the value of $1 and what is the value of $1 trillion and what is the value of sovereignty. They can't seem to align those issues. And when Mitch McConnell can move just ahead $3.5 trillion, let's raise the national debt ceiling again, there should be a clear statement by the Republicans about how much debt is acceptable, because we're in a range that is completely uncharted, unexplored, and inadvisable. We're looking at a national debt that is now greater than our economy. That is perilous. It is a danger to every American, Democrat, Independent, Republican. This is a party that has to find what is most important. You're suggesting one of the most important, in my opinion, and that is a government whose fiscal policy is responsible and targeted for the needs of the American people. We are right now running behind not one, but two competing economic and military powers, China and Russia, in hypersonic missiles. But we were the ones who developed hypersonic missiles first in the 1990s, and we put them on the shelf. And somebody stole, I believe, something off that shelf, because they now have advanced programs and hypersonic missiles. We don't know how much either has, but we have to put money behind what matters. Research and development, our strong military, and instead of these silly, asinine, build back better spending boondoggles created by the Biden Marxist Democrats. They're no longer just radical Dems. They have gone to places unimaginable, and for me, a place that the American people would never want to go.
Which policies that the Democrats are pushing scare you most? I mean, you've got the perspective of covering American politics and finance and industry for quite some time, but we're seeing a lot of new stuff that we've really never seen out of our government before regarding deprivations of liberty and the like. And so, as you look at the landscape, which policy do you identify and say, this is what we got to extinguish?
Well, we have to extinguish, first and foremost, a party that is so committed to a lack of sovereignty. They want open borders. They want illegal immigration. They want a communist system of government. AOC is driving the Democratic Party now. She may not be leading it, but she is driving it. And she is picking up alliances and allies across the spectrum of the Democratic Party, which is now in total move to the left. There was a time that the party had left-wing fringe Marxist, and a time when they actually had, like in the days of Scoop Jackson, middle-of-the-road conservative members who were moderate Democrats. There are, name a moderate Democrat. I can't think of one. These people are committed to changing our system of government, changing the way in which we live, and it is a society that they seek that would be authoritarian. It would not be egalitarian whatsoever, because the result would be disastrous for the people who need a vibrant, healthy capitalist economy. They mean to turn this thing into not a socialist party. Let's get rid of the silly words. They're talking about communism. They're talking about government in charge of every aspect of our economy. And the way in which they are acting now, the Democratic Party is exercising a liberal fascism, if you will, and calling it progressive. It's mindless. And they have the aid of the corporate national media, the corporate-owned media, concentrated, oligarchical, and absolutely supportive of those left-wing mandates, initiatives, impulses, executive orders, you name it. That's the direction that the corporate system, the establishment wants to go. And that's what the Republicans have to fight.
Well, and it's not going to be good for those establishment institutions, because it seems like what you're describing is not one policy or one vector, but a total reordering and reset of American society. And, I don't know if these multinational corporations are going to come out in that as well as they might think. Now, when we take the majority again, Lou, I believe there is sufficient evidence and basis to immediately begin impeachment proceedings regarding the border and Joe Biden. I don't believe people should be impeached for incompetence. I don't believe people should be impeached because they miss things. But when you purposefully are taking action to destroy the country, I think impeachment is justified. Republicans, like those we've been talking about, the McConnellites, will say, no, we need to start with the issues where we can agree with the Biden administration and work for there. How would you respond to that strategy and paradigm?
First of all, if there is an issue upon which there is agreement between the radical left, neo-Marxist Democratic Party and the Republican Party, the home of conservatism, economic nationalism, if you prefer, and populism, then there shouldn't be any doubt at all. Fight them. Don't agree with them. Don't compromise. Fight them. Fight them everywhere you must, but don't fall in line, because that's how we got to where we are right now. The alliance between corporate America, traditionally conservative, that now has moved far left, endorsing, supporting, and financing in some cases Black Lives Matter, critical race theory, EID. I mean, you go beyond this mad indoctrination initiative on the part of the left in our universities, our schools, that's moved to corporate America and to government itself. We've got to stop that. In our schools, we've got to move back to education, not indoctrination. We have got to remember who we are and defend it unapologetically. We are capitalists. We are a constitutional republic, and we are committed to freedom and liberty for the individual with responsibility. And we have fallen so far from that it is both disgusting and terribly concerning, I think, to most Americans.
The real question is, are we up for that fight? Because I got a lot of Americans who feel like their vote was not treated with respect. They viewed their vote as precious, and they didn't see officials treat it with respect in the election process. And they see a Republican Party that they don't feel fights for them enough. And so, do you think that there's enough energy still out there for us to marshal up and get this thing on the right side?
I think it's a good question. There was a time I would have said to you it's a question that is answered every day in American society, because we are a nation that is vigorous, we are inventive, we are hardworking, and I can't say that now with the same breadth that I once could have, and as inclusive a breadth. Because we have right now too many people who have been attacked by their government. We have political prisoners right now as a result of what happened on January 6th and the effort of the left to rewrite history and try to use that as a political lever. Just as they tried to twice impeach a sitting president with baseless charges, carried out a special counsel fraud against him. They are doing the same thing to ordinary citizens when the Attorney General of the United States says that parents who are concerned about their children and the education they're receiving and the response of those public schools, which is the great equalizer in our society, when the Attorney General can say those parents who are so concerned and so active and participating in their school board meetings, and sometimes perhaps even unruly and outspoken, that they're domestic terrorists, then we're in a hell of a spot. And I think most Americans who are paying attention will be willing and ready to fight like hell to restore those rights.
Hey, the always outspoken, occasionally unruly Lou Dobbs, a great American, host of the Great America podcast, which we highly recommend. The one thing, Lou, that America misses is seeing you react to the news of the day. And so while we get to hear it on the podcast, I'm going to give you every encouragement to have a video element, because it is a different experience for all of us when we get to see you sort of bubble up in your desire for this country to be the best version of herself and your insistence that we do so. I appreciate the mentorship that you've given so many of us in Congress, just through our nightly sessions that all of America used to enjoy on Fox Business, and now we get the great podcasting platform to pioneer as well.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words, and I will follow your counsel, and I will indeed add a video component forthwith.
This is the breaking news. Well, thank you so much, Lou. Thanks for being with us, and I look forward to continuing to listen to your great show as well.
And vice versa. Thanks so much, my friend. Appreciate it.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
You all on the same page?
No. What do you mean you're not on the same page?
You're not even in the same book.
We support President Biden.
What's the outcome of that meeting?
Welcome back to Firebrand. I'm Congressman Matt Gaetz. That was Congressman Steve Cohen, Democrat from Memphis, Tennessee, leaving a meeting with House Democrats discussing the future of President Biden, his mental capacity, his ability to continue as the Democratic nominee, and they're not even on the same book. That's the response from Congressman Cohen when asked whether Democrats are on the same page regarding President Biden. I can just tell you from inside the halls of Congress, where we're currently broadcasting from room 2021 of the Rayburn House Office Building here at the Capitol Complex, it is like a funeral mentality. Democrats had this long strategy meeting this morning. It did not appear that they came out of that with any consensus. Last night, Biden was shoring up his base with the Congressional Black Caucus. That's typically where he enjoys his strongest sentiment of support among congressional Democrats. But then there are frontliners. Then there are those in districts that are very purple, that could swing to the right or to the left, and they are not as confident. Now, there are members of the Congressional Black Caucus who are also frontliners, but a majority of the Congressional Black Caucus, they are in districts that are very safe Democrat seats. And so their experience is different than those who feel as though the strength of the presidential ticket is going to affect their own ability to serve in the United States House of Representatives. And then there are members who are not frontliners typically, but now might be. So consider this. You're a Democrat member of Congress. Maybe you have a Cook political rating of like a D8 or D12. That would mean that you typically win your contest by 8, 12 percentage points. That group of members is not used to being in a full-on election battle come November. And now they're starting to get memos from their pollsters, from their consultants saying, Joe Biden's running even in our district, where he used to be an updraft. Now that could put downward pressure on the ability of Democrats running for the Senate, the House, even further down ballot to be successful in some of those elections. And so that is shaping how Democrats are viewing the work that we're doing on Capitol Hill. It's also shaping how Republicans are thinking about it. Let me lay this out for you. There are two schools of thoughts among the Republicans. One is when the opposition is trying to fumble the football, you let them. You don't get in their way. You don't do too much if they're in their own path of self-destruction. And so make as little wake as possible, keep calm waters on our side, and just watch the left engage in the circular firing squad. That's one theory. The other theory is when you start to see the cracks in the opposition, apply pressure. Here would be the strategy under a more forward-thinking paradigm. Make the Democrats take a vote on whether or not there should be a mental competency test for President Biden right now in his official capacity. Make them take a vote on whether or not proceedings pursuant to the 25th Amendment ought to begin. Make them take a vote on whether or not he ought to have the nuclear codes. It's a fair question to ask who's the president right now. Like if something terrible happened, God forbid, if we were attacked, if there was some catastrophe, some natural event, I mean, they're definitely not going to this guy to make the decision. So who is the president? Is it Dr. Jill? Is it Hunter? Is it the border czar, Kamala Harris? We don't know. And I think applying some pressure by using the floor of the House to ripen those questions could be as effective a strategy as just sitting back and watching them self-destruct. So we'll see how that goes. We'll continue to follow. But there's a really important discussion we want to have today about what's going on at our school boards, in our classrooms, and really in the education system at large. And so we are welcoming back to Firebrand my good friend Catalina Stubbe. Catalina is the National Director of Hispanic Outreach at Moms for Liberty. She's also a radio host on Americano Media. She's been on Firebrand before. It was really in the heart of this uprising we saw from parents to change the way the education system was approaching active parenting and parents who wanted to be involved in curriculum review. And now that you've been a leader in the Moms for Liberty movement, Catalina, tell us a little bit about the mission of the organization, how it is still very much prescient in what we're doing in the education space.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Congressman, for this invitation. Listen, it's simple. Moms for Liberty is fighting for the survival of America. Education gets us into a big trouble, and education is going to get us out of this trouble. Why? Because they indoctrinate our children. Our children were indoctrinated at school. They were taught about CRT. They were taught gender ideologies. Most of it, they are Marxist ideologies that shake the foundation of the educational system. The results are clear, and only 30% of our students has passed the test in math, in reading, or in science. Only 30%. That means more than 70% of the children in this country are graduating without being prepared for that, without a purpose. Now, if you see for long ago, moms have been taught that the government know best, and as a parent, you want the best for your child. And with our tax dollar, government have the responsibility to empower families with quality education options that nurture our community and strengthen our nation. We as a parent, we have the responsibility to educate and our next generation about the ideals of this nation, about the ideas and values that make our country the best. Now, let's say this Biden administration is using laws and like, for example, Title IX against our parents, against the girls, against the sports in the girls in sports. But gender ideology does not belong in public school. And we are glad that courts made the correct call to support parental rights. We will always stand up for the rights of parents and the protection of children. All parents must have their voice heard, and the right to raise their own children is part of the very fabric of free America. The federal government has no right to claim our children as their own or to push parents out of the classroom. This is simple. And now,
no, for sure. Well, I want to get in. I want to draw a finer point on this because you have just scored a major victory for the Title IX movement. And this was a report that we're getting from momsforliberty.org. Moms for Liberty succeeds in halting Title IX changes. And this out of Topeka, Kansas. And a landmark ruling, a federal court in Kansas issued an opinion halting the Biden Department of Education's Title IX changes in a lawsuit brought by the Southeastern Legal Foundation and the Mountain States Legal Foundation on behalf of their clients, Moms for Liberty and Young America's Foundations. The organizations joined the states of Kansas, Wyoming, Utah, and Alaska, as well as other students and interest groups in challenging the Department of Education's blatant disregard for the First Amendment and for the rights of K-12 students. So for those who aren't parents but are watching, what's going on right now in girls' sports, and why was protecting girls' sports through the use of this Title IX litigation a strategy that Moms for Liberty pursued?
Right. Listen, first and foremost, I want to say no child is born in the wrong body. Boys and girls are perfectly just the way they are, and gender ideology has no place in public schools, and your parental right do not stop at the classroom door. That's why Moms for Liberty is fighting for this, and that's why Moms for Liberty now is winning with common sense. It's pure common sense that no men should be allowed at the sports. Why? Because before this, the Title IX wrote in 1972 to protect, initially to protect women. It was twisted. Let's say it was by the Biden administration. It was used in the wrong manner when they remade the significance of the sex. Let's say any man that can identify as a woman, any man living in this fake reality of living in this fantasy of that it's just disguising as a woman, can just participate in any sport and take away all the opportunities for a woman and for a child that since the beginning of his life has been training hard every day, waking up very early to prepare to be a champion, to prepare to excel in sports. So for us, this was not only against the Constitution, but it's against the right of parents to direct the upbringing of the education of our children.
And you've got a lot of agreement on that, Catalina, on the live stream. Jill Davis saying God does not make mistakes, and it's child abuse to tell a kid that they are born in the wrong body. You know, you mentioned the Biden administration and the Department of Education being one of the villains in this story, unfortunately. Frankly, if I had my druthers, we would just abolish the federal Department of Education. We would leave this power constitutionally to the states and to our local communities where I think it best resides. But I wanted to also ask you about other villains that you have to fight, as part of the Moms for Liberty movement. How do you view the unions? How do you view the textbook creators? Where should people be looking for some of the negative influences that you're looking to expose and root out?
So this is outrageous that with our tax dollars are using indoctrination directly in schools from kindergarten until 12th grade, and even more, because we are now seeing how they use students in the university, in the college, and they are now converting to activists and defending even terrorists. So now our fight in our fight also were the inappropriate books. They say we were banning books. We are not the ones banning books, first of all. Second of all, we're not banning books. We're just saying that we should use the tax money dollar in a good way, just focusing on math, science, and the core courses. Why? Because no parent want inappropriate content, explicit content that even describe how to masturbate, how to even do an intercourse between two same sex. This is not sex education. This is a perversion from the left that is pushing this nationwide to our children. Now our children know better the positions in sex, rather than that they can name even the 50 states, or they can even learn about the Constitution of the United States. They cannot even name the 10 Commandments. So this is about education. We're focusing on education in academics, excelling in academics.
And you started out our discussion talking about the goals for those competencies in reading and math and the basics. And, I wonder specifically how this Moms for Liberty movement has grown within the Hispanic community. You're the director of Hispanic outreach. And so there seem to be a lot of cultural values supporting the family, of supporting a connection to faith being rooted in the foundation of civilized society that would be very, very attractive. Talk about what reaction you have received as you've worked toward that outreach.
Listen, for me, I came from Colombia, and I came from a better life to actually be proficient in my profession and not to seen as my uh, preference, sexual preference, or if I became to a party or not, or I belong to a party or not. Just simply, when I came to this country, I saw the American dream, and I saw liberty, and I don't want to make the same mistakes that I made in our countries, in Colombia. So I see right now that Hispanics has a lot in common with Americans, but it's something beautiful that American teach me is how to work in a team, how to have a vision, because we can all become one, and then we can all work together toward one goal, and is basically life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That we are all men created equal, and it's sad how every pillar of American culture now is under attack. And it's this Colombian girl that it's now defending the basics, in now even the basic of education in this country that I now choose to be my home. And I'm going to defend my home, as every single Hispanic or every single American will do with their children. The children is the most precious gift that we receive, and we are going to defend it with everything we have. That's why we're so passionate about it. And it's so important because they are becoming the future of our country. They are going to become our next legislators, our next doctors. Are you, Congressman, going to trust this young generation that just graduated from high school to be the next voters, choosing the next presidents or the next legislators? They are going to, and so it's our duty to defend the education, transparency in education, and to offer them an education free from indoctrination. And actually, they deserve better. They deserve better than this, because right now our country is every pillar is under attack: freedom of speech, the Justice Department, the media, the medicine, but for me, the most outrageous is education, using our tax dollars to indoctrinate our children. That must stop. And it starts at home. I don't expect a politician to solve all my problems, but parents know best and need to tell the truth to their children. So right
Absolutely.
now,
yes, no, I think we're all very lucky to have you in that fight. And I think that after people hear that description, they're going to want to join you in that fight. And so talk a little bit about who the people are that are participating in the Moms for Liberty movement. Maybe talk about how people come to the movement and what work you're doing together. And then if you could let folks know if they see this and are inspired to be in that fight with you to save our education system, how they can join the great efforts that you're endeavoring upon.
Listen, this is nice, because people always tell me why you became involved in politics. I don't like politics. I'm just a mom trying to raise their children the right way. That's it. And I think this is the common denominator of all Moms for Liberty, that we are just parents trying our best with our children. We want to that our children become a productive member of society with a beautiful purpose in life, that they just not in money, but helping our nation. And we're just simply going straight and focusing laser on education. And I think these moms can change the world, and they underestimate the power of a mom, because we can do a lot of things, and we just need a voice. That's why Moms for Liberty is unifying, educated, and empowered parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. Right now, when we won this battle against the Biden administration, against the Title IX, is the moment to join Moms for Liberty. Why? Because it's only for the benefit for the Moms for Liberty And I think is the time to fight for truth and the children is now. So you must join. First of all, Moms for Liberty, become a member. You're going to be protected from Title 9 and so on, and to get informed. Another thing we are going to do a town hall in Milwaukee that is going to be with a lot of guests, including Governor DeSantis, including Governor Huckabee from Arkansas. And I think this is the time that we are just stepping up for our children and start fighting. Also join our March for Kids. Also join the summit at the end of August. It's important, and hopefully you can join this summit because it is where we train our parents, is where we awake our parents, and we show the reality that what is happening right now in the educational system.
Moms for Liberty, the Director of Hispanic National Outreach, Catalina Stubbe, thank you so much for joining us on Firebrand. There are so many opportunities to be involved. We want to bring those opportunities to our constituents in Florida and throughout the country. Thanks for everything you're doing, and we'll see you in Milwaukee.
Thank you so much, Congressman.
Thank you. And we also wanted to let the Firebrand audience know that there was work happening in the House Judiciary Committee today regarding the real abuse of the legal process that we saw on display during the prosecution of President Trump by Alvin Bragg in Manhattan. Now, the core theory of that case is that somehow President Trump violated federal election law by not using donor money for this non-disclosure agreement with Stormy Daniels. And I had the opportunity to question Bradley Smith, who's the former chair of the FEC, who oversaw the enforcement of our election regulations. And the precedent set by the Democrats would lead to a pretty absurd result. Take a listen to my questioning of the former chair of the FEC. So, Mr. Smith, following up on Mr. Stubbe's question, I want to understand the precedent here. So if a candidate for federal office wanted to use campaign money now to make a hush money payment, could they point to what has occurred in this New York litigation and say, well, I guess I can go use my donor money to make a hush money payment?
I suppose they could, at least unless Judge Jackson is correct, and we'll have to wait for that overturning on appeal. But yes, that's...
Yeah, but well, I guess I want to ask the question, if an appellate court does not in some way deal with what has been laid before the country, could we see people collecting money from donors, lobbyists, and PACs, and then using it to make hush money payments?
Yeah, and you could do almost anything else. You could say, for example, I'd really like to go to the Super Bowl this year. I think I'll take a couple of donors along and buy your Super Bowl tickets and your whole trip to the Super Bowl because it's for the purpose of influencing your campaign.
So in the prosecution to preserve our democracy, we have now greenlit potentially the most expansive abuses of campaign funds ever.
Well put.
I don't think that it was the intent of the Bragg prosecution to create a massive loophole for people to misuse campaign funds, but that's exactly what they seem to have done according to that expert. And I continue to take exception with how Judge Merchan in that case was able to preside over a matter where his own family was benefiting off of the notoriety of the case. And we had a former judge before the committee. I asked him what that would have been like in his court. Take a listen. Judge Wilson, I just want to ask you a precise question. Was there ever a case that you were presiding over where you had a family member economically benefit from the notoriety of the case?
No, never.
You sure you don't want to take some more time on that? Think about it?
I don't need more time. I know that for a fact.
Well, I mean, if that had ever arisen, would you have allowed a family member to make money off the notoriety of a case?
I would have recused myself from the case.
Huh. Well, it's just interesting because we had Attorney General Garland who was, spent a good amount of time on the bench, and I asked him the same question, and, he said that he wouldn't answer it because it was obviously a reference to what had gone on in New York. I mean, I thought he might could have answered it, but I mean, when you look at what happened in New York, does it concern you that the judge in that case seemed to have a family member who was economically leveraging the notoriety of the case?
It greatly concerned me, but not so much from the perspective of the ethical violation that would be apparent because that judge did get an ethical opinion from the Judicial Ethics Committee in New York that exonerated him from any wrongdoing in listening to the case when his daughter was benefiting. What I was concerned about was the appearance of impropriety. You know, when I sat on the bench, sometimes I would get a report from probation or some other organization, and they would hand it to me in an envelope. And I made certain to open up that envelope and show everybody that it was a report that I was looking at, because I didn't want there to be the appearance of impropriety that I'm receiving an envelope from someone in the courtroom. The concept is the same here. You're presiding over a case where your daughter is benefiting and where you've made political contributions in small amounts, but it's irrelevant the amount. But you've made contributions to the political opponent of the defendant before you. These are the very essence of the appearance of impropriety, and I feel strongly that Judge Merchan should have recused himself on that basis.
Just simple as can be, Mr. Chairman. Straightforward answer to a straightforward question. I wish we could have gotten that from the Attorney General. I yield back.
We are back live, and we made news yesterday by announcing the establishment of the Congressional El Salvador Caucus. I am going to be leading that caucus as chairman, along with Vicente Gonzalez, a Democrat from the state of Texas, who knows that part of the world rather well. This was the announcement of the Congressional El Salvador Caucus. Take a listen. Mr. Speaker, I rise to notify the House of the creation of the Congressional El Salvador Caucus, for which I will serve as chairman, and for which I have appointed the gentleman from Texas, Vicente Gonzalez, to serve as the bipartisan co-chairman. Congressman Gonzalez has extensive relationships and insights drawn from his time in El Salvador and throughout Latin America, and undeniably that will assist in leading the caucus. Mr. Speaker, El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, has converted El Salvador from the murder capital of the world into a reliable and stable partner for peace and security for the United States of America. The El Salvador Caucus will exist to nurture and advance the U.S.-El Salvador relationship, to encourage strong borders, strong culture, and the strong reforms that President Bukele has put into effect. They've defeated the gangs. They've put prosperity on the march in El Salvador, and even the 70,000 people who are incarcerated in that country are not just seeing their lives wasted away. President Bukele has instituted a zero leisure policy where they are now restoring buildings and murals and actually rebuilding the country that so many of them had a hand in ravaging through gang warfare. The purpose of this caucus will be to vindicate the choices that President Bukele has made that indeed strengthen the U.S.-El Salvador relationship. And El Salvador's resurgence has not existed as a consequence of falling for the siren song of globalism. Instead, President Bukele believes that the way El Salvador can lead within Central America and indeed throughout the West is by being the best version of themselves, not being excessively reliant on some of these globalist institutions. President Bukele has delivered instant justice to the satanic gangs and the endemic political corruption, but in fact, no good deed goes unpunished. Too often our own government and even some members of this Congress mount attack after attack at El Salvador and President Bukele, presumably because the comeback that El Salvador is living is a breathing indictment of other failed ideologies. Through the inspiration from El Salvador's astonishing transformation, the great American rejuvenation can become a reality as well, so that we can experience a triumphant return of safety and prosperity that we once inspired in others. I would invite my colleagues in the House and Senate to contact our office. We would love to have you as a member of the El Salvador Caucus as we strengthen the U.S.-El Salvador relationship, as we work to amplify some of the good decisions that are being made by President Bukele and his government, and as we hope that these good ideas have legs and can travel and can be copied and implemented for a more stable world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. Thanks so much for joining us today on Firebrand. We'll continue to cover whatever is going on with the Democratic Party right now and their leadership and the president and his condition. We've also got Jeremy Carl joining us for an episode we're going to have a little later in the week. We may do that from the Rumble Studios. Make sure you're subscribed with notifications on. That way you will always be tuned in to the conversation. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands. Welcome back to Firebrand. We are broadcasting live from the Rumble Studios here in the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. I've got a terrific guest who's going to join me in a moment, Jeremy Carl. He is a commentator. He is a scholar at the Claremont Institute, where we get so many of our ideas. Really, it's the group that's filling the intellectual vacuum that's been abandoned by so many of the compromised think tanks in this town. But before we get to his work critiquing DEI and the left's current incarnation of multiculturalism at the exclusion of a pretty substantial portion of the country, Jeremy, I've got to talk to you about just what has the Capitol abuzz right now. You've seen Pelosi offer something other than a full-throated endorsement of Joe Biden. Joe Biden has scurried off to the Congressional Black Caucus, where he is, being protected by the likes of Frederica Wilson and Maxine Waters. Those are the stalwarts. Congresswoman Beatty. You've seen Emmanuel Cleaver out there advocating for him. But then people like Richie Torres, a Democrat from New York. People like Michael Bennett, who went on CNN last night and just filleted Joe Biden. It is all over the place. So I'm too in it. I'm in the committees with these people. I'm seeing the funeral-like look on their face. What is your perspective on this moment in presidential political history that we are in?
Well, it's fascinating, and there's really very little precedent that I can think, if any, for it. Some people talk about LBJ being pushed out, or really pushing himself out, though, in 1968. But I think it's not a good comparison for what we have right now. It really is just a weird thing where the Democrats want to get him out, but to do so sort of exposes the lies that they've been telling about his fitness for years. And it's sort of a game of chicken, because Biden's just saying, hey, I'm not going to go. I'm happy here. And so they have to decide. Right now, they're so-called fishing in the Rubicon. They won't cross the Rubicon and just demand that he get out. And so they're just putting themselves in a worse and worse position, which is, of course, great for us.
Yeah, I want to break this down in kind of the different vectors of Biden world. You served in the Trump administration.
Yes.
You served in the Department of the Interior. And so you know what it's like to be in the official admin as you've got a president who's embattled or taking criticism or seeing the media turn on them. That affects that vector, the morale of the admin. Then there is kind of the political world, the campaign team. We've seen reporting that they have to continually do these all hands calls to keep everyone from like jumping out of windows in Delaware, because they're like ready to, draw the warm bath and get the sharp blade out over there. And then there's Congress world. And that's where I've had the visibility, where there's like this real deviation between how members in really safe seats are thinking about Joe Biden, how frontliners are thinking about, and then what I call the new frontliner class. Because if you're in like a D+8 seat, you really haven't had to campaign in a general election with great vigor. And now, like, your pollsters and your consultants are saying, whoa, you won this district by 12, 16 points. Now Joe Biden is tied. He's down a point. He's inside the margin of error. So there are all those different vectors. I want to get your take on what you think is going on in kind of Biden White House world and admin world from your perspective as a former admin official.
Yeah, well, I think probably the folks in the admin are kind of panicking. There's a lot of confusion. They're probably getting a lot of signals from different places. I think, ironically, Biden, for all his incapacity, has actually done a pretty good job of staying on message to the best of his ability, which is he hasn't kind of deviated at all about, hey, I'm not going anywhere. But
all his NATO buddies came to town.
Right.
You know, he's
Right.
able to get the band together with NATO.
Absolutely. So I think that's what they're thinking about. I'll tell you what is interesting. You mentioned these swing areas. So I live in Montana, where we have John Tester, who, and this is really stiff competition, but he may be the biggest fraud in the United States Senate.
He's a good one, though.
Yeah. No, he's extremely good.
I respect the political skills of a guy who votes that liberal and who continually gets elected in Montana. I've looked into the eyes of the people from Montana. They are not liberal people.
No, and it really is amazing. Part of it is because we just have a terrible media that just doesn't cover him. But literally, from a political science perspective, if you look at a dot of the kind of partisan lean of states and the dot of like where people vote, everybody's kind of in a bunch, as you just alluded to. And then John Tester's all the way out by himself, just, you know, on the far extreme, just completely out of touch with the state. And now he's getting very nervous because he said these nice things about Biden. And now he's kind of like, well, I'm not sure that Biden, he's started changing his tune. So I think there's a lot of panic in these close congressional races as well, as you mentioned.
And it's the Sherrod Brown, the John Tester, the Mark Warners who are actually getting together and really talking about this. And Michael Bennett now giving a lot of life to that argument with his recent appearance on CNN. So there's two schools of thought in the House conference right now, and I want to get your reaction. One is when the enemy is infighting, you just let them continue to do that. Yeah. You don't give them a centralizing force to rally and attack. So, you know, this is an opportunity for Republicans to pass like the gas stove bill and whatever sort of Mother's Day resolutions we have in the drawer. The other theory of the case is this is the time to apply some pressure.
Yeah.
And the one platform we have to apply that pressure, we don't have the admin, we don't have the White House, we don't have the media, we don't have big tech, we don't have the Senate, we have the House of Representatives. And so you could activate the floor of the House of Representatives to force people into a pro-Biden or anti-Biden camp. Like right now, Pelosi's able to be out there throwing shade, saying, well, you know, if he makes the choice, he's our guy. I mean, that's like,
yeah.
That's like somebody, it's very disingenuous on her part. But like, what if there was a vote today on the floor to have a mental competency test for the president? Like, how would those frontliners? What if there was a vote on whether or not the 25th Amendment should be contemplated? What if there was a vote on who should control the nuclear codes?
Yeah.
So which camp are you in? Let them destruct or activate the floor and apply some pressure and see how some of these Democrats shake out in their voting behavior.
Well, I'm going to be unfair. You're a much better politician than I am. Like, you've had a lot of success in this area. What do you think? What would you do? Like, how do you see it? I mean, I'll tell you if I disagree.
Yeah, I tell you, I would be forcing Democrats to either own or disclaim Biden. I think that when you have an enemy that is at a point of great confusion and discord, that's not when you allow them to sort of start cleaning up their own mess.
Sure.
Instead, what you want to do is start to force decisions on them. And really, I'd love to see what decision they make on things like like a mental competency test.
Yeah, I'd love, and I think that's right. I mean, and you know, just showing again how much better your political skills are than me. I hadn't even thought of really doing that on the floor, and I think that would be really effective. I'd say the one kind of shade I would have on it is because I would like them to keep Biden, because I think they just lose with Biden, whereas with the other, they could lose worse. Okay, I think Kamala could be a disaster and we could win in a true landslide, but there's just more variability in the system, and I'd rather take a more obvious W. So I wouldn't want to put pressure on. I want to put pressure on them in such a way that makes them probably stick with Biden, but take the really painful votes.
And I actually think that would be the most likely outcome, because if Chip Roy has his mental competency test legislation on the floor, I don't think you're going to see a lot of Democrats rushing to vote for that, right? They'll quibble on some basis that that's not an appropriate action for the House, and they'll vote no, which kind of forces them into the arms of Biden. Because let me tell you something, the conversation is coming where Valerie Jarrett and Susan Rice and Ron Klain and a few of these gray hair, buddies from the Senate, Chris Coons, they'll bring in Obama, and they'll sit down and say, Joe, Jill, Hunter, it's time for your next grand act of patriotism, and it's time for you to step aside for Kamala Harris to be the nominee. And if what you're saying is right, you prefer the nursing home patient as opposed to what's behind door number 2.
Exactly.
Then I think you almost want to arm Biden in that discussion by being able to say, look, every House Democrat just voted to not take my nuclear codes away.
Yeah.
Grandpa can still have his keys.
Absolutely.
You don't have to take them away.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it will work out that way. At the end of the day, we are really spectators at the moment. And the question is whether or not, as this, and it is a moment in history, as it plays out, do we want to be the non-playing characters, or do we want to define our own destiny with the use of the House? I do want to get to your area of study. So you're a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute. And I'm a huge fan of the scholarship that comes out of the Claremont Institute, but explain to people the mission of the institution first before we get into your specific area.
Sure. So we are a public policy think tank, but we're a little bit different. You alluded to that in some of your earlier areas. We're less kind of like writing white papers on what marginal tax rates should be, and more about trying to educate people about our founding principles and attempting to restore our founding principles to kind of a governing role in society, which we would argue that for some time they've essentially been displaced. So that's the kind of central principle thing. So it actually sort of tends to be a kind of very high-minded and elevated and philosophical conversation. And in fact, I've kind of been very grubby in this book and kind of getting into a very messy area of public policy. But I think it's actually one that really does implicate some of these fundamental founding questions about unalienable rights and equality and things that are promised to us in the Declaration and Constitution.
So here with Jeremy Carl, and he focuses his research on multiculturalism and race relations. So it must be fascinating conferences that you get to go to at the race relation multiculturalism booth that you hang out at.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you get to meet a lot of interesting people. But in all seriousness, you're out with this very hot book right now, The Unprotected Class: How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart. And so lay out your fundamental critique of the system that is destructive and divisive right now?
Yeah, well, it's just that right now we actually do kind of have systemic racism in the United States. It's just the opposite way of the way that the left is talking about it, which is we have systemic racism against white Americans. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting this is the only type of racism that exists in 2024, but I argue that it's the politically most salient. And so what I do in the book, after kind of setting up a little bit of the terrain and walking through the civil rights law and the civil rights revolution, is in 12 different areas of American life, everything from crime to looking at the military to healthcare to even the church and entertainment. I attempt to kind of lay out what anti-white policies and anti-white attitudes are kind of pervading and the sort of very negative effects they're having. And then at the end, I kind of sketch out, why is this happening? Because everything happens in politics for a reason, right? It's not just like a random occurrence. And then I sort of say, well, what can we do about it? And that's sort of the book in a nutshell.
It's almost as if we've created a culture of victimization. And if you're not a white guy, you get to there's a victim group for you to associate with.
Right.
And it's a pretty easy one to glom to based on your identity. And so if you're a white guy and you're looking around and saying, well, everybody else is part of a victim group, what's my victim group? Like drug addict becomes kind of the big one.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, one of the things I have talked about in interviews and also talk about in the book is I am not looking to create a new victim group here, right? Like, I'm just simply saying, like, white people should have enough self-respect that we should stand up for equal treatment. So I'm not trying to create a politics of whiteness. I'm trying to create a politics of we should all be treated in a fair and equal way. And you are seeing this, by the way. You're seeing when a lot of times when I've talked to more challenging interviewers, they say, well, what's the evidence for this? White people seem to be doing pretty well. Well, I talk in the book about some of the ways in which white people are not doing so well in 2024. You discussed the sort of drug overdose epidemic as one of those. But beyond that fact, you see in the census and in other data a flight from whiteness. So if you can identify as anything other than white, you do. In 1960, we had about 550,000 Native Americans on the U.S. Census. In 2020 U.S. Census, we had 9.7 million. Now, this is not due to a Native American fertility explosion in those 60 years. It's because
I want to know what's going on in the wigwam.
Yeah, no. It's because people figured out that, hey, it's a lot better to be a Native American. It's Elizabeth Warren. It's that play. You know,
she was one of the 9 million.
She was one of those. I don't know if she checked the box, right? But like, she did pretty clearly get benefits in her academic career. She went to a really mediocre law school, but somehow wound up at Harvard Law.
So what's the answer to the criticism we are frequent? Well, actually, let's hear the criticism. We've got a number of my colleagues in Congress and other leftist commentators who make this argument that it is indeed the need to target white people that animates their public service. Take a listen.
The Army has struggled to meet its recruiting goals. We want to figure out what can we do to help the Army meet those goals.
We are in a war for talent.
One of the things we have to do is really find a way to tell the Army story to as many young Americans as we can.
When we have a military that seems to invoke this sense of wokeness and where we're like on a snipe hunt for white supremacy every day in the military, I think that causes people who might otherwise sign up for the Army to not do so.
Mr. Gaetz is the very first person to mention white supremacy or wokeness. The only person on this committee who seems obsessed with white supremacy and wokeness is Mr. Gaetz.
White supremacists.
White supremacy.
Organized white supremacy.
White supremacy.
White supremacy.
White supremacists and extremists.
White supremacy.
Neo-Nazi.
Domestic terrorism.
And white supremacists.
Widely fueled by white supremacy.
White supremacists.
White supremacist.
White supremacist group.
I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it.
Ask the force to conduct a brief stand down to discuss the issue of extremism in our ranks.
White supremacy.
White supremacist.
Political extremism.
The Ku Klux Klan.
Domestic terrorism.
Domestic terror.
That we must confront and we will defeat.
The only person who seems obsessed with white supremacy and wokeness is Mr. Gaetz.
I guess I'm the obsessed one, Jeremy.
Yeah. I mean, that's an amazing supercut, by the way. And I'm glad you actually put up that military thing in general, because it's actually one of the most discouraging trends that we have. And I talk about this in my military chapter of the book, because while race relations have not been perfect in the military, they've been probably better in the military for longer than just about anywhere else in society. Military communities are the most integrated communities in America. We've always said, you know, whether it's not black or white or anything else, you all bleed red. We've had a notable integration in the military for longer than we had it in the broad society. And the Democrats seem intent on completely undoing that. You and others have kind of unmasked this in various investigations of what's going on. And it's you touched on this. Well, numbers are going down. I document this in the book. So in the last 5 years, we've had a 40% drop in white recruits to the military. No drops in any other group. And that'd be a problem for any reason. But what makes it a particularly big problem is those people are much more likely to be the tip of the spear. They're much more likely by percentage to be in special forces, kind of like really doing the most dangerous and important work we have in the military. And we're telling them you're not wanted.
Yeah, it's as if a lot of my colleagues are on a white supremacy snipe hunt.
Yeah.
And I wonder what you've really studied as the political incentive for that. I mean, is it just as simple as you've got some self-loathing white libs who think that if they like demonstrate that they too are on a white supremacy hunt, that will appeal to other voters? Because I mean, I've never seen a Republican build a more multicultural coalition than Donald Trump.
Sure.
And so, what is it about what you study about the political science of this that draws people into this fiction of white supremacy around every corner?
Absolutely. So let's break it down for a couple different groups. There's the white liberals, and for my next book, I kind of want to put them on the psychiatrist's couch and talk about all that's going on with them, because you actually really do document, by the way, and this is not, everything I'm giving you here is from mainstream sources. These aren't like partisan sources. A huge amount of mental illness in the white liberal community as compared to white conservatives. So I think that's some of it. I think some of it is a status.
They just self-diagnose better.
Yeah.
They think we're more mentally ill, but we just aren't enlightened enough to be able to self-diagnose all of our different frailties.
Well, yes, but they're actually, this is usually the way the question is asked is, has a provider diagnosed you with a mental health thing? So again, I think it's pretty real. There's also, I think we're kind of getting toward this, a status element of it. So for somebody like me, I mean, my family's doing very well. My wife's a doctor. I have a background in business. We're not starving, but we've got 5 kids and we're not like trillionaires or anything. And I'm sitting there looking, how am I going to provide for them. I'm worried about it. Now, if I had a couple extra zeros in my bank account, it's a little bit of a flex, right? It's like, oh, yeah, sure, I've got privilege because I can maneuver around that system anyway if I really have a lot of power. So for the Hollywood elites and all these type of people, I think that's what's going on. So that's white people. I mean, I'm oversimplifying here, but I'm just trying to tell this story really quickly. Now, for minorities, I think it's a little more complicated. And again, there's lots of things going on, but I'll pick what I think is the biggest. So the late sociologist C. Wright Mills, who was very, very influential, came up with a concept of what's called a legitimating ideology. And that's basically a fancy way of saying a story that you tell yourself and others to kind of do the thing that you want to do anyway. So in 2024, you can't just have minority groups or members of them going up to white people saying like, hey, like, give me your stuff, right? Like that's not considered acceptable in America. So
in some jurisdictions,
well, maybe
in LA, New York,
jurisdictions it could be. But what you have to do is you have to create this legitimating ideology. So you start talking about white supremacy, white privilege, white oppression, the whole history of the horrible things you did. And then it's like, no, you need to give me your stuff because I am owed your things. And so that's the sort of legitimating ideology that I think we have going on. You need to create that because at the end of the day, it's one of the oldest stories in politics. Somebody else has got something and I want it. And so this is how I'm going to take it.
And one of those things certainly is opportunity. And so we've talked about that in the military, but we've also see it manifest in the corporate world. We are incredibly proud of our friends at O'Keefe Media Group for having exposed that at the Walt Disney Corporation in its worst form. Take a listen.
DEI is an order form for people. Not about good or qualified or credentialed or talented, just immutable characteristics, that which you cannot change.
We had a situation where we wanted to hire somebody in the department a few years ago now, who was half black, but didn't appear half black. And there was a creative executive who was like, we're not, that's not what we want. Like,
They wanted the full.
They wanted somebody in meetings who would appear a certain way, and he wasn't gonna bring that to the meeting.
And so this is on the
this was on the
corporate side, the business side.
DEI says it's what's on the outside that counts. How many left-handed lesbians do you need? Have you have enough women of color on your board? Have you hired enough illegal immigrants lately?
And so it's probably fair that Disney would say, we don't want a white person to play this role.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're very careful about messaging because they don't want to get to open discrimination in either direction. But certainly there have been times where, there's no way we're hiring a white male person.
It's kind of unspoken.
There are times when it's spoken. But
how would they say it?
There's no way we're hiring a white male person. They say
straight to you? Or okay.
America isn't a slave auction. We cannot hire and promote and pay people based on the skin color or the traits they cannot change. We must hire and promote and pay based on merit and merit alone.
We're back live with Jeremy Carl, author of The Unprotected Class. So, Jeremy, talk a little bit about how we see DEI specifically playing out in the corporate world, in the purveyors of DEI, and how you study that impacting these fundamental issues of culture.
Yeah, well, and corporations have tremendous power, and I think even more, and the certainly not the sole focus of my corporate chapter, but the one I probably spend the most time in is the tech world, because the culture of big tech, that's where all the big money is right now, has a huge effect, and it's so far left. You even had some in the kind of peak of post-COVID, they said, we're going to do essentially, they had a different word for it, and I put it in the book. I'm blanking on what it is all of a sudden, but essentially they were doing racially preferential firing because it was like equity, right? So that basically meant if you're white, you were out the door first when they needed to do a cutback, and it was just overt. I mean, by the way, completely illegal. I don't know if they ever were ultimately successfully sued over it. I don't think that they were, but you've got this. You've got things where the CEO of Citigroup is, taking a knee for Black Lives Matter. You've got all sorts of ridiculous things going on in these corporations. You've got overt discrimination going on. You touched on the Disney example. I was on Andrew Klavan's podcast, a really good guy, but not like a fire-breathing, right winger or anything. Just like a good, solid, sort of normal conservative. And he just mentioned offhand, and this is something I've heard elsewhere, but he indicated, personally aware of this, of situations where he in Hollywood, basically had seen an African American person be put on a script, getting a credit for something that they didn't have anything to do with because somebody needed to, check a diversity box, right? So that's a pretty stunning story. And again, there are a lot of stories of things like that going on in Hollywood. It's pervasive that you will have less of a chance as a white American in a big corporate environment right now. You just will.
Where does that lead? Because it seems as though it creates a market inefficiency around talent.
Yeah.
And where market inefficiencies exist, ultimately people go to exploit those inefficiencies for profit.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to see the days when the companies go to the headhunters that specifically find people who weren't sufficiently diverse, but who might be sufficiently talented or skilled in order to add value to a company for the almighty dollar?
Well, I think that you already are beginning to see little bits of this. A friend of mine named Nate Fisher has a group, New Founding, and again, it's not sort of doing anything explicitly on race, but I think it kind of indirectly touches on a lot of this for kind of people who are getting pushed out of the system, whether it be because of their ethnic background or because of their religious values or whatever else. And there's real market inefficiencies to exploit there. I think you're also going to see, and again, this could have some weird backfires. You're going to see more young white people becoming entrepreneurs because they realize there's no place for them as easily in the system. So they're going to go outside the system. And you're already seeing this. Again, I talked to a lot of younger white people. First big show I did on this book was with Charlie Kirk. And Charlie said, hey, when I talk to my donors about this type of issue, they're like, they get a little bit nervous. They're like, can you say that? It sort of sounds racist. Not all of them, he said, but some of the older guys that they do. When I go on a college campus and I talk to young white people, they say, this is the number one issue we're facing. Thank you so much for raising it. So I think there's a generational change at foot, and it's going to develop in some interesting and unpredictable ways.
Yeah, and it seems as though the awareness of it among those most impacted by it would be a natural outgrowth, but then how that manifests, I'd never thought about it in terms of the growth of on entrepreneurship, and then what that does also to America's great corporations.
Sure.
I grew up a guy rooting for America's businesses.
Right.
You're not rooting for Alibaba to win, right? You're rooting for America to win. But if our businesses become just sort of servants of DEI rather than the great centers for innovation and progress that we've seen throughout our lives, that has a cascading impact too.
Absolutely. And I think the good news maybe for our bigger corporations is we're seeing more pushback finally. And you look at folks like our friend Stephen Miller at America First Legal, they're pursuing a really aggressive legal strategy of beginning to sue some of these companies that are doing blatantly just illegal under the current law, anti-white stuff. And so I think where you'll see is that the people who still really want to discriminate in corporations against white people will find a way to do it. But there's a lot of them that are just kind of going along because that's the system. And they would actually kind of like to do merit hiring. And what our job is, I think, as Republicans in the very short term, is to kind of open the door and make it easy for those companies to do the right thing, because that you're putting a threat on the other end now too. I think that's the short-term thing we can do.
So final question, but I've got a lot of constituents in my district who are farmers, who live in rural areas, who they're not part of any Fortune 100 corporate structure. And when you just see the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, there's nothing naturally about those words that's scary, but when you put them together, it has resulted in this incredibly racist and divisive and destructive policy. So how would you describe DEI to someone who didn't have a natural apprehension toward it and wanted to understand what it meant to them?
Yeah. DEI is anti-white. I mean, that's what it is. That's why, and it's one of the reasons that I was actually very insistent. So originally I wanted to title this book, It's Okay to Be White, which would have been very impish. And I actually got that by the editors. And then 2 months later, the publishers came back and said, we can't sell a book with that title. in Walmart or Costco or Barnes and Noble, which is interesting because, of course, if I'd said it was okay to be Asian American or Hispanic or black
or Native American,
right. So it was actually a perfect illustration of my thesis, right?
Right.
Like, put on the Klan hood now, Jeremy, because you said it's okay to be white. But I think I actually really like. I mean, we've done a great job of stigmatizing the word DEI, and I think that's great. I have no objection to us using it, but I also think it's very important that we kind of take the battle now to a new front. And we don't mystify what DEI means, which is DEI. I mean, there's more at stake, but at its core, it's about anti-whiteness, and it is about the opposite of merit. And it's not just for folks in your district. I mean, I live in a very out in a rural area outside a small city in Montana, so I sort of have friends who are dealing with the same thing. It's not just for big companies; it's everywhere that you're going to be at a disadvantage from this. And as the demographics of America change, that is going to actually get even worse for you unless we do something to stop it.
The Unprotected Class. Jeremy Carl is the author, and thank you so much for your perspective, for all the work that we see done at the Claremont Institute as well. I did want to leave everyone with one final clip. Today in the House Judiciary Committee, we had a discussion over how the people who place advertising are using their market power in order to achieve political goals. And one of those political goals is censorship. Now, we saw a lot of these powerful companies, including Unilever, whose chief executive, Harish Patel, I was questioning in the upcoming clip. They were saying, well, sure, we place hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising, but we don't have any political tilt or political belief. And you'll see how that goes in the questioning. Enjoy, take a listen, and check back with us soon.
Mr. Patel, are you part of an organization that uses market power for censorship?
No, sir.
And how much advertising capital do you deploy annually?
How much marketing investment do we spend?
Yeah.
850 million a year.
And you said less than 1% of that in the news area, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because really your brands don't want to be involved in these caustic news disputes or political disputes. They want to be apolitical in the presentation of their brand. Am I understanding that testimony correctly?
So we serve 90% of American households with our portfolio.
It's a fascinating answer, just not to my question. Is the reason you de-emphasize news because you want to be apolitical?
We target our investment to address the consumers that buy our brands.
Okay. Are you doing so for political reasons or apolitical reasons?
We don't do it for any political reason.
Okay, so then why are the vice presidents of your company trying to shape the way Facebook limits view of a Trump advertisement?
So I'm not sure what the intention of that communication was, but that's
I do. It was to get the Trump ad taken down. It's pretty clear. You had two vice presidents, Rob Master and Luis DeComo, who were pressuring Facebook to utilize Facebook's policies to take down a Trump ad. So it's just hard to believe that your goal is to avoid politics when not some intern at your company, but the vice presidents at Unilever are writing Facebook saying, we want you to take this Trump ad down and apply these policies to do it.
So I'm not sure what the intention of communication was, but
I'll tell you what, I'll read you the communication. It's 2 words. It's your vice president to GARM when they were trying to get the Facebook ad taken out. It said, honestly reprehensible. So you're using this $800 million plus power that you have over the marketplace. Facebook is craving your advertising dollars. And you have 2 vice presidents hammering Facebook to take down a Trump ad about whether or not Joe Biden should have his ear inspected for an earpiece. That was what the ad was about, that you all found so reprehensible.
So respectfully, I'm not sure that word was done by a Unilever person.
You're okay. So Mr. DeComo didn't work for Unilever?
He sits on the. If I did my homework right, I think that came from the GARM, Rob.
Oh, Rob Rankowitz. Yes. And but you are member entities to GARM. You pay GARM. You guys are GARM. I mean, as Mr. Jewell said, you guys you have to have tools in order to help you place your ads. So you go fund GARM, and then here your vice presidents are commiserating with GARM over the fact that Facebook won't remove this. I guess, Mr. Shapiro, when we look at these big advertising platforms and they're hearing the people with the advertising dollars hammer them with this ideological tilt. What does that do to the marketplace for ideas?
Obviously, it shuts down the marketplace of ideas, which is largely the intent. And one of the things that I've heard from some of the Democratic members of the committee today is an extraordinary amount of projection. Projection wherein they suggest that Republican members of the committee are trying to shut down free speech by trying to get answers to questions about the kind of political pressures that are being put on social media companies, for example. But it's been Democrats who, for years, have been spending their time trying to pressure social media companies into doing their bidding by limiting the types of information that are available to the public and how that information is actually distributed. One of the things that's worth noting here is that it's not just a matter of advertising dollars flowing. The way that it works on social media is that if you are demonetized, then the reach of your actual content is also limited by the same social media companies.
Do you think the frequency of those demonetization rises when you have vice presidents of companies at Unilever trying to hammer entities like Facebook into taking down Trump ads?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question that when you have internal pressures put on social media companies to take down right-wing material, that has an impact on the reach of right-wing messaging. There's just no question.
And I guess I don't mind when Democrats say they don't like conservative speech, or we get to say we don't like some of their speech. That's how this works. But it's when the business community colludes and utilizes market power to shape the way social media companies or websites disseminate information, that the public doesn't even get to see that debate and engage it. And I think the fact that it's clandestine is actually even more corrosive to the values that undergird.
That's absolutely true. The complete lack of transparency with which GARM treats both the member companies as well as the consuming public is one of the major problems. If they simply wish to levy a boycott against a right-wing source, they should simply say that's what they're doing. Hiding behind fake standards in order to project objectivity is a major problem in transparency for the market.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
When Secretary Austin was here, neither he nor General Milley could defend some of the bizarre DEI activities that were going on at DOA. And then promptly after my questioning, they shut down the DEI entity at DOA. And so maybe we can make similar progress today. Ms. Wormuth, do you acknowledge that some of the strange manifestations of this DEI embrace have put negative pressures on the Army's recruiting?
Congressman, I'm not sure exactly what specifically you're referring to, but when we've done
so
surveys...
if you could put that slide up on the screen, I'll give you one. I thought that might be where this was going. So this is a Vignette 8. It's an Army training, and it's regarding the use of showers. The vignette reads, a soldier transitioned from male to female, as indicated in DEERS. The soldier did not have sex reassignment surgery. The transgender service member is using the female showers and has expressed privacy concerns regarding the open bay shower configuration. Similarly, other soldiers have expressed discomfort showering with a female who has male genitalia. And then if you look over at subpart 3 regarding the considerations, it just says, all soldiers will use the billeting, bathroom, and shower facilities associated with their gender marker in DEERS. What's your reaction to that?
My reaction, Congressman, is we're focused on building cohesive teams that are trained, disciplined, and fit.
Well, General McConville, I'll give you the next chance. Do you think that it builds cohesive teams to have biological males showering with women?
I think we need to respect the privacy of our soldiers and have an environment where everyone can thrive.
Well, of course, but that's not an answer to my question.
Well, that's the
you and I spent a good amount of productive time yesterday talking about cohesive team building.
We did.
Does this advance cohesive team building, in your best military opinion?
Well, I think the fact we're talking about this and not talking about warfighting is problematic.
But that's what the Army does, General. I'm looking here, Army policy on transgender military service, where you guys require training on this stuff. So don't you think that when you require training on how to deal with men and women's shower stalls, and when you have these mandatory trainings on transgender service members, that takes away from our focus on warfighting?
Yeah, I think what, again, from Chief Staff of the Army, my focus is very clear. I talk to every commander, every sergeant major in the Army. I do it every single month. And what I talk about is our job is build cohesive teams that are highly trained, they're disciplined, they're fit, and they're ready to fight and win. And that's where I'm at.
But I am positing that when there is a focus on how biological men are going to shower with women and on unconscious bias training, which you require, and on mandatory gender sensitivity training, that like the call is coming from inside the house at DOD on some of these problems. And the proof's in the pudding. That there seems to be a cognitive dissonance between your recruiting nightmare that we are living through, the nation's recruiting nightmare at the Army, and this kind of stuff. Because I don't think it's going to be a big, like, positive recruiting pitch to women that when someone shows up with male genitalia in their shower stall, that we tell them that we're trying to build a cohesive team. I would posit to you that that probably makes the team a little less cohesive. Will you allow for even that possibility?
Congressman, what we've seen in our surveys is that basically women are more worried about being sexually harassed in the Army than they are about the kinds of things.
Well,
that you're
don't you think that someone might get sexually harassed if they're showering with a biological male? Don't you think that environment could potentially increase the likelihood of that? We're all concerned about sexual harassment. We've grappled with these challenges about how to have it in the chain of command or outside the chain of command, but it seems a little silly to sit here and have discussions about the flow chart of a sexual harassment complaint when you've got people with male genitalia showering with your female soldiers. I want to recruit talented women into our Army, and I'm concerned that this weird stuff that you guys are doing is not going to make it more likely that those people are going to sign up. General McConville, you and I spoke yesterday about the fact that the Army has to recruit extensively men from the American South, that makes up a wide variety of who's coming into the United States Army. You think you're going to recruit more of them with this kind of stuff?
Probably not.
And that's the point. And I appreciate the honesty. And I know that in August you conclude a storied career, and we thank you both for your service. And we did get somewhere with this last time with Secretary Austin, and I hope you all will reflect on the damage that this embrace of DEI is doing to the military.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz was one of the very few members in the entire Congress who bothered to stand up against permanent Washington on behalf of his constituents.
Matt Gaetz right now, he's a problem for the Democratic Party, and he can cause a lot of hiccups in passing of laws. So we're going to keep running those stories to keep hurting him.
If you stand for the flag and kneel in prayer, if you want to build America up and not burn her to the ground, then welcome, my fellow patriots. You are in the right place. This is the movement for you.
You ever watch this guy on television? It's like a machine. Matt Gaetz.
I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way. Welcome back to Firebrand. We are live broadcasting out of room 2021 of the Rayburn House Office Building here on the Capitol Complex in Washington, D.C., and it was a very busy day in committees. We had a key oversight committee hearing on the ATF, what they're doing to gun owners, how they are abusing their authority. I can't wait to show you the exchange we had with one of the Democrat witnesses and those who are experts on things like the bracing rule, where inadvertently, a lot of Americans are about to be made felons by an unconstitutional, illegal action by an entity that, frankly, we should probably abolish altogether, the ATF. So we're going to get to that. Also, a big hearing on DEI in the military. These diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are destroying our country. They are destroying corporate boardrooms. But where that pain is most intense and frankly most dangerous is in our military, where we need unit cohesion. We need people working together. Wait till you see what some of the leading Biden administration officials are saying about DEI. Also, Africa might not be the place in the world where you are most focused when it comes to foreign policy analysis. But I had an exchange today with the leader of AFRICOM, a 4-star general, and it was the most remarkable exchange I think I've ever had with a witness in my going on 7 years in the United States Congress. You are not going to want to miss it. But first, we have got to talk about the White House name-checking me today, throwing a little shade. Statement from the White House, I'll read it for you. Today, House Republicans who have called to abolish and defund federal law enforcement, including the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, are holding a political stunt as they undercut the ATF's work to keep our streets safe and reduce gun violence. The latest stunt hearing comes as extreme MAGA members of the House Republican caucus have proposed devastating cuts to law enforcement funding, according to a blueprint released by the House Freedom Caucus, which would make communities less safe by, let's see if you agree with these things. 1, eliminating funding for 11,000 FBI personnel, including agents who investigate crimes and keep guns out of the hands of felons and domestic abusers. Actually, what we're doing there is we've isolated the areas in the FBI where there is some of the most weaponization against gun owners. And yeah, we don't think that being a gun owner is illegal. 2, back to the Biden release today. Forcing the ATF, which protects Americans from violent criminals, including firearms traffickers, and assists in identifying perpetrators of mass shootings, to implement a hiring freeze and furloughs that would undermine these operations. Yeah, what do you think about a hiring freeze at the ATF? We are $30 trillion in debt. I would be for a federal hiring freeze on just about everything but DOD and VA. And VA, you could convince me that there are certain things we need to be doing outside the walls of government rather than inside. 3, cutting federal support to 60 local law enforcement agencies, eliminating 400 local law enforcement positions, and slashing millions in law enforcement, crime prevention, and justice grants for state and local governments. I am for law enforcement, but that is what our states are for constitutionally with the exercise of police power, and that is what our local communities are for. I do not need the federal government in Washington, D.C., hiring police in Northwest Florida. We can actually do that ourselves. And the more the federal government is involved in our education, in our law enforcement, the more woke and weaponized it seems to get, actually. So they go on to quote in this Biden memo, Rep. Matt Gaetz, a member of the House Subcommittee on Crime, the Federal Government Surveillance, and co-hosting today's hearing, says, we either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of. Abolish the FBI, the CDC, ATF, DOJ, every last one of them if they do not come to heel. Now, would the Biden White House disagree with that? Would the Biden White House disagree with the assessment that if we don't get government back on our side, we shouldn't continue to flood these corrupt agencies with authorities, resources, cash, more personnel, more hiring? I actually think that in a way it's a self-own for the White House to cite me here, because it's as if they're saying they're happy fueling these entities even if they're not on the side of the people, which is what we are exposing each and every day. So they seem to be really worked up over the ATF. They cite different statements from Congressman Andy Biggs, who we've had on Firebrand, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we've had on Firebrand. It was Gaetz, Biggs, and Greene who got singled out. And we were doing the hard work today, working to hold the ATF accountable. We had a hearing on the ATF's authorities, their violations of those authorities. So enjoy. This was from today's joint meeting with the House Oversight Committee and the House Judiciary Committee. Play the clip.
The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office issues a report in June of 2016, Firearms Data. The ATF did not always comply with the Appropriations Act restriction and should better adhere to its policies. Mr. Wilcox, you're the witness the Democrats have invited here today. Are you familiar with that report?
I am.
And does the fact that the ATF broke the law concern you?
The report, I believe, supported ATF's action in cataloging records to stop crime.
I'll read from it. It says, a technical defect allows ATF agents to access data, including purchaser data, beyond what ATF policy permits. Do you take any umbrage with that conclusion?
ATF has been collecting out-of-business records pursuant to a law signed by Ronald Reagan, and President Trump digitized more records than any other president.
I don't care who did it. I'm just worried about the impact on my citizens. And I would acknowledge there may be Republican presidents who didn't do enough in the 80s to protect our gun rights. But on this finding, the ATF had to delete 252 million records, didn't they?
So this is a tool that's helped solve 50% of crime.
Wait. Did they have to delete 252 million records?
What I know about this tool is that it's a
That's not what I'm
crime-fighting
asking
tool.
you. Did they have to delete? You said you're aware of the report. Is that conclusion correct? They had to delete 252 million records.
I'm not aware of that line, but what I'm aware
Okay.
of is the tool.
Well,
crime-fighting tool.
I'll represent to you that that's what had to happen. The fact that the government collected 252 million records that was beyond the law, beyond policy, never approved according not to me, not to my fellow Republicans, but to the GAO. Should that be concerning to us, that scope of records being collected?
ATF's collection of out-of-business records was fully compliant with the law.
That's not what the GAO said, so you disagree with the GAO report.
Well, there's 2 points they made. One is the collection of out-of-business paper records that FFLs keep. The second piece was the collection of electronic records that FFLs keep. And what the GAO said was the electronic records were not being converted sufficiently. And that's
Right.
what ATF
So that's why they
fixed
had to delete them.
become in compliance with the law.
Because they had gone beyond their authority. You see, that's the concern of my constituents. When they go beyond their authority, and you may find those things virtuous, but no one elected you. They elected us to make the laws, and when we make the laws and they don't follow them, then people's rights get diminished. Another area is this issue of the arm braces. Now, in Mr. Wilcox's testimony, he says that an arm brace makes a weapon more powerful. Mr. Bosco, you know a lot about arm braces, don't you?
I do.
Do arm braces make firearms more powerful?
They do not. They do not.
Does it concern you that the witness that the Democrats brought would make such a claim that is obviously disproven by any utilization of those arm braces?
I hope that my testimony today can help everyone here understand that the brace does nothing to make the weapon any more dangerous than it already is.
And so when you've got the ATF going beyond their authority, collecting 252 million records that they have to destroy, well, that can just be explained because they're doing their best. But when Americans get inadvertently converted to felons because the ATF has exceeded their authority, there is no such grace for them, is there, Ms. Swear?
That would seem to be the case under the recent policy change to zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance for our fellow Americans when they're trying to exercise their rights and protect their liberties, but all the tolerance in the world for a corrupt bureaucracy that is violating the law, exceeding their authority, and collecting records that they have no business collecting. I would make this final observation. I had the great privilege to spend 2 years on the House Judiciary Committee with the gentlelady from Missouri, and while she and I disagree strongly on this issue, her beliefs are sincere, and they are strong, and they are powerful, particularly when she expresses them. And so when she says to people that she wants to defund the police, she means it. And when she says in this committee meeting that gun violence is a public health emergency, well, she means that too. And our fellow Americans know the impact of folks up here in Washington declaring everything and anything a public health emergency. It means you're more likely to be locked in your homes, deprived of your freedoms, less healthy, less safe, less secure, and less able to live a truly American life. So know this, when the left talks about this as a public health emergency, get ready to see those enhanced authorities abused by the ATF. And, Mr. Chairman, it is my sincere hope that in the very near future, we will have those very folks from the ATF here. And I intend to be utilizing the new rules that we have in the House of Representatives to offer amendments to the Appropriations Act to zero out their salaries for breaking the law and abusing the liberties of our fellow Americans. We are back live. A lot of action on the live stream. Sean Kelly pointing out the double standard on Getter that exists when Americans have any type of technical violation of some rule obscurely published. There is zero tolerance from the ATF. They come after us, but then when they break the law, oh, they want more authorities, more people, and the White House slams me and Andy Biggs and Marjorie Taylor Greene when we propose that maybe in some places we ought to have hiring freezes and furloughs. Greg, also on Getter, saying the ATF is out of control. I agree with that. And let me make some news. I spoke with some of our committee leadership today, and in April, next month, we plan to have the leadership of ATF before the committee, and that is when we are going to start identifying the very bureaucrats whose salaries we will seek to zero out in the budgeting process. So in April, ATF leadership coming in, a big part of the Republican oversight plan. I want to thank my Walton County constituent who just gave us a shout out on Rumble and said that we have the best law enforcement in Northwest Florida. I could not agree more with that assessment. But whether it's law enforcement or society at large or our military, we are seeing these DEI initiatives divide people and erode the meritocracy that is central to American life. No matter where you come from, no matter what you believe, the essence of the American capitalist system and political system and social system is that if people do well, they will be able to move up. And as leaders, we ought to be getting rid of the things that bar people's path to success. No matter what their color is, no matter what their background is, people should have a right to follow the rules and achieve more and do better. And I believe that these DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, inclusion, they are often used to stovepipe people into being an oppressor or oppressed, into being privileged or frail or unworthy or unwilling or unable. And it is also deeply racist at its core. And yet the military, the Department of Defense, has been embracing these DEI initiatives in their hiring, in their promotions. You would think the military would be a place that we would actually want the meritocracy to drive the success of the mission. You wouldn't want to leave whether or not America is the preeminent military force in the world to a DEI seminar. But wait till you see the folks that we are leaving it to. The people who've worked in the DEI leadership, people who are senior officials in the Biden administration testifying today about DEI in the military. This gets pretty hot. Play the clip, and we'll talk about it. I would like to go back to the tweets of the racist person that works for you. What does caudacity mean?
I have no idea, Congressman.
You took 6 months to investigate one tweet. You didn't even figure out what the words meant?
I didn't investigate the thing. She's a DOD.
Well, you said in the Fox News article that you were going to take 30 days and investigate it, and it took you 6 months. In a 6-month investigation, you guys didn't learn what caudacity meant? I think you know. I think every person that's going to watch this exchange knows you know. She's trying to lash audaciousness with someone being Caucasian, isn't she?
I have no idea, Congressman.
Wow, what an investigation. When she does PD sessions...
I will say I did not do the investigation. She is a GS employee that's employed by DODEA. DODEA conducted the investigation.
Gosh, the Pentagon told Fox News Digital that Gil Cisneros would provide a final decision in 30 days. So someone at the Pentagon is throwing your name out there as being responsible for this, and now it looks foolish that you're suggesting you don't know what that means.
Well, I would say that
hold on,
that
PD
quote
sessions.
did not come from
let's
me.
go to this, Mr. Cisneros. What's a PD session?
My guess would be personal development.
Personal development. You don't think it's professional development? Another open matter for the investigation that it didn't resolve. So you don't know what caudacity means. She's obviously talking about professional development there. And like when she says, I had to stop, let's go to the next claim. The caudacity to say that black people can be racist too. Mr. Cisneros, can black people be racist too?
I've already stated, Congressman, that I didn't agree with her statements.
But I'm asking about that provision. Can black people be racist?
This question is about me or my personal beliefs, but again,
you're the leading official over DEI.
I don't agree.
A racist person who works for you puts out these tweets, and you won't say whether you agree or disagree.
I told you,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind members to
tweets.
observe standards of decorum.
This is decorum. It's my time. Can black people be racist?
I do not agree with that tweet.
Do you agree with that statement? I'm asking you a statement. Can black people be racist?
I'm not going to answer that, Congressman.
Why not?
Because you're asking me a personal opinion, and that's not what this is about.
Actually, I'm asking you in your capacity as a senior DOD official in the Biden administration where we see recruiting falling off the table, whether or not the embrace of racist tweets, whether shuffling these people around rather than firing them, and whether this little exchange here is helping or hurting recruiting. Let's go ahead and put up the recruiting.
I will tell you, we do not support racist tweets. We do not support racism.
Well, did you fire this lady?
Again,
you hired her.
As I stated, I did not hire her. As she was,
DOD hired her.
As it was stated earlier, she's a DODEA employee. She's a GS employee. The inquiry that was done said these tweets were done on a personal matter.
Oh, a personal matter. How do you know it's a personal matter if you don't know that the PD could stand for professional development? Mr. Cisneros, this is a professional development session where she attacked white colleagues and took the position that black people can't be racist. Now, you can't answer basic questions about it, and here's what I would propose to you. This is what we're looking at in recruiting right now. It's fallen off the table. And when you have employees that you don't fire who do racist things and say racist things, then you really hurt the ability to recruit people who want to be part of an inclusive and diverse force.
I would say the data that we have is not, the recruiting is not falling off because of that. But again, the Department of Defense, DODEA, does not agree with the tweets that she made.
It was at 3 o'clock during the workday. You didn't fire her. If someone puts out racist things, do you fire them or do you just move them around?
That was not an official, that's her own personal Twitter account.
Here's the problem with the double standard, Mr. Cisneros. When Caucasian members of the military post about the Second Amendment or supporting building the wall, you all seem to be on a white supremacy snipe hunt. You seem to take people's personal views and weaponize them against them. And I've had people in my district who serve that wonder whether or not some joke that they forwarded or meme that they liked is going to result in the ruining of their careers. But you have no such interest when it's a person like this. You delayed the investigation. Your own name was what DOD put out as conducting the investigation. You delayed it. This lady makes like $160,000 a year. Do you really think today the taxpayer should be paying this lady that amount of money?
The investigation was not conducted by me. That was never...
Well, why did the Pentagon say it was you?
I don't know who the Pentagon in that said that, but I will tell you it was a misstatement.
But Mr. Chairman, I seek to enter...
The investigation was conducted by DODEA because she's a DODEA employee.
Well, if you just fired racist people, then maybe you wouldn't have to go through this. But, Mr. Chairman, I have a series of unanimous consent requests.
Without objection.
So first is Pentagon drags out decision after probe into woke diversity chief accused of anti-white people's tweets. The second is Wing selected as DODEA Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and that is from dodea.edu. The next is Everybody Can Be Racist. DOD Chief Diversity Educator defends tweets targeted toward white educators.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman's time has expired. I yield 5 minutes to Representative Houlihan.
I think that everyone can be racist and everyone can be the victim of racism, and we should oppose racism in all of its forms, and we should embrace what Martin Luther King Jr. put out, that we have to judge each other not by the color of people's skin, but on the content of character. But that's not what DEI seeks to do. It's all about judging based on the color of one's skin, and that's what I think we effectively exposed there. A lot of comments on the live stream. Richard on YouTube says that I look like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz. I don't even know if that is a compliment or not. I actually think among the Wizard of Oz characters, the Tin Man was probably among the more handsome. And he had the best heart, right? He didn't have a heart, but he really had a heart. That was the deal with the Tin Man. What's the deal with AFRICOM? So when we look at how our military has its force structure around the globe, there are different areas that fall under the commander of some of our most senior generals. And the leader of AFRICOM is General Langley, who you're about to see me question. Now, you may be wondering, what's the U.S. interest in Africa? What's our goal? How do we measure our objectives? One of the things that we principally do is we send folks out to train and equip the militaries of other countries. And I've had a number of constituents, actually a number of friends, who have been stationed at bases in Northwest Florida, and they end up in Niger, or they end up in Somalia, or they end up in some place where really failed states seem to dominate over stable governmental institutions. And when we go and participate in the train and equip missions, what we tell ourselves to justify the intense cost in human life, remember in 2017, we had service members killed in action in Niger. Also in dollars, the treasure of our country. Is it being used wisely in Africa? So today, this four-star general, General Langley, comes to testify before the House Armed Services Committee, and I had questions for him about the train and equip missions that my constituents are on and whether or not they are contributing to insurrections and coups. This is truly the most remarkable 5 minutes I think I have ever had with a witness. There were moments when I almost couldn't continue. I was so stunned by the responses. Take a listen.
Just ballpark, in the last decade, how many Africans has the United States military trained and equipped?
Congressman, I don't have that figure. I can get that figure for you.
Ballpark, just, how many?
Congressman, it would be a wild guess right now.
Seems like something we should know, right?
Over the years, we have trained a substantial number, especially in the Gulf of Guinea states, but including
like more than 10,000?
It is more than 10,000.
More than 50,000?
I'd say we're reaching around 50,000
okay.
at least.
And what percentage of the people we've trained end up participating in insurrections or coups against their own government?
Very small number, Congressman. Very small number.
So what percentage do you think?
I'd say probably less than 1%.
But it does happen.
The IMET program is in force, and we've pushed a significant number through our schools across the.
Yeah, and what data sets do you track to arrive at the conclusion that less than 1% of the roughly 50,000 that we've trained have participated in coups? Because it'd be like about 500, about 1% of 50,000.
Congressman, you may have that information. I don't at this time, but I know.
Well, I know there are some, right? Like go ahead and throw up that image. This is Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, and this is a photo of him. Did we train and equip him in Guinea?
By name, I cannot identify that.
Well, that guy in the middle with the big red hat, Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, that's him with a bunch of U.S. service members. After this photo was taken in 2021, he led a coup in Guinea and threw out the leader. Does that concern you?
Congressman, core values is what we start off with in IMA programs.
Do we share core values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Core values. I will repeat that. Core values. Respect for humanity.
Do we share those values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Absolutely. In our curriculum.
He led a coup?
We do.
Okay, well, that's a very telling answer. In Burkina Faso, did we share core values with the leader that we trained there who led a coup?
It's in our curriculum. We
Leading
stress
coups
core
are in our
values.
curriculum?
We request civilian-led governance.
Wait, hold on. Is leading coups in our curriculum?
Absolutely not.
So
civilian-led.
My question is, do we share core values with the coup leader in Burkina Faso who we trained?
Holistically, we teach core values with a respect for civilian governance, apolitical, and that's what sticks across a very high percentage in the 99 percentile.
Right? But not everybody. And I wonder how many people it takes to plan a coup. I mean, initially you didn't know how many we trained and equipped. Then you said it was 1%. You had no basis for that 1% number because there's no data set you track. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. Another U.S. trained soldier stages a coup in West Africa by The Intercept.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I further seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. U.S. forces trained the Guinean colonel behind the recent coup in West African country, and this is regard to Guinea.
Without objection, so ordered.
So I guess the question is, why should U.S. taxpayers be paying to train people who then lead coups in Africa?
Congressman, our curriculum harvests core values and also to be able to embolden these countries for a representative democracy.
But General, that democracy isn't what emerges. The problem is, I know you may have great confidence in what you're teaching, but when two governments have been overthrown, I guess how many governments have to be overthrown by people we train before you sort of get the message that our core values might not be sticking with everyone? Is it 5 countries? 10?
We'll continue with our persistence in assuring
But do you think it's
that
working?
they harbor democratic norms, democratic values.
Just a moment ago, you
apolitical.
said we shared core values with Colonel Doumbouya. You said that just moments ago in response to my question, and his core value seems to be leading a coup. So I don't think it's stuck. I think we should at least know how many countries we train the coup plotters in. How many is too many? Because clearly 2 is not too many, and I think we could use our resources far more effectively than doing this. So we're back live. That is not some low-level person in our military. This is a 4-star general that was just providing those inept responses, General Langley. He is in charge of every U.S. service member on the continent of Africa. He makes major contributions at the table with other senior defense leaders regarding our strategy and our tactics, and he could not answer the most basic questions about whether or not the work we were doing in Africa actually works against our stated interests. But if you just keep stating core values long enough, maybe you can keep moving up the ladder. Wild. But Africa isn't the place where we're wasting the most money. That place is, of course, Ukraine. And there was a moment in Congress today that I think really encapsulated the non-answer from the Biden administration that we're getting regarding some of the most frivolous spending that is going on in Ukraine. As I have stated, our country has nearly $1.5 trillion in unfunded pension liability. The squeeze on pensions in the United States is ever the more exacerbated by some of the banking challenges that we've seen. When you raise interest rates dramatically, pension funds that are overinvested in long-term government bonds ultimately get squeezed. And that has real-life consequences for teachers and firefighters and police. But this government, the Biden administration, is actually paying for pensions in Ukraine, a point that Congressman Tim Burchett made in the House Foreign Affairs Committee today. Take a listen.
Are there U.S. sanctioned personnel in Ukraine? If so, why are they receiving our tax dollars?
I'm sorry, U.S. sanctioned personnel?
Yes, sir.
In Ukraine? I'm not aware of that. I welcome any information you have.
Okay. $4 billion U.S. tax dollars have gone to Ukrainian pensions. How is that any shape, form, or fashion justifiable?
The program, Congressman, of assistance to Ukraine has on the ground right now in our embassy about 47 personnel responsible solely for oversight. We just had a report by the Inspector General's office looking at the oversight of the taxpayers' funds in Ukraine. The report was very positive in terms of the processes that are in place and the work that's being done to make sure that money is being spent appropriately as well as wisely. At the same time, we have in place a process. For example, much of the funding that we provide, the taxpayers provide to Ukraine, goes through a World Bank program that only disperses money upon receipts for authorized expenditures. And we have third-party validators, to include Deloitte, which is working directly with the Ministry of Finance.
I appreciate all that, but when we can't fund Medicare and then we're funding Ukrainian pensions, I really think our priorities are out of whack.
Well, yeah, Congressman Burchett has a point there. And it's so telling the way Blinken just avoids answering the question there. The question was, why is it part of our stated policy to fund these pensions? And then Blinken's answer as well, we're making sure that we're not funding things outside of our stated policy. The problem is the underlying premise that American taxpayers ought to be underwriting Ukrainian pensions is deeply America last. Thank you all so much for joining today. As you can see, it was a wild one on Capitol Hill. We want to make sure you're as informed as possible in real time so that you can have contact with your members of Congress, so that your voice can be heard, so that you can work with us to engage the Senate and the administration on important things that will help our fellow Americans lead better lives. And so you have a homework assignment.
make sure you are subscribed. Make sure that you have our notifications turned on, and do what you can to share this episode, share this content, so that we can reveal some of the deepest, darkest things that are going on in this swamp, and so that we can get America going back on the right track. Thanks again. Love having you on Firebrand. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
If you wanted to destroy the most powerful military in the world, what would you do? Well, among the many things you might try is hosting drag queen story hours on military bases for kids. And today, Congressman Matt Gaetz, who represents maybe more uniformed military than anybody in the Congress, confronted the defense secretary about it directly. Watch.
How much taxpayer money should go to fund drag queen story hours on military bases?
You know, drag queen story hours is not something that the department funds.
Well, wait a second. That's actually not what the record seems to suggest. You were going to fund one at Ramstein Air Force Base. That one got canceled, but that's DOD insignia. That's a drag queen story hour for children. Then also at Malmstrom Air Force Base outside of Great Falls, Montana, you had a drag queen story hour for kids. Who funded these things, Mr. Secretary?
Listen, drag shows are not something that the Department of Defense supports or funds.
Yeah, a liar. Board member to defense contractor before he got this job. So then Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, admitted that he was not aware military bases were hosting drag queen story hours. Watch this.
Can I get copies of those? Because I'd like to take a look at those myself, actually. Take a look and find out what actually is going on there. Because that's the first I'm hearing about that kind of stuff. I don't read those news stories. I don't know what you're talking about. I'd like to take a look at those because I don't agree with those.
Well, they're now in the official record.
Shouldn't be happening.
Thank you. Thank you for that admission.
Yeah. Actually, he'd like to go. You know, so not an open-minded guy. Matt Gaetz represents North Florida in the U.S. Congress. Even if he never passes a bill, it's worth having him there just for moments like this. It's just amazing. What was your, being on the questioning side, what was your feeling about their responses?
America's top military leaders have brought misery to almost every part of the globe they have touched. They put Iran in a position of power in Iraq. They armed ISIS in Syria. They turned over Afghanistan to the Taliban in the bloodiest way possible. We could have taken out the suicide bomber, didn't give the authorities. They didn't even get the vengeance part right, Tucker. When they were supposed to take out ISIS, they took out a family on the way to a barbecue. And so now you see them trying to bring the misery and the ruin home to our country through this embrace of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is real money. $70 million they've requested for enhancements to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is the most divisive stuff possible. And when I showed the Secretary of Defense evidence that it was happening in Nevada, in Montana, in Virginia, he just said, nope, it's not happening. And it makes you wonder, do these people have any sense of reality, or is the pain the point, whether it's DEI or the vaccine mandate, that they still don't have good answers for?
But in the end, it means that nobody wants to join the military, and their recruiting numbers are dangerously down. Do they see a connection between their reckless, crazy behavior and the unwillingness of people to join up voluntarily?
We are in a recruiting collapse, and they say, well, we don't think DEI is the problem because we've sent out surveys and no one says it's the problem. They don't realize that the people offended by this conduct aren't going to take their stupid survey. Let me just be honest. A great share of the people who fight in our military come from the American South. And when you embrace these values that are so antithetical to the part of the country I represent, you are really putting a downward pressure on the people we need to volunteer and fight, not for some faraway land, not to go build some democracy out of sand in Arabia, but for our country. And you have to wonder whether it is incompetence or a purposeful purge. I also pressed them on making sure we get our service members their full back pay and restoration of rank. Austin said he would not do that in the absence of a legal requirement to do so. So that is precisely the amendment I intend to offer to our National Defense Authorization Act.
Yeah. When you say you hate white men, you do kind of wonder, like, who's going to fight the wars then? Because that's who's always fought the wars. Actually.
Well, General Milley maybe didn't go to the drag queen show because he was too busy getting in touch with his white rage still. Who knows? Yeah. But he gets credit for saying he wants to shut him down.
loathsome. Matt Gaetz, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues. I would like to go back to the tweets of the racist person that works for you. What does caudacity mean?
I have no idea, Congressman.
You took 6 months to investigate one tweet. You didn't even figure out what the words meant?
I didn't investigate the thing. She's a DOD.
Well, you said in a Fox News article that you were going to take 30 days and investigate it, and it took you 6 months. In a 6-month investigation, you guys didn't learn what caudacity meant? I think you know. I think every person that's going to watch this exchange knows you know. She's trying to lash audaciousness with someone being Caucasian, isn't she?
I have no idea, Congressman.
Wow, what an investigation. When she says PD
I did
sessions,
not. I will say I did not do the investigation. She is a GS employee that's employed by DODEA. DODEA conducted the investigation.
Gosh, the Pentagon told Fox News Digital that Gil Cisneros would provide a final decision in 30 days. So someone at the Pentagon is throwing your name out there as being responsible for this, and now it looks foolish that you're suggesting you don't know what that means.
Well, I would say that
hold on,
that
PD
quote
sessions.
did not come from
let's
me.
go to
I
let's
don't
go
know
to
who
this,
that came
Mr.
from.
Cisneros. What's a PD session?
My guess would be personal development.
Personal development. You don't think it's professional development? Another open matter for the investigation that it didn't resolve. So you don't know what caudacity means. She's obviously talking about professional development there. And like when she says, I had to stop, or let's go to the next claim. The caudacity to say that black people can be racist too. Mr. Cisneros, can black people be racist too?
I've already stated, Congressman, that I didn't agree with her statements.
But I'm asking about that
Defense
provision.
didn't
Can black
agree with the
people be
statement.
racist?
This question is about me or my personal beliefs, but again,
You're the leading official over DEI.
I don't
a
agree.
racist person who works for you puts out these tweets, and you won't say whether you agree or disagree.
I told you I
Mr. Chairman, I just want
don't
to remind
agree with her
members to
tweets.
observe standards of decorum.
This
here,
is
okay?
decorum. It's my time. Can black people be racist?
I do not agree with that tweet.
Do you agree with that statement? I'm asking you a statement. Can black people be racist?
I'm not going to answer that, Congressman.
Why not?
Because you're asking me a personal opinion, and that's not what this is about.
Actually, I'm asking you in your capacity as a senior DOD official in the Biden administration, where we see recruiting falling off the table, whether or not the embrace of racist tweets, whether shuffling these people around rather than firing them, and whether this little exchange here is helping or hurting recruiting. Let's go ahead and put up the recruiting.
I will tell you, we do not support racist tweets. We do not support racism.
Well, did you fire this lady?
Again,
you hired her.
As I stated, I did not hire her. As she was,
DOD hired her.
As it was stated earlier, she's a DODEA employee. She's a GS employee. The inquiry that was done said these tweets were done on a personal matter.
Oh, a personal matter. How do you know it's a personal matter if you don't know that the PD can stand for professional development? Mr. Cisneros, this is a professional development session where she attacked white colleagues and took the position that black people can't be racist. Now, you can't answer basic questions about it, and here's what I would propose to you. This is what we're looking at in recruiting right now. It's fallen off the table. And when you have employees that you don't fire who do racist things and say racist things, then you really hurt the ability to recruit people who want to be part of an inclusive and diverse force.
I would say the data that we have is not, the recruiting is not falling off because of that. But again, the Department of Defense, DODEA, does not agree with the tweets that she made.
It was at 3 o'clock during the workday. You didn't fire her. If someone puts out racist things, do you fire them or do you just move them around?
That was not an official, that's her own personal
See,
Twitter
here's,
account.
here's the problem with the double standard, Mr. Cisneros. When Caucasian members of the military post about the Second Amendment or supporting building the wall, you all seem to be on a white supremacy snipe hunt. You seem to take people's personal views and weaponize them against them. And I've had people in my district who serve that wonder whether or not some joke that they forwarded or meme that they liked is going to result in the ruining of their careers. But you have no such interest when it's a person like this. You delayed the investigation. Your own name was what DOD put out as conducting the investigation. You delayed it. This lady makes like $160,000 a year. Do you really think today the taxpayer should be paying this lady that amount of money?
The investigation was not conducted by me. That was never.
Well, why did the Pentagon say it was you?
I don't know who the Pentagon in that said that, but I will tell you it was a misstatement.
But
and it was
Mr.
not
Chairman,
true.
I seek to enter.
The investigation was
Well, I'll tell you
conducted
what,
by Dodia because she's a Dodia employee.
Well, if you just fired racist people, then maybe you wouldn't have to go through this. But, Mr. Chairman, I have a series of unanimous consent requests.
Without objection.
So first is Pentagon drags out decision after probe into woke diversity chief accused of anti-white people's tweets. The second is Wing selected as DODEA Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and that is from dodea.edu. The next is Everybody Can Be Racist. DOD Chief Diversity Educator defends tweets targeted toward white educators.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman's time has expired. I yield 5 minutes to Representative Houlihan.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
We will now consider log number 3726 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's simple. It would ensure that every military personnel decision, accessions, promotions, and command selections are based solely on merit and without regard to politics, race, color, sex, or religion. This is common sense. It's no different than what is required under the merit system principles of our DOD employees, so why should our service members be treated any differently? Does a person's race make them a better leader? Does a person's party preference disqualify them from command? Of course not. But this administration keeps trying to deny that fact. It is merit and demonstrated performance that should matter, and it's merit and demonstrated performance that should be the only factor in personnel decisions if we want to keep our military apolitical, lethal, and strong. I appreciate your support and consideration of this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
The problem is it doesn't always come down to merit, and we have a regrettable history of discrimination in this country. And one of the things that we're really trying to accomplish is to recruit from the broadest possible pool of people. And we haven't done a great job on that, whether you're talking about women, members of the LGBT community, or people of color. And you can look at the ranks of senior officers in top positions. Do we really believe that white men, to like 90, they're the only ones who have any merit, apparently, the only ones who are qualified to do a job? I don't think that's the case. I think because of historical discrimination, different groups are less likely to join the military and participate. And I think that should be something that the military should be allowed to consider. Now, I don't disagree that if you have a situation where that's it, that's, what we're basing it on, that talent, merit, ability isn't factored in at all, then you've got a big problem. And I'll also admit that there are places in this country where that is the approach that they've taken to DEI. I also have some challenges on that back in my own home district in the Seattle-King County area. But that's not what the Department of Defense is doing. What they're trying to do is open up the number of people who can see a future in the military, who can see that they're going to be given a fair shot, that past discrimination isn't going to mean that they're not going to get the same shot at a promotion. And that's what they're trying to do. And I think the Department of Defense has done this in a very reasonable way. And to prohibit that and to block that ability will make it more difficult to recruit and retain people from groups that have been historically discriminated against in this country because they won't think that they're going to get a fair shot. That is the reason for doing this. It's not to eliminate merit or ability. It's to understand that if you're going to be fair, you have to go beyond that based on the history of this country and the history of service. I think this is a mistake, and I would urge members to vote no on the amendment.
Do we have any? Okay, Mr. Waltz.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in support of this amendment, and I frankly, as much as I respect the ranking member, couldn't disagree more stringently. No cadet, no American should be chosen or not chosen based on their skin color. And unfortunately, in these elite institutions, when you elevate someone for any other reason than merit, then you are not choosing someone who arguably has outperformed them. And we continue to raise these issues because we continue to have cadets, family members, military service members coming to us saying that they were not chosen, demoted, or what have you because of their skin color. And that is unacceptable, and clearly this committee needs to intervene. I just had a case last week, the #1 cadet in an ROTC unit. His entire life had dreamt of being a pilot. He did everything right. He was the top of his class. He was an engineering major. And he was approached by his head of his professor of military science and said they were under a lot of pressure. They had never had an African-American female. And he was now going to be #2 and she was going to be #1. And that cadet has since quit the program and quit the Air Force. And I know that's anecdotal, but it is a steady stream of these cases coming to our office. So clearly there is an issue. Clearly there may be something that was good and well-intentioned, something to address past wrongs, and the pendulum has swung too far. I encourage my colleagues, I think, to follow something that is absolutely common sense. We cannot fight past racism with more racism. Merit should be the only consideration. I yield my time.
Chair recognizes Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, what this amendment does is go farther and say that you can't give any consideration to race or national origin or sex. And in doing so, you leave in place the disproportionate impact that Jim Crow has had on our military. Right now, black service members make up 9% of active duty service members, but only 6.5% of generals. Blacks make up over 20% of the American population, and in some states even more than that. And yet, because of the history of discrimination and segregation in the military, many are less likely to even want to try to apply. And the way I read this amendment, it would make it more difficult to focus recruitment at HBCUs or to specifically expand the pool of minority individuals who could be recruited. Now, last year I told you all a story about my uncles. I'm gonna remind you of that. I had 8 uncles born and raised in the Gulf Coast of Mississippi between 1918 and 1938. And when they joined the military, because for them, the only option, because they weren't allowed to go to school after the 8th grade because no school educated black children in Mississippi beyond the 8th grade, their only options were the military or as laborers. When they joined the military, including during World War II, they weren't allowed to fight. They were not allowed combat duty. The only opportunity available to them was as cooks or laborers. And the stories they brought back home to their children about how they were treated, I'm gonna let you guess whether any of their children had any desire to join the military. And I could spend 14 hours talking about the lasting legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and how it has led to this disproportionate representation of minority communities in our military, but I don't have enough time. That disproportionate impact did not go away with the wave of a magic wand when Truman ordered the military desegregated, when the Civil Rights Act was passed, when the Voting Rights Act was passed. left to its own devices, it cannot be undone. That is not reverse racism. That is redressing the legacy of racism by saying we want our military to reflect the diversity of the country that it protects. We want our officers to reflect the diversity of the country they protect and the men and women that they lead. Because if you can't see someone who looks like you in a position of leadership or in service, you won't feel welcome. As a matter of fact, after years of being told you're not welcome, you won't assume you're welcome. And this amendment does more than just say you won't be given a job solely because of the color of your skin. It says we can't even consider the color of your skin in deciding, do we want to have an armed services that reflects the diversity of the nation that it protects? And the way this amendment is written, I urge my colleagues to vote against it.
General yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. LaLota.
Thank you, Chairman. The gentle lady from Virginia speaks with passion, but I do want to correct some facts that were offered. According to usafacts.org and many other websites, every branch of the military, apart from the Marine Corps, had a higher overall representation of racial minorities than the United States population. However, representation varies depending upon service branch. In the Army, 21% of the soldiers are Black or African American, totaling 97,000 troops. The percentage is 50% higher than the 14% in the U.S. population, showing they have a more substantial presence in the Army. With respect to the Space Force, Mr. Chairman, it was the only branch with a higher proportion of Asian Americans in the U.S. population. The Navy has the most racially diverse military branch with 1.7 white service members for every non-white service member. So as we engage in this often passionate conversation, I just hope, Chairman, that we could do so in referencing solid facts. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Any further discussion on this? Oh, Mr. Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we had quite a few hearings in the Military Personnel Subcommittee tackling these types of issues. And one thing that I found particularly poignant when we addressed some of our military leaders about this is this question. We asked them, you know, what is the quantitative way in which we can determine what leadership means in our military? You know, how can you quantitatively determine merit? And that there's always going to be some subjectivity. There's something qualitative there in terms of who is going to be able to step up. And the way that our military leaders have addressed that is by taking this approach of the whole of person. And I think that just makes so much sense to us, that you're taking into account so many different facets of somebody and not reducing them down to just sheer numbers of marksmanship or other aspects of this, but we recognize that leadership is something greater than that. So I just strongly urge us to make sure that we're not limiting ourselves and finding ourselves in this place where we think that there is some magical list of quantitative assets that we can look at and assess, you know, promotions and other aspects of military leadership. We have to take into account the whole person and every part of them. So I think that that's something that I found really poignant and very strong coming from the military leaders that we talked to through these hearings, and I wanted to share that with the full committee. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
So I forgot one thing. One other aspect of this amendment is it puts in place protections for service members who claim actions were arbitrary or in reprisal, which means that anybody who is not promoted or doesn't get a job they think they should have got can now claim that it was because of this type of discrimination within the military and bring an action. I sure wouldn't want to be the commander of the unit who had to deal with that. I think that goes directly contrary to everything about service. I would hope that most Republicans would agree on that. So I think that is another huge problem with this amendment that would really undermine the ability of the military to do its job. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion?
Chairman.
Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, listen, this is a touchy subject because of our history. And to my colleague, of course, there was systemic racism in this country. When you think about 1 million African American, mostly men, that served in World War II, and then they come home to a country that doesn't welcome them. They come home to Jim Crow. They come home to a place where they can't eat where they want. They don't have the freedoms and the opportunities that other veterans had, and that is a shame. That was in 1945, and every day after that, it got a little bit better and a little bit better. And when you talk about recruiting, we do have a recruiting crisis, and we should absolutely 100% be recruiting from every pond and pool that we have available in this country. I fully support that. But merit's easy to, it may be hard to define, but it's easy to recognize. And I hate to use sports analogies in a serious topic like this, but there's many factors that go into, let's say, quarterback ratings. And it's interesting that the best quarterbacks have the highest ratings. And so when you're an employer, you can tell who your best employees are. And when you look at the higher the rank, the more the responsibility, and the more lives they are responsible for. So I would ask each member of this committee to hold yourself to the same standard that you would hold our military to. If you, God forbid, you needed life-saving brain surgery, it was you or one of your children or your spouse, you would have one standard for who that surgeon was going to be. You'd want the best. You wouldn't give a rat's nuggets about what they looked like, anything about what they were. You would want the best, who they were. Why can't we hold that, particularly when we're talking about general officers responsible for hundreds of thousands of lives in some instances? That's why merit has to be the preeminent consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Gentlelady Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of my colleagues seem to think that merit and diversity are mutually exclusive. It goes without saying that when someone is going for a promotion in leadership who is a person of color, they are highly likely extremely qualified, often overqualified. But I also want to point something out, too. We talked about the Jim Crow South, and like Congresswoman McClellan, my father joined the Army as a young man when it was segregated. President Truman desegregated it in 1948. But let's fast forward to 2024. 70% of young adults aged 17 to 35 said it was fairly important or very important for them to work for an organization committed to racial and ethnic equality. And to my colleague who quoted numbers about the high proportion of people of color who are in the military, that is absolutely true among the enlisted ranks. But we're talking about officers and people in other ranks as well. So here's the message that we don't want to send to young people who are considering the military as a profession. We don't want to tell them they're not welcome here. We don't want to tell them that we will not take their entire life experience into consideration. And I will make this point again. Merit and diversity are not mutually exclusive. They are considerations that we make about the whole soldier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Chair recognizes Mr. Bergman.
I yield to Representative Banks.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It's interesting, shocking really, that the ranking member of this committee doesn't believe that a service member who believes that they've been discriminated against because of the color of their skin doesn't have a right to defend themselves. Really shocking to hear any member of the committee, especially the ranking member, suggest that a service member doesn't have that, shouldn't have that right as is spelled out in this amendment language. With that, I yield back to my colleague.
Any further debate? Seeing none, so many is in favor of the amendment will say aye. 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 Opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And we have a recorded vote request. The recorded vote will occur but be postponed until a later time. We will now consider log number 3727R1 by Mr. Banks of Indiana. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would reform the admissions process at the military service academies by focusing on objective criteria and aligning the academies with the Supreme Court's ruling on affirmative action. This amendment requires the academies to admit students based on objective whole candidate scores, based on grades, college entrance exams, extracurriculars, and athleticism. And this provision prohibits discrimination in admissions based on race or ethnicity. Currently, all the military service academies use race and ethnicity as selection criteria for admissions. Not only does this violate the Constitution, it violates the military's long-standing meritocratic principles and undermines public confidence in our military. The military service academies are elite universities which train and educate the future leaders of our armed forces. We need the best and brightest cadets and midshipmen, regardless of their skin color or their ethnicity. ROTC already recruits from universities where race-based admission processes are banned. Officer candidate schools draw from a similar pool. Why shouldn't the service academies do the same? For our national security, we must uphold the ideals of our country and put hard work and service above all by restoring meritocracy to the service academies. I urge your support for this amendment. With that, I yield back.
All right. Mr. Horsford is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak against the proposed amendment, and I'm just going to speak to the fact that in June, the Supreme Court issued a fundamentally flawed decision in the Fair Admissions versus Harvard case. But even within that flawed decision, authored by Chief Justice Roberts and joined by all Republican-appointed justices, the Supreme Court created a carve-out for military academies based on the, quote, potentially distinct interest of taking race into account in their admissions. These potentially distinct interests that the Supreme Court alludes to are crucial for creating an inclusive and cohesive force that can fight today and tomorrow's battles. Today, my Republican colleagues are attempting to go further than what 6 conservative justices felt comfortable doing. This amendment would jeopardize the young talent that looks to serve at our nation's military academies. Even in February, when presented with the opportunity to decide on a case specific to the military academies, the Supreme Court did not do so. Once again, a conservative majority decided not to go as far as this amendment proposes. So it's unfortunate that today my colleagues on the other side are attempting to use this for whatever reason at the cost of young men and women. You know, one of the most honorable thing that I get to do in this role is when I get to call each of the young men and women, regardless of background, regardless of race, and to tell them that they're being formally nominated to the military academies. It's the most rewarding part of this job. And to those young men and women, I say, do not let this backwards amendment be a hindrance to your dreams. In my time in Congress, this is what I've enjoyed most, is nominating you to serve in our academies. You deserve to be there. We want these academies to be open and accessible and inclusive. It's an honor that has come with meeting young constituents and learning about the experience that have shaped them into the leaders that they are today. Many of those lived experiences have been shaped by their lived experience, including race and ethnicity, and have made them valuable additions to our academies. Since 1978, when the Supreme Court held that colleges and universities can administer race-conscious admission policies, our nation's schools, including our service academies, have been made better for it. So amendments like these do not address our national security issues. They do not promote the economic opportunity and security that joining the service can bring, and they definitely don't do anything to unify our nation and honor those who make the sacrifice to serve. Instead, these arguments will dissuade young people from applying to our service academies. So I urge my colleagues to stop using affirmative action as a cultural wedge issue to pit communities of color against one another, because our nation's greatest strength is, in fact, our diversity. While all who apply to our service academies are ready to serve our country, it is the whole of the person that makes them great leaders. Affirmative action is not radical, What is radical is denying our young people seeking to serve the opportunity to do so. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
I'm against DEI in our universities. I'm against DEI in our military. And for sure, I'm against DEI in the universities that exist to serve our military. And one of the worst incarnations of this DEI is race-based admissions. We should not have race-based admissions anywhere in the United States of America. And while the Supreme Court deferred that question, it's deferred to us, the policymakers. And our policies are best served when we have a system that is based on merit. Like, diversity is not the greatest strength of this country. Merit is. We are stronger because we've had the most meritorious ideas, the most entrepreneurial businesses, the best weapon systems, the bravest people. Like, there are a whole lot of pretty effective fighting forces throughout the time in human history that were highly capable and highly lethal, that weren't highly diverse. Not a lot says that that's the dispositive question on the battlefield. At the same time, while it's an honor for us to go and nominate folks to our service academies, an incredible honor, it's a stain on that honor when admissions isn't based on merit alone and on achievement alone. The reason it's an honor is because what you're telling a young person in your community is that their patriotism is worth a $500,000 investment from the U.S. taxpayer to advance their leadership opportunities and their service to the country. And when that's not because they're the best suited for it, but because we've embraced some race-based admission standard, I think it's indeed a stain on that honor. So I support Chairman Banks' amendment to get rid of race-based admissions at our military academies. I think he's done a great job rooting out a lot of DEI as chairman of our military personnel subcommittee, and I urge our Armed Services Committee to adopt the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. About 60 to 70% of students who enroll in our military academies are nominated by members of Congress. That gives, when you look at the numbers of who they appoint, it is disproportionately white. Right now, 74% of the nominations went to white students, even though 54% of the eligible student pool was white. Only about 8% went to Hispanic students, even though they make up 22% of the eligible pool. And only 6% went to Black students, even though that population is about 15% of the eligible pool. Do you really believe that merit is that disproportionate to the population? If so, we've got a bigger problem that we need to address. And what this amendment does, again, says you can't consider it at all. Does that mean that when I do my military service academy day, I can't go target students in State University? Would that be construed as making a decision based on race? Does that mean that I can't focus on trying to recruit more people to apply who are Black or Hispanic? We've got a problem in America we don't want to talk about. But burying our head in the sand and weaponizing DEI to score political points is not going to fix the problem of race in America. Focusing on making sure that our armed services reflects the diversity of the country it protects, and that the officer corps reflects the diversity of the country it protects, will make us stronger and will make us safer. And amendments like this are counterproductive and, quite frankly, offensive. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McClellan hit on some of my points, and that we all get to a point and make recommendations. And I will tell you, in my recommendation process, I never look at the race of the candidate. You ask how many I had apply, and based on race, and I get very few applicants that are African American, and it bothers me. I want you to know, it bothers me, and I say this only to bring back that reapportionment may have something to do with this, and the way things end up being so skewed one way or the other from the standpoint of who we see in our pools. I would suggest to you that we ought to take a look at who. There are a lot of members of Congress that don't take the nomination process serious. And Mr. Horsford, you said it's one of the biggest honors you have is calling your, for me too, it is. But we have members of Congress that don't even recommend or make nominations to the military academies. And I would just suggest to you that I think those people need to be called out. And I think that if we look at who's not making the nominations, that we would find a correlation there. And I don't want to make accusations. I want you to know it bothers me that I don't have more African American applicants going through the process. And when my son was playing high school football and I was talking to the coaches, I tried. And I think we can do better, but our pool's got to be bigger. I don't agree with it being the deciding factor, but I do agree that we need to do what we can to have more applicants. I'll yield, but I do think we should take a look at who's not actually making nominations to the academies, and that may solve some of the problems.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Naval Academy, and I just want to make it incredibly clear to all of the children out there who are considering applying to our service academies, and certainly to all of our service academies and then the people who go on into the fleet, that a lot of what I'm hearing here on this committee is in no way reflected in the fleet, because what I'm hearing here has such a horrible corrosive effect on morale and how you might feel as a Black member of our military. You might feel unwanted. That's kind of what I'm hearing across the aisle, is that is not who we want to make up our military force. And so to all, I just want to say to all of the people that are considering service that that's not what I hear reflected in our military. In fact, I had the real pleasure recently of speaking to the commanding officer of a group that is training future leaders. And what he said to me really resonated with me. He said, we are losing our qualitative military edge in many ways against many of our adversarial militaries. And yet the one area where we remain stronger than any other nation on earth is our people. It is our people that make us the greatest military on this earth. And he said, as he's training young leaders, that if you want to be a leader, he said, look, we train leaders here, and if you want to be a leader in our military, you need to be able to lead people who are a different race than you are, who are a different gender than you are, who express a different religious identity than you do, and who express their sexuality differently. And if you cannot lead those people, then you have no place in our military. So I think it's important for people to hear throughout our military that many people value your service, despite what you may be hearing occasionally from this committee, and I yield back.
Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, and I'm going to vote in favor of this for a number of reasons. And I'm Hispanic, and the country has given me, so much. And it's not because I'm Hispanic; it's because of what I can do. I find it offensive to me personally that somehow you think I need a helping hand. I don't need a helping hand. I can do it all myself. DEI, diversity. Yeah, I think diversity in America is great. Inclusion is great. Equity, there's the problem, all right? Because equity allows you to be inequitable. You can do anything you want in the name of equity, and that's not the American way. The American way is actually, hey, go out, get an education, work hard, and you know what? You'll be rewarded at the end, no matter who you are. And so, for me, I don't care who's in that fighter. I don't care what color, gender, et cetera they are. I just want them to be the best. And to say that somehow I got to give some group a leg up, also offensive, because everybody here can compete. Anybody in the United States can be anything they want to be. You can't be a colorblind society if you are color conscious. If that drives your decision, that means that you're not a colorblind society. And we need to get to a colorblind society where everybody knows that they can get to wherever they want through their own, sweat equity, intelligence, studying. I just find it amazing that, we need help. I need help. You need to give me a helping hand. Thank you very much. I don't need your helping hand. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Slotkin.
I think it's important, given that this amendment is trying to overturn what the Supreme Court enshrined a year ago, what Justice Roberts enshrined a year ago, which was keeping a reflection of diversity in receiving applicants into our service academies, where that came from. And I would offer that everyone who served in uniform on this committee has served under one of the 35 people, the 35 four-star generals, who wrote a letter, an amicus brief to the Supreme Court. Joe Dunford, Bill McRaven, Dick Myers, Mike Mullen, Hugh Shelton, people who served and were nominated and appointed under both Democratic and Republican administrations, 35 military leaders who told the Supreme Court in certain terms that if the court constrained our ability to recruit and retain a diverse officer corps, it would damage our ability to fight and win our nation's wars. Those retired officers wrote, quote, "History has shown that placing a diverse armed forces under the command of a homogeneous leadership is a recipe for internal resentment, discord, and violence. By contrast, units that are diverse across all levels are more cohesive, collaborative, and effective." So the author of the amendment and others who are supporting it, who have not served and led in these exact scenarios, are four-star leadership making this recommendation, and Justice Roberts listened to those leaders and even acknowledged their amicus brief specifically in the Supreme Court opinion, eliminating racial considerations for most admissions in our military academies. I just think that if we're trying to understand how to lead the best fighting force in the world, we need to listen to the people who have actually led the best fighting force. That's the collective 3- and 4-star generals of the last 35 years. They're represented in this brief. And I recommend that everyone check themselves before voting for this amendment. The idea that the system right now is based exclusively on merit with the numbers that we have in our officer corps does not reflect reality. So if you want to do something that protects the strength of the military, listen to the 3- and 4-star generals, listen to Chief Roberts, and I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all have our own unique experiences that form who we are and what our opinions are of this very controversial topic. I'm no stranger to that myself. Most of you know that I was in the military for over 20 years myself, and my first experience was applying for a scholarship for the Marines, which I lost to my high school buddy who happened to be African American because he was better than I was. He got the scholarship, not me. And the only person left in the military that's still around after all these years, because I'm getting old now, is a guy named Brian Kavanaugh, who's now a 3-star general, who happens to be African American because he got promoted faster than I because he was better than I was. There's my two experiences in the Marine Corps. What's interesting, as a Marine officer instructor who taught at Morehouse College, who taught at Clark Atlanta and Morris Brown before it was defunct, My experience was very difficult to keep my cadets in the ROTC unit when they went to do internships at Coke and they were offered huge sums of money because everybody wanted to recruit them. Everybody wants diversity. It's good for business, and it's good for the military too. I want diversity in the military. We should recruit accordingly. I really do. Absolutely put your focus on that and try to recruit the best people out there, because you're going to be competing against Coca-Cola and some of the best IT people and the best salespeople out there, because diversity is good for business and it's good for the military. But what I would hate to see is that somebody looks at my friend Calvin Austin or Brian Kavanaugh and says, man, you're there because you were a quota, not because you were that good. I want to see that they believe that these guys were better than me, that they deserved it because they're just that good. And that's been my experience, and that's what I want to make sure that when we say we believe in merit, I believe these guys are better. I believe that they are the best. And I believe that's why they got recruited, they got the scholarship, and they got the promotion that they deserved. And I don't think there's anything wrong with supporting a merit-based system based on that. And as a matter of fact, I think it would be really good if we focused on making people feel more patriotic about their country, about the flag, so they believe that they wanted to join the military, instead of thinking that it represents the worst of us. So I think our efforts should really be focused on going out there and recruiting the right people, recruiting diversity, making people feel good about this great country of ours and that it's worth defending. And that will be our best recruiting tool of all. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take great personal pride in nominating students from my district each year to the military service academies, an effort to undermine the ability of members of Congress to select academic candidates in their districts, the districts that I know best. I know my district better than anyone. And to suggest that I don't is harmful. Selection is already rigorous, merit-based process. Suggesting that a candidate score and the merit are not at the core of the process is misleading. I think one of our colleagues said it best. Merit and race are not mutually exclusive. And I really want to lean in to something that our Republican colleague from Georgia said. We should all be trying to do better outreach in trying to find the very best candidates to attend our military academy. When the Air Force Academy class is only 4% Black, you can't tell me that our military or our service academies spend too much time, too much money, or too much attention on diversity. We only can win when we have the very best players on the field. And there is no way you can tell me that 4% minority or 4% Black represents the very best that we could do. I submit to you, it does not. And given the level of vitriol in our comments today, I can only think that it will set back efforts to try to recruit the very best and brightest from my district. And that is truly worrisome to me. And not only is this amendment harmful, I think it's hateful. And I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I want to yield the rest of my time to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think some gentleman, Mr. Jimenez from Florida, said underlies a real misconception that that side of the aisle has about what equity is and what it isn't. Equity is not about giving someone a leg up. Equity is recognizing that for 350 years, Black men and women had a boot on their neck. That for 350 years, Black men and women weren't given access to the American dream. For 350 years, Black men and women were denied the ability to build generational wealth. We're denied the ability to educate their children. We're denied the ability to be chosen for merit. Equity is about first recognizing that fact and then doing something about it. And unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that when laws changed, a magic wand got rid of the inequity. It didn't. It didn't. But we have tools at our disposal we can use to address it in our education system, every system. And what this amendment does is say, we're not even going to allow you to consider what barriers somebody had in their way and whether they can be overcome. Because you fundamentally don't understand what equity is all about. And I hope at some point we can fix that. Thank you. I reel back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I have to say that our greatest strength in this country, greatest country history has ever known, isn't diversity, it's equal opportunity. And talent, skill, and ability comes in all shapes, sizes, and shades. And I was writing some notes a few minutes ago and wrote about, I think it's ironic in some sense because we seem to have the same goal, just two different pathways. And then I heard one talk about the fact that there are some members of this committee that don't want Americans of certain extractions to feel welcome in the military. And then my heart started racing and I got angry and my blood started boiling because that is a condescending, lazy, and wholly inaccurate, ludicrous, and absurd shot. That has no bearing whatsoever. I agree that we should be looking at the whole person and their experience, not their pigmentation. Because let's be very honest here, this country, I think, is far more classist than it is to do with having racial issues. For instance, you could have somebody that came from a very wealthy background, pampered, given all the opportunities and advantages, and they might happen to be African American. And you could have somebody, and there are folks like that, and there are other folks that have come from abject poverty, broken homes, abusive families, that could happen to be white. And in that particular instance, if you look at the whole person's experience, that's fine. But it shouldn't be that, in that case, the African American shouldn't given any advantage over that particular person that happens to be Caucasian. It's about their life experience. And we do root for the underdog in this country. And so when I heard vitriol and hateful in this committee, I haven't seen vitriol, I haven't seen hate. I've seen love of country, I've seen disagreements on occasion, and I've seen a lot of respect across the aisle. So I think that we should sharpen our comments and not devolve into some of these other committees that we all see, of which I sit on one. I know this is a delicate topic, and we should learn from the past. But one of my colleagues made a very good point, too, that if you want to recruit from all segments of our society, you're not going to fight for a country or serve a country if you don't believe in it. Believe that it is, on balance, good for the world. And you see it a lot, particularly on these college campuses of late, that there's not a love of country, there's a hate of country. You're not going to get anybody that's suspect, that has those kinds of suspicions about the United States of America to sign up and serve. So promoting patriotism is one way to solve this issue as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Squares.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to talk just briefly here on a success story of diversity in our military. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with the Navajo Code Talkers, but between 400 and 500 Native Americans helped win a number of decisive victories in World War II in the Pacific Theater, not because perhaps they on some type of meritocracy, but because they spoke languages that enabled us to encrypt messages that gave us an advantage against the Axis powers, which was incredibly important. Now, this primarily includes the Navajo, but it also includes the Lakota, the Muscogee, the Mohawk, Comanche, Tlingit, Hopi, Cree, and Crow soldiers. They were chosen to serve our military based on the merits of who they were and the language that they spoke. Now, I would argue that when we talk about diversity in our armed forces, it also about gelling together with folks that represent a diverse nation together, that can speak similar languages, that share different experiences, that offer different opportunities. Now, when we operate in places across the world, we need folks who speak the language of the countries that we operate in. We need folks who are going to lead troops and lead in those missions, in those places, because they can speak the language and they understand the culture and they know how to deal with those appropriately culturally. So I would argue that diversity makes us stronger. Now, the Navajo Code Talkers were not honored until 1968. They were not honored until 1968. Most of them are gone today, but we honor their service because they helped us win the toughest war this country's ever fought, and it was because diversity made us stronger, and that continues to be the story today. We just have to look at it from that perspective of different races, different experiences, different ethnicities that make this country stronger. So I oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yield.
Chair recognizes gentleman Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this discussion that we're having. I think it's important. Some of you have probably seen on Instagram a post of a line drawing that's done in pen and ink. And you're asked to look at this drawing and you see a tree. But then when you look closer, you see two old people kissing. I think that's where we are with race relations in America right now. We have the same picture, but different perspectives and different lenses that we're looking at. And where we're asked to see something a different way, there might be a hesitancy towards that, but the image is definitely there. And so I don't want to take away anything, any of the arguments made by the other side of the aisle. Ms. McClellan, I have the utmost respect for you. I think there is a disparity in our military academies right now. But I don't think it's disproportionate to necessarily who we represent. In the 4th District of Missouri, I represent 772,047 people. And I don't care if they're Democrat, Republican, independent, agnostic, they all get the same service from our offices. And so it's the same with our military academy appointments. The greatest pleasure that I have had as a freshman congressman is to be able to call up the 6 individuals this year and tell them that your life is going to be changed forever because you are going to a military academy. We have very skilled panelists on our panel. Frank Cavuti, a lieutenant colonel, U.S. Air Force retired. Andrew Swedberg, lieutenant colonel, U.S. Army. Perry Johnson, commander, U.S. Navy, captain of U.S. Coast Guard. And Grace Townsend, working with our office, who's also a veteran, who coordinates this. You know, not one time has race ever come up. And I don't even know the race of the individuals when I call them. I've looked at the information, I've looked at the recommendations from the panelists. But it's based solely on, are they mentally fit? Are they physically fit? Do they have the gumption to stick with it, to be a good investment for our taxpayers of this $500,000 education? I think this is something that we have to look at. I agree with Mr. Scott. How do we increase minority participation? How do I get, we're struggling all the time. We've got this great academies that we're trying to get people into, and we sometimes getting people even to file these applications. Maybe that's on us to do a better job. And I'm going to take the information that we are talking about here today, and I'm going to try to do a better job of that. But I want to say something in regards to what Ms. Sherrill says. And ma'am, I don't know you, but the intimation I got from your statement was that some on our committee do not want Black Americans in our military. And I'm sorry if I misunderstood that, but I want to make one thing very clear if anyone's out there listening right now or watching. I don't care what color you are or where you're from, we want you and we need you in our military. We have only 9% of American young people right now having any interest in joining the military. And we are up against some serious foes in the future. We've got to get our act together as Americans. We've got to be able to see both drawings inside that Instagram. We've got to do better as a nation. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recognize that this is an extended discussion, but one, I think it's important, and two, I want to be clear who introduced this topic and who decided to bring this up. I think that is also important. It's incredibly disappointing, having served, having graduated from one of our service academies, now representing one of our service academies, that rather than focusing our collective time on the real wars happening and preparing for, God forbid they have to go into them, we are continuing to fight culture war BS. It's disappointing, especially given the comments my colleagues have made, reminding us of the Supreme Court's explicit carve-out. You heard from Mr. Horsford and Ms. Slotkin compellingly, but I think it's important to reiterate. Certainly not a radical conservative Justice Roberts calling out a, quote, distinct interest. So what is that distinct interest? I think we can all agree and acknowledge that implicit in that was national security, keeping our country safe, keeping Americans safe, creating the most lethal fighting force on the planet. What goes into that? That's the work of this committee, as we know, training, equipment, but cohesion, which some of my colleagues have mentioned, is so critical to that. And foundational to cohesion, I believe, as did all the senior ranking officers mentioned by Ms. Slotkin, is an officer corps reflective of the troops that they're going to lead in harm's way, whose trust they have to earn. And my colleagues who have served in uniform, regardless of party, you know when you look your soldier in the eye and you have to ask them to do something incredibly dangerous and risky, it is about trust. That's not exclusively built, of course, on any one factor, but to take any factor away from the ability to build trust and cohesion will absolutely do harm to our national security. For example, right now in the Army, Black and Latino troops represent 38% of our enlisted service members in the Army. Through much work in progress, now 20% of our officer corps in the Army are Black and Latino, 17% of general officers. As many have said, that has not happened by accident. It's happened with work and a commitment to have the troops being led by those who can identify with them across multiple dimensions. I believe, and I think many of my colleagues as well, not only is this the morally right thing to do, but is practically and materially strengthens our force out of many one, to the points about patriotism, is something I think we can all agree as Americans. So this, again, in closing, is a deliberate decision in introducing this amendment to take us backwards to a time where we were much further from the goals outlined in our Constitution that I fought for, and I think many of us did as well. And I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The balance of time, I want to yield it to my Naval Academy colleague, Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I'll add, and I associate myself with your remarks and so many others in opposition to the amendment. I'll add one piece of this, and I say this as, you know, a Naval Academy grad, but also someone who interviewed applicants to the Naval Academy before my time in Congress, and like my colleagues here, I have the great honor now of nominating folks. People come to seek out an academy appointment from different walks of life, from different backgrounds, from different wealth in their homes. They may experience sexism or racism or whatever else they might have gone through, and that matters to their ability To succeed, it matters to whether they might not have had the same advantages of others, but have the potential to succeed. And one piece of this in particular in the amendment that I think goes quite another direction of locking in advantage is the requirement in the amendment that 30%, at least 30% of the composite score for admissions has to be standardized testing, when we know the health of a child's family is strongly determinative and correlates with their SAT scores in particular. So it's locking in advantage for rich kids that others just don't have that same opportunity and might be able to succeed if they're given a chance. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Beasy.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion. We need to. I think that is obviously the reason why we're here. And I just want to touch on one of the most influential names in politics died last year, and it didn't get a lot of coverage in the media. But Kevin Phillips died, and he was Richard Nixon's key man on race. And he had a quote that I think that we're still living with today, because although we're past a lot of the bad things that happened during the 60s, we're certainly dealing with a lot of the after effects of it. And he said the whole secret of politics, it's who. And that's why we're discussing this. You know, my good friend from North Texas, Mr. Fallon, you know, he talked about football and about how it's pure meritocracy in football. But I remember when Mr. Fallon was playing football, and people didn't think that his quarterback could play in the NFL. And his quarterback went to go play in the Canadian Football League because there was this mentality that blacks did not have the intelligence to play NFL football. And I think from the ranking member's alma mater, there may have been just Warren Moon. He may have been out there all by himself. But that was like it. And that was something that was, people think that was a long time ago. People think that was in the 50s and 60s. No, in the 1980s, people didn't think that blacks had the intelligence to play quarterback and that we couldn't read offenses. And people had to start talking about that and discussing it. And the NFL had to put in protocols. What asking the military to do is just look at ways how they can increase diversity. What worries me about this amendment the most, honestly, is to me it looks like this could also hurt people that live in more agrarian societies and in more rural states. If we're looking at these composite scores and things like that, because you think it's only going to hurt black people and that it's not going to affect your election, your electoral outcome, but it certainly could. The other reason why I'm going to oppose this amendment, again, you know, we need to study our history more. Back during the Vietnam War, one of the things that the Viet Cong would do routinely is that they would send messages out telling black soldiers, why are you fighting? Why are you out here? You're going back to America and be told to sit in the back of the bus. You're going to go back to America and be told that you can't marry whoever you're dating. You're going to go back to America and be told all these things. And there was real concern on the Republican and Democratic side, both aisles, that that message was going to resonate and that this communist influence was going to be spread into the United States because we could not handle our own act good enough at home. We don't want to go back to that because I guarantee you if something goes down, and hopefully we'll never see anything on the scale of Vietnam or World War II ever again. Hopefully that won't happen. But I guarantee you that we're not going to be having this discussion because all of us, Republican and Democrats that are sitting in this room, whether we're in office or out of office, just like I mentioned before in previous discussions about the Negro soldier in the 1940s that the military begged Frank Capra to produce to try to get blacks to become more involved because we were living in the middle of discrimination. If something goes down, we ain't going to even be having this discussion. We're going to all be on the same page. We're going to be like, well, how can we get more black officers? Because the people in European communists or China communism, they're using this rhetoric saying that there aren't enough black officers, and so why should black people be fighting this war? So that's what's going to happen. So let's just be realistic, honest, and admit that this is about politics. And I want to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Horsford of Nevada. Mr.
Thank you. I just want to point out that no one on the other side has refuted the U.S. Supreme Court's decision, which was led by Chief Justice Roberts, providing for this potentially distinct interest exclusion regarding our military academies and what your amendment would do to overturn your Supreme Court's decision on this issue. Secondly, no one is lowering the bar to get into the military academies. We know it's rigorous, and it's becoming more rigorous. I've had applicants who have been denied and who have tried 2 and 3
Chair now
times
recognizes gentlelady Ms.
and
Escobar.
gone through prep academies.
Gentleman's time's expired. Ms. Escobar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to associate myself with the remarks of my HASC Democratic colleagues on this issue. I have yet to hear a problem articulated by the other side of the aisle with regard to why we need this workaround for a Supreme Court decision. What I have heard some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle say is that you embrace diversity. I've heard a couple of you say you embrace diversity. You want to see that diversity. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle even said he's looking for ways in his own district to increase diversity. This would have the opposite effect. This would not address those challenges articulated by those colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This would only make that challenge far greater. I think it is really unfortunate that we are having to spend so much time talking about this issue of how we eliminate, or actually how we work around a decision by the Supreme Court that is in place in order to ensure that our service academies create the diversity that represents our great nation and that will open doors for all of our future leaders in different parts of the country. I represent an incredible community that is 85% Latino, that is economically disadvantaged, and the young people in my community have very different opportunities or lack thereof than people their age in other communities. We have to recognize the inherent inequity that exists in our country, and instead of trying to move the clock backward, we and seeking avenues and ways to ensure that every great young woman and man in our country has the opportunities that some of you articulated you'd like to see expanded. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Stephen Horsford.
Thank you to my colleague from Texas. I just wanted to reiterate, and I hope we all agree, and I would love to work with my colleagues on the other side to figure out a way that we can all improve our outreach, our engagement, because this is actually one of the difficult areas. One of our subcommittees looked into this specific issue about recruitment into our military academies. But I just wanted to underscore that we have the rigor for military academies is high. And there's somehow an assumption that when you look at diversity, that means there's less rigor. They still have to meet the minimum requirements to get in. And I've had applicants from every background, of every race, who have not gotten in their first time, their second time, their third time. But they go to prep academies, they do the work during the interim, and they reapply. That is how great the people of America are. They don't give up on their hopes and their dreams. And so we have to keep these open and available in a way that's inclusive for everyone. And again, I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and let's do the right thing and promote our military academies for everybody.
Before I yield back, I would just ask those colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have expressed an interest in maintaining diversity in our service academies and who have actually said they seek ways to increase diversity in our academies to plead against this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
There's no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Banks. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed to a later date.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
Well, he wasn't trying to remain a little subtle. He was trying to remain secretive. This is an individual who failed to uphold his duties, and he basically vacated the seat without letting anyone know. Even Deputy Secretary Hicks, who was on vacation in Puerto Rico, did not know that she'd assumed his duties. Now you've got 5 to 6 days that we don't know what the incapacitation was for Secretary Lloyd, while we are seeing these increased attacks that we just talked about. We talk about the idea of not just striking and attacking the Houthi rebels, but also the fact that that shipping lane carries 12% of global trade, a majority of that for the United States. So this is an attempt to also disrupt us. And so I have, submitted my impeachment articles long ago in August of last year. I think that the Republican House needs to take up these articles of impeachment, and we need to go forward with a dereliction of duty hearing. I think that we can look at the 2021 Afghan botched withdrawal, the failure to get status of forces agreements, the 33,000 recruitment deficit, and also his inability to allow the administration to know what's going on as reasoning for us to take this up and impeach him with bipartisan support.
Welcome back to Firebrand. He's calling for impeachments and hearings regarding Secretary Lloyd Austin not upholding his duties as the Secretary of Defense. It's Congressman Florida man and Firebrand, Corey Mills, my good friend, who's joining us here on Firebrand. You made big news last year. You saw this guy, Lloyd Austin, for what he was, a phony, a fraud. You called him out like I've never seen a member of Congress speak to a Secretary of Defense, and that's a lot coming from me. I want to get into what's going on with the Secretary of Defense, what's going on more broadly in the Middle East, because you know a great deal about that region of the world. But first, just, you're in your first term here in Congress. You represent the great state of Florida. You have chosen to lead from the front of this fight. You take direct action, rescuing Americans from some of the most dangerous places in the world. Like, how would you answer the question on the street to a person in a minute or two about, like, how did Corey Mills come to be in the United States Congress?
I mean, look, it's a God thing. Every single thing that I've done in my life, whether it was coming from a broken home, whether it was serving in the military, whether it was building successful businesses, I mean, it all basically was on a pathway that was set for me. So for me, it's kind of like the C.S. Lewis thing. It's like the talents, right? So it's taking what I have, my capacity, capabilities and stuff, and basically being able to apply that and make it forward, because when we all meet our maker, I want to be able to say, are you proud of what I've done with all the things that you blessed me with.
And give us a little sense of your personal military experience and record to the extent that you can.
So served in the 82nd Airborne Division for a long time, served on a scout reconnaissance team, was a member of the Joint Special Operations Command and Iraq invasion in 2003, served a little bit of time with the State Department as well as for other agencies. So I spent 7 years in Iraq. I spent 3 years in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, North Somalia area, lived out in Kenya for a little bit. So quite a bit of time overseas and speak fluent Arabic.
So you know the region, you know the players, you know the military, the bureaucracy, the interagency process. And I took note of early in your congressional career, you sussed out Lloyd Austin. And by the way, every single person in our military, even at the high end of it under Joe Biden, isn't a bad person, isn't a bad strategist, but you seem to think that this guy in particular didn't have it. How did you know?
Well, one, I've talked to people who've actually served under Lloyd Austin when he was a flag officer, and they've talked about the fact that most of his promotions was part of that kind of the diversity, portion of this. I mean, that's the honest truth from many of the commanders who had actually served with him. Now you fast forward into what has he done since he's become the Secretary of Defense. He's failed horribly in prioritizing the things like being ready, having us have the right equipment, making sure that we're prioritizing increased lethality. Instead, we're on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which has resulted in 33,000 plus people who no longer want to serve in our recruitment deficit, plus the 9,600 people who are unconstitutionally purged for refusing the vaccine for religious or medical freedom reasons.
Yeah, where's their inclusion?
Exactly.
They seem to be missing out on the inclusion part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion, because if you were a patriotic American, a devout Christian, someone of any faith that had a legitimate basis to seek an exemption, you got totally screwed. You were excluded explicitly. So we go through all this. Lloyd Austin screws up the vax mandate. You were very critical of the Afghanistan stuff. And here's what the Lloyd Austin defenders would say on the Afghanistan withdrawal. Well, that was the State Department's fault. We weren't real, we would have done it differently, but really at the end of the day, the White House listened to Blinken and the State Department and this belief that there would be this durable Afghan government led by Ghani or whomever,
which they knew was never the case.
Yeah, well, it was a patina. It was just a money laundering operation with a lot of those guys.
Well, but it has been for a long time. I think the further investigation after we remove people like Secretary of Austin, who has a dereliction of duty, we need to be doing investigations into these defense contractors who is responsible for the training, like MPRS or any of the others, and saying, you were giving reports to say that this battalion was ready to fight and had the necessary sustainability. Clearly that was wrong. Were you feeding bad intel to continue your contracts or continue to try and bleed the government dry? There's a bigger portion of this that we need to be looking at outside of procurement reform and how the military-industrial complex works. This needs to be about people who are signing up to do a job that are not scared to tell the president when he's right and when he's wrong. Secretary Lloyd had no escalation of force. He had no rules of engagement, and that's what resulted in 13 heroes losing their lives and 13 new brave Gold Star families.
And do you think they've fixed it? Because I'm looking at what we've got going on in the Red Sea right now, and we've got a lot of force posture there. And are we setting up for some Gulf of Tonkin moment as a consequence of just poor decision making at the tactical level?
I mean, it's poor decision at the tactical level, but it's really, as Secretary Gaetz said when Biden was vice president, he's wrong on 100% of foreign policy. This is, the result of the Houthis increasing their attacks was when they got delisted as a terrorist organization. The increase in funding in mid-range ballistic missiles is because Iran has the largest oil revenue that they've ever had. So we have to start, instead of treating the symptoms, we have to recognize the disease. The disease is Joe Biden and his failed foreign policies. We have to look at Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea and their geopolitical alignment. But to your point, we also have to address the fact that 12% of global shipping goes to the Suez Canal, of which we're a large importer of, and that this is an actual attempt by the Houthis, by Iran, and by China to disrupt commerce for America.
So you believe the American people have a specific, definable interest vis-a-vis global shipping in the Suez Canal?
I absolutely do. Look, the bottom line is we become way too reliant on adversarial nations like China. We're continuing to water ourselves down by doing what we just did last year, which is the $14.4 billion sale of our last and largest steel manufacturer. So, yes, we have a national security interest and an economic interest when it comes to the global shipping lanes.
Yeah, apparently Blinken is stuck in Davos right now. We got a lot of people on the live chat saying, leave him there. Maybe they can have him. He's comfortable with the globalist elites. So we have this eruption of conflict. You talk about the interconnectivity of what's going on in the world. And then Lloyd Austin goes to get a medical procedure, does not disclose that to the White House or the president, doesn't really set up the next person in command to even come off of a vacation. And now a lot of people are looking back to the articles of impeachment that you originally filed against Lloyd Austin, and folks are starting to ask some really tough questions. Sasha, put up the tweet from Congressman Chris DeLuzio. This is a Democrat congressman on the House Armed Services Committee where Representative Mills and I do a lot of our work. And here it is. I've lost trust in Secretary Austin's leadership of the Defense Department due to the lack of transparency about his recent medical treatment and his impact on the continuity on the chain of command. I have a solemn duty in Congress to conduct oversight of the Department of Defense through my service on the House Armed Services Committee. That duty today requires me to call on Secretary Austin to resign. So here is a House Democrat on our committee calling for that resignation. Your reaction?
Well, look, DeLuzio is exactly right. Not only was there a violation of protocol, which is the Rule 3349, which allows the people to announce a vacancy if they're going under any type of medical procedure. The presidents do it when they do colonoscopies or whatever the case may be. But the other thing is that we had a national security breach. We've got attacks increasing like we've not seen at any point in time in Syria and Iraq. And just want to point out the fact that both you and I fought to repeal the authorization of use of military force, the AUMFs that was keeping our troops there since 01-02, which is being wrongfully and being abused for the wrong reasons. But the whole point is that you've got increased attacks, you've got the shipping lanes and commerce and economic trade that's getting threatened, you've got an increase in China's rhetoric about the unification to take Taiwan, and meanwhile, for 5 days, you have the Secretary of Defense who doesn't tell anyone, to include Deputy Secretary Hicks, who's on vacation in Puerto Rico, that she's now assumed his duties. So during those missile attacks, those counterattacks, my question is, who is authorizing those attacks whenever you got no one at the helm?
And God forbid the plan doesn't go exactly according to plan, as you well know. Some of these attacks can, there can be problems in targeting. I mean, let's keep in mind, this is the crew that went and bombed some family on their way to a barbecue in Afghanistan and told the rest of us it was a good kill. It was a virtuous strike on a terrorist. So they don't nail it every time. And the fact that this guy's being totally not transparent about this, you got someone who did some of the most intense work like you. You've got Democrat Congressman DeLuzio and even Seth Moulton, Democrat congressman from Massachusetts, former Democrat presidential contender, also on the House Armed Services Committee. Here's what Congressman Moulton had to say.
What he did is completely unacceptable. I can't imagine that happening at the lowest levels of the military chain of command, like where I was as a mere lieutenant, platoon commander in Iraq. I can't even imagine it happening when I was a 15-year-old busboy. I mean, if I was going to be out for a week, I had to tell my boss. So this is a major breakdown in the chain of command, and the commander-in-chief needs to make a decision here. It's up to the president as to whether he fires Secretary Austin, but I tell you what, he needs to send a decisive message that this is never going to happen again.
What would you do? I'm curious. If you had to make the call,
if I were the president of the United States, I would fire him in about 5 minutes.
So here we are with a Joe Biden crime family that not a single Democrat will stand up against. There's not a single Democrat that will vote to impeach Joe Biden over the bribes that we've shown. We have an open border where we have 8 million people we've let in, and there's not a single Democrat that will vote to impeach Mayorkas over the open border. But here, to their credit, and I don't always agree with Moulton and DeLuzio, disagree with them more frequently than not. But when you have two Democrats willing to step up and say, this is unacceptable, I would fire him, he should resign, then the question becomes, what is the Republican response? You've laid out the protocols, the procedures in a very kind of dispassionate, matter-of-fact way. And we have, from the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, a strongly worded letter to Lloyd Austin. This comes from Mike Rogers, who is from the state of Alabama, a Republican. And in this letter, Chairman Rogers asks 9 really good questions regarding the occurrences of any sedation or general anesthesia, regarding any orders or instructions to other people in the Defense Department, regarding the hospitalization or medical condition, regarding the authorities that were given to Deputy Secretary Hicks, who, by the way, was on vacation in Puerto Rico, as Corey Mills pointed out, and really an overall accounting of all official actions. Let me give you this take. When you have two Democrats calling for the firing or resignation of the leader of the United States Defense Department, and you are in a global era of erupting conflict, as Corey Mills just laid out, a strongly worded letter is insufficient. It is necessary, but insufficient. We should be holding hearings right now, this week, in the committee that Moulton and DeLuzio and Mills and Gaetz all serve on to find out what the hell happened and who's making the decisions. Because as you just heard Corey say, this stuff isn't over. We're still in the kill zone with a lot of people in the Middle East right now, and I think the Pentagon is in shambles over this. So, I guess you've asked Lloyd Austin some of the toughest questions in committee. If you had Lloyd Austin or a senior Defense Department official before us in a hearing, which should happen, which should already be happening, what would you ask? What are you going to drill down on?
Look, when I asked him in our last hearing about what is willful dereliction of duty, I read the definition. He acknowledged it. I asked if some of the things, and he didn't know I was reading his own resume, but I asked if you would have removed an officer for dereliction of duty based on these principles. He said, yes, I would. Now, this furthers my argument on my impeachment articles from last year that was filed, which I still don't know why the Speaker is refusing to take up or our committee chairman is refusing to start investigating. This is a willful dereliction of duty. It's not as if he didn't know what he was doing. He vacated his seat, didn't have responsibility, had no continuity, and committed a national security breach. And meanwhile, he's allowed to still consider himself to be Secretary of Defense. If any of his officers or even his deputies would have done what he done, he would have had him removed. But he thinks he's above the law.
One of the key questions that the Mike Rogers letter asks is whether or not other people in the Defense Department were involved in this concealment. And that's a really important question, right? Because I do think it's appropriate to say, well, if I'm making a personal choice, maybe it doesn't fit in with work, but once I start to involve others in the cover-up.
But we know that there was.
Exactly.
Because his staffer called the ambulance and asked for it to be subtly, turn the sirens off, turn the lights off. Look, this wasn't about subtlety, as the 911 called. It was about secrecy and him withholding information that is pertinent to national security.
So this headline we get from the Daily Beast, Lloyd Austin's secret ambulance request revealed in audio of 911 call. And let's go ahead and take a listen to that audio that the Congressman Mills just pointed out.
911, where is your emergency?
Tonight, the 911 call just obtained by CBS News reveals an aide to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin asked the dispatcher to keep the emergency discreet.
Can I ask, but can the ambulance not show up with lights and sirens? We're trying to remain a little subtle.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, usually when they turn into a residential neighborhood, they'll turn them off, but they're required by law to run with them with the main street.
The operator then asks for details about Austin's condition.
Did he pass out, or does he feel like he's going to pass out?
No. I'm just curious if we need them to take him to Walter Reed Medical. Is that a possibility?
Let them know that when they get there. Like I said, I'm noting all this in the call.
The 911 call adds to questions about why President Biden did not find out about Austin's hospitalization for 3 days. Neither did his deputy, who had taken over Austin's duties while she was on vacation in Puerto Rico.
We're back live with Congressman Corey Mills. Climo on Rumble wants to know if there were any umbrella drinks in Puerto Rico with the person that was running our Defense Department while Lloyd Austin was comatose. And National Interest on YouTube wants to know if he can be arrested for desertion.
Well, I think that desertion is definitely something, but to answer Clenmo's, she was probably having Mai Tais the same way that Joe Biden has ice cream in the White House. So this is the problem. We literally have a vacancy at 1600 and a vacancy at the Pentagon during a time when all our adversaries are running amok, when we're running towards economic collapse, when Congress can't get their shit together. We really need to face the facts that we're in a worse position than we've ever been. And that's why both you and I know you were just out in Iowa as well, but that's why we have to have President Trump back in office. We need him now more than ever from a military, diplomatic, and economic perspective. And I tell you, we have to get accountability for the American people. That's why I ran. That's why, I promised that I was going to come up here and be a fighter. Austin's my first target. The border is the most important issue. But if we're unwilling to actually get that done, let's take out Austin for his dereliction of duty and his desertion.
Yeah, and there's over 200 Republicans Like, we can get a smart team to dig into these facts. I mean, isn't it embarrassing that the Daily Beast did better oversight over the Pentagon than we did?
But Matt, I mean, you know this all too well, and I'm not interrupting. Everyone talks about the fact that Republicans have the majority. Let me just go ahead and clear the air. If your definition of having the majority is having an R next to your name and counting and tallying those up and saying, okay, you have the majority, then you're not focused on what's actually happening, which is the ideological alignments. If you're not a true constitutionalist, you're not a true conservative, but you're a Republican from the old guard, we don't have the majority. That's why in most of the real tough votes that protect the American people, there's 21 of us, 73 of us. Maybe we get to an 80-plus, stance when it comes to things like blocking FISA that's been violated 287,000 times. But the reality is that we have the numbers if you look at the R's next to us, but ideologically, as conservatives who want to fight for the American people, we are not the majority.
And we see that play out not just in lackluster oversight at times, but in how we are funding the government. And I want to turn our attention to that next. Let's put up the Jake Sherman tweet from Punchbowl News reporting that the stopgap funding bill, which is the pending business in the Senate, is riding on H.R. 2872, the Permanent Electronic Duck Stamp Act. So let's set the stage here. We have a bill that we've sent over to the Senate where duck hunters have agreed to pay a little bit extra when engaged in migratory duck hunting over certain species so that that can go into various conservation funds to support ducks and duck hunting. Okay, I'm not a duck hunter. I love duck hunters, great people, but this seemed to be a pretty non-controversial, agreed upon. The hunters liked it. The conservation community liked it. Duck hunting stamps, yay. And they are adding as an amendment to that bill the funding of the entire government of the United States through March. And I'm looking at this saying, like, this is no way to fund the government, and it's not even the right way to pass a duck hunting bill. So we fought hard throughout this Congress to try to change the way business is done. And this just looks like the same swampy nonsense to me where we are punting. We are kicking the can down the road, and so you can share with all the folks watching from Florida and around the country what you think about how we're approaching government funding, because it seems deeply unserious to me.
Well, it is unserious, and again, we're continuing to not look at things like we voted for in rules, the germaneness. I'm not sure what the Duck Stamp Act has to do with everything else. We talked about 12 single-point appropriation bills. We talked about going through committees of jurisdiction and making sure that we had regular order. Why did we fight so hard for all these things if it's going to constantly be waived or dismissed? People need to understand, this is not D.C. as usual. I have never voted for a CR. I never will. I will vote for 12 single-point appropriation bills, but not looking at these minimal cuts that they think that they're making in there. The reality is that, and I've explained this, of every dollar we borrow, and it's borrowed because we didn't make it, of every dollar we borrow, we got 73 cents on average that's already pre-allocated to our mandatories that we're scared to reform to improve and preserve. And then you've got roughly 11 cents of every dollar that is just going towards servicing our interest payments, which is going to be like $844 billion next year on our $34 trillion deficit, which means that
I think it'll be more. I think it'll be over 900 because I think a lot of this
national
debt is
defense spending level.
Well, because think about all the debt that we financed at lower interest rates that's now rolling off that we have to refinance at higher.
No, you're absolutely right. But my whole point is that in the reality of things, when you eliminate defense, you eliminate interest rates, you eliminate mandatories, we're all fighting over the idea that, we're going to cut 20, 30%. Yeah, of the available 8 cents that you actually have available to you with zero economic growth strategy. If you are a business owner today, you know it's simple math. Account receivables have to exceed account payables, the same as our GDP to national debt ratio. And you can't cut your way to profitability. You have to grow through prosperity. And the person who understood that, who got tax reform in play, was President Donald J. Trump. And we saw more IRS revenue come in than ever before. The Democrats failed to acknowledge the fact that we have $5 trillion that comes in available revenue. But now it's like anyone else, when they start making a new paycheck, they're like, well, I've got more money, so therefore I can spend more. Well, when you're spending at $7.5 trillion, taking in 5, driving up our inflation rates, driving up consumer suppression, that's why we are where we are. I won't vote for a CR. I've never voted for a CR. I don't care if it's an omnibus, minibus, or a short bus. I am not going to continue to do the DC dance.
No, it only leads to one thing, and it's more despair and higher prices for the American people. He laid it out perfectly. Glad to have you. And we do want to pay attention to what's going on with all the folks out in Davos right now. And I've been watching it. I've been paying attention. And what I want to do, I want to close out the show. Representative Mills and I have to roll back to some additional votes we have this afternoon. But I want to give you a taste of what you heard from Melee, the newly elected leader with a populist nationalist spirit from South America. He gets up and drops the hammer on these globalists in the World Economic Forum. President Melee of Argentina. Take a listen.
Today, I'm here to tell you that the Western world is in danger. And it is endangered because those who are supposed to have to defend the values of the West are co-opted by a vision of the world that inexorably leads to socialism and thereby to poverty. Unfortunately, in recent decades, motivated by some well-meaning individuals willing to help others, and others motivated by the wish to belong to a privileged caste, the main leaders of the Western world have abandoned the model of freedom for different versions of what we call collectivism. We're here to tell you that collectivist experiments are never the solution to the problems that afflict the citizens of the world. Rather, they are the root cause. Do believe me, no one better placed than us, Argentines, to testify to these 2 points. When we adopted the model of freedom back in 1860, in 35 years we became a leading world power. And when we embraced collectivism over the course of the last 100 years, we saw how our citizens started to become systematically impoverished, and we dropped to spot number 140 globally. They say that capitalism is evil because it's individualistic, and that collectivism is good because it's altruistic. Of course, with the money of others. So they therefore advocate for social justice. But this concept, which in the developed world became fashionable in recent times, in my country has been a constant in political discourse for over 80 years. The problem is that social justice is not just, and it doesn't contribute either to the general well-being. Quite on the contrary, it's an intrinsically unfair idea because it's violent. It's unjust because the state is financed through tax. And taxes are collected coercively. Or can any one of us say that they voluntarily pay taxes? Which means that the state is financed through coercion, and that the higher the tax burden, the higher the coercion, and the lower the freedom. And it should never be forgotten that socialism is always and everywhere an impoverishing phenomenon that has failed in all countries where it's been tried out. It's been a failure economically, socially, culturally, and it also murdered over 100 million human beings. Fortunately, there's more and more of us who are daring to make our voices heard, because we see that if we don't truly and decisively fight against these ideas, the only possible fate is for us to have increasing levels of state regulation, socialism, poverty, and less freedom, and therefore will be having worse standards of living. I would like to leave a message for all business people here and for those who are not here in person but are following from around the world. Do not be intimidated either by the political class or by parasites who live off the state. Do not surrender to a political class that only wants to stay in power and retain its privileges. You are social benefactors. You're heroes. You're the creators of the most extraordinary period of prosperity we've ever seen. Let no one tell you that your ambition is immoral. If you make money, it's because you offer a better product at a better price, thereby contributing to general well-being. Do not surrender to the advance of the state. The state is not the solution. The state is the problem itself. You are the true protagonists of this story. And rest assured that as from today, Argentina is your staunch, unconditional ally. Thank you very much, and long live freedom. Damn it.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz was one of the very few members in the entire Congress who bothered to stand up against permanent Washington on behalf of his constituents.
Matt Gaetz right now, he's a problem for the Democratic Party, and he can cause a lot of hiccups in passing of laws. So we're going to keep running those stories to keep hurting him.
If you stand for the flag and kneel in prayer, if you want to build America up and not burn her to the ground, then welcome, my fellow patriots. You are in the right place. This is the movement for you.
You ever watch this guy on television? It's like a machine. Matt Gaetz.
I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way.
Welcome back to Firebrand. We are broadcasting live out of room 2021 of the Rayburn House office building on the Capitol Complex here in Washington, D.C. What a week it has been. I've got updates regarding the debt limit negotiations that are happening right now. Also, important information regarding the abuses that the federal government has been engaged in. I hope you watched the FBI whistleblowers episode that we put up yesterday. It went through all the key parts of that testimony, but we're getting even more news about how the FBI is breaking the confines of their authorities, particularly regarding FISA. When the FBI gets to go before secret courts, it seems as though that's when we get the worst behavior. Who could imagine? But before we get to that, why is it that the Department of Defense and their leadership just cannot be straight about stuff, especially the wokeness? Time and again, they say, oh, well, we're not teaching critical race theory in our academies. Then you show them the critical race theory curriculum. They say, oh, we're not aggrandizing socialism. Then you show where they're having pro-socialism literature in their required reading for the National Defense University. And most recently, we had to get to the absurdity of the United States military hosting drag shows on military bases. I asked Secretary of Defense Austin about that recently in the House Armed Services Committee, and you just have to watch this clip, listen to this clip with an eye toward how detached this man is from reality. Take a listen.
I guess my question is, how much taxpayer money should go to fund drag queen story hours on military bases?
You know, drag queen story hours is not something that the department funds.
Well, wait a second. That's actually not what the record seems to suggest. You were going to fund one at Ramstein Air Force Base. That one got canceled, but that's DOD insignia. That's a drag queen story hour for children. Then also at Malmstrom Air Force Base outside of Great Falls, Montana, you had a drag queen story hour for kids. At the Joint Base Langley Eustis, you put on a drag queen story hour on a Saturday for the first ever kid-friendly diversity, equity, inclusion summer festival. And at Nellis Air Force Base, you had the Drag You Nellis on June 17th. Who funded these things, Mr. Secretary?
Listen, drag shows are not something that the Department of Defense supports or funds. So.
But wait, why are they happening on military bases? I just showed you the evidence. Why are they happening?
I will say again, this is not something that we support or fund.
Well, so you think hosting a drag queen story hour on a military base isn't supporting the drag queen story hour?
I stand by what I just said.
But you may stand by it, but it's belied by the evidence over and over again. I mean, are you aware of the piece? Biden's military, Air Force Base in Montana holds drag queen story hour for kids in the Western Journal. Are you aware of that?
Again, I will say what I said before.
You're saying what you're saying, but I guess it just doesn't comport with the facts.
Yeah, it doesn't. And Mark Milley thereafter said, oh, if there's any drag queen story hours going on military bases, bring me the evidence and I will work to make sure that doesn't happen. I provided General Milley a list. I have not heard back from him. And that brings us to what's happening now, rather predictably. Matthew Lohmeyer is someone who served in the United States military, and he also wrote critically about all of the wokeism that was working its way into some of the training and curriculum that the United States, I think he was Air Force was engaged in. So Lohmeyer speaks out against these things. He writes against critical race theory and is functionally driven out of the military over it. So now he is a commentator on some of these things. And Lohmeyer puts out a tweet today, "Cry for help, : Our military families are in need and are asking for help." The Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, recently testified that, quote, "the DOD doesn't support drag shows on military bases," close quote. And again, that was the testimony you just saw. But that's not true. For the third year in a row, Nellis Air Force Base is hosting a drag show. It's one of the many bases now overtly sexualizing the workplace and complicit in introducing sexual predators to children. Troops are reaching out and asking for help to put an end to the madness. The next show at Nellis is June 1st on base in the Officers Club. Flyers below. There is, quote, "no minimum age requirement." Isn't that interesting? If you're stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, military contractor or civilian, or any other base where this is happening, let base leadership know this is unacceptable and offensive to you and your family. Submit Inspector General complaints now, investigate lawsuits, call your congressman, and talk openly with the press. One memo from the Secretary of Defense can end all of this on U.S. military bases. If he won't, and he should, but he likely won't, then our service chiefs can and should end it. Base leadership can end it, who has the courage among the U.S. military leaders. Step up and do what is right. And he tags me and Tucker Carlson and a number of other media outlets. And go ahead and put up, Sasha, on the screen. This is the advertisement explicitly saying that there is no minimum age requirement for this drag show on a military base for children. What happened to our military? We used to be the elite fighting force that was the vanguard for the values and principles of a great nation that was widely celebrated. And now we lose wars and put on drag shows. That is the true legacy of lying Lloyd Austin. And they ought to do better. And I'm going to be sending correspondence pursuant to this notice from Mr. Lohmeyer about this event, and I'm going to be demanding that General Milley and Lloyd Austin merely stay consistent with their testimony. Look, if there is some great value out of putting on drag shows at military bases, then let's freaking hear it. Let them come forward and lay out the great military advantage that we get from the drag queen shows. But they don't do that when they're in committee having to answer questions. And then they want to go behind our back and fund it and support it. We'll either step up and defend it or get rid of it. And we're going to be calling them to a carpet for this. And you know what else? We're going to end this shit by force of law. We're going to put in the National Defense Authorization Act that you are not permitted to engage in this activity on a military base. I can't even believe we have to do that. I can't even believe that's required. But apparently it is. Because elements of the Defense Department have gone woke, and then the generals and the leadership come and lie to Congress about it. Maybe there needs to be a criminal referral for Lloyd Austin lying to Congress, saying these things didn't happen, that they weren't supported, when in fact they are. They're happening now. Lying to Congress is a crime, actually, and Lloyd Austin very well may have committed it. I want to talk now about the debt limit negotiations that are ongoing, and there was a critical argument put out on Twitter recently by my colleague Chip Roy of Texas. Chip Roy is one of the real thought leaders among conservatives and certainly a border hawk and a fiscal hawk. And as we have this discussion right now, you've got the White House engaging in negotiation. I'll give them that. For months, they said only a clean debt limit. Now, Joe Biden is saying we will negotiate. I think the most productive thing that's happened in the debt limit negotiations is probably throwing Chuck Schumer out of the room. He's a person that wants to bring us to the brink and then try to get House Republicans to swallow some increase in the debt limit without any corresponding reductions in spending or key policy steps. So McCarthy doesn't have a lot of wiggle room here. It's not as if Kevin McCarthy can go and negotiate away from the plan that I didn't vote for, that he barely passed off the floor of the House. Now, Chip Roy, my friend, my colleague, a like-minded thinker on many things, he did vote for the Republican plan, but he seems to be making the argument today that he hadn't voted for any step off of this plan. Here's his argument. Chip Roy, thread on the debt ceiling. The House GOP passed H.R. 2811, the Limit Save Grow Act, that raises the debt ceiling $1.5 trillion or until the 31st of March 2024. For sensible, purposeful, non-political reforms, those reforms should not be abandoned because they matter. So we're going to go through them. Purposeful reform number 1. Cut the federal bureaucracy to pre-COVID levels by limiting total discretionary 2024 spending to 2022 levels. So rolling back to 2022 level spending, that is $1.47 trillion. That's the value on that change. This will constrain woke bureaucrats, help spur growth and freedom, and it resets spending to save $131 billion now and $3.5 trillion over the next 10 years. All right, let's go to the next point. Purposeful reform 2. Cut the so-called Inflation Reduction Act tax credit, always given to rich white elites, 90% of the corporate subsidies, the $1 billion to corporations, 80% to electric vehicles, a lot of it going to people making over $100,000 a year. This saves $1.2 trillion. It keeps reliable energy in our country, and it will stop these increases to gas and electricity that our nation has suffered. So number 1 is the rollback on the money. Number 2 is the rollback on the crazy Green New Deal stuff. Purposeful reform number 3, back to Chip Roy's tweet. Implement the REINS Act to end the abuse of executive power to pass regulations that cost Americans hundreds of billions of dollars by requiring congressional approval for significant regulations. Purposeful reform number 4, end the oppressive and deficit increasing $550 billion in student loan bailouts that picks winners and losers, forcing hardworking plumbers or patriotic veterans to subsidize the privilege. Some gender studies students' master's degree. Purposeful reform number 5, end the $80 billion IRS expansion that will target poor and minority Americans 3 to 5 times more than non-poor and minority taxpayers. In other words, another policy that hurts hardworking families while the elite and privileged just hire a lawyer. You know, he's so right about that, because the big, powerful corporations, they're going to have the money for the accountants and the lawyers to get around any increase in a contribution they would have to make in taxes. When Joe Biden raises taxes, it squeezes the regular folks who don't have those means. And adding more IRS agents is just going to function to, I guess, help IRS defense attorneys, but it certainly won't help working people. Purposeful reform number 7. Enforcing work requirements for able-bodied Americans, mirroring the bipartisan reforms signed by President Clinton and supported by then Senator Joe Biden. Widely supported by Americans to spur economic growth and reduce welfare. As many of you know, this has been one of the key policy concessions that I've been fighting for in the debt limit negotiations. A serious country does not go to $49 trillion in debt over the next 10 years while paying people who could work not to. That is so obvious. I can't even believe I have to say it out loud. And if Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich could do welfare to work, then we should be doing welfare to work right now. We got a lot of people on the dole who don't need to be, who would see their own conditions and their own lives improved if they did not engage in multi-generational government dependence. And we see that too often now. Purposeful reform number 8, reclaim $50 billion in unobligated and unspent COVID money. That just seems pretty obvious to me now that the pandemic is over. And Roy concludes that all of these reforms together are going to help the middle class. They're going to help hardworking American families far more than this Democratic agenda that has crushed our economy, decimated the energy sector, hurt all the productive sectors, squeezed the supply chain, driven inflation, and ensured that American families are no longer able to dream their best dreams and live their best lives. So I think Roy makes a compelling point. I think that the real signal Roy is sending there is actually not to Joe Biden. It's probably to Kevin McCarthy. Chip Roy is telling Kevin McCarthy with that tweet thread that each and every one of these reforms is essential and that he can't cut a deal to raise the debt limit without them. But that said, here's what I think the ultimate debt limit deal will be. I think it will include some permitting reforms from H.R. 1. Biden will simply say that's an extension of his infrastructure bill. We'll say that it's our H.R. 1 key permitting and energy bill. I think we'll get some work requirements, maybe not on the Medicaid expansion universe, which is where you get a lot of the savings, but we might get work requirements on SNAP and TANF. And instead of the $1.5 trillion increase in the debt limit, I believe it will be a far greater increase in the debt limit, over $2 trillion, bringing us into 2025. That would be a deal that I think McCarthy could support, Biden could support, and I sure as hell wouldn't. I would be a no on such a deal because it is insufficient downward pressure on inflation. And it is a gaslighting of the growth of government beyond what I would ever be willing to put my name on. So that's what I'm starting to sense based on some of the smoke signals I've received will be the four corners of the deal. And it will require McCarthy getting 50, 60, 70 Democrats to vote for it, because my suspicion is that me and a lot of the folks that you see on Firebrand, the Andy Biggses, the Scott Perrys, they probably wouldn't support something like this. And I don't think Chip Roy would either, based on that tweet thread that we saw. Don't think that we'll have some key provisions in like those Green New Deal revocations and rollbacks, and I don't think we're going to get the REINS Act either, even though that would be a monumental win for conservatives. Speaking of winning, it sure feels like we're getting through to the American people about the abuses of the FBI. Again, whistleblowers telling compelling stories about stat padding, about targeting our fellow Americans. And when they did those things, man, were they crushed. Well, who else got crushed in a court order today was the FBI. Wall Street Journal with a fresh, hot piece, just got it as we were coming on to stream today. FBI improperly searched spy database for information on Americans, court says. And I'm citing now here from the Wall Street Journal. Despite a lack of evidence, the FBI performed more than a dozen searches of raw foreign intelligence data related to people believed to be involved in the Capitol riot for foreign ties. 3 January 6 searches were conducted that used more than 23,000 search terms. Now, it wasn't just the January 6 subjects and targets that had their rights violated this way. It was also folks involved in the BLM riots. This was surprising to me. The FBI analysts also searched for information related to 133 people arrested in the aftermath of the protests prompted by the killing of George Floyd. So there you have it. Whether you're a BLM activist or someone who was at the Capitol on January 6th, the FBI is willing to take authorities that they have to spy on foreigners. And if they collect any information on Americans during that search of a foreigner, well, they keep that. And then they search it whenever they want to. That is so wrong. If you want to get information on someone, we have a process in this country. You get a warrant. You establish probable cause. You give deference to people's Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. But not this FBI. They gather, they search, and as you saw with the whistleblowers, when they're done with that, they destroy. I believe we've got to entirely reimagine federal law enforcement and the national security state. I think we have to get a whole heck of a lot of that outside of Washington, D.C. We should not be building them a new headquarters. We should not reauthorize certain authorities in foreign intelligence collection that then get brought home and used against our fellow Americans. And we should never allow the retaliation against these whistleblowers like we have seen. Hope everyone has a great and fun weekend. As always, we ask that you subscribe to the show, that you make sure you have that little bell rung. Click that ensure your notifications are turned on, because different times of the day we go live to give you reports as they are happening from here in Washington. Thanks so much for being patriots, for being part of our audience. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live, so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
We are live back on Firebrand. Welcome back. We're still in the lame duck Congress, but we are in a new office. So if the show looks a little different, it's because we've got a new space and we're still moving in. So you'll see the aesthetic continue to develop. If you're listening to us, well, you may notice just a bit more of an echo because we are out of the attic of the Longworth office building. And we're in our new home in the Rayburn building, room 2021. So it would be great to hear from Northwest Floridians. As you make your trip to Washington, D.C., stop in. It would be our honor to receive you here. So everyone is interested in the upcoming January election for Speaker of the House. I'm going to have updates on that. And I'm also going to give critical information regarding the National Defense Authorization Act, military capabilities, tools that we need for deterrence and for the fight, and of course, an update on military vaccine mandates. But for now, what captivates the attention is indeed this race for Speaker of the House, and for good reason. The vote for Speaker is the most important vote any member of Congress takes in a given term. And oftentimes that's not really what we're remembered for. We'll be remembered for whether or not we voted up or down on a tax bill or a spending bill or the debt limit. But the direction of the institution is driven principally by the Speaker. That's why it's important that the Speaker of the House not be compromised by the lobby corps. It's why the Speaker of the House has to be responsive to the membership. It's why they have to believe in a bottom-up theory of governing in the House of Representatives, the People's House, not just a circumstance where terms are dictated and there's an expectation that people just fall in line and abandon the true team that we are all on, and that is the team that we represent back in our great districts around the country. So today, as we sit here, Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes to be Speaker of the House. He requires 218 votes. There are 222 Republicans, and there are 5 of us who have indicated that we do not intend to vote for him. He has not been able to secure the requisite votes to be Speaker for years. Why? I discussed that very issue with Governor Mike Huckabee this weekend on his program on TBN. Take a listen.
I guess I'm asking, if you block him, then what happens? Do the Democrats end up with enough votes that they can put a speaker in place?
That is a false narrative. The Democrats have 212 votes.
They got to have 218.
It takes 218, and there are not 6 Republicans. I don't think there's a single Republican who's even expressed any willingness to vote for a Democrat. So I think that is a threat that is constructed by a lot of the folks in the swamp of Washington that want a speaker beholden to the lobbyists. You know what argument people make for Kevin McCarthy? He is the LeBron James of special interest fundraising. No one extracts more money from the lobbyists and special interests than Kevin McCarthy. But I think that ought to be disqualifying, not qualifying. I frankly think that federal lobbyists shouldn't even be able to donate to members of Congress. Like, how is it that people who are paid to influence our vote then get to give us money, and then you act like that doesn't influence how members of Congress think about things?
Now, you do realize that if Kevin ends up being Speaker after all, you'll be on the committee to monitor the quality of Girl Scout cookies for the rest of your term in Congress. So there may be a price to be paid.
Well, look, apostling ain't easy. Sometimes you got to get in the fight. And I see how our people feel let down
by the folks who just play the game the same way. I'm tired of watching Washington just serve as a geography where both sides are fighting over who gets to be the valet for the special interests. And you know what? This slim majority was disappointing to many, but it may give us an opportunity that even a large majority wouldn't have presented to actually upset the apple cart, to drain the swamp, and to not trust the biggest alligators there to do it. Operates under a corrupt incentive system, and that's the case under both political parties. And the only way we're going to be able to send a shock into the system of DC to actually get a member-driven process, not a lobbyist-driven process, is to change the way these leaders are selected. And oftentimes, it's a direct result of who can provide the most money to people in their campaigns. Now, there is a complex within the Beltway here driven around keeping that status quo intact. And there are some people, even people I often admire and agree with, who are now making arguments that I believe are frivolous. And I'm going to demonstrate why. The first argument that people make is that Democrats could actually join up with moderate Republicans and elect a moderate Republican rather than a Republican who represents the conservative center of the conference. Now, this weekend, just yesterday, as a matter of fact, on ABC This Week with George Stephanopoulos had the opportunity to interview Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is the Brooklyn guy who's going to be the head of the Democrats in the 118th Congress. And you can hear in this interview how Stephanopoulos does everything possible to try to get Hakeem Jeffries to say, you know what, it is possible. We might work with moderate Republicans. You know what, we would prefer someone who is perhaps one of the people who supported impeachment over Kevin McCarthy. And you notice the labor as you listen to this. Listen to the labor Hakeem Jeffries goes through to try to not in any way say the Democrats would work with Republicans to back a moderate speaker. And here you have George Stephanopoulos, a Democrat, someone who worked in the Clinton White House, just trying to coax out of the Hakeem Jeffries this possibility. Listen to the Democratic leader throw cold water all over it. Play the clip.
You expect that Kevin McCarthy is going to be Speaker?
Well, that's a question at the end of the day that the Republicans are going to have to work out. He seems to be having a difficult time at this moment getting to 218, but we'll see what happens on January 3rd.
It may involve Democrats as well. I've seen that some Republicans have suggested perhaps putting forward a moderate Republican as a challenger to Kevin McCarthy, hoping to draw Democratic votes. Any chance that Democrats will cooperate with that?
Well, we have to organize on our side and be prepared to hit the ground running on January 3rd. They have to organize on their side, and we'll see what happens. But
so it's a possibility?
I wouldn't say that it's a possibility. Right now, Democrats are preparing to get ourselves ready as we transition temporarily from the majority into the minority, continuing to work with the Biden administration, with Democrats in the Senate, building upon the great work led by Speaker Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn that has been done over the last few Congresses when we've been in the majority, and then let's see what happens on the other side of the aisle.
Well, but that's only part of it. I'm going to press this one more time because this, you talk about your main mission is finding a way to have bipartisan compromise. If somehow Democrats and Republicans can come together to elect a Republican speaker who's willing to compromise, wouldn't that be good for Democrats? Wouldn't that advance your mission?
Well, I think the question right now is what are the Republicans going to do? From our standpoint, we know what our mission is.
You could obviously see there, Hakeem Jeffries does not want to be coaxed into some deal with Republicans. I mean, think about it. Democrats have a unique opportunity to cast their vote for a historic choice, the first African-American to lead a major political party in Congress. And so I think that Democrats are going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries. Now, some have said, well, if some of the Republicans vote for McCarthy and some of the Republicans vote for someone other than McCarthy, could Hakeem Jeffries have the votes then to assume the speakership himself? And of course, that cannot happen because they have 212 votes. It takes 218 to become Speaker of the House. And so for that to occur, you'd have to believe the second theory that we'll debunk, and that is that somehow Republicans are going to team up with Democrats and elect a Democrat speaker. Also on ABC this week with George Stephanopoulos, we had Republican Ohio Congressman Dave Joyce. And Dave Joyce is a friend. We've worked together on legislation, particularly in the cannabis space. He is more in the center of our ideological spectrum probably than I am, but I understand the Republican Party is a big tent, and we want people like Dave Joyce to be successful in the Congress and working with us in the upcoming term. And so he was on, and he was presented basically this second red herring theory that somehow Republicans would team up with Democrats. And just like Hakeem Jeffries, he throws cold water all over it. Take a listen, Congressman Dave Joyce and George Stephanopoulos.
If they stay hard-nosed and Kevin McCarthy simply can't get the 218 votes he needs for Speaker, would you be behind this effort that someone talked about, I talked to Hakeem Jeffries about, put forward a moderate Republican that would attract Democratic votes?
But I think Hakeem was also straight in that he said they want to exact some things out of that. And I just don't see anybody on our side willing to give up chairmanships or the opportunities that come with being in the majority. So that would make it harder for anybody to actually get there. That'd probably be a perfect resolution to find somebody that everybody could agree on, and so we could start moving forward. But I just don't see it happening without, I think the Democrats are going to vote for Democrats, the Republicans will vote for Republicans, and I think at the end of the day, Kevin will be the next Speaker of the House.
Well, I wouldn't bet on the last part of that, but I do think you've now seen in this program, myself, admittedly, probably on the right edge of our Republican conference, will not vote for Kevin, will not vote for a Democrat. We have to get to somebody else. Then you see Jeffries leading the left saying there is no coalition that he sees as likely or possible with Democrats and Republicans. And then you have Dave Joyce, a guy who is pretty close to the center, saying this isn't going to happen. He can't see it happening. Republicans are going to vote for a Republican. Democrats are going to vote for a Democrat. What that means is that we are now in a process of elimination paradigm. If there are 5 Republicans who don't want someone to be Speaker, then that person's not going to be Speaker. And I believe, just speaking for myself, that there are 221 of the 222 members that I'm open-minded about, that I would be willing to hear presentations from. If there are folks who want to balance budgets, if there are folks who want to have the types of policies that will liberate us from the just malaise of the Biden administration, then let's work together to achieve those ends. But certainly, a continuation of the way Washington has always worked is unacceptable to me and unacceptable to enough people that Kevin McCarthy is not going to be Speaker. So to avoid some sort of calamity on January 3rd, we ought to get to the business of reviewing other candidates, hearing other presentations. It's my suggestion to House Conference Chair Elise Stefanik that she begin holding conference meetings so that we can discuss possibilities for alternatives for other people in a world in which Kevin McCarthy will not be Speaker. And you know what? I've made very clear I would love to see Jim Jordan be Speaker. But if there are 5 people who don't want Jim to be Speaker, I have to accept that, just like they have to accept that there are now just a critical mass of members who are not going to accept a speakership from Kevin McCarthy. There's also governing going on during the lame duck Congress, and this week the House of Representatives will vote on the National Defense Authorization Act. Now, each year for more than 6 decades, Congress has passed a bill authorizing our military. We've done it in Republican and Democrat administrations. We've done it in unified and divided government. It truly is a testament to the Congress, one of the few things that works, that we actually are able to historically put aside other ideological differences and to put our troops and our military families first. And of course, authorizing our military is critical to provide that support to military families, to raise pay for troops, and to fund next generation weapon systems that will secure our freedom. But increasingly, folks have become frustrated and furious about Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and his efforts to wokeify the military. From critical race theory to an embrace of socialism pedagogy to vaccine mandates, our military today is almost unrecognizable from the military that used to win wars. Thank God, we still have America's most inspirational patriots willing to serve, and they indeed are the best among us. But recruitment is down, undoubtedly in no small part due to wokeification and mandates. Secretary Austin, a known liar, on everything from ally and enemy capabilities to hypersonics, has also lied about military wokeness. Here's his testimony before the House Armed Services Committee in response to some of the criticism that I and others had leveled.
There are a very small handful of folks that don't understand service, that don't understand sacrifice, that attack and malign you and your service, somebody who has dedicated your entire life to service, who sometimes will compare our military to other militaries, call us woke, make up these contrived boogeymans of socialism or pull out lectures at universities. But I have known you for some time now, and I've seen the pride that you take in our servicemen and women, and the pride that you take in this work, and how you've put your entire life focused on this. So could you just take, with the 2 minutes remaining, could you just paint a picture for this committee and for the American people about what makes you most proud of the men and women of our military, and what life is like on a daily basis for the men and women that you lead?
I am incredibly proud of them. Day in and day out, they volunteer to do incredible things on behalf of this country. And we owe them a debt of gratitude that we can probably never repay. We owe their families a debt of gratitude as well. But they are smart, they are fit, they are focused, and they spend 99% of their time focused on defending this country and developing additional capabilities that they'll need to be successful on the battlefield. So any notion that they're woke or that our military is woke, you know, I take issue with that, and because it's just not true. It's a false narrative, and they deserve better than that.
Oh, a false narrative to suggest that anyone's pushing wokeness in our military. Oh, he takes great exception to that. He's offended by it. It's a false narrative. He's there to tell the truth about the military. There's no wokeness. Well, I have some breaking news. This banner, the banner we're putting on the screen now, and for those of you who are listening, this was created by the Air Force Equal Opportunity Office, and it reads, quote, "How to include others and be woke." This image was sent to my office by someone working at the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona. The banner was displayed at the entrance to the wing headquarters. Literally, how to be woke. In the face of that testimony from Lloyd Austin, this guy has no credibility before the Congress or really anyone. De-wokifying the military is going to take time. The good news is that Republicans are showing backbone, and now, this week, demanding a repeal of the vaccine mandate in the military authorization bill. Otherwise, votes might not be there to pass it. Here's how the math works. 2/3 of the votes needed to pass the military authorization bill must come from Republicans, because a sufficient number of Democrats don't really support our military. They actually think the world would be a better place if our country were weaker. Now, even some on the far left think the military is racist. What a disgrace to our country those members of Congress are. If during the lame duck Congress, though, with unified Democratic control, we can repeal the vaccine mandate, I am all for it. Then when we Republicans take control, we must do even more. We can't say that the issue is resolved. We must restore our patriots back to full service with their rank restored, with back pay, and we must pay reparations to those lives we have destroyed by accepting Lloyd Austin's foolish vaccine mandate. And we must root out all of this wokeness before its destruction takes hold any further. The future of our country and the world undeniably depend on it. In a similar vein, we must always make sure that we're moving our military forward, embracing the best American-made technology in the world. Deterrence. Now, in the modern global order, there is no force more so than deterrence that has served peace. Weakness invites attack. Strength gives even the most ambitious madmen in the world reason to think twice about creating the wars which drive so much death and despair. Deterrence keeps the evil in their sandboxes. It limits their capability to do harm to the rest of us. We used to be able to deter with tanks and mortar shells, but now it's tech and platforms in the air and on land and at sea to deliver the most precise lethality the world has ever known. That's what keeps us safe. Now, this past year, we've seen that nuclear deterrence particularly is relevant and oftentimes dispositive. America can never allow another nation to be able to deliver nuclear payloads farther, faster. Such a dynamic would turn us into the Uyghurs. This past week, the Department of Defense unveiled the B-21 nuclear bomber. Take a listen.
The United States Air Force has a new strategic long-range stealth bomber, and it's built in Palmdale. The military says its destructive power is unmatched. It was unveiled tonight in a ceremony that looked like a Hollywood production. It has quite literally been shrouded in secrecy. America's newest long-range, stealthy strategic bomber, the B-21 Raider, unveiled at Northrop Grumman's Plant 42 in Palmdale. Based on artist renderings, it looks a lot like the B-2 it's replacing. Like the B-2, it's meant to penetrate enemy defenses undetected, and it's capable of delivering nuclear weapons. It's meant as a deterrent to make any potential adversary think twice about attacking America or its interests. The B-21 Raider gets its name from the famous Doolittle Raiders of World War II, the daredevil mission to bomb Tokyo in April of 1942 that raised American morale in the months after Pearl Harbor and demonstrated America's ability to strike the Japanese mainland.
I love the connection to the Doolittle Raiders. The Doolittle Raiders actually trained in my district in Northwest Florida in preparation for their fateful mission. So you should evaluate the B-21 through the lens of China deterrence specifically. China is updating their nuclear program. They are working to diversify their own launch capabilities and delivery systems. You need to know that. The B-21 should give them something to think about before taking official offensive actions, or even unofficial ones for that matter. We couldn't end the show today without discussing the Twitter files. Oh my gosh, this has had everyone really reflecting on the claims that President Trump made, the claims that we made leading up to the election, that there was direct election interference. And now we have Elon Musk detailing that censorship and suppression, providing the information that showed the interactions at Twitter. And I thought Elon had a particularly interesting observation, might be telling, that when Twitter engages in censorship, that's certainly wrong. That violates our mores of a free and open society able to exchange information and evaluate that information. But when the government is involved in coaxing that censorship or encouraging it or incentivizing it, or perhaps threatening if that censorship is not acted upon, you see, that becomes a very serious violation of our Constitution. That is not an appropriate power for government. But what I have seen in my time in Congress is that there is this unity of purpose between big government, big media, and big tech. And that was never operationalized more so than when this Hunter Biden laptop came out and demonstrated that the first family is compromised. Joe Biden is compromised. These are people who have made money out of selling access to some of the highest offices in our land. And I don't think it's too much for conservatives, liberals, centrists, everyone alike to expect that the people who are serving in these high roles, who've been president, vice president, that they should be acting in the interests of our country, not foreign countries, that their children shouldn't be de facto foreign agents running around the world gallivanting and enriching themselves and their associates in the process. And when that was discovered, man, did we see the wagons circle. Whether it was people from the Department of Justice talking to Facebook, as Mark Zuckerberg said, whether it was this Twitter operation that we're still learning about, whether it was the effort to try to make sure that the New York Post story never saw the light of day. This wasn't Russian disinformation. This was an all-American operation that looked more and more like the tactics that we see in Russia. And that is the true tell. We'll be investigating big tech, the border, wokeness in our military. We'll be pushing back against these mandates. And to do so, we are going to get the type of leadership in the United States House of Representatives that our party, that our country, and that the world deserves. Thanks so much for joining us on Firebrand. Again, we're brand new here in the Rayburn building, and so you'll see a few different things as we continue to develop the show. But hey, Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you've got those notifications turned on, and we'll be back soon with more updates about what's going on in Congress. Thanks for joining. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrand.
Welcome back to Firebrand. We are live this Friday afternoon, broadcasting out of room 2021 of the Rayburn House Office Building here at the Capitol Complex in Washington, D.C., and we are going to be answering some really important questions regarding our military. They're losing weapons. They're losing people. There's the vaccine injured out of the military. We're going to look at how audits have shown this Ukraine fiasco to be a real nightmare when it comes to accountability. And we're also going to cover a very important hearing that happened with the vaccine injured more broadly here on Capitol Hill. We are streaming on Rumble, where Natalie says, is the U.S. going to be involved in another war? Ellie notes that everyone said that Trump was going to get us into all these wars, but turns out we had a lot of peace in the Trump era, and that has been shattered by the weakness and poor decision-making of the Biden administration, and we will get into what's going on in Yemen. But first, here on the Hill today, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Senator Ron Johnson, and others had an important hearing regarding the vaccine injured, and I want to play you this clip. You're going to hear from Dr. Kirk Milhoan, Dr. Ryan Cole, and of course, Dr. Peter McCullough, talking about how the pharmaceutical industry has a grip on the medical community, and it's a fearful one. Take a listen.
What is happening throughout our medical establishment?
I don't know what's going on, because when I look at the Cleveland Clinic data, when there are 51,000 employees that are looked at, and they study and they say, what's your risk of getting COVID? And it looks at how many vaccines you had. The lowest risk for getting COVID is if you've had 0 vaccines. As you add vaccines, your risk to get COVID goes up. I've never seen a vaccine like this. That's not the basis of vaccines. They shouldn't have what we would call negative efficacy. That is a peer-reviewed, beautiful study from Cleveland Clinic, completely ignored.
We have a booster for something that's extinct, and it's still being pushed by our government agencies. XBB 1.5 is now 0.0% prevalent. We're at JN1, which is 62% prevalent. We have a booster vaccine from Pfizer for something that doesn't exist, and we still have a government pushing it. But we have physicians and we have healthcare systems that are dependent on the government teat, and they're nursing that teat for every dollar they get. And anybody that speaks against that cash flow gets the hatchet.
I think the body of practicing physicians and nurses and medical technologists and all the allied health professionals, the vast majority took the vaccines and were under mandates, under Biden's mandates to take the vaccine. They all have a deep conscious or subconscious fear themselves of what's in their bodies. They likely had their families vaccinated. They likely promoted these vaccines with their patients. Once doctors have taken the vaccine, they simply can't be objective. And what we're hearing from patients is that they're being ignored, and what's going on is called gaslighting, that they're told that this is in their head because the doctors themselves and the nurses do not want to come to their own personal recognition that they themselves have taken the vaccine. This is a unique problem that is going to bear out over time, and I hope that these individuals, in a sense, become aware. Now, clearly, I have doctor after doctor, nurse after nurse coming to me saying, I've developed myocarditis. I've developed a blood clot. Now I'm regretful. But I'm hoping that they themselves don't have to develop a personal medical problem to become aware and be activated, because they have a duty to warn others.
We are back live, and what I learned from that testimony is that the cover-up is part of the cope. Because the medical industrial complex did so much to push the vaccine among their own members, among the people who are on the front line providing care, now you've got a circumstance where when those people are seeing some sort of disproportionate impact, or as we're analyzing whether there's a disproportionate impact, the reckoning that someone has to come to regarding being a vax pusher, and then the impact that's had on themselves, the health of their family, it's really something. There is another critical feature of this vax mandate, and we continue to beat the drum for our service members who were driven out, who deserve reparations. There was testimony from Dr. Milhan on specifically this vax mandate and the military. Take a listen.
How do we take care of not just myocarditis, but building the data set to show the level of injury to these service members?
Thank you, Congressman. As someone who proudly wore the uniform back in the 1980s in the Air Force, and my colleague, Dr. Milhon, was also former Air Force, so we appreciate the line of questioning because it's near and dear to our hearts, having proudly served this country. And I think it's tragic that we rolled it out on that young, healthy cohort, this experimental investigational product early on. And Senator Johnson brought up early, the Department of Defense has a database. Their epidemiology, medical epidemiology database is the best in the world. And after the hearing we had December or January, year or so ago, they froze that. We had the data at that point. We know who was being injured, and we saw marked rises in all sorts of conditions. And when he tried to request the information from them, they said, oh, we've got to update our database. And then they basically, a glitch, and erased it. So yes, I mean, there should be, 231 uniformed service members, present or previous, just filed for court-martial against Secretary of Defense and others. And I think that's a reasonable action based on forcing our troops into something investigational that hampered the readiness of our nation. I get calls from military physicians around the country every week reporting to me the clotting they're seeing. Lost another pilot today, got another one sidelined, myocarditis. Another 40-year-old had a heart attack. Another 27-year-old had a heart attack. Another 22-year-old has an 18-inch clot. I get calls every week from medical physicians around the country reporting to me what's happening. I appreciate. And not only, I love what you did with the defense authorization, but we should restore their back pay in addition and restore them to full honor and duty if they even want to come back to a government that harmed our own soldiers that were defending our own country. So this is obviously, I'm passionate on this one, obviously.
We are back live. Jan on Twitter says, don't forget that there was the anthrax vaccine subject to a good deal of scrutiny and recall. And Donna on Facebook says that I need to mind myself, and she had some suggestions on how to do that. Now we're going to look at what's going on in Yemen in a little segment we call Around the World.
Around the World.
U.S. and British combined strikes have been hitting Houthi targets in Yemen following the Houthis being warned week after week, month after month to stop attacking the free flow of shipping that is running through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Now you've got the United States moving substantial naval assets into the Red Sea to execute on these strikes. The Brits are actually having to execute them from Cyprus, a 3,000-mile-plus round trip. From where they're striking in Yemen. Yemen is a failed state. The Houthis control the northern portion of it. They were at war with Saudi Arabia for years about this. Saudi Arabia wasn't really able to decapitate them or limit their capabilities to be able to have these cheap drone strikes where a lot of energy and goods moving through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal to Europe, to Asian markets. These are now subjected to very cheap attacks, and the attacks are growing even more dangerous. You've seen Houthi assets landing on ships, taking them over, and that has a major impact on the economy in Europe and throughout the Mediterranean. Here's my take. I do not believe that we ought to have a Gulf of Tonkin moment emerge in the Red Sea by having so many vessels there that they're basically bumping into each other. I think that the United States has to recognize that when you look at the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, the principal stakeholder there for energy and other goods is Europe. I think if NATO forces want to work together, the United States can contribute to that. But us just doing this bilaterally with the Brits, to me, shoulders the burden for a lot of other European countries that need to see the Houthis not completely torturing the free flow of navigation through that narrow waterway. We've had a good amount of reporting on this, so ABC's taking a look and take a listen.
Tonight, U.S. and British forces unleashing a massive retaliatory strike on Houthi rebels in Yemen after months of costly attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. A U.S. official confirming the strikes hit multiple Houthi targets in Yemen and involved a mix of Tomahawk cruise missiles and fighter jets. Moments ago, President Biden releasing a statement saying these targeted strikes are a clear message, adding the U.S. will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation, and the president not ruling out taking further measures to protect our people. Since mid-November, the Houthis have launched at least 27 attacks, claiming it's in retaliation for Israel's war against Hamas, disrupting one of the most vital shipping routes in the world. The latest attack coming overnight, the Houthis firing a ballistic missile towards a commercial ship in the region, just hours after American and British forces repelled the rebels' largest attack yet, intercepting a barrage of 21 Houthi drones and missiles. One of the Houthis' most brazen attacks coming in November when terrorists hijacked a cargo ship co-owned by an Israeli businessman, landing a helicopter on its deck in the Red Sea. The ship and its 25-man crew still being held by the rebels. Tonight, a Houthi leader warning any U.S. attack will not go without a response.
We are back live. So there are now 3 fronts in this war. You've got Israel fighting Hamas on the south and Gaza really steamrolling Gaza in large part there. And then in the north, you've got Hezbollah increasingly active out of Lebanon. And now you have Yemen and the Houthis. And you can tie Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis back to Iran. And when the Biden administration made Iran flush by pulling back some of the maximum pressure of the Trump campaign, you saw this bad activity increase in nature and in violence and in impact. There's an important discussion to be had here in Yemen about war powers as well. You'll recall many debates that we've broadcast on this program really center around me making the argument that the United States cannot go to war without the Congress taking some authorizing action. And I've held that view whether Biden was president, Trump was president. It's just this nation makes too much of an impact for one person to be vested with that decision. That's a decision that has to be shared with the elected leaders. And so while I do not believe that this initial strike from Biden was illegal per se, because there was force protection to consider. You can't leave our service members as sitting ducks. Extended hostilities against the Houthis in Yemen would require the administration to come to Congress and lay out a vision. Tell us what's going on. What are the objectives? How do we ensure this doesn't become an ensnaring event where for decades now we're going to be the block captain of Yemen? Certainly something that we don't want to do. In one place we already are excessively entangled, Ukraine. Now you will recall I have had many circumstances where I've laid out the concern with dropping these billions of dollars in assets, cash, weapons into one of the most corrupt countries in the world, even if they're getting better. Pretty grisly track record. You couldn't do that without some of this falling into bad hands. You couldn't do that without departures from requisite accountability. And you heard time and again from administration officials, national security experts, even the guy you're going to hear from in this next clip, the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, Mr. Stork, all saying, no, we've got this. We've got this. So what you're going to hear is from the spring of last year, and listen to how confident everybody was that nothing was going to fall into bad hands.
As you testify here today, you cannot testify, truthfully under oath, that the DOD has complied with the policy and law regarding end-use monitoring during all times of this conflict. Isn't that right?
We are conducting a series of evaluations that look at the controls that DOD has in place to ensure that they are taking the steps that are required.
I get all that, but here's the operative question. We haven't complied with end-use monitoring according to the law with everything we've sent to Ukraine to date, have we?
So our 2020 report, which is our last public report on this, made a number of recommendations. All of those have been met.
I know, but you're sort of dodging the question. You cannot testify that we have complied with the end-use monitoring requirements at all times during this conflict, can you?
So, look, this is an active war zone. There are always going to be things that you don't know are happening or you don't see, but we are not seeing any evidence of systemic diversion of the equipment that the United States has provided.
Secretary Austin and DOD leaders have repeatedly discussed the importance of protecting our contributions with our Ukrainian counterparts. As you know, we also have a small team within the U.S. Embassy there that works closely with the Ukrainians to conduct end-use monitoring. And to this date, we have not seen any evidence of any type of widespread diversion of any of the assistance that we provided.
We have adapted our accountability practices for the combat environment to address the risk of illicit diversion using mechanisms that go above and beyond our standard practices. The U.S. government has not seen credible evidence of any diversion of U.S.-provided weapons outside of Ukraine.
Can you give us assurance that none of that money is that's being sent to arguably one of the most, if not the most corrupt country on the planet, is being misused, misspent, lost, malfeasance, gone to oligarchs or special individuals connected to, the government, et cetera? What assurance can you give the American people?
We work every day to ensure that we're doing robust oversight, both
get
the
it.
sort of programmatic reviews and the investigations.
So we get no assurance, and I understand you're working with your partners, but you can give us no assurance. Is that generally the answer?
Well, so what I've testified to, Congressman, is that based on our completed work, we have not substantiated any instances of diversion of U.S. security assistance to Ukraine.
Right.
That was then, this is now. And indeed, there are substantial concerns now about the taxpayer resources that we are sending oceans away. This report now from the Financial Times: Pentagon failed to track Ukraine arms worth more than $1 billion, says Watchdog. The Pentagon failed to properly track more than $1 billion worth of weapons the U.S. provided to Ukraine, according to a Watchdog's report that could fuel concerns about whether the arms have been diverted from Kyiv at a time when Congress is weighing whether to send more military aid. The article continues, the U.S. did not appropriately monitor at least $1 billion of the $1.7 billion in weapons sent to Ukraine since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of its neighbor 2 years ago. The exports covered by the report include, so this is what we're not tracking: shoulder-fired missiles such as the Javelin and Stingers, Switchblade or kamikaze drones, and night vision goggles. Remember the night vision goggles. The equipment that was designed for so-called enhanced use monitoring covers only a small portion of the more than $44 billion in lethal aid the U.S. has provided to Ukraine. So these night vision goggles, here's why that's so important. I was talking to Eli Crane about it. We've had him on Firebrand, former Navy SEAL, congressman from Arizona. He said the number one thing we cannot let out of our hands are the night vision goggles, because we own the night, the United States of America. These places where there's urban environments, challenging conditions, daytime, very, 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 very contested. But at night, oftentimes we're able to execute because of these goggles, and you give those to the enemy and you create parity. It's not good. It's going to result in people getting killed, and you don't know if that's going to be in Israel on our southern border in some other conflict when this stuff gets out and around and is not exclusively for the use of the United States of America. But it's not just abroad where there's a lack of accountability in our military and in the dollars that they have. We get this report out of the Daily Mail UK. Millionaire con woman, 57, is accused of bilking U.S. Army out of over $100 million by stealing cash from military youth programs and splurging it on 31 homes worth up to $4 million each, supercars, including Aston Martins and Ferraris, and luxury globe-trotting trips. A millionaire con woman has been accused of swindling the U.S. Army out of $100 million over 6 years by putting cash into her fake military youth businesses and splurging it on homes and cars. Janet Mello, 57, allegedly took military funds and spent millions of dollars on jewelry, clothing, luxury vehicles, real estate in one of the biggest fraud cases the military has ever dealt with. Mello worked for the U.S. Army at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, as a financial program manager in 2016. She creates a shell company, allegedly, which she then uses to fraudulently collect money that was otherwise intended for 4-H military partnership grants. Man, there's a special layer of hell for the people who steal the money that was intended for military 4-H youth programs. But that is the report that we see from the Daily Mail on that front. And more bad news from the Army we get from military.com. Army sees sharp decline in white recruits. So keep in mind the Army had a 10,000 recruit shortfall last year. 10,000 short. And so you start digging into what's going on, what's going right. And what you largely see is that the minority groups are staying the same in terms of their percentages, but then the white boys that used to make up a lot of the United States Army, I mean, you're seeing that plummet at a level never seen before for any demographic group. It's a precipitous decline. It's actually a year-over-year 6% dip from 2022 to 2023. And while 6% doesn't sound that much, when you're having these massive recruiting shortfalls and then the largest demographic group is having the biggest fall off of that, it certainly should raise additional questions about how we're going to ensure that we have an all-volunteer force and that we're able to meet the needs of securing the country. The Army declined military.com's request to share its regional recruiting data, which could show what specific parts of the country are struggling. I found this a very interesting part of the piece because I think I know what the regional data would show. Like the regional data would show that it's the white boys from the SEC states in the South that made a very large contribution to the United States Army's recruiting pool, and that's where you're not seeing that same pull factor. And there's an argument here that the Army makes that some of this data may be off, there may be a coding error, but I think it's the wokeness. I think it's things like the compounding impact of the pandemic, the vaccine mandate, the critical race theory, the embrace of socialism, throwing drag shows on military bases. I think that's the kind of stuff that depresses the important recruiting activity that we've got to have in the United States military. There's a new report out on the productivity of Congress. And New York Times reports on it. House dysfunction by the numbers. 724 votes, only 27 laws enacted. So the critique from the New York Times and others is that we have not had all these new bills, new programs, new laws. But we took more votes, actually. So in 2022, the House of Representatives took 549 votes, and it's a pretty substantial jump from 549 to 724. And by the way, who brought you that? The firebrands. We were the ones down on the floor demanding votes, putting up amendments, and a ton of them lost. But in times of old, you didn't even get the chance to present your ideas. So yeah, we had all these votes, but then it funnels down to not that many bills passing. And so people say, oh, well, the Congress, it was so ineffective. You didn't pass that many bills. Maybe effectiveness in Congress isn't all the new laws you can make. It's some of the things that you block and stop from happening that are hurting people, that are devaluing the dollar. And like, it ain't exactly like we're drawing up the Magna Carta here on the legislation that's passing. Keep this in mind. Of the 27 bills that we've had become law. 2 renamed federal buildings. 1 created a stamp. 1 created a coin. 1 moved the boundaries of an Indian tribe in the San Diego area. Like, is this the cowbell you want more of? Is this the winning you aren't tired of? If we aren't going to do anything serious on the border and on the spending and on the bureaucrats and on the weaponization of the government, I'm not here to do a bunch of Mother's Day resolutions and coins and stamps and building renamings. That's a bunch of crap. We have to do the real work. Most unproductive Congress. Maybe this is how to be productive. Maybe you have to send a shock to the system that can be highly productive because it ultimately gets people thinking a different way. And that's what needs to happen. So let me bring you into the room on this current government funding fight. Okay, we have to cut spending. We cannot continue to put budgets and government funding bills on the floor that spend more money than Nancy Pelosi was spending during the pandemic. And rescissions, just pulling money out of accounts, that doesn't count as cutting spending. Cutting spending means programmatic cuts. Things go away that we're spending money on now. That's how you could tell if we've actually had a reduction in spending. So then you have to visit what the American people want from a priority standpoint. And while, we could talk all day about we want to defund Planned Parenthood, we've got to defund Jack Smith, we've got to defund what's going on at the ATF, all those critically important fights, we talk about them frequently. But right now, America is being invaded. And on that border, just as we're talking, you've got CBP and Texas Border Patrol Texas National Guard functionally in a standoff in Eagle Pass, Texas, where the Texas National Guard aren't letting the CBP in because the CBP were cutting the fences. We showed you on Firebrand's episode yesterday how CBP is cutting the fencing and letting the illegals into our country. So that's all really in bad shape right now. And I've said we need to close the border or close the government. That is the leverage we have. And in the words of my friend Chip Roy, we should take this Republican majority for a spin. We shouldn't just leave it in the garage. So that means within this government funding dispute, we have to demand that the border be closed. Not some promise that can be abandoned or memoed over later. We have to stop this wave of people. The best description of it to me is it's like if you have a fire hydrant that is overflowing. You're not going to solve that problem by resourcing buckets. You have to cut off the flow. And right now, you've got the Biden administration just running around asking for more buckets when we know what to do. Remain in Mexico, public health Title 42 authorities, safe third country agreements that President Trump's administration made with other nations so that all those folks don't think they can just illegally cross our border and wait here forever for an asylum hearing that they're never actually going to go to. That's never going to result in any removals. And even when they get their deportation orders from the asylum hearings, which over 1 million people have now, they still aren't removing those folks. No deportations, no border, no government funding. That's my position. Now, let me tell you what argument and strategy others are deploying. I have a lot of great friends who we consider kind of the national security hawks, right? And I care about national security. I want to make sure we have top-line funding to meet the needs. But that's not to say that every dollar we've ever sent to the Department of Defense has been a good idea. I've just shown you, right, the mishaps that occur when there is not a careful hand watching over these things. So what the defense hawks want is more money for Ukraine. And they kind of get the drift that a majority of Republicans don't want to send more money unchecked to Ukraine. Actually, the majority has been voting against the latest iterations of Ukraine aid. So what they want, I believe, is to not really resolve the border in the context of the government funding dispute, because they want to take a border solution and lash it to Ukraine money. And then to guys like me, to guys like Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, they'll say, well, here's the deal. You have to vote for Ukraine money if you want the outcomes that will protect our nation on the border. But see, if we resolve the border issues now, before addressing Ukraine, maybe we never do, then we've got the chance to utilize our leverage effectively. So that's what's important. That's what we're fighting for. I know it's a little wonky, but you guys can handle it. And finally, I want to congratulate the amazing team who puts this podcast on. In 2023, one of our episodes, DEI in the Sky, was one of the top streamed programs on the entire Rumble platform. 3.2 million views for that episode on Rumble. And so to Joel, Sasha, Jacob, John, the rest of the team, everyone who puts in effort to Firebrand, you are among the very best, and we're crushing it, especially on Rumble. So make sure you're subscribed. We'll have more updates as we get into the potential partial government shutdown that's coming, and we'll have your back because we know you've got ours. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz was one of the very few members in the entire Congress who bothered to stand up against permanent Washington on behalf of his constituents.
Matt Gaetz right now, he's a problem for the Democratic Party, and he can cause a lot of hiccups in passing of laws. So we're going to keep running those stories to keep hurting him.
If you stand for the flag and kneel in prayer, if you want to build America up and not burn her to the ground, then welcome, my fellow patriots. You are in the right place. This is the movement for you.
You ever watch this guy on television? It's like a machine. Matt Gaetz.
I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way.
Okay, we might not see a court proceeding until we are nearer and nearer to the 2024 GOP presidential race. I know you're a fan of both former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And though he's not officially said that he's running, there has been a lot of comparisons to the two men. He's now catching flack from Trump backers for seemingly taking a jab at Mr. Trump and all of the details surrounding this, some could say, lurid case. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if I were governor of Florida, I would not allow any Floridian to be hauled before some Soros-backed prosecutor in some blue city over politics. And I wouldn't make an exception to not protect the president of the United States. Ron DeSantis should be standing in the breach to stop any sort of extradition of President Trump from the state of Florida. And the fact that he's not doing so puts every Floridian at risk who could be the subject of a false allegation. I know Ron DeSantis well, he's a friend, but he hasn't been the target of false and persistent allegations like President Trump has. And so I don't think he really understands the nature of this fight right now. I think that it was a bit uncouth for him to take a jab at the former president. And there's a role for the governor of Florida here, I think, to stand up for our state, for the rule of law, and to push back against the Sorosization of the criminal justice system.
Welcome back to Firebrand. We are live. The Sorosization of our criminal justice system is real. I'm going to get to what's going on with the new FBI headquarters that Nancy Pelosi has planned. We ought to block that as it relates to Washington, D.C. Big news regarding the accuser of Joe Biden and some of his activities when he was in the United States Senate. And, of course, we're going to get to the Trump trials. That was Governor Ron DeSantis's opening salvo, I guess, of attacks, taking a jab at the former president. And I think the governor could do a whole lot of positive work here for the people of Florida if he were to make it very clear that he is going to utilize his authority to make it very difficult for Alvin Bragg to Soros-ize Florida. and our citizens and our residents. Thank you to everyone who's joining us today. We've got one of the more international audiences we've ever had, folks from American Samoa, Australia, Ireland, and then, of course, North Carolina, Texas, West Virginia, Ohio, New York, Kansas, here at home. The DeSantis thing is uncomfortable. It's weird. I know there are a lot of conservatives who look to Ron DeSantis as someone who's built out a legacy and a platform in Florida about how conservative governance can work for people. But at the same time, this jab at former President Trump, I think, has people wondering whether or not there are other forces influencing the governor's behavior as the chief executive of our state and as a political operator. And there was sharp criticism from Donald Trump Jr. on his Rumble show, Triggered. Take a listen.
I genuinely had hoped, because I want there to be a strong Republican bench for the future, okay? But I also understand how this works, right? People push other people to run. The consultant class does that because guess what? They only get paid if you run because they take a piece of the ad buy and the commercial buy and the this buy and the that buy and a piece of the fundraising dollars, and they all get rich, but they don't get rich if you don't run. So I had hoped that perhaps DeSantis' week-long silence, while even rhino never-Trumpers, people who hate Trump, even leftists, stepped up, was him waiting to perhaps make a big statement at his already scheduled press conference. But I was wrong. DeSantis thinks that Democrats weaponizing the law to indict Trump is a, quote, manufactured crisis? It isn't a real issue? Seriously? Has he been watching anything? To me, as I tweeted, it's pure weakness. Now we know, while he was silent all weekend and totally owned by Paul Ryan and Karl Rove and his donors, that's what it is, guys. He's owned by the billionaire donors. 100% controlled opposition. Let's see which way the wind is blowing. Let's see which way they want me to respond, and I will do it. So I was hoping for a strong response, but we got a milquetoast response.
And to those who are wondering what the basis is in law for DeSantis to be able to push back, I would cite Chapter 941 Florida statutes. This is the Extradition Act, and it requires the governor to essentially certify that another state is making an actual allegation of an actual crime. Here, we have seen Alvin Bragg, the Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney, really convert through a tortured legal analysis a misdemeanor into a felony. And so here we have this low-achieving, counterproductive Manhattan DA deciding to charge former President Trump, and the misdemeanor would have had a 2-year statute of limitations. But he's elevating it to a felony now to extend that statute of limitations. And there are a lot of people who believe that this would have been long ago forgotten if Donald Trump wasn't a candidate for the presidency again. And that is one of the things that makes this exercise so dangerous. In the rest of the world, America will lose credibility if it looks like our leaders just arrest their predecessors, their future potential rivals. And in this case, they are one and the same. There's a reason America has never gone down this road before, and it is not only dangerous within our country, but it is dangerous to America's standing in the world to pursue this. Alvin Bragg, in this case, has created a novel, untested legal theory that even most liberal attorneys would agree is nonsense. When President Trump is charged, I believe this indictment will be subject to an immediate motion to dismiss as a matter of law. So it's very hard to get indictments dismissed before evidence is introduced. But if you take the position that every fact laid out in the indictment is true, but as a matter of law, a charge would not stand, that would give the defense attorneys the opportunity to file that motion. And in this case, I believe it should be well received by the courts. Now, no American would ever face this charge if they were not President Trump. That is why it is such an abuse, a weaponization of the criminal justice system. Apparently, Alvin Bragg thinks that he can elevate the charge of falsifying business records to a felony because there may be some connection to campaign finance laws. Now, keep in mind, the Department of Justice rarely, if ever, prosecutes these types of matters, even if there's a technical violation of federal criminal law. And the DOJ, where Trump has very few allies and friends, explicitly declined any sort of criminal process against Trump on the very same facts. Alvin Bragg did not go out and develop some new set of facts to be able to go after Trump. To the contrary, you've got a circumstance here where the case was largely disregarded by DOJ, and now it's being revived as the consequence of an upcoming presidential political contest. And it's a political hit job done by a Soros DA. While campaigning on a platform to prosecute Trump explicitly and bragging the entire time about how he had sued Trump more than 100 times while working in the New York Attorney General's office, Alvin bragged he managed to attract the attention of a big donor. Over $1 million in Soros money helped elect Alvin Bragg. Over $1 million. He may be the most notorious of the so-called Soros DAs, and there's a network of them. We've been hearing about it all over the country. We even have some in Florida. They do things like refuse to prosecute violent crime while engaging in political targeting of conservatives. George Soros has spent over $40 million to elect 75 left-wing prosecutors over the last decade. Think about that. 1 in 5 Americans lives in an area controlled by the Soros prosecutorial tentacles. Soros has funded the campaigns of prosecutors in Seattle, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C. How's life going there with rising crime? But we've even seen it in the Virginia suburbs, counties in Mississippi and Wisconsin, Texas, Pennsylvania, Florida, Illinois. Too many to list. Now, it's hard to imagine that there's even a state out there who's escaped the reach of George Soros. Almost every major city in the United States has some connection between the criminal justice decisions made there and the local DA. Yet there's a part of it that makes you almost admire Soros's efficient quest for power. Because while you see tens of millions of dollars spent on one U.S. Senate race, sometimes tens of millions of dollars spent on one seat in the United States Congress, we can't throw anybody in jail. The people who can decide whether to prosecute or not prosecute, whether to put the dangerous back into our communities, whether to go after political rivals, those people now have, as a principal benefactor in many cases and in many large cities, George Soros. Unbelievable. You'll recognize names such as George Gascon in Los Angeles, Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, Kim Foxx in Chicago. Even in Florida, Hillsborough County State Attorney Andrew Warren, whom DeSantis removed from office for intentionally abandoning his duties to enforce Florida law, has this Soros connection. Wow, isn't that something? Governor DeSantis was able to use his authority properly, I would argue, in the Andrew Warren matter. In the Trump matter, a little different. Now, Alvin Bragg has reduced the categorization of felonies in Manhattan by 52%. So in 52% of cases where there's an original charge of a felony, it gets reduced to a misdemeanor or an original arrest for a felony. Over half the time, if you get charged with a felony in the Alvin Bragg jurisdiction, you're looking at a downward departure. And under that rule, with reduced penalties, we've seen more armed robberies. We've seen a decision to no longer even prosecute resisting arrest. So think about that. If you're in Manhattan and you resist arrest from a police officer, you're not even going to get prosecuted for that, yet they want to go prosecute Trump for a non-disclosure payment 7 years ago. Alvin Bragg has virtually refused to enforce any criminal penalties for shoplifting at all. You want to know why you get so much street crime, so many businesses leaving New York, so many people feeling unsafe when walking around the streets? It's because there's really no enforcement or no penalties for shoplifting, and it degrades quality of life for people. Donald Trump making a non-disclosure payment didn't degrade anyone's quality of life in Manhattan. We've also seen Alvin Bragg join a lot of the other Soros DAs in vowing to eliminate pretrial detention in almost every case. So if you rob someone at gunpoint, you can check into the police station and check out the same day. That totally drains any deterrent value out of a system of arrest and prosecution and corrections. Some violent criminals, such as assault and robbery, have increased 22% since Alvin Bragg took office. So whether or not you get the message, the criminals have gotten the message. And his soft on crime policy has led to an explosion of violent crime, anarchy across New York City. Pharmacies, supermarkets, bodegas are having to lock their merchandise during business hours. But it hasn't been enough to keep citizens safe. Recently, Alvin Bragg went after a bodega owner, Jose Alba, for defending himself against a violent attacker who came behind the counter of his store and attempted to beat him to death. Jose managed to grab a knife and fend off the attacker, but Alvin Bragg decided to send him, the victim, to Rikers Island. I guess Alvin Bragg would rather have people die defending themselves from violent criminals, the very criminals that he refuses to lock up while he engages in a political persecution of President Trump. We got some new Reuters polling showing over half the country sees this as a political prosecution of Trump. That's something hard to get folks agreeing like that on just about anything these days. But even people who don't like Trump and disagree with Trump see that this is a political prosecution. Things are so bad in New York City that when career criminal William Roland was arrested for threatening a store worker with a knife, he received only a misdemeanor charge from Alvin Bragg. The judge was so appalled at this downward departure, he said that the defendant in the case should feel lucky because of Alvin Bragg's new policies. Alvin Bragg clearly isn't interested in enforcing the law except when it is the select enforcement of the law. Refusing to charge felonies and then elevating a misdemeanor to a felony speaks for itself, and it is no mystery what is going on here. My colleague on the Judiciary Committee and Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government, Jim Jordan, just co-authored a letter to Alvin Bragg demanding that he produce all communications between his office and the DOJ that refer to Donald Trump in any way. And we also want to know how their office is using federal funds, if at all. Jordan also demanded that Alvin Bragg schedule a transcribed interview before March 23rd with the Judiciary Committee, and you better believe I will be there and I will be asking questions. If they want to fight, they will get one, but we will follow the facts and the law, unlike Alvin Bragg. Now, Jordan's letter also lays out the problems with this purported case. Apparently, it relies heavily on testimony from Michael Cohen, who clearly has an axe to grind with the former president. It also mentions that this novel legal theory that Bragg relies on was rejected by the DOJ and only seemed to resurface when Trump announced his candidacy for the presidency again. Jim Jordan brings up an interesting point about special counsels as well. I want to delve into this. We may need a legislative fix to the special counsel statute if special counsel behavior has far exceeded the scope of their authority and if the process has run amok. Now, speaking of special counsels, this is not the first time a special counsel has wildly gone beyond their scope. You may remember the Ken Starr report, which was issued by special counsel Ken Starr in relation to Bill and Hillary Clinton's financial dealings with the Whitewater Land Company. Does this ring a bell? How about the Monica Lewinsky affair? Because what started out as an investigation into financial dealings and land became an impeachment for perjury, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, and abuse of power. Ken Starr even investigated Bill Clinton over a lawsuit with Paula Jones. Similarly to Trump and Stormy Daniels, Bill Clinton paid almost $900,000 in hush money to Paula Jones, far less in the Trump matter. I don't recall any local prosecutor going after President Clinton for this. This type of persecution is reserved for conservatives and their voters. In any case, we may be able to get Bill Clinton to agree that the special counsel statute has actually been abused in some cases. And the double standard is outrageous. But speaking out and protesting isn't enough. We need to put a stop to this behavior and send a message to the Alvin Braggs of the world that they're not going to get away with it. Investigating and stopping these double standards is really important for what we do every day on the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, and we need to do our job to hold bad actors accountable and put a stop to this corruption once and for all. And just for a moment, I want to drill down into the federal nexus here, because the principal critique that we've heard of the Jordan letter that I just described is, well, there's not necessarily a federal nexus to Alvin Bragg charging the former president under state law. But I actually want to know how we went from Robert Mueller and the accusation that somehow Donald Trump was a Russian agent to the review of a non-disclosure agreement. How does one cause the other? Were there federal assets or agents or employees or contractors out there spurring along some state-based prosecution? Is that really what we want federal taxpayers funding? And I recognize Bill Clinton would probably have a beef with this as well. And so maybe there can be some bipartisan agreement that we need to constrain these special counsels, and they shouldn't germinate in a 5 years later state-based prosecution that was abandoned by the federal government anyway. But President Trump might not be the only person answering questions about prior conduct. There is news regarding Tara Reade. Now, as you may remember, Tara Reade is the former Senate staffer of then Senator Joe Biden, and she made allegations that he violently sexually assaulted her in the Capitol building while she was trying to physically resist him, that he did very terrible things to her. And so she put out a tweet recently that got some attention. Here's the tweet for those listening. "So I'm not a former porn star, nor did I receive hush money. I was a Senate staffer for Joe Biden when he sexually assaulted me in 1993. To date, no investigation, only media attacks and trolls aimed at me. I ask again to @MTGreen and @Matt Gaetz, when will Joe Biden be investigated? Thanks." Congresswoman Green saw this tweet and she felt as though we ought to get the answers. Now, no person's allegation should ever be taken at face value. There has to be review. There has to be corroboration. I took particular note in this matter that Tara Reade's mom had actually called into Larry King Live to talk about her daughter's experience as a staffer being sexually assaulted by a powerful man. That seemed to be some real-time acknowledgement that a bad thing had happened here. And so Congresswoman Green brought this to me. She brought it to the chair of the Oversight Committee, Jamie Comer, and Chairman Comer told Congresswoman Green that we would be fully authorized to bring in Tara Reade, to take her transcribed interview, to get the facts, and to understand what really happened with Joe Biden and this allegation of violent sexual assault against an employee, against a staff member. So Marjorie Taylor Greene tweets back, "Tara, thank you for bravely speaking out about such a horrible sexual assault you endured by your boss, then Senator Joe Biden, as a young staffer. It's time to take a stand against the two-tiered injustice system. @Rep. Matt Gaetz and I would like to invite you to come to Washington to speak with us. We will be in touch very soon." So there you have it. There you have the news. Tara Reade will be coming in to give a transcribed interview. We will get the facts. That is the plan now. Oversight Chairman Jamie Comer has blessed this to Congresswoman Green directly, and that is why we are endeavoring to follow the facts. Isn't that a good thing, to actually look at the facts, evaluate the evidence, work to corroborate claims that are made, and ultimately attempt to achieve a just result? That is what we ought to do. There is other news that we want to be able to talk about today. This news about the FBI headquarters and the legislation that I have filed. So I've just introduced legislation, the FBI Washington Field Office House Arrest Act. This legislation only needs to be approved by the House, and it says that we should defund the shiny new FBI headquarters in the D.C. area. Now, Democrats funded this monstrosity with a dead hand during the lame duck legislative session of Congress last year. We should never forget that Senate Republicans helped Nancy Pelosi do this. They were right there the whole time, and the FBI was the beneficiary. Disgusting that Senate Republicans went along with it. Now, the previous rules under the Pelosi majority allowed for woke initiatives and programs to be bootstrapped onto omnibus spending bills, which fund other government programs that people support, like at the VA and at the Department of Defense for our pay for our military. And under Pelosi's direction and blessing, the House voted in one of those omnibus bills to allocate $375 million for a new FBI headquarters in the greater Washington, D.C. area. Keep in mind, the FBI employs less than 2.5% of the total manpower compared to the United States military. Yet the FBI, a domestic law enforcement entity, is set to receive a headquarters in the D.C. area larger than the Pentagon. This is insanity. With the FBI and other intelligence agencies under the scrutiny of the Weaponization of Government Subcommittee, I would argue that funding a new FBI headquarters at this moment is on par with the audacity of Congress to send hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine while our own country is in crisis. Are we going to build a $375 million FBI complex? Well, hey, you know what? Maybe we should build it in Ukraine. How about that? That can be their next gift from the United States, an FBI building. If my resolution passes with support from the Republican conference, we will know that we have the votes during the appropriations process to actually claw back the money from this proposed headquarters. It sets the stage for a big fight on appropriations and a clawback that would serve the American people well. There are still good men and women who work at the FBI. They have a task and a purpose to defend our country in many cases. But the FBI's weaponized Washington field office is rotten to the core. Through our investigations in the Weaponization Subcommittee, we have uncovered extremely disturbing testimony from FBI whistleblowers that the Washington field office is targeting Americans who oppose their corrupt political agenda. Doesn't happen everywhere. It is unique to Washington and probably New York. The Washington field office pressured agents elsewhere in America to cook the books on cases so it looked like there was more domestic violence extremism. They want to create the illusion that everyone is dangerous and extreme when actually we are mostly good people in this country. The Washington field office targeted anyone in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, even when they had no factual predicate or basis to do so. That is a fact. While Republicans are conducting serious investigations, the Democrats, unsurprisingly, are working overtime to derail our work and threaten our whistleblowers into hiding. That's why at the CPAC event in 2023, I called for Democrats to be removed from all future transcribed interviews within the subcommittee. Take a listen to my call for that action.
And so it is no longer time to go back to the old low-energy Paul Ryan, Trey Gowdy days of fake oversight. These are the Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz days. And if the Democrats are going to obstruct our investigation, then I am calling to remove the Democrats from our investigation. They shouldn't be allowed to sit in the depositions and hear the evidence if they are going to use that to try to get in the way of thorough, rigorous oversight. And I don't believe that means hearings where we yell at people. I think that means a fundamental reshaping of this government, a reshaping of this town.
There is a lot of love on the live stream right now for deauthorizing, defunding a lot of these three-letter agencies that the American people believe have been weaponized against them. And I understand why the American people have that belief. When we have FBI whistleblowers telling us that the Washington field office is a den of snakes, it is not just Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and the Russia hoax gang. There are multiple components in the J. Edgar Hoover building teeming with partisan leftists who are actively undermining the FBI's true mission to solve crimes. The right answer is not to attack or dox whistleblowers like the Democrats did. The right answer is to put a freeze on FBI expansion and to do the hard work of rooting out the bad actors, getting to the bottom of the issue. That is what my legislation does and what my office and the subcommittee are doing every single day. I'd put the FBI on house arrest. I wouldn't build them a new DC-based house. Garrett O'Boyle is a whistleblower who inspires me. He is someone I mentioned in my remarks at CPAC. He's an Iraq war veteran who saw firsthand the malfeasance of the Washington field office. After serving in the military, after serving in law enforcement, he went to work for the FBI because he believed that they were the pinnacle of law enforcement in the world. Bottom line is that O'Boyle is one of a number of former FBI agents who have told Congress about how the Washington field office specifically uses bureaucratic tricks and bookkeeping maneuvers to make it look like domestic violence extremism was rising after the 2020 election. He testified that the abuse of this threat label was used as a basis to justify draconian actions against citizens for exercising their First Amendment rights. Americans shouldn't be tagged or treated differently because they support the Second Amendment or because they say build the wall or stop the steal. These aren't things that are criminal or illegal in any way. And if you don't like the speech, the answer isn't to weaponize the government against the people whose views you don't agree with. The answer is to speak back. That is the American way. That is what the First Amendment allows from all of us. But now when people exercise constitutionally protected speech, the government gets turned against them. But it gets worse. O'Boyle told his bosses that what they were doing was not appropriate, and they ignored him. After he was ignored by his supervisors, he reported this improper behavior to Congress using special whistleblower protections. The FBI was made aware that O'Boyle was sharing his complaints externally, and so they made him move across the country under the guise of recruitment to a different place. And when he arrived, they fired him. They held his family's belongings hostage, and they revoked his security clearances, making him unemployable. They kicked this patriot to the curb. If we don't hold them accountable, Christopher Wray and Merrick Garland never will. Many are not good people at the Washington field office. In fact, some might even say that there are some there who are evil. We hear it more and more every day from the disenfranchised patriots at the FBI. We've heard about the Washington field office breaking protocol and demanding that regional field offices gin up cases to target law-abiding gun owners, innocent pro-lifers. We've heard about the waste and fraud and abuse at the Washington field office. We even had an inspector general report that talked about the ways that the media in Washington and New York wine and dine Department of Justice, FBI officials. They give concert tickets, baseball tickets, and then they use them to pursue their goals, even if they're contrary to yours, to America's. The cancer at the Washington field office has metastasized so much that the entire body is in critical condition. Gifting the FBI a new headquarters larger than the Pentagon would condone, reinforce, and enable more nefarious behavior. It could get to levels that we've never seen before. It frankly already has when you look at what's occurring. The Republican members of the House of Representatives should join my effort to halt the funding for this pet project approved by Nancy Pelosi in the lame duck session of Congress. We've got a number of Republicans. Tim Burchett just joined the bill today. We've had Corey Mills on the bill. Harriet Hageman from Wyoming's on the bill. Dan Bishop. Dr. Gosar's on the bill. We got some really great members, and we're making the case. And so let your members of Congress know they need to be on the FBI house arrest bill. A few other things I want to talk about before we head out. Just breaking news now. DirecTV has made their deal with Newsmax. Newsmax will be back on MTV March 23rd. That's certainly something we're looking forward to. But hey, DirecTV, don't forget about OAN. One America News, just like Newsmax, was targeted by DirecTV AT&T because of the content of their work, not because of their viewership. And I believe that is an abuse of market power, whether it happens to Newsmax or One America News. So I welcome this positive development as it relates to Newsmax, but I hope that it is a sign of momentum to get One America News back on DirecTV as well. I know the viewers would appreciate it. I've heard from a number of constituents about that matter as well. And there's a headline in today's Politico that touches on some of our discussions on Firebrand. It says, McCarthy's latest task, keeping the House GOP peace on war powers. And the work that we've done to try to reassert Congress's war powers authority is cited in the piece. So go check that out from Politico, how there are some neoconservatives in the Republican Party who don't want to have votes on war powers, who still think we should be in Iraq and Syria and Yemen and Niger and Somalia and Sudan, countries where America's interests, in some cases, is certainly poorly defined, and which Americans are at jeopardy, not really for the protection of our country, but for the service of foreign interests abroad and special interests who want the military doing their bidding instead of the patriotic work that so many of our brave service members have signed up for. It's going to be a busy rest of the week here in Washington. Hope we're able to get another episode out to you, but we go live at different times just based on when we have votes and committee hearings. So the only way you will be notified in each circumstance of our programming is if you subscribe and have your notifications turned on. That means if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe and then hit that little bell. It's on Rumble as well, where we get a lot of viewership. And if you're listening on one of the great listening platforms, please give us that 5-star rating, leave a review or a comment regarding what you would like to see me discuss. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's keep fighting. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz was one of the very few members in the entire Congress who bothered to stand up against permanent Washington on behalf of his constituents.
Matt Gaetz right now, he's a problem for the Democratic Party, and he can cause a lot of hiccups in passing the laws. So we're going to keep running those stories to keep hurting him.
If you stand for the flag and kneel in prayer, if you want to build America up and not burn her to the ground, then welcome, my fellow patriots. You are in the right place. This is the movement for you.
You ever watch this guy on television? It's like a machine. Matt Gaetz.
I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way.
Joe Biden and his many allies, from Chuck Schumer to Mitch McConnell to Paul Ryan, and every single news anchor on all of television, all of them believe that Ukraine, its borders, its future, its infrastructure are all more important than the town that you live in. They sincerely think that, and it's obvious. Everyone in power thinks that, except for Donald Trump. Whatever else you say about him, Trump is the one guy with an actual shot at becoming president who dissents from Washington's long-standing pointless war agenda. And for that one fact, they're trying to take Trump out before you can vote for him. And that should upset you more than anything that's happened in American politics in your lifetime.
We are live. That was, of course, Tucker Carlson on Twitter, really framing up the battle that rages on in Washington, D.C. against the neoconservatives and the globalists. And our instrument to fight back against that certainly was President Trump during his time in office, could be President Trump again. And the big news today, President Trump releasing on Truth Social a statement indicating that he expects an arrest and indictment in the January 6th matter. I'm reading now from the statement from President Trump in part. Horrifying news for our country was given to me by my attorneys. Deranged Jack Smith, the prosecutor with Joe Biden's DOJ, sent a letter, again, it was Sunday night, stating that I am a target of the January 6th grand jury investigation and giving me a very short 4 days to report to the grand jury, which almost always means an arrest and indictment. President Trump continues, they illegally spied on my campaign, attacked me with a totally fake dossier that was funded by Hillary Clinton's campaign and the DNC impeached me twice. I won. They failed on the Mueller witch hunt, no collusion. They failed on the Russia hoax, the 51 intelligence agents fraud, the FBI Twitter files, the DOJ Facebook censorship, and every other scam imaginable. But on top of all that, they now have effectively indicted me 3 times, with a probable 4th coming from Atlanta, where the DOJ are in strict and possibly illegal coordination with the district attorney, whose record on murder and other violent crime is abysmal. This witch hunt is all about election interference and a complete and total political weaponization of law enforcement. It is a very sad and dark period for our nation. President Trump didn't even get to all of the conspiracies and hoaxes that were pushed by the left. You even had the Russian bounties hoax. Remember that somehow President Trump was aware that there were bounties on our troops from Russians in Afghanistan. That turned out to be yet another op. And indeed, what we see with this lawfare is an op. What we see from the coordinated efforts by state, local, federal prosecutors to try to take President Trump off track so that he's not able to pursue a policy agenda to get the economy going again, to get America's standing in the world restored. So instead, it is all about this lawfare. Now, what does this target letter mean? I want to go over that first. It belies the evidence. We recall on January 6th, President Trump calling on people to peacefully protest and have their voices heard. We've also seen subsequently that there were actual permits given to entities to have stages set up outside the Capitol grounds. And of course, on Firebrand, we have documented the video evidence of the criminal acuity increasing, not as a consequence of people wanting to break the law, but because barriers had been taken down, because there was mass confusion. There was not any sort of planned effort on the part of President Trump to commit violence against anyone. How is it that when Democrats call for all of these protests and all of this disruption and all of this violence, literally violence in some cases, that's seen as the frontiers of free speech? But when President Trump calls on people to peacefully have their voices heard, all of a sudden that's the subject of a grand jury investigation. So another important thing to note, when someone gets a target letter like President Trump has now been given, that vests certain rights. You have the ability to address the grand jury if you so choose. That's oftentimes a perjury trap because you don't exactly know what's been going on in that room, so a lot of targets do not avail themselves of that opportunity. It's also pretty clear that this is a feature and a tool of retribution. You would not see this continued pattern of indictment over indictment over indictment if they thought they had neutralized Trump. Is there a single American who believes that Donald Trump would be getting indicted over these things if he were not running for president again and if he were not the leading contender for president again? And while this isn't a political show, you all can search the polling and see how President Trump is doing in the Republican field and in the general election. Again, not here to break that down. It's relevant to us insofar as it informs the decision of a weaponized government to target him, which is exactly the allegation that President Trump makes in his statement. Another important thing, the House of Representatives needs to take action to defund this special counsel investigation immediately. We do not need to wait for the appropriations process. We don't have to wait for the Holman Rule or some rider. They are attacking our democracy and engaging in election interference right now. And if the United States Congress does not have the capability to stop that election interference, well, then what is all the flowery oratory about preserving the republic? We have to operationalize that. And so in the coming hours, the coming days, I will be introducing legislation under my name in the House of Representatives as a freestanding bill to defund the Jack Smith investigation. And one reason why is the election interference feature. Another reason why, the lack of transparency. I have sent correspondence to the Attorney General. I just want to know who's on the Jack Smith team. You remember how the understanding of the composition of the Mueller team informed on how we saw a lot of that evidence and a lot of that legal analysis? They had a team of vicious Democrats. And if you look at Jack Smith and his team, You ought to be able to evaluate where they've made political donations, where they've been political appointees, what their connections are to people who have skin in the game to preserve their power in Washington, D.C. So because the Department of Justice has been non-responsive on my requests for reasonable information that a member of the Judiciary Committee is absolutely entitled to, because this is election interference, because it is not predicated on what we all saw as a nation, President Trump said, we have to stop sending money to this. The power of the purse is not some intermittent thing that we wield every year and a half or every fiscal cycle. It's something that we have to wield day in and day out to achieve victory for our people and to stop this. And by the way, I'm under no illusions about Joe Biden signing such a legislative device into law. I know that Chuck Schumer would never bring such a thing up, but you deserve to know where your members of Congress are counted. Will they co-sponsor my legislation? I certainly hope they will. And when we get to the must-pass legislation, because look, even if Jack Smith indicts Trump 10 minutes from now, you're looking at legal process that is extended out a great deal. We have to make sure that in this appropriations process, we do not continue to fund a government that has turned against the very nature of elections and free choice by the voters. Because that's the world you're living in. And by the way, President Trump lays out all the pieces of it. It's not just the indictments in a vacuum that you have to look at. You have to look at them through the lens of the Facebook efforts to try to move votes. You have to look at them through the lens of the efforts that we've seen just to try to get candidates excluded from the ballot. We saw that in Georgia. Oh, well, we didn't like your rhetoric on January 6th, so you don't even have a right to run. For the sake of democracy, we have to limit the choices of the voters. You know what type of regimes say that? Like dictators. The worst dictators in the world say that in order to protect their people from bad and disruptive choices, they just disqualify those people from participation. What do you think this lawfare is? It is the American incarnation of the worst impulses of totalitarianism. And we have to stand against it, and we have to do it now. And I know where I'll be counted in the history books on behalf of giving the voters the ability to pick their own president. And not saying that we're going to let Jack Smith of all people, and who knows what assembly of associates and assistants, deprive us of that choice. So we stand with the rule of law. We stand against this degradation of democracy. It's with no joy that we give you this report because President Trump is right. It is indeed a dark, dark day. There may be other dark days ahead when it comes to the utilization of AI. And we have to have policymakers that are serious about artificial intelligence, that understand the contours of the distinct policy choices that we have to make. And an affront to that seriousness is what you're about to see from the Vice President of the United States. Play the clip.
And I think the first part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. But ultimately what it is it's about machine learning. And so the machine is taught. And part of the issue here is what information is going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then, if we think about what information is going in, what then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that may be made through that process.
AI doesn't make decisions yet. That'd be general artificial intelligence, and we are oftentimes at a state of wonder as to when that will occur. Elon Musk said recently on Spaces with Mike Gallagher, who chairs the relevant subcommittee in the Armed Services over AI, and with Ro Khanna, that he thought we might be 5 years away from that type of generalized artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence and machine learning aren't the same thing. And we ought to have discussions with the public and with serious people about how various exquisite data sets play into the ability for AI models to be able to generate helpful, instructive, destructive work product in a variety of ways. So just today, I've stepped out of a really important subcommittee hearing where we had some of the world leaders on artificial intelligence talking about the intersection of AI and our military policy. And unlike the vice president, we had a very serious discussion about this point. And I'm telling you, if you aren't thinking about AI in every aspect of where the economy is moving, where foreign policy is moving, where kinetic conflict is moving, where soft power can be extended, then you're not getting the full picture. This is not just the next technology. It could indeed be the last technology. We are going through these serious issues. I want to bring you in the room to the Armed Services Committee just moments ago on artificial intelligence. Play the clip.
Mr. Wang, thank you for bringing into sharp relief the extent to which we have to think about all of these weapon systems that we have in contested environments as data collections platforms, almost primarily when it comes to integration with AI. And I took great interest in your call to the committee that, we not waste that exquisite data that is being collected. What advice would you have for the committee about shaping some sort of access or utilization regime for the data that we are currently wasting?
I think this is one of the most important things that we can do to set up America for decades and decades of leadership in military use of AI. Right now, a lot of this data goes onto hard drives, and what ends up happening are these hard drives are either overwritten with new information, so the old data gets deleted effectively and lost, or these hard drives go into sort of closets or places where they never see the light of day. So first is instrumenting the data to sort of flow into one central data repository. The CDAO has a legislative mandate to do so and set up a central data repository for the DoD. So I think that's of critical importance. And then this is a whole of DoD issue. Every service, every group, every program needs to be thinking about how can they all of the data that their programs are collecting and that are being generated within their purview, how can they ensure that all of these data flow through into one central data repository and then are prepared and tagged and labeled for AI-ready use down the line?
And it would seem as though under the normal construct of a mission set, someone might reasonably be stovepiped away from the broader utilization of some of that data. So it almost seems like something that is an appendage to a mission set. Very hard to weave it in because as you're collecting data in contested environments, it could be for all kind of reasons and all kind of help. I wonder aloud, what will be commoditized first? The processing capability on some of these platforms or the data itself?
Well, I think you're right that this is, data is a new asset for this new regime of AI warfare. Data truly is the ammunition that will power, our future efforts in the military. So, it is a new paradigm to think about data as a key and central resource versus, as you mentioned, an appendage that is sort of doesn't feel particularly critical to the future operation of our programs.
Yeah, we do all kind of domestic policy, military policy around who can access rare earth minerals, who can access various forms of energy, and I wonder if in the future a nation state's access to exquisite data sets that have been properly stored and collected are viewed just as precious. I also wanted to reflect on the smartest hour I ever spent, and it was listening to Elon Musk with our chair and ranking member discuss some of these issues, and I would encourage anyone watching this who has an interest in the issue. Hard to find a conversation on the internet with a higher average IQ across the board than that one. But what Mr. Musk presented as an argument was that China understands that AI control of governance is equally a threat to them and to the United States. And so Mr. Musk's argument was, we really are ideal partners with China because we share a common goal to not have the AI robots ultimately take over our governance. And our chairman offered, I think, a pretty strident critique of that perspective, saying that while we view China as typically thinking long-term, in the short term, they're more team communistic genocide than they are team humanity. So I was just wondering if, because you had so much in your written testimony about your time in China and how that shaped your perspective on the ethics of all this, do you think China sees an overlap of interests with the United States on this, or do they see us as explicitly an arm's length competitor?
I think it would be stretched to say we're on the same team on this issue. I think that, you know, if you look at the last generation of AI, computer vision technology, the way that China approached it was utilizing it, building an industrial base that was government funded to immediately build advanced facial recognition technology for the suppression of their population and the suppression of Uyghurs, ultimately sort of tightening the grip of their totalitarian regime. I expect them to use modern AI technologies in the same way to the degree that they can, and that seems to be the immediate priority of the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to implementations of AI. So
we'll count you on Team Gallagher, not Team Elon on that. And just a question for the record, I would love to know everyone's perspective on what the most important alliances the United States is involved in when it comes to these AI regimes. You know, is it AUKUS? Is it Five Eyes? Is it...
All right, we are back live. We had a lot of folks cheerleading for the Five Eyes alliances, the AUKUS alliances. There was a case being made for the EU as a central node for AI development. I tend to think that the EU and NATO probably less nimble than Five Eyes and AUKUS, but certainly we want to make sure that we don't allow these tools to be exclusively in the hands of people who would seek to dominate us. And right now, you've got China spending about 2% of their overall military budget on AI. We're spending about 0.1 to 0.2% of ours. Now, Cindy on Facebook shared her perspective that we just need to stop AI. That was her comment. And I wonder if it's that easy, because if we stop, does that necessarily mean that non-state actors, that other governments will as well? Bill Clinton stopped U.S. work in space, hoping that our country taking a pause would result in other nations being less likely to weaponize space. But in fact, that didn't happen because we took a pause. Precisely because we made that policy choice, other nations like Iran, Turkey, India, these emerging entities actually increase their investment in space. I don't know if that's going to decrease the likelihood of militarized space. Now, undeniably, with the Space Force, we see that as a contested domain. AI is going to be a contested domain as well, because the data that goes into the AI that informs the outcomes will be sought after. It will be commoditized to some degree, as I discussed with Mr. Wang, America's, I think he was a billionaire at 25, going through some of this stuff. So very impressive young man, does a lot of work with our government. But I don't know that Cindy's goal of merely stopping AI will be sufficient. Other comments on the live stream. Mike on Facebook says that accountability is the new witch hunt. An interesting perspective. And Mark on Getter says that talk never moved a stump. And I wanted to draw attention to this point because it is not enough to use our words to condemn what we see going on. We have to pull the money. And I am not in a majority when it comes to that perspective in the Congress or maybe even the Republican Party. And so that's where this audience and conservatives across the country have to demand an adherence to the rule of law. And where there's a departure from that, there have to be actual monetary consequences, not just a series of press releases, tweets, and condemnations. So very, I think, astute point, Mark. Heather on Facebook says, Matt just needs to shut up. Well, that is not going to happen. And I can only imagine how sad someone would have to be to sit around on Facebook watching my podcast telling me to shut up. Like, I guess if you don't want to be informed, then you can go elsewhere. But we've got work to do. We've got information to convey, and it's certainly an honor to be able to do that. I had an honor to convey a lot of information this past weekend at the Turning Point USA conference, where we talked about some of the policy decisions that we make here in Washington, some of the contours of the United States Congress. The speech got a pretty favorable reception. I'll play just a few moments of it for you. These are my remarks this last weekend at Turning Point. Enjoy, and I'll be back live on the other side.
In recent years, I've traded far too many days in the swamps of my beloved Florida for the swamp of Washington, D.C. And if you haven't noticed, I've directed a little sunshine into some pretty dark spaces. I don't think I'm going to be on Christopher Wray's Christmas card list, or John Durham's, and maybe not Kevin McCarthy's either. And you know what? That's all right with me. Earlier this year, we put the speaker and the world on notice. No more cheerfully presiding over American decline on our watch. No more messaging bills. No more press releases devoid of action. No more bluster and bullshit masquerading as bravado. But I don't just sit around taking punches. I've learned to dish a few out. Recently, Chris Christie attacked me for asking tough questions of the FBI director who was Christie's personal lawyer during Bridgegate. You know when I stopped being afraid of COVID? When Chris Christie beat COVID. Almost nobody's going to get beat by Chris Christie in the upcoming, Chris Christie's not going to beat that many people in the upcoming election. So if he beat COVID, there wasn't anything. I was out karaoke bars the very next day. Joe Biden just activated 3,000 reservists. Sleepy Joe, who promised us that he was going to be like the national sedative, is now exporting cluster munitions to Ukraine. We are still demining cluster munitions in Laos 50 years later. It's a terrible thing. A president who most days cannot find his pants should not be able to sleepwalk the United States of America into a war with a nuclear power. There's this big online debate raging right now, and I just want to settle as one true north for the nature of truth itself. Margot Robbie is not mid. A 10 is a 10, even with Common Core math. God's love does not halt for the limitations of man, and God's reach does not stop at the schoolhouse gates. In the coming days, I will introduce a national prayer in school law so that in every classroom in America, there will be time for students to pray if they choose. And you know what? This beautiful new Supreme Court that President Trump gave us just might uphold a constitutional law like that based on the values that this country was built on. This is not the Lincoln Douglas Debating Society or the Neighborhood Civility Brunch. This is a fight to save the greatest country that has ever existed. And so here is my charge to all of you, to all of my colleagues in the Congress. Join the ranks of the firebrands or get out of our way.
We are back live. We're very excited about that national prayer in school legislation to allow a moment for reflection and prayer to any God or no God at all. But I do think reserving that time would make people more empathetic. And maybe before we go take people's Second Amendment rights away as a knee-jerk reaction to school shootings, we ought to focus on making the school not a place of just like so much trauma for this group of very disturbed and mentally unhealthy individuals. And I got to tell you, I'm betting on prayer to break through that more than any other government program or social emotional learning exercise designed by bureaucrats. Give me the social emotional learning designed by God, and I think that can have a great impact on people and a positive impact, and hopefully it can be a unifying thing. And we did have jurisprudence out of this Supreme Court about prayer in school. They did allow a coach to be able to go and pray at the 50-yard line, followed by students at the end of a high school football game. So we can trace some of the analysis there we've got out of the Trump court and unlock possibilities for us to be better humans and certainly better servants of God. And we should all aspire to that. A lot of feedback on the live stream. Somebody's inviting me to New Jersey to run for Congress. You may not know this, but I'm currently banned from New Jersey by your governor. He said that I'm no longer welcome there. So I think I'll stay a Florida man. And on YouTube, there was an interesting comment that the only thing that they thought Chris Christie could beat would be a buffet. Savage, absolutely savage. It is certainly a day of a lot of reactions here on Capitol Hill. I've talked to a number of my colleagues about this statement from President Trump that he expects yet another arrest and indictment in the Jack Smith matter. I think this is among the most political, most ridiculous, because we have the evidence that President Trump was calling for a patriotic, peaceful protest, permitted even in some cases by some groups that wanted to host an audience outside the Capitol grounds. Don't forget that whistleblower testimony that I brought forward indicating that one of the reasons why evidence couldn't even be shared within the FBI is because the FBI field office was acknowledging the involvement of federal government assets on January 6th. And we still don't have the answer to those questions. We shouldn't have Americans who were not violent, who never intended to break a law, in some state of potential prison or peril when it's our own federal government that hasn't been fulsome and forthcoming when we have asked important questions. So we will stay on that, just like we will stay on the matter that seems to be destabilizing to the upcoming presidential election and the lawfare there appended to. I wanted to end the show today on a more lighthearted note. Yesterday, my wife Ginger and I went to an event at the UK Embassy where they had a Barbie party. As you might imagine, it was Ginger's choice to go there, and we watched the Barbie movie, and my wife had the spiciest take on the Barbie movie. So I'm going to give you the @LuckyGinger, which is my wife's Twitter handle, take on this matter. She says, quote, "Thinking about watching the Barbie movie? I'd recommend sticking to getting outfit inspiration and skipping the theater. Here's why. The Barbie I grew up with was a representation of limitless possibilities, embracing diverse characters and feminine empowerment. The 2023 Barbie movie, unfortunately, neglects to address any notion of faith or family and tries to normalize the idea that men and women cannot collaborate positively. Yuck." Ginger lists the pros of the Barbie movie are Margot Robbie's performance, I would agree there, the stunning costume design, and the amazing soundtrack. The cons include the unfortunate portrayal of big dreams causing anxiety instead of inspiration, disappointingly low tea from Ken, and the unfair treatment of pregnant Barbie Midge. Ginger says, "I really wanted to enjoy it, but I ended up feeling let down. @American Girl, please don't take notes on this one." A savage hot take from my wife, Ginger, and I will just say I agree with her on that point. Make sure that you are subscribed to the podcast, whether it's through a viewing or a listening platform. Give us a 5-star rating. Help share our content with more of the normies. We got a country to save. Let's go get them. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to debate and to make an argument about whether we should continue funding Ukraine indefinitely, because this country and this United States Senate has not actually had much of an argument about whether we should continue to fund Ukraine indefinitely. It has become extremely commonplace among advocates for further Ukraine funding to frame this as the courageous against the partisan, those who in America's and Ukraine, apparently's moment of need, are expressing the great spirit of patriotism that animated us in World War II and other moments of great world conflict. And that those who don't want to send another $61 billion to Ukraine, well, we're just the knuckle draggers. We're the people who are listening to the base. We're the people who are listening to the media ignoring that so many of us have been criticizing America's Ukraine policy from the get-go, when both the media and the base was much more supportive than they are today. One of the most preposterous arguments that I hear in defense of our policy in Ukraine is that it is bipartisan, that the experts know better. Perhaps Senator J.D. Vance doesn't know what the Joint Chiefs of Staff do. Perhaps the Republican base doesn't know what the experts in national security do. Maybe they, with their knowledge and their training and their intelligence briefings access, know something that the American people don't. So while the American people have grown more and more skeptical of this conflict, perhaps it makes sense that we should actually listen to the experts. And where have we heard that argument? So many times in the last many decades have we been asked to listen to the experts. And yet, we never actually ask what the track record of those experts is in matters of foreign policy. The experts, the bipartisan consensus, of course, got us into Vietnam, a war that lasted nearly 15 years, that saw the destruction of nearly 60,000 American lives, and for what? It was the bipartisan foreign policy consensus, the experts, that got us into a 20-year war in Afghanistan, where American taxpayers for 2 decades funded things like how to turn Afghanistan into a flowering democracy, or how to ensure that the Afghans had proper American thoughts about gender in the 21st century. Well, maybe that was a waste of money, and maybe the experts were wrong. Those same experts, of course, counseled us that we must invade Iraq because Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, and yet Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, and the war led not only to the destruction of 5,000 American lives and many, many hundreds of thousands of innocent people beyond that, but also led to the regional empowerment of Iran, which now we are told by those same experts is the biggest problem that we face in the Middle East. Now those experts have a new crusade. Now those experts have a new thing that American taxpayers must fund, and must fund indefinitely, and it is called the conflict in Ukraine. Now we, at least most of us, I think, in this body, nearly all of us, I would hope, do not think that Ukraine deserved to be invaded. We certainly don't think that what has befallen the innocent civilians of Ukraine was deserved. We condemn it, as we should. But we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing there, not how we feel about it? What is our objective there, not how sad we feel about what's befallen the innocent civilians? We have to engage in what the bipartisan experts have failed to engage in for 50 years, a conversation about strategy, asking very specific, very discrete questions about what it is that we're doing there. What are we trying to accomplish? How long will it take to accomplish these things? And for how many millions or billions or trillions of dollars are we in for before we can accomplish these things? Now, I've heard any number of explanations from my colleagues who support our policy in Ukraine about what it is that we're trying to do. At the beginning of the war especially, you hear this argument far less, but at the beginning of the war especially, you would hear an argument that we had to throw Vladimir Putin back to the 1991 borders. Well, we don't hear that argument so much anymore. Why? Because it was preposterous then, and it's preposterous now. Ukraine is a country that now has about 28 million people. That's after many hundreds of thousands have died in the war, and many, many millions have left the country, probably permanently beyond that. Russia, by comparison, has 160 million people and has the industrial capacity to make many, many more times artillery shells and other critical weapons per day. So against that Leviathan in Eastern Europe, we are told somehow that the Ukrainians can win. Well, again, what is victory? We know now that throwing Russia back to the 1991 borders is preposterous. No one, not even the inner circle of Zelensky's own cabinet, makes that argument. They did a few months ago, but they don't make that argument anymore. So what is victory? And when you talk to people, both in public and in private, the actual thing that you can piece together that we're trying to do is to send enough weapons and send enough money to the Ukrainians until something good happens, until maybe the Russians get sick of the conflict and they come to the negotiating table. That's one opportunity to end this war that we're told, is that if we just keep on going and we show our resolve, then Vladimir Putin will come to the negotiating table. And yet, if you listen to former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, or you listen even to some of the ministers in Zelensky's government, or certainly if you listen to a number of other Western European allies, they will say that Russia was willing to come to the negotiating table at the beginning of 2022, after the war had stalemated from the Russian perspective and after the Ukrainians had shown some real bravery and some real resolve. Now, it's not just Vladimir Putin who says this. It's virtually everyone who has ever talked about this moment in the conflict, and they will say that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, backed by any number of leaders within the American security apparatus, basically said, tell Vladimir Putin to shove it. The Ukrainians are winning, the Russians are losing, so we'll just keep this war going for as long as it takes. So we had the opportunity to negotiate back in 2022, and if we had taken it, here's what would have happened. Many fewer hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians would have died. Many fewer innocent civilians would have lost their lives, their homes, their livelihoods. And a war in Eastern Europe that has put stresses on everything from food supply to energy prices would have concluded. So, we're trying to get Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. We don't have a pathway for how to do it, by the way. We just think that's a good thing, and we're going to try to do it if we continue to throw money. But yet that same negotiating table was on the offer about 18 months ago, and we told them to go shove it. Okay, so negotiating table, that seems to not be a realistic end goal if we just continue to funnel money and resources. So what is the end goal here? It is astonishing that not a single person from Joe Biden on down can actually articulate what another $61 billion can do. They'll tell you what it won't do. They'll tell you what the absence of $61 billion will do. But how weird is it that they want to send $61 billion to America, to America's ally, Ukraine, and they can't actually tell you what it's supposed to accomplish, what this will accomplish that the previous $120 billion didn't. So first, we have a complete absence of strategy, a complete failure for the President of the United States to articulate what we're going to do. I try to imagine what it would have been as an American citizen if on December the 8th, 1941, Franklin Roosevelt stood before the country and said, the Japanese have attacked us, it is a day that will live in infamy, and so we're going to send money for as long as it possibly takes with no articulation of what we're going to do, of what the battle plan is, of where we're fighting, of what we're going to have our manufacturing base try to accomplish. We're just going to send money and hope that eventually these guys come to the negotiating table. That is the equivalent of what we're doing at this moment in time with this particular conflict. Now, I mentioned just now our manufacturing base. So let's talk about the costs of this conflict. We know there's no strategy. We know there's no plan to do anything other than just to funnel more and more money and more resources. What are the costs of continuing our posture in Ukraine? Well, let's go through them. And let me just make an observation about costs, about actually thinking about costs and considering the consequences of our actions. You know, it used to be common in American statesmanship that we'd hear this phrase, speak softly and carry a big stick. The idea was be smart in your strategic decisions, be willing to hit back and hit back hard if you have to, but don't bluster, don't brag, don't pretend that you can do things that you can't. And a fundamental part of American statesmanship, I think, is asking ourselves, what is it that we are costing ourselves by continuing to fund this war? Well, you've heard some of my colleagues talk about this already. We've got $61 billion on top of $34 trillion in debt. Can we actually afford to send another $61 billion to Ukraine? Can we afford to send the $100 billion that will be requested at some point next year? Can we afford the hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs that we've effectively committed ourselves to by funding the war in Ukraine indefinitely? You already hear these people like vultures with a carcass talking about how much money they're going to make on the reconstruction of Ukraine. And I ask myself, why are we destroying the country in the first place, given that we know the war is at a stalemate and American diplomacy could plausibly bring it to a close? Now, here's another thing that this is costing us, something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough in this chamber, but I'm reminded of the only time that I have ever been in the White House with a sitting president of the United States. It was about a week before the inauguration of Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and so I was there with President Barack Obama. I think it's important never to reveal confidences of private conversations, but he said something that was extremely interesting and I didn't expect to hear from a Democratic president. What he said is that the refugee crisis in Europe in 2015 would take down a number of liberal governments. Now, me as a conservative, I might not care about liberal governments going down, but I thought it was interesting that a theoretically pro-immigration guy, a guy much more committed to the cause of open borders than almost any Republican I know, would say that when you have wide open borders and when you have uncontrolled migration, it destabilizes governments. Well, of course, the former president is exactly right. Refugee crises do destabilize governments. Why are we not talking about the fact that in multiple countries in Southern Europe right now, they are being overwhelmed with people, not bad people, by the way. Most of them are just looking for food to feed their family or a job with a decent wage. But we're witnessing the beginning of what I will believe will become the biggest refugee crisis in the history of the world. Why? Because in Africa, which has 1.5 billion people, most of whom have a standard of living much lower than what we have in the United States of America, you have grain prices through the roof, wheat prices through the roof, barley prices through the roof. And as anybody who is advocating an endless war in Ukraine asked, what happens when 1.5 billion starving people start to move north to look for some food? You don't have to make any moral judgments about the plight that they will go on. You should make a moral judgment about the people in this building who refuse to think about the unintended consequences of their actions. Are we really willing to have over 1 billion people starving, trying to pour into the borders of Europe and the United States of America? Are we really willing to set up a refugee crisis, the likes of which the world has never been seen? And if we do that, what effect will it have on our allies in Europe? What effect will it have in our own country? What effect will it have for millions of American citizens who are already dealing with the consequences of an overwhelmed southern border? And I want to talk about that overwhelmed southern border in a second, but I want to keep talking about the unintended consequences of the war in Ukraine. Another unintended consequence is, what do energy prices look like all over the world? We have no idea who blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We can have some guesses, but it isn't kind of weird and isn't it unusual for our European allies to have had their most important fuel artery destroyed, and they seem totally uninterested in asking questions about it. We already know that governments like those in Poland, like those in Slovenia, like those in a number of other allied countries across Europe are under an extraordinary amount of stress because fuel prices are so high. The country of Hungary, which has 10 million people, took in nearly 1 million Ukrainian refugees, an important American ally by any standard, and yet they are facing skyrocketing energy prices because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. What effect does it have on the many millions of people who are living over there? What effect does it have on America's national security when we take down a number of allied governments because the people there can't afford food and can't afford energy? That is another unintended consequence. And while we're talking about the unintended consequence of energy prices in Europe, let's ask a very important question about why we're here. Now, my Democratic friends on the other side of the aisle act like Ukraine is the most significant issue confronting our country. You see the Ukrainian flag lapel pins. You see the way that people talk about it on social media. There is a species of American liberal who thinks that the Ukraine war is the most important thing confronting our country. But it's not so important that they will pursue common sense American energy policies. The reason why Russia is so powerful on the world stage today is one reason: because of stupid American and European energy policies. Preposterous energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas. So while we, with the one hand, send $61 billion to Ukraine, we pursue a set of energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas and enrich the Russian oligarchs who are paying for the war. We are literally paying for both sides of the war. The Russian side with dumb energy policy and $61 billion to Ukraine direct with American taxpayer subsidy. That is another unintended consequence. And my Republican friends, who I assume all of them agree with me on the idiocy of our modern energy policies in 2023 and 2024, why are they supporting a conflict that in fact is a cover for those energy policies? If they really cared about Ukraine as much as they say they did, perhaps they should force the President of the United States to stop enriching Russian oligarchs with terrible energy policy. But we're not doing that. We're going to continue to fund both sides of this war, and I guess that's just the way that it's going to be. Let's talk about another unintended consequence of our Ukraine policy. We are, at this very moment, incredibly stressed in how many weapons we can manufacture. I tell this statistic to people, and they're sometimes surprised by it. The first time that I heard it, I was surprised by it. America, if you measure it by GDP, is, of course, the largest economy in the world, and we are 10 times the size of the Russian economy. And yet, the most important weapon in Eastern Europe today are 155-millimeter artillery shells. It's one of the reasons why 400,000 Ukrainians, that's the best estimate, have died during this conflict, is because the Russians have an incredible advantage in artillery. So you ask yourself, we're 10 times the size of the Russian economy. How many artillery shells do we make in a month, and how many artillery shells do the Russians make in a month? Well, we make in a month about 30,000 artillery shells. That's up from about 20,000 artillery shells a month at the beginning of the conflict. Guess how many the Russians make? They make about 25,000 artillery shells a day. So in a month, the United States, the biggest economy in the world, makes weapons at a rate per month that the Russians are able to meet in a single day. Well, one thing that suggests to me is that GDP numbers are awfully fake. If you can't produce weapons to defend your own people, then you can't pretend that your economy is as strong as you might like to think. Unfortunately, for Wall Street, we cannot fight wars with dollars and derivatives. We need weapons. We need bullets. We need artillery shells. We need missiles, and America doesn't make nearly enough of those. Not for our own security, and certainly not enough to support both the Ukraine conflict and, God forbid, a conflict that might occur in East Asia. So let's specify that a little bit more. We're right now depleting critical munitions, missiles, artillery shells, and bullets faster than we can replenish them, and then we send them to Ukraine. Well, I'm sorry, why does that make an ounce of sense for our own national security? Shouldn't we rebuild our own manufacturing capacity before we spend all of it on Ukraine? Shouldn't we make more of our own weapons and gain some self-sufficiency in weapons manufacturing before we send all of those resources to Ukraine? The answer of the United States Senate is apparently not. So on issue after issue after issue.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I'm inquiring to see if the gentleman from Ohio would yield to a question about this subject matter.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Senator Vance, this appropriations bill that's before us, I just want to make sure that I've got my facts right. I believe that there's $35 billion to restore U.S. military readiness and modernization. I also believe that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that for every dollar we're sending to Ukraine, we're appropriating about $2.50 to make sure that we backfill and cover. There are a lot of bad and unintended consequences to this conflict. One of the good ones is learning before we have to defend ourselves that we are grievously out of step with manufacturing capacity. And it is my understanding that $35 billion, about half of the money that's being appropriated to Ukraine, is actually being appropriated back to the industrial base and for Patriot missile manufacturing, a number of other vulnerabilities that we found. We're trying to address it. Is that, do I have a correct understanding of that?
To my colleague from North Carolina, before I answer that question, Madam President, can I inquire how much time I have?
And Madam President, I would also like to state that I have time that I will, in response to my question, I will yield my time for the purposes of you allowing to have time beyond the answer to the question.
The senator from Ohio has 40 minutes remaining.
So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the only time used by the senator from North Carolina be debited to his post-cloture time, and that to answer his question, we not have time deducted from my account.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. So, to my colleague and friend from North Carolina, I want to answer that question. So, the senator is right that this legislation contains a lot of resources. I think $35 billion is the number that he used to rebuild the American industrial base. And I have no reason to object that number. I know that some people have had more time with this legislation than I have, but I believe, based on my own review, that that number is correct. But we have to ask ourselves not just how much money is going to rebuild our industrial base, but combined with presidential drawdown authority, how much of that will then be just redirected to Ukraine? My understanding is that given the current authorizations and given the current appropriations, while a lot of this money will go, and I'm glad that it will go, to places like Ohio and Alabama to manufacture weapons, those weapons will then be mostly sent to Eastern Europe because we're currently spending resources and munitions in Eastern Europe at a rate that is far faster than our industrial base's ability to replenish them. So what will happen in effect is that we will make the weapons, and literally faster than we can make them, they will then go out the door to Eastern Europe, unless, of course, in the next few months or the next couple of years, the conflict ends. So the gentleman's question is well taken, but it actually doesn't address the core concern that we're depleting munitions much faster than we can replenish them. And I want to just, on one final point here, if I may, and I'll be quick because I know that I'm on borrowed time here. The question of whether we should rebuild our industrial base is something my friend and I agree on, and I think most of my colleagues here in the United States agree on. The more difficult question is, what do we do in the interim? It will take years to get our industrial base to the point, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, to get our industrial base to the point where it could support a war in Eastern Europe and a war in East Asia simultaneously. We don't debate the need to rebuild our industrial base. The question is, what do we do in the interim? And I think in the interim, continuing to support the Ukraine war indefinitely is a terrible, terrible mistake. Madam President, I suppose I could go back on my own clock. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here, but...
The senator will resume.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your charity, and I appreciate you having to sit up there and listen to me. Members of our gallery chose this, but some of us did not, so I appreciate you and my staff. But let me keep on going here on how we got here. I've articulated to the best of my ability why I think we don't have a strategy here and why I think it's important for us to actually articulate a strategy, what it means for us to not have that strategy, and importantly, the unintended consequences of continued conflict in Eastern Europe, backstopped by the American taxpayer. But I want to talk about the politics of this. Not long ago, or I should say, not long after Russia invaded Ukraine, I made an observation that frustrated a lot of my friends who advocate for continual conflict in Ukraine. I said, how can we support a war in Ukraine? How can we defend Ukraine's borders when we're not even defending our own American border under the presidency of Joe Biden? And the response that came back went something like this, and I'll paraphrase it as much as I can. America can walk and chew gum at the same time. A great power should, in theory, be able to support an ally in Eastern Europe while at the same time securing its own southern border. And I think the events of the last week have revealed just how preposterous that argument is. We clearly are not able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And in fact, if we were able to walk and chew gum at the same time, we would secure our border first, and we would have done it weeks or months ago, but certainly we would have done it this past week. Now, here's the basic political dynamic that unfolded, and I know my colleague from Kentucky has discussed this, so have others. The basic political dynamic that unfolded is the Republicans in the Senate said, we want border security. That is the issue around which Republicans are unified. We want border security. And, of course, the Democrats are in charge. The Democratic leader is the majority leader of the Senate. We have a Democratic president. So What do the Democrats want? What unites the Democrats that doesn't unite us? And the answer came back, Ukraine. The Democrats want to send $61 billion to Ukraine. The Republicans want to secure the border. And there was the root of a potential compromise. In divided government, sometimes you have to make compromises. Nobody is happy, but there was a potential compromise that could be made. And here's how the argument went. If we're going to send $61 billion to Ukraine, we should do it first in tiers. We shouldn't send it all at once. We should stagger it out a little bit. And the reason we should do that is to ensure that Joe Biden actually keeps his promise and enforces the American southern border. In other words, we tell the president that you don't get another dime of American taxpayer money for Ukraine unless you bring illegal border crossings at the level they were during the presidency of Donald Trump. That, to me, was the negotiation as it was set up by the Republican conference. That was the understanding that me and so many of my colleagues in the Republican conference had. And of course, that negotiation could go many places. It could go a place that might make Democrats uncomfortable. It could go a place that might make some of my Republican friends uncomfortable. In theory, to get a deal, it would sort of get everybody a little uncomfortable, but you'd be able to get 60 senators to pass it and send it on to the House. Well, that's not what happened. What was produced instead was a secret negotiation where Republican senators, by and large, had very, very little input in the process and where we had no idea what was actually in the final package. We heard it through rumor and through conversations with friends, but immigration law is complicated. What a colleague, even a well-meaning colleague, tells you exists in a piece of immigration law doesn't matter nearly as much as the text of the actual immigration law. So that text finally dropped on Sunday of last week. I believe February 4th, that legislation dropped. A 370-page piece of legislation that would commit many, many billions of dollars to Ukraine, a few $billion to East Asia, a few $billion to Israel, and a few $billion combined with some policy changes at the American southern border. Now, here's the problem. It actually inflamed some of the worst. When you read the text, you realize that it inflames some of the problems that make the southern border crisis the worst. Let's just walk through a few of those. Number one, parole. The last Democratic president, Barack Obama, paroled approximately 5,000 illegal aliens per year. That's 5,000 per year. Joe Biden, in 3 years, has paroled between 600,000 and close to 1 million illegal aliens per year. That is not a typo or an overstatement. So Joe Biden radically increased parole authority, and that doesn't just have the direct effect of making nearly 1 million illegal aliens legal. It also has a secondary effect, because if you are in Central America or you're anywhere in the world and you would like to come to America and not go through the proper channels, now, all of a sudden, the clarion call has gone out. Joe Biden has thrown open the southern border, and if you come across illegally, he will parole you close to 1 million times per year, when the last Democrat did it 5,000 times per year. That is the first effect of Joe Biden's parole, and our great border compromise did nothing to limit Joe Biden's parole authority. Number two, another problem with our border law is that it has been manipulated so that we turn so-called illegal aliens into so-called asylum seekers. Here's how it works. We, of course, want to be a country that's welcoming to those who are fearing persecution. So if you come into this country as an economic migrant and you come illegally, you come having not followed the laws of this country, you can claim asylum. And if your asylum claim is granted, you immediately receive amnesty and you are on the track to becoming a citizen of this country, even though you never followed the law to get into the country in the first place. The other effect of our problematic asylum laws is that even if the asylum claim is not granted, you can be released into the country for a period of years, sometimes even decades, before an immigration judge hears your claim. So let's say you're an economic migrant. You show up at the American southern border. You say that I am an asylum claimant fearing persecution, and an administrative official from Customs and Border Patrol says, well, we have to adjudicate your asylum claim. You can't do that right now. So what we'll do is ask an immigration judge to hear that claim in 12 years. You're free to hang out in America for the next 12 years. Well, that is an effective amnesty. And again, it sends a message all across the world that America is open for business and we can have a wide open southern border. That's what it does. This particular legislation actually made that problem worse. Now, on the one hand, it tried to increase the standard for granting asylum from a credible fear standard to a reasonable fear standard, but importantly, it changed the people who were enforcing that standard from immigration judges to CIS officers at the United States Customs and Immigration Services. These are people who are widely believed to have some of the most pro-asylum views within the United States government, so millions of people could come across the southern border, claim asylum, and have their claim granted unilaterally. That would put them on the pathway to citizenship. That would put them in a competitive posture with American citizens for jobs and for other important benefits. And yet, this legislation trying to fix the border actually made the asylum process worse. So here we are with a border compromise that actually makes the border security problems in this country worse. And let me just say, what we would need to do if we really wanted to secure the border is very simple. We just have to make Joe Biden do it. He has the tools necessary. He has the legal authority necessary to secure the border. The real debate, whether you're using Ukraine money as leverage or something else, is how do we force Joe Biden to do his job? This legislation didn't do that. It didn't even come close to doing that. And so most Republicans rejected it. So now here we are, an hour after the first foray of border security negotiations, the first volley where Democrats give us border security and Republicans give $61 billion in Ukraine. And what happens? It doesn't succeed. For the reasons I just articulated, the gross majority of my Republican colleagues didn't like that proposal, and so it got dropped. And what you might expect happen in a good faith negotiation that was actually about the border, if we were actually trying to secure the border, you might have said, this is not the Democrats' best offer. Let's go back to the negotiating table. Let's continue to push for border security because that is the most pressing crisis that we face as a country. And what happened instead is after an hour, Senate Democrats and even some in Republican leadership decided that we should move on from border security. They had checked the box. Now let's move on to their real priority, which is sending another $61 billion to Ukraine. It stinks to high heaven, ladies and gentlemen. No one who watched this process unfold believes that Republican leadership negotiated in good faith for border security or that Democrats did the same. It was always kabuki theater. It was always an excuse to say, we tried on the border, now let's move on to the thing that really matters, which is the money for Ukraine. And that failure, the way that it blew up in the faces of our leadership and the appearance gave lie to the idea that this was ever really about border security. And by the way, it alienated millions of Republican and independent voters who want their government to focus on the most pressing problem for this country, and that is the border. When I go back home to Ohio and I talk to audiences about their views on Ukraine, most people agree with me, but some people disagree with me. But if you go to an audience in the state of Ohio, a state that is affected tragically by the fentanyl problem, where you will drive on highways and see billboards for sex trafficking victims to call the hotline because they're being sex trafficked in the state of Ohio by Mexican drug cartels who have been given free rein at the southern border. If you talk to people and ask them what are the most pressing problems the country faces, none of them will say Ukraine. Even those who would like to send more money to Ukraine, none of them will say Ukraine. So what are we doing? Why did we give up so easily? Why did Republicans stab their voters in the back? Why did we not fight for border security? Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we promised we would do. Many of us did, by the way. Even some of my colleagues who disagree with me on the Ukraine question, they at least had the courage to stand and fight for border security, but unfortunately far too many Republicans refused. And so we are where we are. Now let me just make an argument about where we are on this particular border situation. We have millions of people coming into the country illegally every single year. We have hundreds of thousands dying just in the first 3 years of Joe Biden's term of fentanyl overdoses. We have a president who has invited the opening of the American southern border, and now we are living with the consequences. The American people know that this was the direct result of Joe Biden's policies, and they know that he could stop it. So let's debate real border security that actually forces the president to do exactly that. There are a number of options on the table. You will sometimes hear some of my Democratic colleagues and even some in Republican leadership say, we can't have a bill because Donald Trump doesn't want us to have a bill. That if we advance common sense border security, Donald Trump would destroy it. That is the furthest thing from the truth. In fact, just last week, Donald Trump proposed a border security bill that would force Joe Biden to secure the southern border. You may agree or disagree with the policy, but the idea that there is no policy that would get Republican buy-in, including at the top of the Republican ticket, is preposterous. It's something that does not exist in reality. Madam President, how much time do I have left?
The senator has 25 minutes remaining.
Great. So, I've given my spiel here, and I want to get a little bit into the details of what we're trying to accomplish here and how we might try to accomplish it. Let's first start with a conversation about the American southern border. I want to read a piece from the Washington Post, an argument that I want to read and then I want to respond to. Having failed to convince the American people that a blank check to Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky is in their interest, the Ukraine First Caucus now claims the aid primarily benefits American workers. Mark A. Thiessen, who drafted an op-ed to this point, exemplified the pivot. This is disingenuous and dangerous, and this is partially in response to some of the arguments that I've heard earlier. We cannot rebuild our industrial base by building capacity and sending all of it to Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. Now, we support increasing defense spending and building up our defense industrial base, as expansion of our military manufacturing capacity benefits American workers and bolsters our national security. Washington is more focused on sending our limited military stockpiles to a conflict in Ukraine with no clear path to victory. The Biden administration's new message fails to account for grave shortages in our stockpiles. Thanks to nearly 2 years of mission in Ukraine, the United States is perilously unready for any additional contingency. Anything with solid rocket motors is in short supply. Solid rocket motors are the rocket motors that power so many of the critical missile systems that we need. And whether it's Javelins or Stingers or Patriot missiles, we are critically in short supply of not just the missiles themselves, but of some of the components that are necessary for building those missiles, including the SM-6s that would be needed in the Pacific. The high demand for Stingers, Javelins, and Patriot interceptors in Ukraine means we are desperately short of the weapons that would be needed in Taiwan. Replenishing them is going to take years. And I'm going to just pause here to make an observation. One of the arguments my friends make in defense of $61 billion to Ukraine is that we need to send a message to Vladimir Putin that if we give up and walk away from the Ukrainian battlefield, even though the leader of Ukraine's own military until recently said they had no chance of victory on that battlefield, if we give up, then it will send a message to Xi Jinping, the leader of China, that we are not a steadfast ally. What they're arguing, in effect, is that it will weaken American deterrence, that process by which we prevent our enemies and our adversaries from doing things that we don't want them to. Well, in classical foreign policy circles, deterrence is the combination of, on the one hand, resolve, and on the other hand, capacity. And they're making an argument about resolve. They're saying that if we show weakness to Xi, we will be showing a weakening of American resolve. We'll show that America can't stand in there and fight the fight. And look, I'm obviously a critic of further aid to Ukraine, but it is true that American resolve is important, and we should do everything that we can to show American resolve. But you know what's more important than American resolve? You know what's more important than thumping our chest like 8th graders on a playground and saying, we're tough, we're strong, we can do it? What's much stronger than that is to actually have the capacity to defend ourselves and our allies, and that is what is so weak. Xi Jinping does not care how tough America acts. He cares how strong America is. And if we use our ammunition, our missiles, our artillery on a war in Eastern Europe, if we don't even have the bullets to defend ourselves and our allies, it doesn't matter how tough we act. Xi will do whatever he wants all over the world, and that's what this is ultimately about. We are trying to rebuild our country. What do we do in the interim? What do we actually do when our country is in a weak enough place because of decisions made over 30 or 40 years? I find it interesting that so many of the people, from the news commentators to my Senate colleagues, Republican and Democrat, who actively advocated shipping our industrial base to East Asia and Mexico, are now the people who are most fervently advocating for endless war in Ukraine. Here's the game they played. Send all of our weapons manufacturing, send all of our defense industrial base, send it everywhere but the United States of America. And now that America is in a tough spot, we should fight every conflict everywhere, even though we don't make the weapons that we need to support those conflicts. And why don't we make those weapons? It's because these guys encouraged us to ship our industrial base overseas. Those of you who are students of history will have heard the term arsenal of democracy. America was the arsenal of democracy. We won World War II, not because of chest thumping, not because we showed the strongest resolve, but because we had the strongest people and the strongest economy in the world. So at a time when America faces a number of problems, including the southern border here at home, at a time when we are weaker in manufacturing capacity than we've been at any time in the last half century, this is the point when these people want to send unlimited weapons to Ukraine. This is the point where they want to send weapons not just to Ukraine, but to many theaters all across the world. Let's have an honest conversation about the decisions that have been made and how they've made this country weaker. Let's not pretend that weakness doesn't exist and send an unlimited number of weapons to Ukraine in the interim. Now, I want to move on to another argument. I want to read this piece, which articulates my argument for peace very well, written in Responsible Statecraft, published on July 5th of 2023. We're now, think about it, nearly a year since this piece was published, and its arguments are, if anything, more pressing today than they were last summer. Quote, last year, referring to the possibility of escalation that the Russo-Ukrainian war entails, President Joe Biden announced that America and the world are closer to a destructive nuclear war than ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Perhaps no other statement from the highest level of government could so directly affirm the failure of American grand strategy and foreign policy in the post-Cold War world. What seemed to be a Hollywood sci-fi scenario that the average American in the 21st century did not even think about is now a possibility that experts, policymakers, and world leaders like President Biden discuss regularly. As America and the world grapple with the tectonic shifts that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has unleashed, war budgets around the world keep increasing. In 2022, global spending on defense reached an all-time high of $2.24 trillion. The U.S. defense budget accounted for almost 40% of the total, surpassing the next 10 countries combined, including China, Russia, India, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Yes, America's ever-increasing military expenditures have hardly translated into success stories in the 21st century. The trillions of dollars pumped into questionable military adventurism abroad, such as the invasion of Iraq in 2003, have yielded equally questionable results not only for U.S. interests and national security, but also for global security. America's over-reliance on the military to achieve policy objectives and the unilateral actions pursued without an international mandate have backfired in the form of a growing coalition of dissatisfied states that refuse to accept a world order that they see as unjust and hierarchical. In April of 1953, President Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered the famous Chance for Peace speech, in which he compared the enthusiasm for a just and peaceful world after World War II to the unstable, hostile, and unpredictable environment of the Cold War. The 8 years that have passed have seen that hope waver, grow dim, and almost die. And the shadow of fear again has darkly lengthened across the world, he said, before laying out his vision of a just and peaceful order and warning against the unbalanced political influence of military interests. Today, 70 years later, the world faces the same shadow of fear as the unpredictable war unleashed by a revisionist Russia shakes the international system. Biden's promised end of America's forever wars that was supposed to bring stability and predictability back to the realm of international affairs, while also allowing the United States to reorient its resources towards a much-needed domestic revival, did not materialize. While the war in Ukraine poses a significant threat to U.S. national security interests and necessitates an appropriate policy response, including security assistance to Ukraine for self-defense, look, this guy even believed in security assistance to Ukraine up to a certain point. U.S. military spending was growing even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This pattern should raise questions about whether the United States should have increased spending on the military in response to the crisis in Ukraine. The war has also turned into a talking point for those whose direct interests tied to military spending overshadow the actual interests of the American people. Many are now pushing for the concept of a long standoff with foreign rivals, without accounting for the real costs and implications that will be borne by ordinary citizens both in America and abroad. In foreign affairs, discourse and reality are sometimes interwoven in complicated and nuanced ways. Conflict can arise as much from actual strategic disagreements, security considerations, and national interests as from discourse and perceptions. In this context, embracing conflict and promoting discourse that emphasizes a long-term confrontation is a dangerous path for America to follow. The very cause of World War I has been attributed to the perceptions of threats and the interpretation of actions by states as hostile, leading some scholars to argue that European leaders sleepwalked into a conflict they neither desired nor expected to win easily. The question for Americans today, especially the new generation that will be inheriting a more unstable and dangerous world, is whether they will allow America to sleepwalk into a conflict that the United States neither needs nor can afford to win. Traditionally, American voters do not attach much importance to foreign and defense policy issues. Yet the citizens of a country that will be spending a record $842 billion on the military cannot afford to close their eyes on such critical policy issues that in fact profoundly affect their livelihoods. The question is not whether America should abandon its legitimate security needs and interests, nor neglect the foreign threats that necessitate spending on the military. We must understand how much of the current spending is actually justified. We also need to assess the efficiency of the military to protect the American people and interests abroad without overextending resources wastefully and prompting a dangerous arms race that will paralyze growth, development, and more importantly, the long-term prospect for peace and a new, more just world order. This is why young Americans should be especially concerned with the unchecked influence of special interests that seek to inflate threats, install the inevitability of long-term confrontation in the world, and justify ever-increasing spending on the military. The new generation will be the primary bearer of such burdens, costs, and consequences that decisions taken in Washington today will have. Ultimately, it boils down to a simple question of the kind of vision young Americans have for their country and the world. The question is especially critical given America's own undeniable internal strife. Those seeking to downplay the legitimate critique of the over-reliance on military forget or deliberately neglect that foreign policy is ultimately dependent on domestic policy. Both experts and the general public now agree that the once-hailed American democracy is threatened. The inflection point for America is serious. The country is facing a crisis of identity, social cohesion, a growing discontent with the economic model that has marginalized an ever-growing segment of the population, and what is more concerning, a waning belief and trust in the country's most foundational institutions. Those championing a new age of unnecessarily militaristic and confrontational foreign policy that relies on growing and unbalanced defense budgets should rethink the use of those resources. A stroll in the streets of Portland or in the infamous Skid Row in Los Angeles could be beneficial to reevaluate priorities and distributions of limited resources to deal with the most pressing issues America faces. Ultimately, the strength and attractiveness of the United States on the global stage and America's competitiveness vis-a-vis its rivals depends on the domestic revival of a country that has been decaying silently for decades in virtually all key aspects. This is why a new generation of Americans must step in to seize the new chance for peace before it is too late. As the world order continues to fracture, only a wave of democratization of the most democratic sphere of policymaking in Washington can trigger the kind of reassessment and accountability the American people should expect from their elected leaders. Unless we take steps now to usher in an overdue reckoning in Washington, we may miss, as President Eisenhower said, a precious chance to turn back the tide of events. That was by Martin McAryan, and that again is from Responsible Statecraft, an important argument and an important piece. Let me address just a couple of points brought to mind by that piece and by that argument. You'll hear, especially in the last couple of days, after former President Donald Trump criticized NATO, you will hear a strong argument about what NATO means to the United States of America. And I think it's important for us and for our citizens to be honest, not just about the problems inherent with NATO and the lack of burden sharing, but also the problems that exist in NATO's own countries, countries that most of us love, that most of us see as important allies, but have deep, deep pathologies and problems that must be addressed. Something that is often said is that in this particular conflict, Ukraine versus Russia, NATO is actually carrying its fair share of the burden. You will see charts that make an argument that NATO, which has the economy approximately the size of the United States of America, is spending actually more resources on Ukraine than the United States of America. Now, that argument has a few critical flaws. Let's walk through them. First of all, NATO is providing a large amount of humanitarian assistance, and of course they're absorbing a large amount of refugees. They're doing it because Ukraine is in their backyard. But the critical weapons and munitions that are being provided are overwhelmingly the responsibility of the United States of America. NATO is not carrying its fair share of the burden when it comes to weapons, and that's the most important things the Ukrainians need to win. Second, even if we assumed, and it's wrong, but even if we assumed that NATO was carrying its fair share of the burden over the last 18 months, NATO has failed to carry its fair share of the burden for literally decades, ladies and gentlemen. Look just at how much money the United States has spent on defense since 1992 and compare that to our NATO allies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been subsidizing European security to the tune of trillions of dollars. And it might feel nice when we go to Munich and the Europeans thank us, and it might be great to get a pat on the back from a European head of state, but the American people demand that NATO carry its fair share of the burden. Germany is the largest economy in Europe. They have promised for decades, and especially over the last years, that they would meet the NATO threshold of 2% of GDP spent on defense. They are still not there. Italy, a massive economy, still underspends on defense. In fact, most of the economies of Europe, outside of the UK and France and some economies in Eastern Europe, most of the economies of Europe massively underspend on defense, and that has invited aggression, not just from Vladimir Putin, but from other places as well. And at the same time that world leaders play armchair general with the Ukraine conflict, their own societies are decaying. Not a single country, even the United States within the NATO alliance, has birth rates at replacement level. We don't have enough families and children to continue as a nation, and yet we're talking about problems 6,000 miles away. We are being invaded by up to 10 million illegal migrants over the course of Joe Biden's term in office, and we have apparently no president with willpower to stop that problem. We have a fentanyl crisis that has led to the deaths of over 100,000 people per year in the last few years of our youngest and brightest people. Mental health crises are skyrocketing. Youth suicides are skyrocketing. And every single place, not just the United States, but every single one of the countries in the NATO alliance see similar, or in some cases, even more troubling dynamics on most of those metrics, from migration to economic malaise. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? China and Russia, if we want them to fear us, we need to rebuild our own countries. We need to rebuild a strong Europe and a strong America. We need to rebuild a civilization that can support conflicts instead of just run away from them. Because right now, we don't have that. We do not have a country and we do not have a NATO alliance that is strong enough to do the things that need to be done. So our message to the Europeans need to be simple. Fix your own country, share your own burden, spend more on defense, fix your own problems, and that will deal with the problem in Russia far more than a $61 billion check to Ukraine will. In fact, we are subsidizing them. We are enabling their refusal to spend enough resources on defense. And I see that my time is up, Mr. President. Thank you.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
I want to remind the public that Donald Trump and House Republicans also have their own ideas for the border. So let's review the majority's border ideas that they've actually presented. Here they are. Donald Trump actually has said that he wants to build alligator moats along the border. That's one of his incredible ideas. Another idea that Donald Trump has promoted is he actually wants to electrify the border fence and maybe even put some spikes on the border. That's another Donald Trump and MAGA majority border idea. Another idea, which I'm not sure how well it would go, is he wants to actually bomb northern Mexico with missiles. That's another Trump idea. And finally, I think one of the ones that I think is the most grotesque is suggestions that instead we should maybe just shoot migrants in the legs as they cross the border. So once again, the Donald Trump and MAGA plan is alligator moats, bombing northern Mexico, shooting migrants in the legs, and electrifying the fence and putting spikes on them. That is the Donald Trump border plan.
Welcome back to Firebrand. We are live. That is Triggered. California Congressman Robert Garcia laying out what he perceives as the MAGA plan to secure a border that's wide open. Electrified fences, alligators, ensuring that we bomb the places where they are producing the fentanyl that's killing over 100,000 Americans, and maybe even a little hot lead for the traffickers themselves that, in fact, harm the migrants and harm our country and destabilize what ought to be a place of prosperity along the U.S.-Mexico border, but instead is full of bandits and hoodlums and trouble. So I was already supportive of that agenda. I didn't even need Robert Garcia to lay it out for me, but he did in Technicolor. And the bottom line is you cannot continue to allow 300,000 people every month to come across illegally. We have seen a huge increase in those on the terror watch list that are apprehended and released, and 6 million of the 8 million that we've paroled into the country. Well, we don't know who they are and where they are. So the impeachment of Mayorkas is coming. I'm going to be voting for that impeachment, supporting that impeachment. You've seen some of the debate in the House Homeland Security Committee. But impeachment is necessary but not sufficient as a posture for House Republicans. We have to be demanding that the border be closed in order to continue extending funding for the government agencies that have long been turned against the people during the Biden administration. So it's got to be shut down the border or shut down the government. And where Speaker Mike Johnson is right on this is that we don't need some new law to shut down the border. Trump did it. It's the public health Title 42 authorities remain in Mexico and safe third country. You do those things, then you detain or remove the people who come here illegally. You have the border secure. So don't buy this nonsense that dumb Senate amnesty bill sponsored by Senator Langford, is what is necessary. It indeed is not. I want to get now to our top story of the day. Even more cheating, even more trouble going on in Fulton County. You'll remember Fulton County is where the DA, the Soros-backed DA, Fani Willis, brought an action for RICO. RICO is the stuff that like Rudy Giuliani used to go get the mob in New York, but instead now it's being used against Rudy Giuliani. Fani Willis has a long history of misusing the statute. She used it against teachers when that was widely panned as an overcharging of that particular crime and set of facts. But Fani Willis herself may be in a little trouble. We've covered extensively how she jacked up billing opportunities for her married boyfriend, Nathan Wade, and Nathan Wade charged like $650,000 to this matter, whereas the other more qualified outside attorneys were only charging like $100,000, back of the napkin math. Then there were 2 grand juries. I found this was odd in Georgia. Like normally you would have a grand jury that would evaluate the matter and that would then make a charging decision or not. And it always was odd to me that there were 2 separate grand juries. And then I start to think to myself, well, maybe the reason there were 2 was so that Nathan Wade could double bill, double charge, and then thanks to Nathan Wade's estranged wife, we now have all the evidence of the trips he took and how he took the money from Fani Willis and then spent it on Fani Willis. Well, there's even more to this story and even more to the mismanagement. Someone from Fani Willis's office gets an audio recording, really a whistleblower here, is trying to say that there are grants that are being misused for personal emoluments, for trips, for laptops. Take a listen from inside the Fulton County DA's office.
If you had to give me a sentence, what is the sentence theme?
Once I told him about his, respectfully and in an email, about his lack of leadership and the fact that he wanted me to do things with grants that were impossible. And I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, and questioning stuff. He would take me off projects, tell people I wasn't doing what I was supposed to because I questioned him. Because I understood, I helped write that grant. I knew what was in that grant. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're going to get MacBooks, we're going to do that, we're going to get swag, we're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off Junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing, period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffey, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another, is dangerous to your administration. He tells people, when I reached out to you, he told me, you think your word is safe? Exactly when you reached out to Miss Willis, she called me and told me, she tell me everything. So once you reach out to her, she's going to reach back out to me. So I didn't even go to HR because he put Dexter's name on my PDP and I didn't even feel safe going to anybody.
Can I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 supervisors that have failed in this building. What's interesting to me, because I'm in a learning curve too, they each pretend to have a relationship with me that they do not have. Mm-hmm. I guess that's an intimidation tactic. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that you felt that way, but Dexter certainly don't have no relationship with Michael Cuffey. You were safe to go those places.
We're back live, swag and travel and laptops. And if you listen closely to this interaction between clearly a distraught whistleblower who is talking about having written the very grants that are being abused, Fani Willis tries to make it personal. She tries to get away from the misuse of money, any accountability, any crime that may have occurred by making a misrepresentation about how funds were being used or planned to be used. Instead, what you get from Fani Willis is, well, it just sounds like you and this particular individual didn't get along. And that's a tell, because it shows you that the construct for how Fani Willis views the work of the office is through the lens of personal relationships. You see, this particular grant writer didn't get along with the supervisor. So that's really the problem. And then on Nathan Wade, well, you see Fonnie Willis getting along with Mr. Wade real well in the receipts that are produced by Nathan Wade's wife. But since the relationship was strong between Willis and Wade, the financial malpractice and malfeasance was acceptable. I am calling on the House Judiciary Committee to immediately hold hearings on the misuse of federal grants by Fonnie Willis. That whistleblower should be allowed to tell her story to the United States Congress. Fonnie Willis should have to answer for any misuse of federal grants for personal, lavish experiences. And if there are other funds commingled with those federal funds that allow Fonnie Willis to go hire her married boyfriend, give him $650,000, and enjoy trips as a consequence, we need answers. The House Judiciary Committee would be derelict in not bringing Fonnie Willis before us for a hearing following the release of this explosive whistleblower transcript and audio. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's get her here to answer questions. My expectation is that you'll learn a lot more about the corruption going on in the Fulton County DA's office. Turning now to Capitol Hill, there was a really important hearing with Mark Zuckerberg over in the Senate, and Zuckerberg got a real haranguing from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Let's listen in.
Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users two choices: get resources or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that is that when people are searching for something that is problematic, it's often helpful to, rather than just blocking it, to help direct them towards something that that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
In what, I understand get resources. In what sane universe is there a link for see results anyway?
Well, because we might be wrong. We try to trigger this warning, or we tried to, when we think that there's any chance that the results.
Okay, you might be wrong. Let me ask you, how many times was this warning screen displayed?
I don't know, but
you don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But
you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. Will you commit right now to within 5 days answering this question for this committee?
We'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed? Yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many times did an Instagram user who got this warning that you're seeing images of child sexual abuse, how many times did that user click on see results anyway? I want to see that.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
Ted Cruz clearly did not have decaf on the morning of this questioning, and Zuckerberg is quite deft and quite charming in these deflections and in his unwillingness to commit to get information that Senator Cruz has been asking for years. Another of our great Senate firebrands also got all over Mr. Zuckerberg. It was Senator Josh Hawley. Take a listen.
With so much of our lives spent on mobile devices and social media, it's important to look into the effects on teen mental health and well-being. I take this very seriously. Mental health is a complex issue, and the existing body of scientific work has not shown a causal link between using social media and young people having worse mental health outcomes.
Did I hear you say in your opening statement that there's no link between mental health and social media use?
Senator, what I said is I think it's important to look at the science. I know people widely talk about this as if that is something that's already been proven, and I think that the bulk of the scientific evidence does not support that.
Well, really, let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Instagram studied the effect of your platform on teenagers Let me just read you some quotes from the Wall Street Journal's report on this. Company researchers found that Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of teenagers, most notably teenage girls. Here's a quote from your own study. Quote, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Here's another quote. "Teens blamed Instagram," this is your study, "for increases in the rate of anxiety and depression. This reaction was unprompted and consistent across all groups." That's your study.
Senator, we try to understand the feedback and how people feel about the services. We can improve.
Wait a minute. Your own study says that you make life worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls. You increase anxiety and depression. That's what it says. And you're here testifying to us in public that there's no link. You've been doing this for years. For years, you've been coming in public and testifying under oath that there's absolutely no link. Your product is wonderful. The science is nascent, full speed ahead, while internally you know full well your product is a disaster for teenagers.
Senator,
and yet
that's
you
not
keep
true.
right on doing what you're doing. Right?
Not true.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all.
Who did you fire?
Tools. Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant action.
It's appropriate to talk about
it's not appropriate.
HR decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services, help with dealing with the issues that your service has caused?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you going to compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful content,
make money,
take it off the services,
to make money,
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you didn't take any action. You didn't take any action. You didn't fire anybody. You haven't compensated a single victim. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now?
Well,
they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you have through. It was quite a moment in the Senate Judiciary Committee when Zuckerberg did indeed take Holly up on that offer. Kathy on Rumble asks an important question. What about Section 230? Didn't we get rid of that? So here's the background. Section 230 is a provision of law, federal law, that gives the publishers of information, or I should say that differently. Section 230 allows entities that are technology platforms to avoid the liability thresholds that would exist if they were a publisher. So there's this big debate going on. Is Facebook just an aggregator, or indeed are they a publisher? And the more you see them engage in censorship and the more the algorithm tries to shape how people think, the more we really get to the point that there is no just blanket tech platform that makes information available that is operated by Meta. And so we wanted to repeal Section 230. And we had Republicans and Democrats, certainly not Senator Hawley and Senator Cruz, but Republicans and Democrats who stood in the way of that effort. So the very harm that you saw Senator Hawley and Senator Cruz express concern over is allowed to occur with a full liability shield for Meta. So we bring them before Congress, we ask these questions, but at the end of the day, the people who are really harmed can't sue. They should be able to. That's why Section 230 should be repealed. I now want to talk about something going on in Iowa. Former Mississippi congressional candidate and American hero Michael Cassidy was just charged with fourth-degree criminal mischief, a misdemeanor in Iowa for beheading that statue of the blasphemant that was placed on display at the state capitol in Iowa. It was a big story. You had this satanic symbol, and this veteran goes and beheads the weird
idle thing. But unfortunately for Michael, who did what was right, another demon has reared its ugly head. That demon is the Soros-funded county attorney Kimberly Graham, who has decided to charge Michael with a felony hate crime. Any sane country would give Michael a medal, but while Michael may have earned himself another jewel in his crown of heaven, here he has earned himself official condemnation and enhanced felony charges from our most nefarious adversaries. Now, County Attorney Kimberly Graham is most known for taking over $300,000 from the George Soros Justice and Public Safety Political Action Committee. And I've spent some time in Iowa recently. $300,000 from a PAC for a county prosecutor position is a lot of money. It is dispositive in races like that. And if it's not enough to make your skin crawl, she claimed in the past that she was inspired to run for county attorney by Rachel Collins, the famous progressive DA in Boston, who publicly released a list of 15 crimes that her office would refuse to prosecute, like trespassing, shoplifting, larceny, disorderly conduct, receiving stolen property, driving on a suspended license, breaking and entering with property damage, wanton and malicious destruction of property, threats, and more. And we talk a lot about Soros prosecutors and their commitment to the destruction of the rule of law and really the mockery of natural law. But one feature of anarcho-tyranny that gets less attention is that of unequal enforcement of the law. Rules for thee, but not for me. If Michael Cassidy destroyed a statue of George Washington or Thomas Jefferson or virtually any ancestral American deemed problematic by today's mores, well, he wouldn't have been prosecuted. He probably would have received millions of dollars in settlements like the BLM rioters in Seattle. But Michael is being prosecuted because he stands for the values that the regime opposes, that this Soros-funded regime stands against. This is not an isolated incident. It's not even isolated to Iowa. In 2019, Adolfo Martinez was sentenced to 15 years for the hate crime of burning a rainbow flag flying on the side of a church in central Iowa. What happened to victimless crimes and restorative justice? No, that's just for the left, and it's all a show. It doesn't have to be consistent. It's not meant to be. A system isn't characterized by what it is meant to do. It is characterized by what it does. And the current system of laws throughout this country criminalizes the behavior of those that the regime hates, and it overlooks the behavior of those supported by the regime. And then you see people like Michael, like Daniel Penny, pay the consequence for that unequal enforcement of the law. So make no mistake, the regime has a state religion complete with its own blasphemy laws. And if you offend the rainbow satanic empire, the powers that be will throw you in the lion's den. That's what happened to Michael Cassidy. It's what will happen to you if we do not take back control of the justice system and kick these Soros prosecutors out of office. They are doing tremendous damage. Speaking of damage here in Congress, we get another report from Quiver Quantitative regarding the trading that goes on with members of Congress. So before I go over this specific post, I do not believe that members of Congress should be able to trade individual stocks. Even if the action is not nefarious, it undermines our trust in the system, and oftentimes it is nefarious. We don't let referees bet on the game, and we shouldn't let congressmen trade on individual stocks. I highly recommend Quiver Quantitative as a follow at QUIVERQUANT. They've built a system that tracks these congressional trades, and one of them caught our eye. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen just disclosed the purchase of a stock in a company called Badger Meter. Badger Meter produces automated water meter technology. The EPA recently passed a mandate requiring utilities to upgrade to new automated water meters. Senator Mullen sits on the Senate Committee on the Environment and Public Works. Tulsa, Oklahoma, just announced that they will be spending $94 million to upgrade their meters. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen represents the state of Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye out to see how much federal money goes to Badger Meter. Thank you for that report from Quiver Quantitative. In New York City, mobs of migrants are attacking people and hurting them. Take a watch.
A group of migrants in New York City are arrested after attacking NYPD officers near Times Square. 5 of those migrants were arrested. 4 already released without bail, Brian.
Can you imagine even putting your hands on a police officer and not thinking you're still in prison? They are beating them up. They don't even belong in this country, and they're out of prison. Well, some are repeat offenders. The brawl started when 2 officers were trying to break up a rowdy crowd near a migrant shelter around 42nd Street. While arresting one of the men, the others jumped in, as you're seeing, kicking and punching the officers. That might work in your country. It doesn't work here. The Manhattan DA's office says it's investigating the incident as police search for 5 other men involved. What's there to investigate? It's an absolute embarrassment.
Remember that Manhattan DA is Alvin Bragg, who has turned the streets over to the thugs and criminals while he's engaged in some novel stitching of federal election law to local reporting requirements in order to prosecute President Trump because he has failed to protect the people of Manhattan. You see it right there. So I guess to the folks in New York, when are you going to get tired of it? Like, when are you going to get tired of the fact that these folks can hurt you and then go right back on the street and hurt somebody else? When are you going to get tired of the fact that they're throwing your kids out of the schools to house migrants? This sanctuary city that you live in appears more like a hellhole to me, not a sanctuary that I would ever want to be a part of. And maybe that's the reason that so many New Yorkers are taking their sanctuary in the Sunshine State. And we welcome them so long as they remember why they're leaving, what they're coming to, and to preserve the greatness of the quality of life that we're able to lead in Florida that looks nothing like what you just saw with that New York City migrant mob. There's a final update I want to give you regarding a matter in Northwest Florida. We are very proud of our training mission and our testing mission, particularly at NAS Pensacola and Whiting Field. We are able to have the best aviators in the Navy come through and learn and prepare for their mission ahead. And I'm very proud that in our congressional work, we were able to secure additional updated, newer flight training assets, particularly new helicopter systems and new hangar systems to hold those helicopters at Whiting Field. And there was recently an accident where 2 of our flight students were in air taxi and were hospitalized after an incident where their helicopter during that taxi rolled over onto its side. We've gotten reports now that there are no serious injuries. Those flight students will be fine, but I will be following up on this matter to ensure that we've got the very best aviators, that we've got the very best equipment, and that we're prepared to project force anywhere in the world if necessary, and certainly defend the homeland. Thank you all so much for joining. Make sure you are subscribed, that you click that little bell on YouTube or Rumble for notifications to be turned on. And if you haven't checked out yesterday's episode, man, Thomas Massey was here and had breaking news regarding the pipe bomber. I suggest you check out that episode as well. Thanks for joining us. Let's roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
We have a special guest here this evening that has just appeared, Congressman Matt Gaetz, right? Yes. Yes, and so if you'd like to say anything to him or if you have a message for him, he's here listening, so say whatever you would like.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Matt Gaetz, for coming to the vigil. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate what little I've seen of you on the news here. We only get the not even cable news. We get the stuff that's over the air. So it's like local news networks, that kind of filtered stuff. But really appreciate the work that you've been doing. Just want to let you know, that the conditions in here are getting a little bit tight, and the reason why is essentially we think that they just want to play with us, or try to break us psychologically, and it's mean-spirited and it's nonsensical. But really appreciate the work that you do, sir.
Hello, this is Matt Gaetz, and I just wanted to say how sorry I am that there are any Americans that are having to endure this two-tier justice system, and I want you to spread the word in there that there are a group of us who know that we have to do more, and that we have not done enough. I believe that it's critically important that we get a full release of the January 6 tapes as Speaker McCarthy promised. I do not believe that he has fulfilled that promise. I think that is dishonest, particularly to people who've borne the brunt of this two-tier justice system. And I just wanted to come down here to say from my heart how much I appreciate those who are holding vigil, and that I'm committing to you directly that I'm going to work to get these J6 tapes released if Kevin McCarthy wants to keep his job.
Beautiful. All right. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
That's just the kind of hope you guys needed tonight, right? Yes.
Yeah. We really needed that. I'm locked in my room, so I'm going to have to spring that on everyone when I get out. they're all eating right now, but yeah, that's really good news. Really glad to hear it. I got to say that Matt Gaetz, you're one of the few good ones. When you speak, you're saying what we're thinking. When it comes to like holding these people accountable, I don't feel, given all the assumptions that are made about our guilt, I don't know why we give these politicians such a benefit of a doubt. But like I was saying, for very complex actions that cannot be performed accidentally, it's very clear that a lot of this stuff is intentional. Biden is getting Chinese money. He is fully compromised, and this is a national security issue, and someone should do something about it.
Amen. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amen, Matt. Yeah. Hopefully with Mr. Gaetz and the other Freedom Caucus members, you're in the Freedom Caucus, correct?
I'm not. I'm a Freedom Caucus sympathizer.
Oh, okay. He's a Freedom Caucus sympathizer.
Yeah, I don't really join.
Okay. He flies solo, so he doesn't need to be in a group.
You have 1 minute remaining.
But with the people that have spoken about us as a group, the J6ers, and have taken steps towards trying to right some of the injustice that has happened, we appreciate that so much. And, there's just no words really that we have, because, every day we come here to stand with these guys, and it's painful sometimes. It is. But thank you very much for coming out here.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very much.
Well, I know we're excited to get us, so if you have anything left to say in the next 15 seconds.
I am just going to say that I'm going to go get Isaac. He's going to be on next.
All right, great. Well,
thank you guys for everything.
We love you, Patriot.
Yeah. All right.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live, so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for your leadership. The FBI has been victimized by political capture, and that politicization has manifested in the targeting of Americans who never deserve to have this government weaponized against them. Whistleblowers saw those bad acts. They stepped forward and they were retaliated against and crushed as a consequence. And our work today will build on the work of Special Counsel Durham, who said recently that at the FBI there is confirmation bias, an overwillingness to rely on information from individuals connected to political opponents and action without appropriate objectivity. One of the whistleblowers we'll hear from today served in the United States Marine Corps, served as a local cop, Garrett O'Boyle, and this is his testimony regarding that political capture.
Do you believe that the FBI has become political?
I do. I think most people out in the field try to avoid that politicization of the agency, which is good, but it's gotten to a point, it seems to me, that I don't know, it's like a cancerous point where the FBI has let itself become enveloped in this politicization and weaponization that I don't know how to even begin to fix it.
One group that saw that weaponization work against them were Catholics. The FBI field office in Richmond put out a memo saying that violent extremists would find the Catholic ideology attractive and would attempt to connect with Catholic adherents, that extremists would show an interest in Catholic congregations over the next 12 to 24 months leading up to the presidential election. Isn't that an interesting coincidence? And the memo calls for the FBI to develop sources within Catholic congregations to try to obtain information about those folks. Another group that saw weaponization turn against them, parents who attended school board meetings. You'll hear today from Steve Friend, who worked for the FBI and actually found himself ridiculed at his own FBI office because he too was a parent who attended a school board meeting. This is Steve Friend.
Given your law enforcement background, does knowing that you could be investigated by the FBI for speaking up at your child's school board meeting chill parents from exercising their First Amendment rights?
Yes.
And you said you had attended a school board meeting and you were nervous that you could be under federal investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, my colleagues teased me about it.
Americans who were in Washington, D.C. on January 6th who committed no crimes, who simply attended a rally, also saw the FBI weaponized against them. George Hill was an FBI employee working out of the Boston field office, and he talks about the pressure that the Washington field office was putting on Boston, and when they tried to get predicate evidence, they couldn't get it for a very interesting reason. This is George Hill.
Joe Bonavolante said, no, we're not opening up cases on people who went to a rally. And I forgot a key part. The SSA for CT2 said, happy to do it, show us where they were inside the Capitol, and we'll look into it. To which WFO said, we can't show you those videos unless you can tell us the exact time and place those individuals were inside the Capitol. To which the SSA responded back, and I was privy to these conversations firsthand, why can't you show us, why can't you just send us, give us access to the 11,000 hours of video that this incident failed? Because there may be UC's undercover officers or CHS's confidential human sources on those videos whose identity we need to protect.
Marcus Allen, an FBI analyst who did work around evidence, sharing it with folks. He saw videos that concerned him about the federal government's own involvement in January 6th. Here's Marcus Allen.
Video to me indicated potential problems with the investigation as far as informants were concerned, and our organization's potential forthrightness about utilization of informants there on that day. That might have some impact on our cases and the subjects that we were looking up, and then just a general awareness overall for the investigation as a whole, that there might have been some kind of potential federal involvement with the activities on January 6th, and I thought it was important enough that it warranted our attention.
so much of the good work happening at the FBI is throughout this country, and a lot of the rot, the committee has learned, emerges out of headquarters and out of the Washington field office. Garrett O'Boyle described the conflict that existed as the Washington field office put pressure on other field offices around the country to engage in law enforcement work without predication. This is Mr. O'Boyle.
Did the WFO pressure other field offices to keep January 6th cases open or open cases?
I would say they pressured us to open cases to some degree. One example that I have personally, I made this is one of my protected disclosures, so I'll just touch on it a little bit. But I received a lead about someone based on an anonymous tip, and in law enforcement, anonymous tips don't hold very much weight, especially without evidence that you can corroborate pretty easily. I wasn't able to corroborate anything they said, even after speaking with the person they alleged potential criminal behavior of. While I'm trying to figure all that out, I get another lead from the same agent who sent me that lead, and they've essentially tried to get me to violate policy or law.
Trying to get people to break the law without sufficient predication is a weaponization of our government, and all Americans suffer when resources are misallocated, when stats are padded. Following 9/11, the FBI set up all of these terrorism entities to look outward at people abroad who might seek to harm our country. But a lot of those authorities were turned inward against our own people, and the result was stat padding for the purpose of FBI officials trying to convince Congress that the violent extremism threat was more enhanced than it indeed was, and we got critical testimony on that point also from Mr. O'Boyle.
As a DT agent, I encountered similar stat padding or case bolstering. Truth be told, it was one case, but the FBI had me open up 4 different cases because they had me open a case for every individual that I had a articulable factual basis that there may have been potential federal law being violated. Or like on a criminal case, say you're working like a gang, which is, this case was, I guess, like a militia. If you're working like a gang, you have a case open on a gang and you have a sub-file for each person in it. Like, John Doe 1, 2, and 3, they would all have their own sub-file. Or in my case, John Doe 1, 2, 3, and 4 all had their own separate case, because then the FBI could, from my perspective, the FBI could come back to Congress and say, look at all the domestic terrorism we've investigated. But really, I was working one case. But the FBI can then say, well, he actually had 4. So we should give us more money because look at how big of a threat all this domestic terrorism is.
Padding the stats to try to showcase a problem that is overemphasized, political capture and political infection of our law enforcement. These brave patriots spoke up about it. They'll be testifying to our committee today, and my colleagues will now discuss some of the intense and depraved retaliation that they had to experience, and I'd recognize my colleague from Florida, Kat Kamek, to share some of those thoughts with us.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
August 2nd, 2022, a media organization obtained a copy of a document which whistleblowers subsequently authenticated to the committee that is styled the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Symbols Guide on Militia Violent Extremists. Mr. O'Boyle, are you generally familiar with that guide?
Yes.
The Betsy Ross flag. Was the Betsy Ross flag in the terrorism symbol guide?
It was.
And what about the Betsy Ross flag makes someone more likely to be a violent extremist?
I wish there was a reasonable explanation for that question.
There isn't. And people blew the whistle and said this stuff is crazy. Americans are being targeted. You used to go after the worst of the worst, didn't you?
Yes, I believe so.
You went after people who looked at child porn?
Yes.
People who were sexually exploiting children?
Yes.
And then you were in the parking lot of a school board meeting, taking down the information of parents.
Yes, that's what's happening, folks.
Joining us now to dig deeper into the testimony put forth by these brave agents, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. Matt, nice to have you back, Mr. Firebrand. Thank you so much for having the intestinal fortitude to stand up there, ask the questions, put these guys up so the American people can hear from them, fight back against Democrats who tried all week to discredit these folks who, oh, by the way, to my viewers, most of them are military combat veterans and then veteran decorated FBI agents. And Democrats have the gall to try to act like what they're saying isn't real. And Matt, it pisses me off to no end. But thank you, sir.
Well, those whistleblowers are patriots. They are American heroes.
Yes, they are.
That's why the FBI has done so much to try to make examples of them. See, the way the FBI tries to shut these people up when they have evidence of misuse of funds, misuse of authorities, violations of people's constitutional rights, they suspend their security clearance. Then they suspend their pay, but they don't fire them. So one of our whistleblowers, Marcus Allen, has been on unpaid suspension with no security clearance. And by the way, they've denied every request these guys have made to get outside employment. And so he's had no money and he's been destitute for over 400 days. Think about that. And then when over 400 days, no paycheck,
insane, Matt.
And stop your ability to get an outside job. And then when these folks took charity from friends and neighbors, when churches donated to them, when people felt bad and gave them a few dollars just to feed their children, Daniel Goldman and House Democrats tried to use that to discredit these people who have endured tremendous sacrifice in order to bring these allegations forward. And the allegations themselves are quite serious too, Dan. I mean, think about it. You've got anyone who has support for the Second Amendment online, people who say build the wall, people who say that the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. If you've said these things online, there may be entities at the FBI tracking you, following you, labeling you some sort of domestic terrorist. And the greatest irony of all is there's Stephen Friend. His job was to go after people peddling child porn. And instead, he ends up investigating the parents who are objecting at times to pornographic material in curriculum and education. Give me a break. This is not how we use our tax dollars.
This is such a clown world. It's so upside down. It's so good versus evil. It's right versus wrong. This is... you guys expose so much. We don't have time to even dig into every single thing that you guys discussed this week. But I mean, it gets deep. The weaponization is a reality, folks. Like you heard Matt and the back and forth with the whistleblowers there say, they're out going away from serious cases like, I don't know, besides child predators. How about terrorists, Matt? We know they're coming through the southern border. Is the FBI looking at potential terrorists, or are we too damn busy going after Catholics and mom and dads like me who went to school board meetings, or politicians like you and others who are speaking about the regime? Are we going to have another 9/11 attack because we're too damn worried about somebody saying FJB? I mean,
you're absolutely right that not only the very authorities, the exact same people and task forces that have been weaponized against our fellow Americans were the ones set up to go after the terrorists in the caves of Central Asia. And so when you built these teams of highly skilled people who know how to get into electronic records, know how to search government databases, those people are less focused now on the foreign terrorism threat because Christopher Wray wants you to believe that every neighbor with a MAGA flag or even an American flag, if it's the Betsy Ross flag, that they're all terrorists and dangerous and that we have to use federal resources to surveil our own citizens. I have a far higher view of our fellow Americans. I actually think the American people are, for the most part, loving, kind, patriotic. It's our government that is trying to sow this discord.
Yes.
And it is really important to look at these whistleblower revelations through the lens of the Durham report that says that the way the FBI operates is with confirmation bias. First, they decide who they want to go after and what the end game is, and then they work back from that. And when evidence appears that would put them on a factual path,
well, they're willing to disregard that if it doesn't go along with their quest to keep and grow their power. It is all about their power. And in that way, the FBI's broken bad on us in a lot of cases. And that's not a critique of the frontline agents out in places like Wichita, Kansas, or in Daytona Beach, Florida, or all over our country. There are a lot of great patriotic people,
Sure,
but
of course.
They hate this stuff.
They do.
They hate this. You know what the whistleblowers told me in the depositions? They said around our station, people were always scratching their heads about why we were going after people at Catholic churches or parents at school board meetings or anyone who supported the Second Amendment online. It's Washington where the rot runs deep, and that is where we have to just cut the lifeblood off to some of these authorities, and we have to cut the funding.
Yeah. You know, when we hear that stupid phrase that the left and the media have joined together to say, threat to democracy, and they claim it's white supremacy is the biggest threat, and then they call January 6th into our minds, and it's all about MAGA people and white supremacy. I always say, whatever the left is out there claiming that the right is doing, or conservatives or MAGA people are doing, they're doing it, and they're saying it to cover their asses. And this is a case in point right here. They're the ones that are the threat to our democracy, but that's why they're saying it about us. And they're using the FBI, DOJ, IRS, ATF as their tools to do that. Who was it? One of Stalin's right-hand man that says, show me the crime and I'll bring you the criminal. I'll bring you the person. That's what they're doing. Oh, this guy's a MAGA guy? We have nothing on him. We'll make it up. I believe one of your whistleblowers said, one of the alarm bells that he sounded was when they were sending him out to serve either warrants or subpoenas, and he was looking at the evidence going, but there's nothing in the file. Why am I going out and doing this? And the hierarchy's like, shut up and go do it. Shut up and go do it.
They wanted an FBI agent to go and generate grand jury criminal process against someone based on an anonymous tip. And this is this is someone who served in our military as a Marine. This is someone who had been a cop in his home community, right. And now they're asking him to go and start a federal grand jury process based on an anonymous tip. He said it was crazy, absolutely crazy. And anytime you ask questions, then you're in the crosshairs. And you think the FBI has been rough to President Trump, to me, to conservatives? Look at what they've done to their own. There is a cruelty here that is so severe, it should shock the conscience of all Americans. And we're working on some things to try to make it all right to these whistleblowers who've gone through a tremendous amount of pain. But undeniably, we have to clean up this agency. And we may have to start with just a clean sheet of paper and start over, because I don't know that the rot at the top is resolvable through normal legislative measures.
I think you're right.
A total rewrite.
It may be a tear it down and rebuild it back up, Matt. You were right. They're giving me the hard rap, but I wanted to get your take just on one real quick thing because it just dropped today. Your opinion, the G7 summit, Biden and our allies now saying that the U.S. and our allies will plan to provide fighter jets, F-16s or F-15s, I forget what it said, to Ukraine and the training. But then they added in the caveat of the jets may not come directly from the U.S., but they'll be our jets that we gave to another nation, but then we'll send dudes over to train them. I don't know. Your thoughts on sending jets and us approving it?
Well, I knew that Ukraine would get F-16s because several months ago, Joe Biden said that Ukraine would not get F-16s. Just like before that, he said they wouldn't get HIMARS. Just like before that, he said they wouldn't get various forms of Stinger missiles. So the best way to know Ukraine's about to get something is that Joe Biden says they're not going to get it. I would not send $1 more to Ukraine because I support peace, not extended war. I want the killing to stop. And I believe that if President Trump were back in the Oval Office, he could resolve this very quickly. It is Joe Biden's weakness that has led to this, but continuing to plow weapons into Ukraine is not something that's going to bring about a less bloody resolution more quickly.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, as always, a pleasure to have you on the program.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough. He's so strong. He's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
Thank you for being here today for this important press conference addressing a critical issue that's facing the House. We're privileged here in this country to live in a country where the Constitution, our founding document, our highest law of the land, places a limit on government, particularly the federal government, and protects our citizens. Our Constitution tells the government what it can and cannot do. Our Bill of Rights, those first 10 amendments, were put in place to further protect the citizens of the United States, to protect the rights that are given to us by God, but thankfully enshrined to us in our Constitution. But every day in America, you'll often hear someone joke about the government spying on us. But sadly, that is true. That's true in our country today. Current law allows the U.S. government to collect data on you. It's Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA. But House Republicans, under the leadership of Speaker Johnson, are on the verge of reauthorizing FISA. This is the same law that the FBI used and abused, mind you, to spy on President Trump's campaign, providing the impetus for the shameless, false, ridiculous Russian collusion scandal. To prevent such a tragedy from happening to other Americans, conservatives have worked in good faith throughout the reauthorization process to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights from deep state agencies like the FBI and the NSA. Unfortunately, the House Intelligence Committee and the D.C. swamp are working overtime to make sure that FISA is reauthorized in a secret way, as secretly as possible, and putting the constitutional rights of millions of Americans, instead of up front, on the back burner. During this debate today with my colleagues who are assembled here, you're going to hear, or not during this from my colleagues, but during the larger debate, you'll hear false narratives about this bill, supposedly restricting law enforcement from doing their job and hampering our ability to keep the country safe. And those claims, frankly, are false. Simply put, anonymous bureaucrats have abused this tool that was intended for foreign surveillance of threats to spy on American citizens. But conservatives are fighting for strict reforms to this law. FISA was reauthorized in 2018. Since then, the world has changed from both a national security standpoint and a technologically advanced standpoint that has resulted in more of your data being in the hands of the tech companies. We need to find that balance between keeping the nation safe while protecting you from big government, and prominently has to be the rights of U.S. citizens, the free constitutional freedoms that are protected to us by this country. The judiciary bill was overwhelmingly approved on a bipartisan basis. It turns out Democrats don't want to be spied on by their government either. At the end of the day, we've got to make sure that our government can't keep spying on its citizens without a warrant, that we can't keep buying data that would otherwise require a warrant, that the federal government cannot expand the spying to cover local private Wi-Fi hotspots, and that we can't allow the government, this Congress, to allow more ways for the federal government to spy on us.
That is Congressman Bob Good of the Commonwealth of Virginia leading the conservatives in fighting for our constitutional principles and rights as folks in the deep state, the intelligence community and the Intelligence Committee try to reauthorize one of the most abused programs that exists in the federal government. Congressman Good is my guest today, and we are live simulcast streaming out of the Rumble Studios in Washington, D.C. Remember that the best way to consume Firebrand, you want to download the Rumble app, make sure you've got notifications turned on. That time, every way we go live, you get the notice, you get brought into the conversation. So I'm joined now by Congressman Good. Bob, you are the leader of the Freedom Caucus in the House of Representatives. A lot of people associate the Freedom Caucus as the more conservative grouping of members. But talk a little bit about the Freedom Caucus that you lead, the organizing principles of the group, and where you think the group impacts outcomes here in D.C.
Well, one thing I often say, Matt, thanks for having me. Great to be with you, my friend. I often will say there are two reasons why members of the Republican Conference aren't in the Freedom Caucus. Either they're not really conservative, or they just don't have the courage. And I always have to correct myself and say Matt Gaetz is the glaring exception to that, because Matt is obviously a rock-solid conservative who loves the country.
Well, we got a lot of sympathizers and admirers, Massey and some others, you know.
And Matt has the courage that's unmatched in Congress.
Well, thank you.
But the Freedom Caucus exists to be the conservative anchor, the conservative conscience, the tip of the spear on the issues and the policy, to try to hold the party accountable, to be who we say we are, to do what we say we will do, to validate the trust that's placed in us when the American people give us the majority to do the things that we campaign on. Secondly, the Freedom Caucus exists to hold leadership accountable and to be willing to confront our own team when we're wrong, when we're off course, when we're not living up to the standards that we claim to hold as Republicans. And sadly and unfortunately, as you know, because you're right there alongside us, often leading the way, we spend most of our time battling those who are supposed to be our own team members who are fighting us on the issue that press conference was related. We're fighting Republicans on reforming FISA in a way that puts the constitutional freedoms of Americans first.
Yeah, I'm going to get to FISA in a moment, but broadly, this Freedom Caucus brand has really proliferated around the country. We're starting to see Freedom Caucus groups set up in state legislatures.
That's right.
Talk a little bit about how the goals that the Freedom Caucus has are served by this vertical integration strategy where you're getting people in state government aligned with these principles.
Yeah, really excited. We've got 11 or 12 state legislatures where we've started Freedom Caucus chapters, if you will. And we want to do it in all 50 states, plan to do it in all 50 states. Obviously, some states are tougher than others, but you're looking, again, for courageous conservative warriors who will fight and take the risks. And then once you get that target on your back in the state legislature, some places it's worse than it is in Washington. Some of our chapters, those members have been kicked out of the Republican Party, stripped of their committee assignments, stripped of their parking privileges. There's already been retaliation against them. So they're showing real courage. But we did it for two reasons. One, we want to win on the state level, too. We want the Republican Party to be on the state level, what we're trying to make the Republican Party be on the national level. And then also, we want to have sort of a farm team, if you will, that we could have those who are fighting the good fight on the state level that we could look to support that, hey, if you're going to take all the risks on the state level, it's no different, then you'd be the kind of candidate we'd want to support, try to bring to Washington.
Oh, so it's not only the work they're doing now, but it's really building that farm system for leaders at even higher levels.
What better indication of how they'll fight here than having them take the arrows, take the heat, and fight for the right things with all the risks that come with that.
When I got here, people told me, don't join the Freedom Caucus because it will reduce the amount of special interest money that you can raise, that lobbyists and PACs that sometimes give to both Republicans and Democrats. They have no problem giving to Republicans and Democrats, but they have a problem when donating to someone in the Freedom Caucus who might stand up and fight on some of these things. Is that something that still exists today?
I think there's absolute truth to that, and you would know it because it's really about, and again, while you're not officially a member of the Freedom Caucus yet, but the stances that you take and the courage that you show and the loyalty to the country, to the Constitution, to doing what's right, irrespective of party and what's in it for you politically, that's the reason why it's tough to get special interest money, K Street support, Wall Street support, and so forth. And that's true. The Freedom Caucus as a unit and as a brand suffers in that same way. And part of it also is it's tougher to get on those committees where the money tends to flow. They call it A committees, and they don't measure, and you know this better than I do, but they don't measure what's an A committee or a B committee based on how important it is for the country. It's about how much money you tend to raise because you're on that committee. So, you know, financial services, energy and commerce, ways and means, appropriations, those kind of things where the high dollar donors want to influence what's happening. You tend not to be able to get on those committees very easily if you're in the Freedom Caucus.
And it does seem like a fork in the road for a lot of people. in how they behave here in Washington, because there's the group of people that say, as long as I'm getting the money, I'm willing to take bad votes. I'll have the money to explain away anything where maybe my constituents are critical. And then there are people who say, I can't do that. I'll take the more righteous path from a policy standpoint, and I'll just live with less on kind of the campaign side. And I think it says a lot about people, kind of which of those paths they take. But I do want to get to this FISA press conference that you led. This is very hot. It's upcoming in the next several weeks. You assembled a group of Republican conservatives who are, in a lot of ways, civil libertarians, people who believe in the Constitution. Just define the battle space on FISA for my viewers. Who's fighting for what? What do you think the key flashpoints are?
Well, as you know, you had two competing bills. Judiciary has jurisdiction over this issue, and you had a bill come out of Judiciary, which was a good bill. You had a bill come out of the Intelligence Committee, which is not a good bill, and didn't sufficiently put the premium or the priority on protecting Americans' constitutional liberties. What they're putting the premium on is allowing the deep state to be able to do whatever they want to do in the name of keeping us safe. And so it ought to be the Judiciary Committee that has priority here, and it should be the Judiciary bill. There's two competing bills. But instead, unfortunately, there was compromise made, and the Intelligence Committee bill is the main text bill. But then we're supposed to be having 4 good amendments from the Judiciary Committee to try to make that bill as good as it can be. And we're in a battle right now in the conference because we were supposed to be voting on that bill today with those amendments. But the bottom line is the Intelligence Committee, led by the chairman, Mike Turner, essentially told the speaker, hey, we're not going to vote. We're going to kill the rule and not allow the bill to come to the floor if you have votes on these amendments, these good amendments that would require a warrant.
So even though the base bill is what the people who are pro-spying want, there's the pro-spying bill and the anti-spying bill.
Right.
So the pro-spying bill is the basis, but the group that you led in this press conference, I was proud to be a participant. We're saying at least give us good amendments on a warrant, on not expanding to searching anywhere in public Wi-Fi, to not allowing an end run around the Fourth Amendment by purchasing what websites you've gone to or what emails you've sent from a data broker, those types of things. And if those amendments were adopted, I would think I could vote for the base bill.
That's right.
And what they're saying is, even if they're considered, they won't allow us to proceed onto the bill. And the reason is probably the Democrats will vote with us on some of those, won't they?
I think it's two things. They're afraid they'll pass, and they'll restrict the ability of the deep state to continue to spy on Americans and expand that capacity, which is what their bill does. And then secondly, they don't want it to pass, but they also don't want to have to vote against it. Turns out when you want to do bad stuff in Congress, you don't want the American people to know what you want to do or what you intend to do. And I know you relate to this. I often say, if you don't want people to know how you vote, then vote differently. If you can't defend your vote, then vote differently, because we don't care. I know we don't care if the American people know how we vote, because we're doing what we believe is right. We can defend it. The American people are behind it. But they want to hide who they are and what they're trying to do. And they were even trying to, as you know, to go into secret session where they wouldn't have to operate out in the open for the American people to see. It hasn't happened in many years, has rarely happened in Congress.
And it speaks to sincerity, because what I get a sense of is that people will forgive a disagreement on an issue if they think you sincerely hold that view and that it's well reasoned and thoughtful, and they'll move to areas where they might agree with you to define how they think about you as a representative. But when you're not taking the votes and you're just playing this game, then I think people get really sensitive to like, well, where does my person even stand? And are they telling me something different than what's going on? Let's get to this Punch Bowl report. What is going on in Republican House leadership? This report from Jake Sherman at Punch Bowl News notes a number of things that they say are calamitous. The legislation on the SALT tax deduction was not one we proceeded on to because the rule to allow that did not pass. The FISA bill, where we're describing some of these concerns, was pulled because it hasn't been worked out. The chairman of our Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green, is not seeking re-election. And we're not doing foreign aid without offsets, and we're not doing the Ukraine money and the big national security package. So at Punch Bowl News, they say this is the sign of a House of Representatives in chaos. But sometimes I actually measure our wins not based on what we advance, but what we stop. If there's bad tax policy, bad foreign policy, bad spending policy, sometimes it's a good week to kill it. So What's your assessment? I mean, do you view the events of these last couple weeks as calamitous for the Republican leadership?
You know, we get asked that question a lot. Oh, this is the most unproductive Congress ever. We've done less harm to the American people than other Congresses have done. Isn't that awful? Right. But less is more, as you know. Now, a year from now, we hope, Lord willing, to be here with President Trump, a majority in the Senate, an expanded majority in the House. And then if we're not doing things for the American people, shame on us. But when reporters will ask me that, hey, you guys haven't passed much legislation, you haven't got much done, I say, okay, what would you like me to get done or us to get done that Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden would agree to? So your definition of getting things done is doing what Democrats want, to show we can govern, no matter how poorly we govern, to show we can get things done, no matter how harmful to the American people. So while we don't have a lot of victories with one house of one branch that we can have, look what we accomplish in terms of putting points on the board. If we slowed things down and we did less harm and we stopped the Democrats from advancing the ball in the wrong direction, we've done better than most Congresses.
And too often, the Republicans are willing to advance Democrat priorities just for the sake of motion, if not progress. They confuse motion and progress because sometimes you're moving in the wrong direction.
That's exactly right. Let's join hands with the Democrats, show we can get things done, show we can govern, show we can compromise, and the American people lose.
And by the way, we're not saying we're allergic to working with Democrats. Matter of fact,
we're trying.
The very things that you were talking about, I think, were views that actually are held by some Democrats who don't want to see just warrantless searches occurring of people. So we're not against working with Democrats. We're against obfuscating liberal policy with the veneer of Republican support. Which happens too often. So there is some breaking news from CNN. Manu Raju reporting that there is a new skinny Ukraine measure being negotiated. Brian Fitzpatrick and Don Bacon, two Republicans who are definitely more on the other side of the conference than we are. And they believe that we could lash about $20 billion in Ukraine munitions to a remain in Mexico policy on the border. They think they can go middle out on that, getting some Democrats $20 billion for Ukraine. We get remain in Mexico. My initial sense of that, having not reviewed the legislation because it hasn't been put out, is that that's probably a bad deal for our country. That if we're going to be in some escalatory environment with Russia, just to be able to reinstitute a policy that Joe Biden could with the stroke of a pen is really concerning. I know you haven't seen the bill either because it doesn't yet exist, but just the concept of taking remain in Mexico in exchange for tens of billions more for Ukraine, how do you think the Freedom Caucus is going to absorb that?
Well, I'm sure this is the last $20 billion that Don Bacon and the others are going to ask for their campaign donating defense contract. I mean, their Ukraine friends. I'm sure this is the last $20 billion they'll ask for. No, I'm not for any supplemental it's not paid for.
Okay, so any country, any place in the world, we have to find offsets to pay for it.
Yes, when you got $34 trillion national debt, a $200 billion monthly deficit, at some point that's got to matter. The days of spending without consequence are over. With 40-year high inflation, 20-year high interest rates, our credit being downgraded, the American people suffering under the inflation and the interest rates, those days are over, where it was just an abstract concept for the economists with the green visors on and the banker's lamp. So yeah, it's got to start somewhere. Even Israel's funding, and I think we both voted the same way on that. Love Israel. They're, I think, our number one most important ally on the world stage. But we shouldn't be borrowing from the kids and the grandkids when we can cut climate funding, we can cut the UN, we can cut the IRS expansion. There's lots of low-hanging fruit of spending that's harmful to the country, not only just wasteful. So I'm for offsets because we got to turn the page and stop doing unpaid supplementals. That said, I think I share your view that I don't support funding for Ukraine anyway. And I certainly wouldn't give money to this administration in the name of them pretending to do something they're not going to do. You know, I think you could make a case, I'll sound a little soft here, if we had a true border security bill, H.R. 2, where we had enforcement mechanisms where we meted out a little bit of money to essentially buy that border security for the country, and they didn't get the money until they performed, and it was paid for with offsets
Not for Ukraine, but for our country, right?
Yes.
That it's performance-based funding, and that performance is measured by border crossings.
Exactly. Then you could make an argument if you paid for it with offsets and it was performance-based and they had to actually execute the policy that ended the border invasion, you could make an argument for negotiating that.
Yeah, I think only in Washington do we combine our border issue and Ukraine's border.
Right.
Like it all, we've done town halls together. I know you've got a lot of people that you serve as chairman of the Freedom Caucus from around the country, and I don't know if there's anywhere in America where people are sitting down concerned about our border crisis and then immediately think, well, if only there was a way to do this in Ukraine at the same time. Now, there are people who feel very passionately about Ukraine, but even I don't think they view it as linked to our border. And so it's this uniquely Washington concept. And I think it's largely driven by the fact that it's an open secret that Mitch McConnell views the Ukraine matter as central to his legacy, even more so than the court. And I do believe, like, as an evangelical Christian, Mike Johnson really wants to get the Israel aid done.
I do too.
And I think that that's not politics for him. I think that that's a place with a 4,000-year connection to our faith. And so you don't want to see it overrun. And that's a totally understandable perspective for someone to have. But when you find out what the presiding officers want, then sometimes that becomes the feature of a deal. And, I look back at our appropriations process as probably the most productive way to endeavor upon funding the government. And we got criticized because we kept people here late at night taking hundreds more votes than they were used to. But even when we lose those votes, like, do you view that as like existentially bad for us? Because even when we lose votes, we're forcing people to take votes.
That's right.
So your perspective on that?
It'd be nice if we could make other people vote the way we want to, but we can't do that. And so short of that, what you want is the opportunity to have the debate, to have the fight, to have the votes held, to get people on record. And it's a shame because, to your point, we had hundreds of amendment votes to cut specific spending, and almost all of those failed. It's really a shame that they did in a Republican conference, but at least we're exposing who the Republican Party is, who's with the American people, who's with cutting spending, who's with limiting government, who's for the Constitution. And I'd like to think that might help in some primaries this year.
Yeah, and by the way, that's not a threat. It's just democracy.
Yeah.
People see how folks vote, then they choose who their elected leaders are. Final question I want to ask you: as you lead the Freedom Caucus through these next several months and beyond, how are you going to gauge success? How are you going to look at the Freedom Caucus and say, we really achieved our objective here versus, yet another kind of entity in Washington that flummoxes around this crazy place?
Well, it's difficult for us looking at past history and look at the lay of the land to predict significant, measurable success markers, if you will. We can predict lots of reasons why we think that failure and surrender is in our future, because that's what has happened with our conference. But I look at last week where the Ukraine funding bill combined with an amnesty bill masquerading as a phony border security bill was killed. And the Freedom Caucus and our conservative fighting allies like yourself were at the forefront of killing that, the messaging, making it too painful, too uncomfortable, just untenable for enough Republican senators to vote for it, and it fell apart. Conservative Nation rose up, the American people rose up, our friends in the movement rose up. That was a win. It's not time to stop and spike the football and celebrate because we knew the supplemental would come back, just minus pretending to have border security in it. Although that would have, as we both know, that would have made it actually worse because it would have given political cover to those who are perpetrating the invasion and make it look like they were doing something to stop the invasion while not doing anything to stop it. So that was a win. Winning on FISA would be huge because we will live with that for years to come, and it has a tremendous impact on the American people, especially under this administration. And God willing, we're only going to suffer another 10 months or so under this administration. But we're fighting an administration that we know is willing to do anything. They're not even pretending anymore. They're going for broke because they know their goose is cooked if President Trump wins and we have House and Senate majorities. So I think FISA would be one. Trying to battle to try to get border security somehow in the equation. It was supposed to be part of the supplemental, is what the speaker said. That wasn't the play I wanted. I wanted to tie it to appropriations. I don't think we're probably going to win that fight. But to reduce the harm done in the spending battles is probably about the best we can do. I'd love to see it be at the FRA levels, at least. That was last year, which I voted against that. It's too high, but that
it's crazy that, like, even when you can almost pick any point in time and say, like, here, I thought the spending was too much, and it just always goes up.
Yeah. And Warren Davidson, our friend, likes to say, you got to fight the battle you're in, not the battle that you wish you in. And sometimes you have to recalibrate and say, okay, what could success, the best semblance of success look like now? And sometimes you just have to, again, recalibrate that and do what you think is most right strategically to try to effectuate the best outcome. The other thing I'd like us to do is to help, again, as members and what we're doing here, but to try to influence conservative wins in those primaries, to get more reinforcements, to expose, again, who the Republican Party is, who's with us, who's not with us in terms of fighting for the things we tell the American people we will do if they give us the majority, so that we can have a better looking conference ideologically, hopefully numerically. I want it to be larger, but I want it to be larger with the right number of people.
No, it's so key. Well, how can folks follow the work of your congressional office and the work of the House Freedom Caucus?
Well, they can follow me at good.house.gov or at Rep Bob Good. Am I allowed to say supporting me?
This is a congressional podcast. So
okay, I cannot say that. But,
yeah, we'll keep it on the official side.
But yeah, at Rep Bob Good and good.house.gov.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for your terrific leadership. Thanks for being my friend here in the United States Congress. Bob Good of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're proud of him. He's a terrific firebrand. We did have we're going to let Congressman Good go, but we'll leave you for a moment with a little snippet of a song from our friends at the Article 3 Project. Take a listen.
Pulled into Atlanta, was feeling up my lady friend. Just need a court where Trump has to defend. Say, Fanny, can you hire me? It won't be a kickback scheme. I'll take my money, leave my wife, bought her for this mean. Sign the contract, Fanny. Set the dollars free. Sign the contract, Fanny. Then sail the seas, you and me.
All action has been in the Georgia courtrooms today as Fani Willis and Nathan Wade have taken the stand to describe their love. And on the week of Valentine's Day, how could you not want to celebrate love? So we're going to celebrate a little of Nathan Wade's testimony right now. Take a listen.
When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022.
When? In 2022.
Early 2022.
So you were appointed in November of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And your relationship started early. What's early? January? February?
Around March.
Around March. So in 2023, December, you said you didn't have any receipts.
I do not have any receipts. I did not have any receipts.
But you did travel with Miss Willis in 2023, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2022, correct?
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2021, correct?
No.
So you only traveled with her in 2022 and 2023?
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
That's what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you?
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
It was cash. She didn't give me any checks.
So she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations?
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so all of the vacations that she took, she paid you cash for?
Yes, ma'am.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You did have sexual relationships with someone other than your spouse during the course of the marriage and during the period of separation, which included up to May the 30th of 2023. Isn't that correct, sir?
My answer to this interrogatory is none. Is no.
So you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period, then you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answers no.
Well, again, Your Honor,
I understand. You can proceed, Mr. Gaetz.
We need a yes or no. Let's just get down to it. Did you or did you not, by May the 30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you did is you answered no to that question, didn't you, or none, correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes.
That was some of the most incredible testimony from Nathan Wade. In his divorce litigation, he said he had not had sexual relations with anyone other than his wife. And now he's admitting that during that time, he was having sexual relations with Fani Willis. And he is choosing in the questioning in live court to parse the distinction between those two as to his relationship with Fani Willis. Like, well, were you having relations with anybody? No. Were you having relations with Fani Willis? Yes. Well, those are two different questions. It's really remarkable. And these folks thought they were going to get Trump. There they were, going on their little romantic junkets, probably planning for the moment that they'd get some big job in the Biden administration or some job on CNN or MSNBC. Well, you're on TV now, taking the stand, answering the questions. And here's what we know. Somebody is lying. Wade's lying. Willis is lying. They could both be lying. But with this testimony, like even I don't think we have the clip, but even the folks on MSNBC are melting down over this, saying it's over. Willis and Wade have misrepresented themselves to the court, maybe to multiple courts based on whatever Nathan Wade had cooking in his divorce. But man, the hubris to think that they could get away with it. We understand now Fani Willis is exploding on the stand, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to say about what that means for oversight when it comes to the House Judiciary Committee and the grant programs and all the corruption and lies they got cooking up in Fulton County. We'll be here to cover it. Thank you so much for participating. We would only ask that you help share this episode and the work that we're doing so that more of our fellow Americans can be informed and engaged and on the front line of the fight. Thanks for being here. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Mr. Moore, does your Association of Technology Companies endorse the No AI Fraud Act?
We have no position on it. I don't know that I would.
I wouldn't characterize us as exclusively an association of technology.
Is your group supportive or not supportive of the No Fakes Act?
We have no position on it.
Do you intend to take a position on either of those bills?
We're examining it.
So there seem to be two key features of the No AI Fraud Act. One is the transferability, which we've been discussing. The other is the liability. So these technology platforms that share deep fakes, Mr. Mason, do you think they should be liable for the harm that causes the creator?
Definitely a complicated question. I think the liability lies across many layers. To me, it's people who utilize the technology inappropriately, it's people who distribute it, and it is also people who host it.
Well, right now, they have no liability for that. And you've endorsed the bill that would impose that liability. So you support that, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Moore, your association, how do you think about liability for the entities that do the harms Mr. Mason described?
I think there's at least two issues in there. One is the liability of the person who creates it.
Mine's about the publication. My question directly relates to the provisions of the bill that create liability if you disseminate and produce and publish these deep fakes.
So the problem that I think we would be looking at as we examine this is that when regulating in this space, it's very important to focus on the particular harm that Congress is looking to prevent. When we talk about rights of identity, there are, in general, what it does is it lumps together a bunch of different harms. There is the commercial harm.
Mr. Moore, I have very limited time. The question is, if someone disseminates deep fakes on their technology platform, is it your view that they should be liable or that they should not be liable for that?
I think the answer, for now, our position is the current law is adequate to address.
So the current law doesn't create that liability, Ms. Wilson. And so I hear about your concerns. And if these technology companies that disseminate this stuff do it, they believe the current law should exist and there should be no enhanced liability. I look at what happened to Taylor Swift. She is the most famous person in the world. And so to me, it seems as though she's just the first wave in the set. And that coming is a regime in which any prominent person
could be subject to these deep fakes. And technology platforms can then generate revenue off of it and then don't want to be liable for that. Does that strike you as fair?
Absolutely not.
And why?
I mean, my heart is like beating out of my chest right now, even just thinking about it. And just like I said earlier, my reputation is everything to me. And
well, what about speech, right? Because I just heard Mr. Moore in his testimony say that actually when these technologies do like what we saw with Johnny Cash and Barbie Girl, or perhaps even with Taylor Swift and the deepfake explicit videos, that could be First Amendment protected speech.
Yeah.
Do you think that your representatives in Congress ought to repose First Amendment speech rights on robots creating deepfakes and explicit videos?
It's absolutely not.
Robots should not be subject to free speech. I can't even believe I have to say that out loud. Mr. Mason, we've also talked about this transferability concept, and I want to push back a little bit at what I thought I heard Professor Rothman say. Like, why shouldn't a prominent person or any person have the right to sell their name, image, likeness? Like if tomorrow, I'm a prominent person, if tomorrow I wanted to sell my voice to a robot and let that robot say whatever in the world it wanted to say, and I wanted to take the money from that sale and go buy a sailboat and never turn on the internet again, why should I not have the right to do that?
I believe you should.
Right, and that's the bill you've supported creates this concept of ownership over your name, your image, your likeness, your voice. And maybe I'm just a country lawyer from North Florida, but the only way you own something is if you have the ability to enjoy the exclusive use of it and if you have the right to sell it. So if you can't sell your own voice, do you even really own it? And if you can't control the exclusive use of it, I don't know if you really own it. So I think this legislation is a good first step, and I think that the industry associations opposing it want to be able to avoid the liability, to be able to use the tech, and to be able to undermine the creative infrastructure that has allowed our country to flourish. I yield back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Well, throughout the past several years, we've seen the left whip up hysteria about book bans every time a parent criticizes pornographic books at their children's school. But this week, the House Judiciary Committee released emails detailing how the Biden administration pushed for actual book bans by pressuring Amazon to remove books that contradicted their vaccine narrative. And this week, the House Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government examined how the National Science Foundation funded the development of AI tools to enable online censorship and propaganda. Joining me now to discuss this, Congressman Matt Gaetz. He serves on the House Judiciary Committee, the House Armed Services Committee, and the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Congressman Gaetz, welcome back to Washington Watch.
Well, thanks so much for having me, Tony. And I think a lot of your astute viewers and observers will have some familiarity with this notion of government-induced censorship, right? Where there's a person trying to cajole a tech company or a news outlet or some other platform from limiting the distribution of certain type of content, even constitutionally protected speech. But now the new revelation that we just learned this week is that they're actually replacing some of the humans who do that, occasionally or periodically with robots who can then censor at scale and can really limit the ability for
normal, rational discourse to occur. And one of the things that I know will be concerning to all of us is that some of the terms that they used to search and limit content, to designate people potentially vulnerable to disinformation or extremism. If someone lived in a rural area, if someone was part of a military family, and even if somebody had reflected that their belief in the Bible or the Constitution was textual, that it was sacred, and if you had more than one of those factors, it actually stacked up to limit your access to information. So that's the big revelation, and it's deeply concerning to many of us.
I mean, there are so many problems with this. Number one is where it could lead to. This sounds kind of like China with a social credit score if you get too many marks against you. But I want to talk about the hypocrisy here, where the left is going out because parents are wanting to protect their children from harmful pornographic material that is pushing the left's indoctrination when it comes to the whole sex area of gender, transgenderism, and all of that. But here, when you have actual scientific minds, publications that are challenging the Biden administration's approach to COVID-19, that's what we're talking about here in particular as it pertains to Amazon, they're out there using Amazon as a tool to violate the First Amendment.
Yeah, the difference between the right and the left on this is that the right embraces the opportunity for knowledge and exploration and different viewpoints and comparing them to one another. And the left wants to control the very nature of truth itself. Part of how they control that nature of truth is to try to infect young minds with all of this nonsense that really has no place in adolescence or the public education system. And they're trying to shape a particular viewpoint there that deviates from the traditional family and really just traditional life in society. And at the same time, if you've got scientific data or analysis that you want to publish that talks about vaccine injuries or herd immunity, you had people literally in the White House, people at the Department of Homeland Security, people that were senior advisors to the President of the United States using the awesome power of government to try to manipulate and cajole companies like Amazon and others to really proliferating a political stance, not an exploration for knowledge.
Right. I mean, this is a new revelation of Amazon. We knew that they were leaning on the social media platforms. There's a lawsuit out of the state of Missouri and Louisiana that will be before the Supreme Court on that front. But also the use of AI to the censorship effort by the National Science Foundation. That's also new information that has come forward, showing that, I mean, this thing is like an octopus. It has arms everywhere. This is a complex operation. What did we learn at this week's weaponization subcommittee hearing about this, and how was this uncovered?
So there's this governmental entity called the National Science Foundation. And what that group does is they take public money, taxpayer money, and then they put out grant opportunities for entities like MIT or the University of Wisconsin-Madison or the University of Michigan to come and apply. And in those applications, you saw the universities competing for the new capabilities that they could bring to a censorship regime, to the censorship industrial complex. So the slideshows would be MIT saying, don't worry, we can find we've assessed that the people in rural areas, military families, people who are devout Christians, we know that they're real gullible and susceptible to disinformation. So we can use AI tools to specifically target those folks and to create this government enacted resilience around them, which is actually a barrier to truth and exploration and discovery, and their ability to get the money out the door. And you're so right to call it a complex system, really shows what we're up against. And so what's the answer to all of this would be a reasonable question. I think first you have to defang the authorities that even allow this type of censorship to occur in the name of disinformation scholarship. And then secondly, you have to cut off the money. This goes to the larger discussion you and I have had many times on this program. But when we fund the government with one up or down vote on everything from the veterans to the troops to the seniors to
the censorship, then some of the worst things that we pay for are allowed to exist in perpetuity. I'm fighting for a system where each agency of government has to endure line item review and scrutiny. That's what allows us to really get the weeds out of our federal spending and limit the ability for these types of harmful systems to continue.
Yeah, I mean, that is a conversation in and of itself where, I mean, for 20 years, we've not done the normal appropriations where we take the 12 appropriations bills. We've done these omnibus, we've done continuing resolutions. You're saying take it even a step further, which I would totally agree with. That's the only way you ferret this out, is that you analyze and you look. I mean, we really need to go back to zero budgeting, where we make these agencies start from scratch and make their submissions, as opposed to, you know, just adding a little bit of percentage every year and just growing it to this behemoth that we currently have.
But hold on there, Tony, because there's a reason that doesn't happen. What you just said makes so much sense. Start with a blank sheet of paper and say, what are our priorities in a world that's changing so quickly? But you know whose ox that gores? The lobbyists and the special interests, because they want to live in a system where once you get a program or a funding stream available for the people paying you, you want that to never be challenged again. And so that's why we have this system. It's not a bug, it's a feature. And zero-based budgeting, like you just described, that's how a lot of our states operate, and that's how they're able to get rid of wasteful spending and balance budgets in all types of economies.
I mean, that's why we have programs that were outdated from 50 years ago still being funded. Because they just don't go away. They have a constituency. Matt, we're almost out of time. I want to ask you this question. As you described AI, you described what the Biden administration is doing to manipulate, provide disinformation, and to silence dissenting voices. That is exactly, I've been talking about this a long time, but this week in particular, the World Health Organization and their pandemic accord, what they're pushing, specifically in the accord, which is a treaty, they are saying governments need to crack down on disinformation. This is exactly what the Biden administration is doing. They would love the pandemic accord.
Not only is it the same playbook, there's some of the exact same plays. If you look at what the World Health Organization is trying to stop, it is the publication of a lot of the scholarship around these vaccine injuries and the limited efficacy in some circumstances. And so, of course, when you see our government tracing that, it ought to give cause for concern. But even more concerning is that you're eventually going to have one of these AI bots that's able to survey all of the globalist concepts, all of the worst ideas from the World Health Organization to the UN to Lord knows who, and integrate that into one censorship system that can be deployed at scale. And you're right, that sounds a lot more like China than the United States of America. I don't think we beat China by becoming more like them. I think we beat them by being the most inspirational, positive version of ourselves, freedom-loving and God-fearing.
Freedom of speech, freedom of ideas being out there. Matt, 30 seconds left. Budgeting, obviously cutting off the funding supply, but what are our steps forward now, right now, where we are to rein this in?
Yeah, I think it's all about following the money. Of course, we can bring in the bureaucrats who have approved these things, and we can humiliate them and browbeat them. But at the end of the day, if we keep sending the check, they'll keep disseminating it like this. That's why sometimes people's eyes can glaze over when we talk about the intricacies of the federal budget process. But if you really want the results, if you want to get rid of some of this stuff, that is the hard roll up your sleeves work that has to be done.
You're absolutely right. That is at the heart of the matter. The intentions, the morals drive the process, but it is actually the money that dictates which ways it goes. Matt Gaetz, always great to talk with you. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, my friend.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment reduces the amount of funding allocated to USAID by $4.5 billion. As I've mentioned earlier, USAID is a vehicle through which the American taxpayer pays for economic development in other countries. I think instead we should spend more money on the economic development of our own country. And actually, if we spent less money overall, we probably would see less inflation, more prosperity, and the type of economic growth that we saw during President Trump's time in office. USAID may have started with laudable goals, but today they're promoting abortion globally with American tax dollars. They are pushing President Biden's national gender strategy. I never thought we needed a national gender strategy, but if we need a national gender strategy, can we at least not spend so much money promoting it abroad? Silly. The DEI programs that are embedded in the 1619 Project have been embraced by United Nations Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, and we see that continue to manifest through USAID. American taxpayers should focus their resources and their efforts on the American people and the American economy. This is a thoughtful reduction. It should be easily agreed to, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Once again, I have no idea what my colleagues are trying to achieve. All this amendment would do is double down on the harm Russia's aggression has already wreaked on the poorest countries of the world through higher food, fertilizer, and fuel costs. This amendment would cut $750 million each from global health programs and the international disaster assistance accounts. These cuts would impose tremendous harm and suffering to the most vulnerable, including 4 million children with malaria will go untreated, 350,000 deaths attributable to tuberculosis, 13 million fewer children vaccinated, resulting in a possible 115,000 additional deaths, and a reduction of over 45% of humanitarian assistance to Sudan compared to FY 2023 levels. This doesn't sound much like pro-life to me, Mr. Chairman. It would also eliminate entire development assistance accounts, affecting agriculture and food security programs, education, and clean water for millions of the most vulnerable people in the world. Development assistance is also used for counter PRC influence programs, which represents one of our more effective tools to counter and compete with the PRC globally. It's really ridiculous, it's cruel, and it is not pro-life. These are not funds that would target to Ukraine in any significant way. It has no impact on the Ukraine debate and would inflict harm on millions of people. So I'd be happy to discuss with colleagues about how we support Ukraine's pursuit of freedom, but this amendment would only alienate the rest of the world and forsake many of our allies' reliant assistance on the United States. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
My amendment makes a $4.5 billion cut. $3.5 billion of that stops us from retiring global debt for Ukraine. Now, I don't think it's an unrealistic position to say that the United States of America should not deficit spend to retire the debt of other countries. Think about that. We are borrowing money from China to go settle the debts of Ukraine that they accrued far before this war with Russia. My colleague says that this exists to counter the PRC. We are never going to outbribe the PRC on the global scene. We are going to need another strategy. And if you listen to the debate of those opposing my amendment, hear the substance. Oh my goodness. People around the world are having problems buying food and buying fuel. And if the U.S. taxpayer will just sacrifice a little more, it might be easier to buy food and fuel in other countries. I have a message for my Democratic colleagues. People are having a hard time buying food and fuel in this country as a consequence of the very inflationary spending that I am trying to reduce with this amendment. We should retire our debt before we retire Ukraine's debt. That is such an obvious statement. I am shocked I have to say it on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, where I'm just glad we're still hanging our flag. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me just suggest this. It really is an unrealistic position for the United States to allow 4 million children with malaria to go untreated, to allow 350,000 deaths attributable to tuberculosis, to allow 13 million fewer children vaccinated, resulting in a possible 115,000 additional deaths, and a reduction of over 45% of humanitarian assistance to Sudan compared to 2023 levels. Very unrealistic, cruel, and unusual. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe what I am hearing. The gentlelady is saying, but there's malaria and tuberculosis and sickness and ailment all around the world. The gentlelady need look no further than her home state of California, where the human condition continues to decline. She would need to look no further than the major cities throughout our country that are under Democrat control. So maybe before we go solve all the world's problems, maybe before we function as the world's policeman and the world's piggy bank and the world's debt payer, we ought to focus on the issues that we have here in this country, and they are real. And frankly, too often, they metastasize from the gentlelady's home state. I reserve.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Embattled Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz was one of the very few members in the entire Congress who bothered to stand up against permanent Washington on behalf of his constituents.
Matt Gaetz right now, he's a problem for the Democratic Party, and he can cause a lot of hiccups in passing of laws. So we're going to keep running those stories to keep hurting him.
If you stand for the flag and kneel in prayer, if you want to build America up and not burn her to the ground, then welcome, my fellow patriots. You are in the right place. This is the movement for you.
You ever watch this guy on television? It's like a machine. Matt Gaetz.
I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way. Welcome back to Firebrand. We're broadcasting live out of room 2021 in the Rayburn House office building here at the Capitol Complex in Washington, D.C. And what a week it is set to be here in Washington. We've got a big hearing on UFOs coming up tomorrow. We've got Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, before the House Judiciary Committee. We've got tough questions about the state of our border and really the doctrine that Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas have put in place to ensure that if people show up on our border and they've got any sort of sad song that is pre-baked by some NGO, they get to come in the country. They never have to leave. And then the consequence of that is that they get married, have kids. Those kids then, by virtue of our laws, are automatically citizens. And that's what starts the pulling of chain migration. So I've introduced legislation to end birthright citizenship as we currently know it. And we ought to end it as we currently know it because birthright citizenship by fraud has started to predominate in a few areas and in a few industries. So let me give you the background. In 2021, 400,000 anchor babies were born in the United States, outpacing the births in 49 states. So how has it come to this? How have millions of illegal aliens managed to cross our borders illegally and break our laws? Remember, unlawful entry into the country is a crime.
It's not one we ever prosecute with any force or deterrent effect, but it is a crime. Anchor babies on our soil create this indefinite sanctuary for the parent. And that doesn't really make sense with a coordinated, organized immigration system either. So an erroneous interpretation of the 14th Amendment has found its way into the Immigration and Nationality Act and is now the law of the land. That's why I've introduced the End Birthright Citizenship Fraud Act of 2023 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to reflect the original intent of the drafters of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment reads, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. Insanely, and against the wishes of many of the drafters of the 14th Amendment, the powers that be have interpreted it to give citizenship to virtually every human born on American soil. This is not a standard that is largely recognized in the modern world. And in America, the key limiting term, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, has been totally cast to the wayside and disregarded despite the Supreme Court having never ruled that the 14th Amendment grants citizenship to anyone other than children born to lawful permanent residents. They haven't really ruled on the meaning of the clause, particularly subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So despite what you may have heard about this unqualified birthright citizenship, it's not ensconced in the 14th Amendment. At least the Supreme Court has never said that it is. And I'm confident that if they did rule on the subject, they would find that subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a limiting clause. If it weren't in the 14th Amendment, a greater group of people would have access to this birthright citizenship, but subject to the jurisdiction thereof is clearly a limiting clause, meaning that only those subject to the jurisdiction of the United States would be granted citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Those not covered are at the mercy of Congress, whether you like it or not. And we, as the Congress, have every right to exercise power to determine rules for citizenship and naturalization. After all, Congress has this power in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the Constitution, which says, quote, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. That is the statement of the rule in the Constitution as to Congress's powers over this area. So what does the phrase, subject to this jurisdiction thereof, mean when it comes to the 14th Amendment? It is a legal term of art, and it was understood by the drafters of the 14th Amendment to have its basis in English common law. So we have to go back now and analyze what that English common law educates us on. So the earliest known case to articulate this in England, it was agreed that statuses of subject and alien, two different things, a binary choice, that those were determined by whether a person was born owing an allegiance to the sovereign. That actually kind of makes sense in old world England. Whether a person at birth is under the allegiance and obedience to the sovereign is not determined by whether his foreign-born parent is subject to territorial jurisdiction of prosecution. Hardly. The operative question is whether or not the parent is present in the territory lawfully, permanently, not only voluntarily availing himself to the jurisdiction thereof, but doing so with the explicit consent of the sovereign. Senator Howard, when proposing this language to be included in the 14th Amendment, made reference to these English common law concepts. He clarified his intent that citizenship should not be conveyed to everyone born or present in the United States when he stated, quote, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the United States government, but will include every other class of persons. Senator Lyman Trumbull, a key figure in the adoption of the 14th Amendment, said that subject to the jurisdiction of the United States meant not owing an allegiance to any other country. Owing an allegiance to the United States and being subject to its complete jurisdiction means not subject to any foreign power. And it excludes those only temporarily present in the country, whether lawfully or unlawfully. The 14th Amendment's framers intended to give citizenship only to those who owed their allegiance to the United States and were subject to its complete jurisdiction. Primarily, newly freed slaves would qualify. They were lawful permanent residents. The 1866 Civil Rights Act further clarified that the 14th Amendment did not apply to temporary visitors or those who remained the citizen or subject of a parent's home country, when it stated, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding Indians not taxed, are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. You notice the exclusionary language in that declaration. American Indians and their children did not become citizens until Congress passed the Indian Citizenship Act of 1942, which would have been redundant if the 14th Amendment extended citizenship to every person in the United States, no matter what the circumstances of the birth of their or their parent, right? I mean, you wouldn't even have needed the Indian Naturalization Act if the version of the 14th Amendment that the broad birthright citizenship lobby supports were, in fact, the operative thinking around what that term meant and what the legal consequences were. So it's clear the unqualified birthright citizenship has never been the intent of the 14th Amendment. Our country is suffering under this absurd interpretation now. There's not a serious country on earth that would allow open borders and then grant citizenship to the children of every alien that decided to creep into the territory. And it's time that Congress got serious about fixing this problem. It's why I've introduced the legislation to end birthright citizenship by fraud. Illegal immigrants right now are crossing our borders. They're having kids, and they're staying for life, taking advantage of chain migration to bring over relatives. And this is what really gets me. Some of this birthright citizenship by fraud that occurs on the U.S.-Mexico border results in the person having a child in the United States, moving back to Mexico, where it's cheaper to live, and then sending their kids across the border every day to attend American schools, get benefits under America's social services, and taking advantage of American taxpayers by crowding out Americans. Birth tourism. If you haven't heard that term, get used to it. It was really an exploding feature of the black market where people come in on temporary visas to have their babies in order to take advantage of our immigration laws. This black market is rampant in U.S. territories, particularly, with more births going on every year to foreign visitors than to the native-born residents in some of those places. You see it every day. You see it on the border. You see it in our communities. Our country is being invaded. The whole world is laughing at us, taking advantage of us and our foolish immigration laws. We cannot be victims of a stupid loophole derived from a misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment. No one really believes that this is what our founders intended. We don't need a constitutional amendment. All we need to do is amend existing law, and that's why I'm leading this fight. Call your congressman, tell them to vote for the End Birthright Citizenship by Fraud Act of 2023. And if we do this, maybe we can restore some sanity to this crazy place. All right. I want to bring you up to date regarding another matter in Florida. Apparently, a great deal of drugs are washing up on our beaches more than we've seen in prior years. Take a look and listen to this report.
You won't believe what washed up on Neptune Beach this morning.
Did you get it here?
There was pot, just marijuana all up and down here.
Surprised there wasn't a bunch of hippies on the beach picking it up.
Tons of loose, unpackaged marijuana washed onto shore, enough to cover parts of the shoreline near Florida Boulevard. Brian Cruz says it looked like a scene out of a TV show.
You know, watching shows, I don't know from personal experience, but watching shows, I mean, it's probably, if it had been all put together, compacted, it probably would have been like probably 5 to 10 pounds.
Neptune Beach Police Department posted these photos on Facebook, warning people not to try and pick it up or take it home. It looks a lot like sargassum, so it's easy to confuse. But Zach West just knew something was off when he looked at it. He took a whiff for validation.
I mean, I did pick it up and smell it to see what it smelled like, and it was weed, so I was like, okay, that's kind of crazy.
Once he confirmed that it's Beach Bud, his mom called 911.
But me and my mom were kind of concerned just because, they're babies and they get it. And nowadays, they lace it with fentanyl, and so they could have picked it up and there could have been fentanyl in it, and baby just dropped dead. Nobody around with Narcan.
Officers eventually came out to the beach and cleaned it up. No word yet on who it belongs to or how it got there. But some speculate it happened during high tide.
We are back live. No one knows yet who it belongs to, how it got there. So this has been a part of the Florida lore for decades. What happens, the growers of marijuana who are often outside the country, oftentimes in the Caribbean or in the Sinaloa Mountains, they then utilize small planes to go and drop bales offshore with tracking devices, homing devices. And then oftentimes late at night, maybe it's a fisherman looking to make a little extra money. Maybe it's just a smuggler with a pleasure craft. They go out and pick up these bales and bring them onto shore where they're loaded onto cars and trucks, sometimes even rail, and distributed. So we used to call these the square grouper. People would see the large square bale, and if folks in Florida in the 1970s, 1980s ever said they were going grouper fishing, a question they would sometimes get is whether that was for square grouper, and if it was, well, they were not in the business of catching the traditional type of fish that you and I would eat. The serious point to be made here is that we are seeing an increase in the utilization of the Florida Straits for illicit behavior. Go back and watch the Don't Haiti My Florida episode where we chronicled what we learned from the Coast Guard about the Florida Straits being used to move people, being used to move drugs. And while there's an intense amount of focus on what's going on in the southwest border, which there should be because that affects every state, in Florida, we have unique vulnerabilities, and I think we need to have a unique law enforcement presence, a strategy, utilization of technology to ensure that we are not vulnerable to cartels utilizing our beautiful, permissive beaches for otherwise malign activity. The next story I want to talk to you about is one of tragedy at the Obama residence in Martha's Vineyard, where the chef for the Obamas has drowned. According to the Daily Mail, Tafari Campbell, a personal chef for the Obamas, died in a paddleboarding accident at their Martha's Vineyard estate. Campbell was 45 years old. He had previously worked in the White House during the Bush presidency and continued with the Obamas after they left office. Campbell had been working for the Obama family for 14 years, first in the White House and then privately. And this tragic incident occurred when Campbell was apparently paddleboarding and he was seen falling off the paddleboard, becoming completely submerged in 8 feet of water. It is unclear who Campbell was with at the time of the accident. A 911 call described Campbell as wearing all black and not wearing a life jacket, which is just an odd detail that somebody on a paddleboard in the middle of a pond wouldn't be wearing a life jacket. It remains unclear whether Campbell suffered any kind of medical episode while on the board. Additionally, the Obamas stated that they were not home at the time of the accident. They later clarified that they were on Martha's Vineyard. They were on the island, just not at their residence. Campbell's wife, Charisse, expressed her grief on Instagram, stating that her heart is broken and their family's life is forever changed. The couple shared twin 19-year-old sons. Users on social media are pointing to a video of Campbell previously swimming in a pool, saying it was strange how a guy swimming in a pool would drown in 8 feet of water in a pond where you wouldn't see the type of current that might otherwise take down a strong swimmer. Now, it's important to note for context, in this video, he's swimming in a very controlled setting, shallow water, lifeguards nearby, certainly not out of the ordinary for someone with minimal swimming skills to be able to swim in that type of a setting while still finding a tragic fate somewhere else. We certainly send our thoughts, our wishes, our prayers, and our heartfelt condolences to all those that are impacted by this tragedy, and particularly the family members of the deceased. Oddly, Hillary Clinton's former chef died in a drowning as well. What are the odds? Former White House chef Walter Scheib, 61, accidentally drowned in New Mexico, presumably on a fishing trip in 2015. He was last seen Saturday, June 13th, before he headed to a hiking trail at the Taos Ski Valley. There was cell phone data that showed that he was last seen in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and his body was found Sunday, June 14th. He was submerged in a mountain drainage ditch, and there was flowing surface runoff indicating that the cause of death was a drowning. Scheib was a former White House chef for 11 years under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. He did not tell anyone where he was going when he went to the trail, but a lot of folks believed he had gone there to fish. Certainly an odd turn of events and a tragic one. We are glad that something else making the news right now did not end in tragedy. Everywhere on the internet right now, we're seeing that Bronny James, the son of LeBron James, suffered a cardiac arrest while working out with the USC basketball team. He was taken to a hospital, and it sounds like things were dire. He's in stable condition now, which we're certainly grateful for. But it really does. Like, do we have the picture of this young man, Sasha, we could put up? Okay, we don't have that. But if you go look at like the Bronny James, this is a world-class athlete. World-class athlete in high school, perfect physical condition, goes off to USC, is likely a what they call in the NBA a one-and-done player, 1 year in college and then immediately to the pros. And LeBron James, in a lot of interviews, has been pretty candid that one of his life goals is to play in the NBA alongside his son. I don't know if that's ever happened before. Certainly, when you look at how elite of an athlete you have to be in today's NBA, the ability for a father-son duo to team up at all, much less be effective, really defies the odds. But you look at the choices LeBron James has made regarding his own physical fitness, keeping himself in shape, managing his workload to be able to play with his son. You look at Bronny James, who probably has had the benefit of, well, the greatest tutor and teacher you could ever imagine in LeBron, a physical specimen, and to see something so sudden around the heart for someone in their teens is certainly something that is hard to watch, because you don't typically associate that type of an ailment with someone that is in like the peak human physical condition. And oddly, we've seen it before. We saw it with Buffalo Bills defensive back Damar Hamlin. We've seen it with Sergio Aguero, Christian Eriksen, soccer players who had cardiac issues. One had to be resuscitated at the pitch. Others have had to make different career choices. We also saw what happened with Damar Hamlin. So whatever it is that is ailing these young men in near perfect physical condition, we hope it's something that's resolved, but it's something we're certainly going to pay a good deal of attention to. As we typically do, we're going to take a look at an incident going on in the world right now. Many of you know that I've been a strong advocate to get the United States out of the conflict in Syria. We are not invited there. Our reason for being in Syria has largely dissolved with changing geopolitical circumstances. And the point I've made over and over about Syria is that with Iran there, with Russia there, with a lot of great power competition playing out in this very small desert country, there is a high probability for escalatory accident. Escalatory accident. We do not want to see World War III break out over some sand dune in Syria. The United States Department of Defense has recently released and declassified information where a Russian jet harassed an MQ-9 Predator drone from the United States that was flying. And here, if you're watching, you can see this is the Russian jet approaching the drone, and it gets very close, and thereafter actually gets in front of the drone and deploys a series of flares. One of those flares ends up striking the propeller of the drone and causing damage to it. This is very contested airspace. You've got a lot of activity going on there, and you can only imagine if instead of a drone that had been some sort of manned system, what could have possibly occurred and what that could have started for the sake of the world, certainly for the worse. I don't know what we're trying to win in Syria. I don't know why it's worth bumping around Russian aircraft in this place in the Middle East, and I certainly think that wiser heads should prevail. The last time we had a vote on this question, I only had a couple dozen Republicans hang with me. A great many more of them wanted to keep a national emergency in place that gaslights a lot of your money to Syria and certainly undergirds the argument that we have to continue to maintain some sort of military presence there. We don't. Those who tell you we do, I think, adhere to a more neoconservative theory that I think has largely resulted in misadventures for our country. And we can make sounder decisions going forward. This is going to be a big week. Tomorrow, we've got Mayorkas. We've got the UFO hearings. That's going to be significant. If you've got suggestions for questions you want to see me ask, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, leave them in the comments, leave them in the review section. I crowdsource questions a good amount going into these. And on the UFOs as well, my colleagues Ana Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett, Jared Moskowitz are all teaming up for a bipartisan briefing about some of these. I guess now they're not UFOs, they're UAPs, the unidentified aerial phenomenon. I've seen some things that I'm certainly not aware of capabilities for humans for some of the things I've seen, and we may learn a lot. Thanks so much for joining us. Make sure you are subscribed. Make sure that if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble, you click that bell. That's the way you get a notification every time we go live so that you get the news first. Appreciate you being with us. We'll be back soon. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Well, let's bring in Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz to explain this potential national security threat posed by, I don't know, perhaps Russia. Congressman Gaetz, I'm hearing you're not believing this is a credible threat, but I'm watching, I'm reading the tea leaves, I'm looking at people's faces. What say you? What do you know?
Well, I think there are credible threats all over the world. I don't know that all of them would necessitate hysteria. I reviewed the intelligence today. I can't make reference to the domain or the country, but I am an experienced member of the House Armed Services Committee, and I got to tell you, Eric, what I reviewed today certainly did not have total consensus. There were reflections in the intelligence that showed that there were differing opinions about the risk to Americans. And also, I've seen stuff that's not maybe exactly like this, but of the same flavor and of the same kind several times during the last 7 years. It is something that may be more susceptible to an ebb and a flow than the original reporting suggests. And the timing is suspicious. Hold on, Eric. The timing is suspicious because Mike Turner is all about getting this national security supplemental passed, and he's all about getting the FISA authorities that have been abused by the Biden administration and the DOJ even before them extended. And I worry that this is going to serve as some sort of basis for what otherwise would be a suboptimal bad path for the country.
Well, I hope to God you're wrong. I hope to God that Mike Turner wouldn't use the fear and concern of the American people, especially with Joe Biden as our president, a fumbling Joe Biden with a potential, credible threat against our security. He wouldn't use that so he can get $95 billion more of our tax money approved and get it through. I hope not. If he does, he's going to have some come out and we're going to expose that if that ends up being the case. But Mike Waltz being on Fox News earlier today, I watched him. I looked at, and he was asked, is this something we may need military response for? And he said we need a potential geostrategy, in other words, a global strategy, and all of government response, not just military. And is Waltz hyping it too?
I mean, Eric, when the neoconservatives start talking in those terms, all I think about is how expensive all of that sounds. There is nothing in the intelligence I read today that scares me more than the intelligence that I regularly review about our open southern border. So if Chairman Turner or my friend Mike Waltz have grave concern, as I'm sure they do, I would prioritize our southern border over the flare-up that we were briefed on today. And I'm not saying that it's not a threat. I mean, obviously, every day we wake up in a very complex threat environment. The question is whether or not it would justify something that we wouldn't normally otherwise do. Waltz and Turner are the very people trying to stop what we want to do to rein in the abuses of spying. And so that's why it's a little suspicious with the timing and the players.
There better not be. There better not be, because we're going to expose the daylights out of those suckers if that's what they're doing. Kevin McCarthy taking some shots at you. Take a listen.
Has there ever been any conversations between you and the former president about Matt Gaetz and his decision to throw you out? Is he supportive of that?
I don't know how close you probably think the president is to Gaetz, but you should figure that out.
They're not actually that close?
As to the point of President Trump, look, I mean, President Trump asks me to go to Iowa and New Hampshire to campaign for him. I've been on the stage giving speeches for President Trump. If Kevin McCarthy ever took the stage at a Trump rally, he would be booed off of it. Trump knows that, and McCarthy knows that. Like, the booing that Lindsey Graham got at a Trump rally would look like patty cake compared to the thunderous negative response Kevin McCarthy would ever receive at these things. So, look, I mean, you could just check the scoreboard on these things. The voice of the ghost of Christmas past just kind of gets a little softer and a little softer by the day. But for Kevin McCarthy to suggest that President Trump and I aren't aligned certainly doesn't help President Trump. It certainly doesn't help our campaign. And it just kind of makes Kevin McCarthy look small and sad and lying.
And so also leaving prior to the end of the term also made him look like it was about Kevin McCarthy. It was never about the Republican Party or America for that matter. George Santos lost that seat last night. I mean, George Santos expelled. Mazi Pilip lost the seat to Tom Suozzi, an important seat. You called it. You said this is going to be a problem if we get rid of Santos. You want to weigh in on what happened last night and what happens in November, because that seat will be up again in November.
It turns out DEI isn't a real good strategy for Republican candidate recruitment. George Santos was no walk in the park, but he was at least a registered Republican. I think we were running this lady who was like a registered Democrat. She would not endorse President Trump. She lost by a substantial margin. George Santos stood with President Trump, backed the America First agenda, and he ultimately prevailed. So now the very New Yorkers who threw George Santos out see their own ranks diminished, and they welcome back Democrat Tom Suozzi. Because, look, there's only three categories of people who've ever been expelled in the United States Congress. People who participated in the Civil War, people who have been found guilty of a crime, and George Santos. And I don't know that we've done ourselves any favor in that regard.
Yeah, and there's a model coming up right after this in the next block talking about how Republicans threw George Santos under the bus to win some moral victory. Meanwhile, Democrats, look, they circle the wagons around Menendez, the senator. They circle wagons around Biden. They circle wagons around Ilhan Omar, saying some things that may indicate she may be more about Somalia than she is America. And they circle the wagons around Cori Bush after they find out she's misusing some campaign funds, allegedly.
Wait, you mean you can't hire your spouse to be your security detail bowling?
Yeah.
That's frowned upon. I'm old-fashioned. I just thought husbands were supposed to protect their wives for free, without getting paid out of the campaign.
I think she was paying them off before they were actually married. I could be wrong about that fact. The timing irrelevant, however. But they do dig in and defend their people because they don't want to lose the seat. They don't want to lose the political. They won't take the political loss for the moral victory. Whereas Republicans your guys seem to take lose the seat for the moral victory that no one gives a damn about.
Yeah, Bob Menendez is still dragging his Egyptian gold bars into his classified briefings on the national security threat. But because George Santos was naughty on OnlyFans, we had to reduce our majority by 25%. It is a study in how the different parties react to their membership and how really they prepare for the fight. And not everybody has the same role in the fight. But one thing about George Santos, he would have voted to impeach Mayorkas. He would have voted with us on FISA and whatever else he has going on. He was not convicted of a crime. And when we abridged due process, we were not rewarded politically for it. We lost. And I think that candidate in New York had a lot of problems, notably her unwillingness to embrace the fact that Donald Trump is the head of the party. Look, if you don't want to run as a Donald Trump Republican, what are you even doing running in 2024 on our side? Get on board. This is the agenda we're going to pursue.
You need a good Trump endorsed and vice versa. You need a good candidate to get that seat back. That's when he can get back. Suozzi's already lost once. He can get that one back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. Risk it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record TexasPolicy.com, how porous borders fuel human trafficking in the United States, and also from Heritage, Fighting Human Trafficking and Battling Biden's Open Border.
Without objection.
Ms. Cohen, I think a number of us on the panel took great interest in your description of the screening that doesn't occur at the border. I'd love to give you some time to maybe lend your expertise to the type of screening that we ought to really pursue.
Thank you so much, Congressman Gaetz. PACT has worked very closely with schools, with shelters, with programs around the country to look at indicators of trafficking and red flags. And we are extremely eager to engage in working with people at the border, with Customs and Border Patrol, and also with shelters. We did find it somewhat concerning that shelters indicated a reluctance to ask questions that might be indicators of trafficking.
And just so I know what category that falls in, these are the shelters that unaccompanied minors go to as they're being processed through HHS?
We were visiting shelters that had children with family members, and some of the testimony we've heard today has indicated that there is a concern of trafficking among those categories as well. And in those shelters, we were informed that there was not any screening done on children specifically for indicators of trafficking because there was a fear of asking questions that might be triggering, that might be problematic for those children. And there are questions that can be asked in a trauma-informed way that could easily assess whether or not the narrative that's being presented is in fact the true narrative, the true situation of the child in question.
Chairman Biggs has led delegations down to the border, and we've seen the chaotic enterprise that exists there. Could you give us a sense of how long an effective screening could take that was trauma-informed and that was effective at determining if there's a way to uproot some of these networks?
I think the questioning can be done fairly quickly if there's certain indicators that might appear immediately that could lead to additional questioning. But I think that it can be rolled out, and we have survivors. Our Survivors Council is very happy, actually, to provide input. We have members of the Survivors Council who were trafficked across the southern border who said that no one asked them anything. And that, for us, is a true source of concern, that there should be more focused questioning and just some basic questions about the family dynamics, the family relationship, and to really assess whether what's being presented, in some cases by the adults speaking on behalf of the child, actually matches up with the child's own testimony.
I'd love to draw on your law enforcement experience. Mr. Pizzurro, when you're able to get that type of real-time data from an effective screening, how can that be useful in disrupting these networks?
The more data that you have, the better the investigation, the better the lead. So it's really important on any information that you can really get. And the challenge is with most investigations is being in the dark. So the more information that law enforcement has to understand where things are going, the more likely we can remedy something.
We have all different layers of law enforcement working on this problem. Where have you seen it be most effective?
The most effective is, just from a trafficking standpoint, is the actual training and the actual, let's say, prioritizing of it. And I think the challenge is it's not really prioritized in law enforcement because we're doing so many different things, and I think we're inundated. So I think that's part of the challenge.
No, it completely is. And Mr. Chairman, I reflect back on when we had Steve Friend before us, who'd been at the FBI, and he had been working some of these cases from a federal level. And when he was reassigned to surveil parents at school board meetings, then no one else picked up those files, and they just they went by the wayside. So I think you're right that prioritization is probably pretty central to.
And the subject matter, honestly, is that from a law enforcement perspective, it's even child sexual abuse material. We don't want to know. So law enforcement generally doesn't really spend that much time doing that. So it's underfunded. There's less resources, and that comes from the agencies itself.
No, thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. I regret I'm not there with you in person, and I would be, but for some of the ongoing negotiations regarding our government funding that we're working through. I want to follow up on where my colleague, Representative Fitzgerald, was speaking with Officer Yanis about the development of witnesses. And I just wonder if what we've seen from prosecutors that don't charge cases appropriately or that plead cases out for minor offenses where people who might be violent are back on the streets, does that make it harder to get witnesses to come forward? Do the witnesses potentially fear that despite their participation in the criminal justice system, they might be subject to some sort of retaliation?
Oh, definitely, 100%. You know, especially with this cash bond, you're going to be releasing offenders, and the first thing their lawyer tells them is there's no victim, no witness, there's no crime. So all they're going to do is retaliate and threaten, and at worst, maybe kill some of these re-victims. They're going to basically re-victimize these victims and witnesses so that they don't have to have a trial or court.
It's just an astonishing amount of testimony that we have a criminal justice system that now the participants in that system are saying re-victimizes the people that we're trying to protect. I don't believe that the answer to these questions comes out of Washington, but I do think hearings like this are really important because, you know, we want to get a sense of what some of the early warning signs are in a community like Chicago so that the challenges you face don't metastasize. If you were giving a briefing to another community that had a prosecutor with some of the same theories that the prosecutors have had in Chicago, or some of the constraints that a city council might try to put on a police department, what would you do to warn other communities about some of the early things that they would want to rebuff so that their streets aren't turned over to the criminals like Chicago's have been?
It's very difficult because I would also fear for their safety, you know, so it's like I can only speak for myself. Like after the incident that happened to me, I had my family and me move out of the city because I just felt it unsafe. I love the city of Chicago, and it's a beautiful city. I love the people, the community, but I just felt like I couldn't protect my family the way I used to. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'd love the lieutenant's perspective on that as well.
I mean, at the very basis of it is to pay attention to who they're voting for. It's not just with just one person. It's not just the mayor. It's not just our prosecutor. It's the mayor, the prosecutors, our judges, our legislators, even our aldermen. It's become such a cesspool of ill intent. It makes no sense when people are repeatedly voting against their interests and putting people in place that are having such a negative impact on our communities, and it just almost appears as though that everybody's somewhat blind to it.
Yeah, I mean, getting it wrong is different than ill intent. Ill intent makes it seem like the whole construct of these policies is to end policing, whether it's to take away immunities, to take away policing tools. When you don't allow chase of the bad guys, in Florida, we would think that's like not having police at all, because you don't have the ability to bring anyone to justice that may have committed a criminal offense. You know, Mr. Caldwell, you know, you've heard the gentleman sitting next to you, Mr. Yanis, say he's left. Your brother tragically was the victim of a murder, died. I guess my question to you is Chicago savable? Or is the city in such a downward trajectory that our only hope is to make sure that these policies don't spread to other places?
That's something that I've thought about a great deal since last year. Is Chicago savable? Absolutely, it is savable. I think we absolutely have to unite as a city. And a lot of the leadership that we've seen, Brandon Johnson, as you know, he just got elected into office, but crime is now up 29-30%. If the leadership doesn't start changing, If the folks in Chicago don't start voting differently and demanding justice versus becoming numb to what we see as a daily slaughter, then we can't get anything done. We can't have movement. But I do believe that the city can be saved and is worth being saved.
Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing, and I yield back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I brought a war powers resolution to the floor of this Congress to get U.S. troops out of Syria, arguing that the United States, being excessively entangled in great power competition in Syria, wasn't making life better for Syrians. It wasn't playing out to our benefit in the sphere of great power competition, and that it left U.S. service members and contractors as sitting ducks. And following that vote, which I lost overwhelmingly on a bipartisan fashion, sadly, there were casualties. There was the death of an American, because we have now become the neighborhood crime watch of certain areas in Syria where there are oil rigs. And that's what it's all about. So I now come to the floor with this resolution to repeal a 2004 emergency vis-a-vis Syria. 2004. Now, it's supposed to be voted on by Congress every 6 months thereafter, but we have been derelict in our duty in doing so. And so I'm glad that today we're bringing forward a number of these emergency resolutions that have just been dormant slush funds, spending untold sums of money, with no transparency as to how much is going into the Syrian emergency. But how about this rule for how about the House thinks about emergencies? Nothing's allowed to be an emergency for 20 years. Because if it were really an emergency, there probably would have been some cataclysmic event of biblical proportion before the 20 years. And if it's still an emergency 20 years later, it's a chronic condition, and the United States cannot be the world's policeman, and we cannot be the world's piggy bank. Now, if the principal argument against my resolution is that my resolution is soft on Assad, well, the logic that undergirds that is that somehow the 2004 resolution was this great anti-Assad tool that we must have, that we must maintain to beat Assad. Well, look around, Mr. Speaker, Assad's never been stronger. So if this 2004 resolution was Assad kryptonite, it's been the worst Assad kryptonite you could ever imagine. It's malfunctioned. So I think we ought to repeal this emergency. We have sought transparency to see how much money has been going pursuant to it. We don't know the answer to that question. And to the extent that there are sanctions that we still want to maintain, whether there are the other national emergencies that exist targeted at terrorism generally, at Russia, at Iran, the Magnitsky Act, there are all kinds of other authorities for the President, the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Commerce, even the DOD weighs in, state, regarding sanctions regimes. So this is not a vote to lift sanctions and then just hope for the best with some pretty gnarly Syrians. In fact, it's us standing up to do our job, and that's what we should do in repealing this 2004 resolution. I reserve.
I can't think of a more effective way to insult the President of Israel when he stands on that podium and addresses us tomorrow.
Well, I would observe, Mr. Speaker, to the gentleman that if he is looking for a more effective way to insult the President of Israel, he need look no further than the remarks of some of his own colleagues in the recent days, which I would deem far more insulting than this policy debate about
how to have an effective sanctions regime. No one here is arguing for sanctions relief vis-a-vis these individuals. What we're saying is that the National Emergencies Act is a very ineffective, inefficient way to administer a sanctions regime. We do have specific authorities with the Magnitsky Act, with the national emergencies vis-a-vis counterterrorism. Treasury has these authorities, state has these authorities, and most importantly, Congress has the authority to impose sanctions. If you believe that there are people who should be the subject of sanctions by the United States government, we are the board of directors of the most powerful country on the planet Earth. We can introduce those bills, we can vote for them, and we can fulfill our constitutional authority. What I'm asking the Congress to do is to repeal a 2004 emergency vis-a-vis Syria when Syria doesn't look anything like it even did in 2004. And to my Republican colleagues, if you vote to allow this national emergency to continue, what you're doing is you're gaslighting unaccountable spending by the Biden administration because they never have to make requisite report regarding the outlays on these matters. And the money just moves around. We never quite see the efficacy of it. And we are all strong supporters of Israel on this side of the aisle, certainly, and I would observe that U.S. policy in Syria has not particularly helped Israel. Matter of fact, when you had terrorist groups setting up camps in Syria directed at Israel, you know what the Israelis did? They took them out. They blew them up. That sent a message to Iran. The balance of power was restored, and it did not involve the United States of America becoming the bloc captain of Syria or anywhere else in the Middle East. And if we want to do that, it should be through a war powers resolution with Congress affirmatively voting to do it, not just having rolling national emergencies when the law contemplates a requisite obligation for us to vote to reauthorize these things. We never do it. We don't do our job. Then the money goes out the door, and we don't see a safer Israel, a safer Middle East, or a safer Syria. All we see is an empowered Assad. So if this is the great tool we had against Assad, we better be thinking of some different ones, because it hasn't exactly worked out as the proponents of this national emergency would seemingly indicate. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Does the gentleman reserve?
All reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
I reserve the right to close.
Okay. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
Welcome back to Firebrand Live. We are simulcast streaming from room 2021 of the Rayburn House Office Building here at the Capitol Complex on Washington, D.C. There's plenty of Capitol Hill drama that we're going to get to with the speaker's race, a fast-moving race, people who just 24 hours ago were deemed to be never Jordans, all of a sudden announcing their public support for the speaker designate. Also some economic news regarding how Americans are dealing with Bidenomics. I'll get to that, but we have a very special guest, the contributing editor at the American Conservative, Kurt Mills, someone I speak to a great deal about foreign policy, here to share his perspective on what's going on in the Middle East. The American Conservative, of course, is a publication you should all be reading. It is the fountainhead of intellectualism for a lot of the non-interventionist right, certainly emerging from a lot of the viewpoints of one of their great founders, Pat Buchanan. Kurt, thanks so much for joining me. You've got a thought-provoking piece at the American Conservative, The Bear Scenario for Israel. Before we get into that piece, give me your perspective on kind of what chapter we're in the book here in this conflict, and what do you think is animating what Americans and people around the world are observing in Gaza?
This is one of the longest-standing conflicts in the world.
the last 10 days. I think everyone's just sort of waiting. The Israeli response so far, needless to say, already 1,000 plus Palestinians have died, has been relatively restrained. We haven't seen the Israelis go in and try to occupy the place, Gaza, door to door, a la, the U.S. in Iraq or in Fallujah. And everyone's just sort of waiting to see what happened. I think a critical component of all of this is whether or not they can establish a link between the Palestinians, Hamas, and Iran. Now, of course, the Iranians do finance Hamas. There is interchange there, but that is a completely different situation than allegations that there was pretty close coordination, that there were meetings in places like Beirut, and that the Iranians had final say so. There was a Wall Street Journal to that effect, a report to that effect last week, but that has not been corroborated. I stress that has not been corroborated by anyone legitimate, and I think that would be a huge deal because the Iranian link to this, changes the nature of the Israeli war, who they target, and B, would be the most likely thing that would draw the U.S. into a wider war in a real way.
Sure. So let me pause there, because I think this is the biggest difference in how the Congress is observing this conflict and how the administration is. Because really at a bipartisan level, you've got most in Congress believing that this was not a surprise to the Iranians, that there would be no Hamas without Iran, that an operation of this scale requiring this coordination, synchronization, land, air, and sea, that Iran had to be involved. The administration, I believe, has a very different viewpoint. I think that there are senior officials in the Biden administration who believe that Iran was just as surprised by this attack as the United States or Israel were. And what I think I want to get into with you is how this thing gets broader, because right now you're looking at essentially an asymmetric conflict. I worry that if Iran, in fact, animated this attack, this operation, they would have done so with the goal, they would have done so full knowing what Israel's response would be in Gaza. And if the whole kind of geopolitical overlay here is Iran is feeling isolated in the Middle East with the Abraham Accords, with the red to dead water infrastructure, with the Israelis and the Saudis going into business together on technology deals and capital markets, and with the Qataris and the Israelis working together on liquefied natural gas, that really what Iran seeks is a conflict with Arabs on one side, the Israelis on the other. And I worry that they're trying to draw Israel into an overreaction in Gaza, and then use that as a basis to launch rockets out of Iran into Israel. What do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting hypothesis. I've never actually felt it that way. I think it's worth underlining for your viewership that, of course, the Iranians and Hamas are fundamentally different in two major ways. They're different ethnicities. The Iranians are mostly Persian, and Hamas is Arab, and Hamas is also Sunni Muslim, and the Iranians are mostly Shia Muslim. The government is Shia Islamic. And so to a certain extent, this is a partnership of convenience, and the exact level of coordination is murky. But at the end of the day, definitely people within the Iranian elite basically view the Hamas people as savages, and don't super care about them in a certain respect, and would be fine if it was a choice between them and the Iranians to pick themselves. I do think it's worth underlining, of course, that Hamas is a useful foil to the Israeli government, and that's why there's such a level of coordination. As to the actual stipulation that Iran is intentionally goading in Israel into a potentially very stupid war, and like what I say, it's stupid. I mean, what are the Israelis actually going to do? I think killing 2 million people is obviously off the table. It would be massively discrediting to Israel as a nation state. But I think also a potential occupation of Gaza is a huge mess for the Netanyahu government. I mean, if the Israelis, 1,000 plus are already dead, if they get 10,000 plus killed going door to door in Gaza, I mean, that's going to A, bring down the Netanyahu government, and B, they just called up this 300,000 reservists. A lot of these people are not hardened IDF soldiers like we think. They're civilians like you or I. And the idea that they're going to go door to door, I think, is just pretty risky for the Israelis. So yeah, it's just I don't think anyone knows what they're going to do, mostly because we don't know how this happened. I think as I got into my piece a little bit, we just nobody had this. Nobody had Hamas is this powerful, or at least this competent, and nobody had the Israelis. This is asleep at the switch.
The piece is The Bear Scenario for Israel. It's at theamericanconservative.com, and you write about Netanyahu's agony. What is the agony of Netanyahu?
Yeah, I mean, so just, to sort of zoom out here, Netanyahu is the longest-serving prime minister in Israeli history. He's also the most important prime minister, not from the founding generation. So Israel is founded basically by these sort of center-left socialist types after World War II, and Netanyahu is obviously a break. He is a secular person himself. He's not particularly religious, but he has forged a merger of basically hardline right-wing Israeli nationalists with some of the most religious people in the society. And Israel had really begun crafting itself as a sort of, basically very different Western civilization at a time when Western birth rates are falling off the cliff, and a lot of people in the West, as I'm sure you're aware, are sort of self-hating and not proud of their countries. The Israelis have been really going in another direction with some controversy. There have been massive protests within Israel, but it appeared that Netanyahu, he overperformed in last year's elections and came back to power, really was on kind of on the glide path to forge a new country. I think now the idea that his principal claim to fame, that he is the security guy, was undermined is a big deal. And I think there's a sort of bias that the Palestinians are incompetent and are just going to get the Israelis are going to wipe the floor with them. I think the Palestinians are going to suffer massive fatalities, but in a certain sense, this could be pretty close to checkmate in terms of what the Israelis are actually going to do. I mean, how are they going to take out all of Hamas? I mean, they may be able to do it in Gaza, but are they going to assassinate the Hamas political leadership in Qatar? And I mean, I think that's just a real crossing of the Rubicon and pretty dangerous stuff.
One of the questions you ask in the piece, what if Israel in this period ends up being remembered as Russia? Very provocative. How do you think the tactics and the kind of judgment of history will weigh on these endeavors?
Yeah, so I mean, this is why covering national security, you always hear this stuff like, well, the Pentagon did a war game, and it's sort of laughable, all of these projections, given what we know about how a lot of this stuff looks when we actually get on the battlefield. People did not think. The smart set did not think the U.S. was going to struggle as much as it did in Iraq, and the smart set did not think that Russia would struggle as much as it would in Ukraine. And so, yes, Israel, serious country, top five military capabilities pound per pound, intelligence capabilities pound per pound, but in an actual war, full-on war with Hamas, can Israel achieve its objectives and do so at a reasonable cost to its own country? And I think that's an open question, right? Because Putin could, take Ukraine by nuking the place and being persona non grata on the global stage. He has elected not to do that. He could also mobilize everybody in Russia to fight for the war and presumably gain territory that way. He doesn't think he can do that. So can Netanyahu do that? Of course, the Israelis don't, concede that they have nuclear weapons, but they do. But can they use nuclear weapons on a territory contiguous to them? Probably not. There was definitely concerns from the Russians doing the exact same thing in Ukraine. It's still pretty close to home to do a nuclear blast. So again, I think Israel comes out of this no matter what. Major civilization, very important, very powerful, but their military options potentially are way, way more limited than people had even realized.
I think Israel comes out of this a larger country, not a smaller country. I think that you're going to have a lot of these Gulf monarchies involved in almost a Marshall Plan for Gaza after the Israelis lay siege to Gaza. And I think it's really interesting you point out like the political goals of Israel right now have to align to what you observe in the military operations, but that there are no real political goals of Hamas. You talk about, quoting now from the piece, it is clear that Hamas has now removed itself from all talks, aside from hostage negotiations, for a ponderable future. Hamas rules Gaza because the majority of the population believes in its agenda. That's a quote that you're bringing from an IDF lecturer. So, with Hamas having no goals, with Israel having goals that have to align to the military operation, how do you think it ends?
Well, I mean, again, I think the big question is whether or not there's going to be an Iran war about this. I mean, this is sort of my bugbear and concern. You could definitely see a scenario. I mean, again, zooming back 20 years ago. So if this is Israel's 9/11, the U.S. got into Afghanistan, dispatched the Taliban government from power pretty quickly, chased al-Qaeda out of the country. But of course, the leadership of al-Qaeda, bin Laden famously lived 10 more years. And then in the long run of history, the Taliban is now in charge of the same territory 20 years ago. There is just the danger here of the war widening and people forgetting why this even started. If that does not occur, and Netanyahu is able to run a disciplined operation in Gaza, and what does the disciplined operation look like? Essentially, vaguely limiting civilian deaths in the area and successfully assassinating the leadership of Hamas. So I think the key ones here would be the political leadership in Gaza. There's a head of it who's been in charge of it since the elections in 2006. There is this guy called the Guest, El Deef. They basically move him from house to house. That's why he's called the Guest. If they can get him, and then maybe if they can get the head of basically the Hamas, rival group to the far extreme even of Hamas, the head of Islamic Jihad, then maybe that's going to be enough scalps for them to claim victory. But again, Hamas's leadership, political leadership, also exists in Qatar, as do a lot of Islamist leaderships throughout the region. And I don't think Israel's beginning to countenance a invasion of Qatar or defenestration of the Qatari government. And I think it's not even particularly advisable, because the reality is Qatar serves a useful purpose. It's a moderating force on a lot of these countries. And I mean, it didn't come out of just whole cloth. Qatar was allowed to keep the lights on in Gaza because the Israeli government feared the alternative. But now the status quo is obviously unacceptable.
I think it's a really important point about how in the Middle East, with these shifting alliances, and you've got the obvious tensions that persist between the UAE and Qatar and the Saudis. The Saudis and the Iranians, perhaps in some sort of de-dollarizing, new phase of their relationship with the Chinese. Very important. I did, before I let you go, Kurt, I want to get your reaction to Speaker Designate Jim Jordan putting out a plan for the House of Representatives. He says, additional steps we must take to destroy Hamas and support Israel. Iran sanctions for funding and arming Hamas, enforce existing sanctions on Iranian oil, more interceptors for Israel's Iron Dome, more precision-guided munitions, more ammunition rounds, more intelligence sharing, replenish drained U.S. stockpiles. That's a lot. Your reaction?
Yeah. I mean, I look, in Republican politics and in American politics right now, it's pretty safe to target the Iranians for more sanctions. The previous administration sanctioned them, pretty much to the brink of bankruptcy. It's just a question of what these sanctions really do. I think we've also seen in the Russia case the limits of sanctions on a lot of these economies, and particularly for some of the de-dollarization aspects that you just mentioned and referenced elsewhere. I think it will be interesting, though, to see how this all gets kind of framed. I mean, a sort of cut on this that I could see happening is whether or not somebody's going to convince President Biden to enter basically a war of all against all in defense of liberalism, right? Got to fight Ukraine over here, got to do the China war there, and got to take out Hamas and Iran. And then, oh, by the way, we have to take out, the would-be tin bot dictator in our own country who just happens to be our principal political rival. That would obviously convulse U.S. politics. But I think Jordan's statement there is well in line with Republican consensus at the moment.
Kurt Mills, contributing editor at The American Conservative, one of the people I call frequently to discuss foreign policy issues. Thanks for sharing our conversation with my viewers, man.
Thanks so much.
Take care. We now are going to react to the latest from FBI Director Christopher Wray. Sasha, go ahead and play that clip.
In this heightened environment, there's no question we're seeing an increase in reported threats, and we've got to be on the lookout, especially for lone actors who may take inspiration from recent events to commit violence of their own. So I'd encourage you to stay vigilant, because as the first line of defense, protecting our communities, you're often the first to see the signs that someone may be mobilizing to violence. I'd also ask you to continue sharing any intelligence or observations you may have, and on our end, we're committed to doing the same so that together we can safeguard our communities.
We are back live. Be vigilant. That's the message from FBI Director Christopher Wray, the very same FBI director who oversaw an organization that turned a lot of anti-terrorism capabilities and functions internally against political opponents, against people who supported the Second Amendment or who didn't want unchecked immigration into our country. Now they're saying, because of our open border, because of threats to the country, keep calling in those tips. I think we need an FBI that's actually focused on potential harm to Americans, not becoming a political enforcement wing of either political party. And unfortunately, that's what we've seen under both Republican and Democrat administrations. The FBI unaccountable, breaking the law, and there's an opportunity cost, and you see it laid bare by the FBI director right there. There's also cost to Bidenomics, and before we get into the ins and outs of the speaker race, we bring you to a tweet that really caught my eye from Unusual Wales. Go ahead and put that up, Sasha. Americans filed more than 39,000 bankruptcy cases in August, an 18% increase from the same point last year. So if Americans are going bankrupt at a considerably higher rate, if our economy isn't growing as we would expect, if inflation remains stubbornly high, it becomes very difficult for the Biden White House to tell you that everything is awesome, that the economy is improving. The reality is that more and more Americans are finding themselves in a circumstance so dire that they are filing bankruptcy at a higher rate. It shows that the interest rates that people are having to utilize to accrue debt are crushing people. There is a direct link between the government spending that I am fighting against and rising interest rates, rising APR, and increased bankruptcies. These things are connected. It's important you know that. And the lived experiences of Americans, I think, are going to be very, very reflective in how people think about the economy, not just some empty White House briefing on the subject. All right, we're going to get into what's going on in the speaker's race, rules changes, big news, Jim Jordan putting out a letter to really try to rally Republicans to his cause. And this is a letter, I'm going to read you parts of it, that showcase where a lot of these discussions are going, what's being highlighted, and how Jordan intends to respond. So it's an October 16 Dear Colleague letter. Jordan says, the principles that unite us as Republicans are far greater than the disagreements that divide us. He continues, the country and our conference cannot afford us attacking each other right now. It is time we unite and get back to work on behalf of the American people. We may not always agree on every issue or every bill, and that's all right. We don't march in lockstep like our Democrat colleagues. We value the discussion and robust debate that generates effective public policies rooted in common sense conservative principles. We've discussed frustrations about the treatment of Kevin McCarthy and Steve Scalise and the events of the past month. The role of Speaker is to bring all Republicans together. That's what I intend to do. We will make sure that there are more Republican voices involved in our major discussions. Our goal will be to empower our committees and committee chairs to take the lead on the House's legislative work through regular order. This will bring us together to pass responsible legislation to fund our government and support our military. I will tirelessly work to defend and expand our majority and help every Republican member back at home. When Republicans come together, there is no measure to what we can achieve for the American people. Signed, Jim Jordan. And that is the message from the Speaker Designate. A closing argument, if you will, before we head to the floor. And there has been a lot of progress. There have been some big breakthroughs. Taking you through the timeline, when Jordan first, was in this contest for Speaker following the withdrawal of Steve Scalise from the race, 81 people originally voted against him. They voted for Austin Scott of Georgia, who's now supporting Jim Jordan. We had a ratifying vote thereafter. That 81 had fallen to 55. And time and again, we are seeing people who were in that 55 now say that as a consequence of their one-on-one discussions with Jim Jordan, their interactions with constituents, the feedback they've received from the various groups here and caucuses that they're a member of, they are coming to Jim Jordan's side. Mike Rogers from Alabama has announced his endorsement of Jim Jordan, and we're very excited about that. Neil Dunn of Florida indicated that he will support Jim Jordan. Ann Wagner, she was viewed as a potential significant holdout. She now has had her concerns addressed. And by the way, these members have a right to have a meeting, to have a discussion, and to go through where they'd like to bring the House of Representatives. And I think if Jim Jordan is that leader that I know he can be, the type of leader reflected in this Dear Colleague letter, that he's going to win folks over and he's going to chip it away. I count about a dozen Republicans that we can still clearly identify in the anti-Jordan camp. But that is, again, I mean, if we're really down to about a dozen, that's down from 55, down from 81. And there may be a few others that haven't publicly identified opposition to Jordan, but may not have agreed to support him. But we're working that list down. And I'm really proud of Speaker-designate Jordan for winning over people who might not have originally been all that receptive to his message. There's still a number of Floridians that I pray and hope come to the conclusion that Jim Jordan is the right choice. Currently, Carlos Jimenez of Florida, John Rutherford of Florida, Vernon Buchanan of Florida, Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, all people I respect greatly. They're not there yet, and we hope that they get there. And that's why right now I know that Speaker-designate Jordan is having those conversations, listening to people's concerns. And I think it's important for the American people to also continue to be enthusiastic about the Republican Speaker-designate who can bring us all together. We also hope that my friend Steve Womack, who's out there in Arkansas, a guy I know well, a guy who's helped me with a number of matters in the Congress, we hope that Congressman Womack comes on board, and certainly the Rules Chairman, Tom Cole. We want to see Chairman Cole right there as one of the very respected and senior members of the House of Representatives come onto the team, support Jim Jordan. Tom Cole's always been a team player in the past, so we hope he's a team player now that the captain of the team is a guy like Jim, a virtuous man, a godly man, someone I don't agree with on every subject, someone I've had very spirited disagreements with, but someone who I firmly believe can take the House in a better direction and an inspired direction, frankly. He's got that kind of capability. Some of the concerns that people have about the speaker contest right now are about the rules, and the rules that we negotiated heavily for in January. Some people want to renegotiate or change or modify, and I'm negotiable to a point because when we designed those rules, it was the first time anything like that had really been constructed. And there are some other things that I'm fighting for that I think might provide just as much accountability or even more accountability. One of those things is to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. If we want to have a stock ban in the United States Congress, we don't need a bill, we don't need a law, we just need to put it in our House rules. That doesn't require Joe Biden to agree. It doesn't require the United States Senate to agree. We could set rules that ban our individual members from trading stocks. And I am negotiable to other rules changes in order to achieve that objective. It was the subject discussed on the Hill's program Rising recently, with particular mention for one member of Congress who had been trading some of these war stocks. Take a listen.
According to Unusual Whales Politics, which keeps tabs on congressional trades, lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been purchasing war stocks. Both Republicans and Democrats bought General Dynamics stocks, and while Republicans bought more on the energy and oil front, Democrats poured their money into cybersecurity stocks.
The heavy wartime stock buying didn't just happen following the onset of the war in Ukraine, but there was a surge that hasn't receded. In August, Mississippi Congressman Michael Gaetz purchased about $15,000 worth of ExxonMobil stock, currently up and trading at $109 per Unusual Whales. Numerous politicians from both sides of the aisle are tailoring their investment portfolios based on these defense contractors and energy companies, all of which lobby Capitol Hill heavily. This is just another reason we really got to ban members of Congress from stock trading, or else how can we trust that their foreign policy decision-making, to the extent Congress exerts any influence or oversight over the foreign policy perspective to begin with, but they might be making decisions that are not in the best interest of U.S. foreign policy or the safety of Americans, but are lining their own pockets.
Lining their own pockets, not something we should see from members of Congress trading individual stocks. Michael Gaetz is a Mississippi congressman identified in that report from the Hill's The Rising, and get this, he's the chairman of the House Ethics Committee. So the very person who was buying the individual stock referenced in that report critically that wouldn't be allowed if my rules changes were adopted is literally the chairman of the Ethics Committee. Think about that. It's quite something. But if we're going to get this done, if we're going to take on the swamp for major ethics reforms, we have to do it in a bipartisan way. And I'm working with California Democrat Ro Khanna, who disagrees with me on a whole host of subjects, but I'm working with him on these ethics reforms. Rising had commentary on that as well. Take a listen.
The truth is that it's still a narrow slice of electeds, people like Matt Gaetz, Ro Khanna, who has often been out of step with his own party on these issues as well, who are willing to go here and actually do something about it, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans do not want their Congress members to be profiting off of stocks that have serious implications for both foreign and domestic policy.
And look how Matt Gaetz is being treated by the mainstream commentariat, even some conservative commentators, as in the way, as inconvenient, as crazy that he's done something totally insane and unprecedented. In order to advance policies, some of the policies, I don't agree with every policy he's probably trying to get achieved everywhere, but mostly he's making a stand about funding for Ukraine that is clearly popular. That's what Republicans actually want. It's what they want their leaders to do, is to rein in some of this spending for every other nation on earth. And he took a stand on that, and he wants to stop on the stock front, something that you could poll Americans. It's just overwhelmingly popular. That's what they want. And he's being treated like he's a procedurally crazy person for trying to get those policies.
They totally get me on Rising. I am being perceived as procedurally crazy because I'm fighting for things that I think the American people want. Banning members of Congress from becoming lobbyists, banning lobbyists and special interest money from congressional campaigns, and not allowing members of Congress to trade these individual stocks. I think that could restore so much confidence in the institution. And for all the criticism I get for being an anti-institutionalist, I actually think that this would advance the interests of the institution and the American people. And guess what? Then the things that matter to you would actually get addressed faster than whatever PAC could shuttle whatever amount of money into some powerful chairman or subcommittee member's campaign account and leadership account. It's just not the way we should govern anymore, and it's truly what we are fighting against. Just got breaking news. As we've been in this program, Florida Congressman Vern Buchanan publicly announces his support for Jim Jordan. So that's outstanding. Vern Buchanan, great guy, super generous guy, just one of the warmest hearts you could ever hope to encounter. Now supporting Jim Jordan. Let's hope that the dam breaks with some of my other Florida colleagues who still aren't there yet. again, we want to encourage them in the most respectful and thoughtful way, because we want to see Jim Jordan get that gavel, assume the speakership, and unite this Republican caucus one step closer, just as we've been talking with Vern Buchanan. There's other breaking news that I want to discuss regarding the legal, lawfare, tortured pursuit of President Trump. There's now a gag order that was issued by Judge Chutkan in the matter that is before the D.C. courts. And in that gag order, she seems to separate things that President Trump can say that constitute protected First Amendment activity and then anything to do with this particular matter. And the line she seems to have drawn is that any mention of any person in any way involved in the fact pattern of January 6th is now somehow off limits for President Trump, whereas he can still categorize the prosecution as politically motivated, and he can make critique generally of the prosecution. One of the people that President Trump is, I guess, limited in talking about is Mike Pence, who's running against President Trump for the presidential nomination. So this gag order is, to date, the most severe effort at election interference that we've observed. I mean, even the indictments themselves didn't stop President Trump from talking. But think about this. They want to weaponize the U.S. justice system against this man because he is the leading contender for president of the United States. And then when he wants to go defend himself and talk about these matters, they're doing everything they can to ratchet a gag order on him. So part of the government's request here was denied in an oral ruling from the bench. Part of it was affirmed. We're going to break it down. I'm sure there'll be a lot more on it. I'll probably want to bring in one of my colleagues from the Judiciary Committee or get some perspective on how a gag order like this interfaces with the U.S. election system and what equities the Congress has to protect federal elections and stop judges from limiting the speech of candidates for federal office. I am certain Congress has equities there, and if we don't defend them, they're going to be eviscerated by Judge Chutkan, someone who I think is well beyond the guardrails of a jurist and is actually engaging in political activity from the bench that we should not tolerate as the Article 1 branch of government vested with a lot of equities in federal elections. So thank you guys so much. Make sure that you are subscribed, that you've got your notifications turned on. We always love it when you leave us a 5-star review. Special thanks to Kurt Mills, contributing editor at the American Conservative, for joining us. There'll be a lot more going on this week. Can't wait to check back in with you. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Mr. Williams, wouldn't the American people feel like this government wasn't so weaponized against them if there wasn't such a revolving door between Department of Justice senior officials and lobbying?
I don't quite follow the premise of your question, sir.
It's pretty easy. There's a revolving door between senior officials at the DOJ and the lobbying profession. Do you think that that gives the public more or less trust?
There are rules governing what employment, and this is based on my understanding, I've been in government for 15 years, governing what post-government employment can be. One, what individuals' actions can be once they're employed elsewhere, but also what they're allowed to do.
Lobbying is influence peddling, and you are the principal at the Raven Group, which is a lobbying firm. And I would observe the reporting of Project Veritas, where Jordan Tristan Walker, who's a director of research and development, said on a recording, one of the things we're exploring is why don't we just manipulate COVID ourselves, mutate COVID via directed evolution. Pfizer is a revolving door for all government officials. It's pretty good for industry, to be honest. It's bad for everyone else in America. Pfizer is one of the clients of the lobbying firm that you're a principal of, isn't it?
I do not represent Pfizer. I do not know.
You're a principal of the Rabin Group, right?
No, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the clients of the Rabin Group, which include Pfizer.
Without objection.
Not just Pfizer, but Google as well. And in response to the Twitter files, we saw a statement come from the FBI where they said correspondence between the FBI and Twitter show nothing more than examples of our traditional, long-standing, and ongoing federal government and private sector engagements. Are there such engagements between the FBI and Google?
When you say such engagements, sir, I don't quite.
Does Google engage with the FBI, Mr. Williams?
I don't work for either Google or the FBI,
sir. I'd have to again point you to your own client list that you advertise on your own website, which includes Google. Does it surprise you that at the Rabin Group's website, Pfizer and Google are clients?
It does not surprise me, sir, no.
The Soros-funded Open Society is one of the clients as well. Does that surprise you?
Sir, I don't have our client list in front of me right now. I will, assuming that's what it says, I will take your word for it.
Yeah, I would think that maybe one of the legislative initiatives we could pursue would be to tighten this revolving door that folks at Pfizer and folks at Big Tech seem to freely acknowledge, in which you seem to be the incarnate of the revolving door. Mr. Baker and Ms. Parker, I want to assure you both that we come not to trash the FBI, but to rescue the FBI from political capture.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Past few months, there have been a number of members of Congress making some pretty suspect stock trades, like selling bank stocks just before the banking crisis hit, or trading in semiconductor names as the massive CHIPS bill legislation is getting passed. Now, that could all just be amazing timing, but as anyone of any party has to admit, it's bad optics. House Republicans Matt Gaetz and Brian Fitzpatrick are teaming up with House Democrats Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Raja Krishnamoorthi to introduce a new bill that would ban members of Congress from trading and owning individual stocks. Joining us now are two of this bill's sponsors, and that is Congressman Matt Gaetz and Congressman Raja Krishnamoorthi of Illinois. Great to see you both together. There is hope for America, so we appreciate it. Congressman Gaetz, start with you. How did this come about? Who approached whom, and why is this such a bipartisan issue?
I want to give Raja and Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick a lot of credit for a middle-out approach. They worked to help set up the protocols for this legislation, and I know Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and I are honored to be co-introducers with them. $788 million of securities were traded by members of Congress last year. About 1 in every 4 members of Congress are involved in these disclosed trades. We don't think they should be allowed, and there are particular sectors of the economy that seem to have a lot of interest from members of Congress trading: energy, high-tech, healthcare, defense, the very industries that we have a great ability to impact. And I think going forward, we have to also look at these moments like the pandemic and other areas where there was a whole lot of trading.
And, Congressman Krishnamoorthi, what they say is, oh, you know what? It was in a blind trust. My financial advisor just happened to have the world's greatest timing and sold everything the day before I signed this bill. I mean, whether or not it is just good timing, would there be any sort of holes in what you are proposing that would allow members of Congress to own and hold stocks under any condition?
Well, I think that what you pointed out is even the appearance of people trading, regardless of whether they use insider information or anything, just erodes trust, and people, quite frankly, don't believe that they didn't trade based on inside information. With regard to this bill, there are provisions that allow you to essentially mutual can't own or trade individual stocks. That's kind of a basic issue. And quite frankly, when I tell my constituents that you are allowed to do that now, they can't believe it. They thought that it was illegal yesterday. And so the fact that it's not is anathema to everything they believe. And they think that you should be serving them, not your stock portfolio.
So, Congressman Krishnamurthy, back to you on that. How would this progress? Can you get it through the House? And what do you think the Senate would do if you did?
Well, the interesting thing, and Matt may have alluded to it, is, this particular bill is wildly popular among Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, not so much among my colleagues. And so now we are trying to make a push for the what's called the Congressional House Administrative Committee, which has jurisdiction here, to basically take it up, vote on it, or mark it up out of committee, and then bring it to the floor for a vote.
Yeah, and Congressman Gaetz, we look at this, and I think it's, oftentimes the viewers are disgusted. I mean, I hear from them, they're like, wait, what? This person bought and sold this stock a couple days before or after this? I mean, how do we even get to this point, this far along, where this hasn't been dealt with years ago?
It should have been. And frankly, we've had a system in Washington for too long that has been based on just Republican versus Democrat, and that has allowed these systemic institutional challenges to plague the people's house. What I am heartened by is that we've got a lot of the younger members of Congress who seem to be united around this. So it's the millennials and the Zoomers perhaps more interested in advancing this particular mechanism of ethics reform than some of our septuagenarian and octogenarian friends. That doesn't necessarily bode well for consideration in the United States Senate. But if we push our colleagues to hold votes on these matters, the American people can see who wants to make this reform. And I do believe that if we just go down this road more, you're going to see these flashpoint events drive trading, distortions in markets, and that really impairs the free market system that every investor and every American should be able to count on.
Okay, let's say you get the bill passed, Matt. Back to you, Congressman Gaetz. What would happen? You get it passed, and members of Congress, would they be allowed to own the stocks they currently own? Would they be forced to divest? And I would assume if they're forced to divest, they will get a tax break, because you can't force people to take a giant tax bill.
So they would be forced to divest into a blind trust, but then that blind trust would be required to dispose of those securities within a period over 6 months. And so there would be an outpouring of those investments. There's some flexibility in precisely when, but once we get that through the gestation period, then I think that we'll be in a far better place in the House.
And if we don't get it done, Congressman Krishnamurthy, if point, the Senate, a lot of people in there have been in. By the way, the Dow has changed a lot since many of the Senate first got elected to the Senate. All just ITT and some railroads, I think, were in there. That said, you don't get it through. What happens? Any hope for the American public to feel like they've got it more on the level?
Well, I'd like to say yes, but I couldn't say that. I think that we have to push. Look, I think that 7 years ago, when Matt and I entered Congress, this wasn't even on the radar screen. Now it's finally coming to the fore, and I think there's momentum behind this. I think that Speaker McCarthy pledged last Congress that if he becomes Speaker, that he's going to bring this to the floor for a vote. So I think that we're going to try to hold him to it and just keep pushing.
That's it, because you both, I mean, I'm sure there's some of your members of Congress that have, they own B&O Railroad and a couple of hotels on Baltic and Mediterranean. I'll leave it there. Congressman Matt Gaetz, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, we really appreciate your views. Good luck. Keep us informed of how it's going.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live, so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with respect to my colleagues who voted in the other direction on this particular piece of legislation, let me offer some serious concerns about the direction we're headed as a country and about what this vote represents in terms of American readiness, American capacity to defend itself and its allies in the future, and most importantly, the American leadership's ability to acknowledge where we really are as a country, our strengths, our weaknesses, what can be built upon, and what must be rebuilt entirely. I am extraordinarily aware of a couple of historical analogies that should inform this debate. One that seems to always inform the debate, and another that seems to never come up. Now, opponents of further aid in Ukraine, and I count myself among them, say that this is a Chamberlain versus Churchill kind of moment. And you just heard my distinguished colleague from Delaware make this observation. With no disrespect to my friend from Delaware, we need to come up with some different analogies in this chamber. We need to be able to understand history as not just World War II replaying itself over and over and over again. Vladimir Putin is not Adolf Hitler. Doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he has significantly less capability than the German leader did in the late 1930s. America is not America of the late 1930s or the early 1940s. We are we possess substantially less manufacturing might in relative terms than we did almost 100 years ago. And most importantly, there are many ways in which the analogy falls apart, even if you ignore America's capacity, Russia's capacity, and the like. There are ways in which we should be looking at other historical analogies, and I'd like to point just a couple of those right now. The Second World War, of course, was the most devastating war, arguably, in the history of the world. Close behind it is the First World War. And what is the lesson of the First World War? It's not that there are always people appeasing the bad guys or fighting against the bad guys. The lesson of World War I is that if you're not careful, you can blunder yourself into a broader regional conflict that kills tens of millions of people, many of them innocent. In 1914, alliances, politics, and the failure of statesmanship dragged two rival blocs of militaries into a catastrophic conflict. In the past week alone, the Council on Foreign Relations has published an essay calling for European troops to sustain Ukraine's lines as Ukraine struggles to raise troops. Some European leaders have said they might send troops to support Ukraine in a conflict. Perhaps the history lesson we should be teaching ourselves isn't Chamberlain versus Churchill. Perhaps we should be asking ourselves how an entire continent, how an entire world's set of leaders allowed itself to blunder into world conflict. Is there possibly a diplomatic solution to the conflict in Ukraine? Yes, I believe that there is. Indeed, as multiple people, both critics of Vladimir Putin and supporters of Ukraine, have pointed out, there was, in fact, a peace deal on the table approximately 18 months ago, and what happened to it? The Biden administration pushed Zelensky to set aside the peace agreement and to engage in a disastrous counteroffensive that killed thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainians, that depleted an entire decade's worth of military stocks, and has left us in the place that we are now, where every single objective observer of the Ukraine war acknowledges today that the war is going worse for Ukraine than it was 18 months ago. Could we have avoided it? Yes, we could, Mr. President, and we should have avoided it. We would have saved a lot of lives, we would have saved a lot of American weapons, and we would have had this country in a much, much more stable and much better place if we had. Now, there's another historical analogy that I think that's worth pointing out, and that is the historical analogy of the early 2000s. Now, in 2003, I was a high school senior, and I had a political position back then. I believed the propaganda of the George W. Bush administration that we needed to invade Iraq, that it was a war for freedom and democracy, that those who were appeasing Saddam Hussein were inviting a broader regional conflict. Does that sound familiar to anything that we're hearing today? It's the same exact talking points 20 years later with different names. But have we learned anything over the last 20 years? No, I don't think that we have. We have learned that if we beat our chest instead of engage in diplomacy, that it will somehow produce good outcomes. That is not true. We learned that if we talk incessantly about World War II, we can bully people and cause them to ignore their basic moral impulses and lead the country straight into catastrophic conflict. Now, it's one of the great ironies of my time in the United States Senate for the last 18 months. I have been accused by multiple people of being a stooge of Vladimir Putin. Well, I take issue to that because in 2003, yes, I made the mistake of supporting the Iraq War. I also, a couple months later, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, one of two kids from my small block on McKinley Street in Middletown, Ohio, to enlist in the Marines just that year. I served my country honorably, and I saw when I went to Iraq that I had been lied to, that the promises of the foreign policy establishment of this country were a complete joke. Just a few days ago, we saw our friends in the House waving Ukrainian flags on the floor of the United States House, which I'd love to see them waving the American flags with such gusto. And I won't complain about the fact that it was a violation of the rules of decorum, though it certainly was. But it reminded me, and I believe 2005, maybe it was 2006, when that same exact chamber, the members were raising their fingers, stained with purple ink, to commemorate the incredible Iraqi elections that had happened in 2005. I was in Iraq for both the constitutional referendum of October of 2005 and the parliamentary elections of December 2005. And I remember the people in Iraq happily voting, raising their fingers in the air. What I'm saying is not that the people of Iraq were bad or that they were bad for voting in their elections. What I'm saying is the obsessive focus on moralism. Democracy is good. Saddam Hussein is bad. America good. Tyranny bad. That is no way to run a foreign policy, because then you end up with people waving their fingers on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, even though they have walked their country into a disaster. And I say this as a proud Republican. I say this as somebody who supports Republican colleagues who agree with me and disagree with me on this issue. It is perhaps the most shameful period in the Republican Party's history of the last 40 years that we supported George W. Bush in the prosecution of that military conflict. Now, my excuse is that I was a high school senior. What is the excuse of many people who were in this chamber or in the House of Representatives at the time and are now singing the exact same song when it comes to Ukraine? Have we learned nothing? Have we updated nothing about our mental thinking, about the standard that we apply for when we should get involved in military conflicts? Have we learned nothing about how precarious and precious U.S. life is and other life around the world, and that we should be a little bit more careful about protecting it? Back then, in 2003, we actually had an anti-war left in this country. Now nobody really is anti-war. Nobody's worried about prosecuting military conflicts overseas. Nobody seems to worry about unintended consequences. But Iraq had a lot of unintended consequences. A lot of consequences that were maybe foreseen by a few smart people, a lot of them that weren't foreseen by anybody. One of which is that we gave Iran a regional ally instead of a regional competitor. Did George W. Bush stand before the American people and say, we're going to invade this country and give one of our strongest enemies in the region a massive regional ally? Did we think that 20 years later, Iraq would become a base to attack American troops in the Middle East? Did we think it would empower one of the most dangerous regimes in that area of the world? We're now funding Israel, as I think that we should, to defend itself against attacks that are originating in Iran, when the same people who are calling for more war all over the world were the same people who caused us to start a war that empowered Iran. There's a certain irony in this, a certain sadness that I have, that we never seem to learn the lessons of the past. We never seem to ask ourselves why it is that we keep on screwing up American foreign policy, why it is that we keep on making our country weaker, even though we say that we intend to make it stronger. Here's another thing that we should learn from the Iraq War, something that I, as a Christian, care a lot about, and I think that even many of my colleagues who are not Christians, many of my fellow Americans who are not Christians, should care about. The United States remains to this day the world's largest majority Christian nation. We are the largest Christian nation by population in the entire world. And yet, what are the fruits? By your fruits ye shall know them, the Bible tells us. What are the fruits of American foreign policy when it comes to Christian populations all over the world over the last few decades? Well, in Iraq, before we invaded, there were 1.5 million Christians in Iraq, many of them ancient communities, Chaldeans, people who trace their lineage and their ancestors to people who knew the literal apostles of Jesus Christ. Now, nearly every single one of those historical Christian communities is gone. That is the fruits of American labor in Iraq, a regional ally of Iran, and the eradication and decimation of one of the oldest Christian communities in the world. Is that what we were told was going to happen? Did the American people, the world's largest majority Christian nation in the world, did they think that's what they were getting themselves into? I certainly didn't, and I'm ashamed that I didn't, but we did. We did all of those things because we weren't thinking about how war and conflict lead to unexpected places. Now, that sounds far-fetched, I'm sure, when we apply these lessons to the Ukraine conflict. Certainly, this has no risk of spilling over into a broader regional or even world conflict. Well, certainly not, in fact. I was being sarcastic. It obviously does. As European allies propose sending troops to fight Vladimir Putin, drawing NATO further into this conflict, yes, the Ukraine war threatens to become a broader regional conflict. What about the assault on traditional Christian communities? Just today, the Ukrainian parliament is considering enacting a law that would dispossess large numbers of Christian churches and Christian communities in the country of Ukraine. Now, they say it's because these churches are too close to Russia. That's what they say. And maybe some of the churches are too close to Russia, but you don't deprive an entire religious community of their religious freedom because some of its adherents don't agree with you about the relevant conflict of the day. I believe, standing here, that this war will eventually lead to the displacement of a massive Christian community in Ukraine, and that will be our shame. Our shame in this chamber for not seeing it coming, our shame in this chamber for doing nothing to stop it, our shame for refusing to use the hundreds of billions of dollars that we send to Ukraine as leverage to ensure and guarantee real religious freedom. The other thing, one final point on this historical contingency point. It was true then, and it was true today. There's this weird way where the debate in this country has gotten warped, where people can't engage in good faith disagreement with our Ukraine policy. You will immediately be attacked for being on the wrong team, for being on the wrong side. I remember as a young conservative high schooler how opponents from the conservative side of the Iraq war, well, you're just all for Saddam Hussein. And you believe that Saddam Hussein should be allowed to continue to brutalize the Iraqi people. You have no love for these innocent Iraqi people. You don't believe in America. And the same exact arguments are being applied today, that you're a fan of Vladimir Putin if you don't like our Ukraine policy, or you're a fan of some terrible, tyrannical idea because you think maybe America should be more focused on the border of its own country than on someone else's. This war fever, this inability for us to actually process what's going on in our world, to make rational decisions, is the scariest part of this entire debate. You see people who served their country, who have been advocating for good public policies, agree or disagree with them, for their entire careers, smeared as agents of a foreign government simply because they don't like what we're doing in Ukraine. That's not good faith debate. That is slander, and it's the type of slander that's going to lead us to make worse and worse decisions. It should make us all feel pretty weird when you see your fellow Americans making an argument, and the response to that argument is not, well, no, here's why you're wrong, or here's substantively why I disagree with you, but they fling their finger in your face and say, you're a Putin puppet. You're an asset of a foreign regime. This way of making decisions democratically is how we bankrupt this country and start a third world war. We should stop doing it. So let me make some arguments for why our Ukraine policy doesn't make any sense. The first, we do not have the manufacturing base to support a land war in Europe. This must be appreciated. And it's interesting, Mr. President, when I was making this argument that we didn't have the manufacturing base to support a military conflict in Eastern Europe, to support a military conflict in East Asia, and then also to actually support our own national defense, that America was spread too thin, I was commonly met 18 months ago with a very common rejoinder. I was told that the Ukraine war represented a fraction of American GDP, that we could do everything all at once and it would not stress America's capabilities. Now, everyone seems to agree with me. Now, everyone seems to acknowledge that we are severely limited, not in the number of dollars that we can send to Ukraine, though there are limits there, but in the number of weapons, of artillery shells and missiles, that we don't make enough of the critical weapons of war to send them to all four corners of the world and also keep ourselves safe. But people will say, well, JD is right. We need to rebuild the defense industrial base. We need to rebuild our capacity to manufacture weapons. But now the desire and the need to manufacture more weapons is an argument for the Ukraine conflict instead of an argument against it. It's interesting how advocates of this conflict always find a new justification when the justification of a few months ago falls apart. So let's deal with some very cold, hard facts. The Ukrainians have argued publicly, their defense minister has said this, that they require thousands of air defense interceptor missiles every single year in order to keep themselves safe from Russian attack. Do we make thousands? No. If this supplemental passes, as I expect it will in a few hours, we will go from making about 550 PAC-3 interceptor missiles to about 650. And there are a few other weapon systems that can provide protection in terms of air defense, but Ukraine's air defenses are being overwhelmed right now because we don't make enough air defenses. Europe doesn't make enough air defenses, and by the way, we're being stretched in multiple different directions. The Israelis need them to push back against Iranian attacks. The Ukrainians need them to push back against Russian attacks. We, may God forbid, need them, and the Taiwanese would need them if China ever invaded. We don't make enough air defense weapons, and neither do the Europeans, and so rather than stretching ourselves too thin, America should be focused on the task of diplomacy and making it possible for our friends and our allies to do as much as they can, but to recognize the limitations and to ensure that we, most of all, our own people and our own country, can look after our own defense. But it's not just air defense missiles. 155 millimeter artillery shells. These are one of the most critical weapons for the land war in Europe, maybe the single most critical weapon for the land war in Europe. The United States makes a fraction of what the Ukrainians need. And if you combine what the United States needs with what the what the United States provides, with what the Europeans are able to provide and what other figures are able to provide, we are massively limited in whether we can help Ukraine close the gap that it currently has with Russia. Now, you've heard senior figures in our defense administration say that unless this bill passes, the Ukrainians will face a 10-to-1 disadvantage when it comes to critical munitions like artillery. 10-to-1. What gets less headlines is that currently the Ukrainians have a 5-to-1 disadvantage, and there is no credible pathway to give them anything close to parity. And I'm not even talking about this year, I'm talking about next year too. During a conversation with a senior national security official of the Biden administration, I was told that if the United States radically ramps up production, and if the Europeans radically ramp up production, the Ukrainians will have a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery by the end of 2025. And that was treated as good news. You cannot win a land war in Europe with a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery, especially when the country that you're going up against has 4 times the population that you do. And of course, the most important resource in war, even a modern war, is not just air defense missiles and is not just artillery shells. The most important resource is human beings. Human beings still fight our wars, as tragic as that is, and as much as we wish that it wasn't true, and Ukraine has a terrible manpower problem too. The New York Times recently wrote a story about how they had conscripted, perhaps accidentally, I certainly hope so, they had conscripted a mentally handicapped person into service in their conflict. They have now dropped the conscription age, and still they are engaged in draconian measures to conscript people into this conflict. That says nothing about the fact, by the way, that approximately 600,000 military-aged men fled the country. This war is often compared, as I said earlier, to the UK's fight against Nazi Germany. In the height of World War II, did over 1 million Brits leave Britain to avoid being conscripted by the Germans? I highly doubt it. So there is a deep reserve problem, a reserve of weapons, there aren't enough of them, a reserve of manpower, there aren't enough men. This is the problem that Ukraine confronts. And I say this not to attack the Ukrainians who have fought admirably. Many of them defending their country, many of them have died defending their country. But if we want to respect the sacrifice of the people who have died in this conflict, we have to deal with reality. And the reality is that the longer this goes on, the more people will needlessly die, the fewer people will actually be left to rebuild the country of Ukraine, and the less capable Ukraine will be of actually functioning as a country in the future. But I'm not just worried about that. I'm not just worried about whether Ukraine can win. I also worry about, as I said earlier, unintended consequences. And now we should spend a little bit of time discussing some more of those. A few things come from our obsessive focus on Ukraine. Number one, we have, at multiple levels in this Congress, passed pieces of legislation that deal with Ukraine that attempt to explicitly curtail the diplomacy powers of the next presidential administration. Now, I know we don't often talk so directly about politics, and I'm sure I disagree with my friends on the other side of the aisle, about who the next president should be. But we want to empower the next president, whoever that is, to actually engage in diplomacy, not make it harder to engage in diplomacy. And multiple provisions of this legislation, but also other legislation this chamber has passed and I have opposed, try explicitly to tie the next president's hands. And so let's just say that the next president, whoever that might be, decides that he wants to stop the killing and engage in diplomacy. This chamber will be giving a predicate to impeach that next president for engaging in basic diplomacy. Hard to imagine a more ridiculous judgment on the priorities of American leadership that we are already trying to make it impossible for the next president to engage in any measure of diplomacy. That's not leadership, and that's not toughness. That is a blind adherence to a broken foreign policy consensus, which is unfortunately exactly what we have. The Ukraine supplemental, that is, again, likely to be passed in the next few hours, funds Ukraine's border while turning a blind eye to the United States' own border crisis. The bill includes hundreds of millions that could be used to strengthen Ukrainian border security and support the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. Good for them. I'm glad that they care about their own border security. The supplemental extends benefits for Ukrainian parolees in the United States and includes $481 million for refugees and entrant assistance, which could be used in part for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to provide resettlement assistance to Ukrainians arriving in the United States. And also to other organizations who also, because money is fungible, who could resettle other migrants from other countries into our country. So the very same moment that we are supporting the Ukrainians to secure their own border. We're not just ignoring our own border, we are funding NGOs that will worsen Joe Biden's migration crisis. It's completely senseless. And yes, that's what we're doing. Let's talk about something else. This bill includes a provision that is wildly popular called the Repo Act. Now, in short, the Repo Act does something very simple. The Repo Act allows the Treasury Department to seize Russian assets to help them pay for the war. And look, that sounds great. Of course, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, and of course, they should have to pay for some of the consequences, all of the consequences that they've created. But ask yourself, are there unintended consequences that come from seizing tens of billions of dollars from foreign assets? And in fact, there are. A number of economists from across the political spectrum have argued that the Repo Act could potentially make it harder to sell U.S. Treasuries. Now, this is something a lot of Americans don't care about. I'm sure their eyes might glaze over a little bit, but this country is running almost $2 trillion deficits every single year. And you ask, where do those $2 trillion come from? They come from selling Treasury bonds on the open market. That's how we pay for the deficit spending in this country. And what happens when people start to worry that U.S. Treasuries are not a good investment? Well, we've already seen the consequences over the last couple of years. Interest rates go up. Inflation goes up. Home mortgages become more expensive. Are we at least a little bit worried that the bond markets could react negatively to us seizing tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars of assets? We certainly should be worried about it because we already can't afford the deficit spending in this country to begin with. Treasury yield rates are already extraordinarily high. And thanks to the Biden spending programs, they've actually shown a remarkable stubbornness over the last few months. Here's another unintended consequence. Germany is an important American ally, and it has, by some standards, the fourth or fifth largest economy in the entire world. A very, very important country, a very important ally, and by the way, a beautiful country with beautiful people. But Germany, under the influence of a series of so-called green energy policies, is rapidly deindustrializing. Germany, by the way, was one of the few countries in the wake of World War II, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that actually kept its industrial might largely intact. Think about German cars and all the other manufacturing things that come from the country of Germany. Well, Germany is much less powerful in terms of manufacturing today than it was 10 years ago. Why? Because it takes cheap energy to manufacture things. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture steel. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture cars. That's one of the reasons, by the way, the manufacturing economy has done so poorly under the Biden administration, is because our energy policies don't make any sense. But Germany should be told that the United States will not subsidize its ridiculous energy policies and its policies that weaken German manufacturing. We should send a message to the Germans that they've got to manufacture their own weapons, they have to field their own army, and they have the priority, and they have the responsibility to defend Europe from Vladimir Putin or anyone else. I ask the question, how many mechanized brigades could the German army field today? By some estimates, the answer is 0. By other estimates, the answer is 1. So the fourth most powerful economy in the world is unable to field sufficient mechanized brigades to defend itself from Vladimir Putin. Now, this isn't this isn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago. This is yesterday. So for 3 years, the Europeans have told us that Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to Europe. And for 3 years, they have failed to respond as if that were actually true. Donald Trump famously told European nations they have to spend more on their own defense. He was chastised by members of this chamber for having the audacity to suggest that Germany should step up and pay for its own defense. Even today, Germany, by some estimates, fails to hit its 2% of GDP threshold where it's supposed to spend 2% of its economy on military. And even if it hits that 2% threshold in 2024, it will have hit it barely after literally decades of being chastised. Now, is it fair that the Americans are forced to front this burden? I don't think that it is, but I'm actually more worried, I'm less worried about the fairness, I should say, and I'm more worried about the signal this sends to Europe. If we keep on carrying a substantial share of the military burden, if we keep on giving the Europeans everything that they want, they're never going to become self-sufficient and they're never going to produce sufficient weapons so that they can defend their own country. You hear all the time from folks who support endless funding to Ukraine that unless we send resources to Ukraine, Vladimir Putin will march all the way to Berlin or Paris. Well, first of all, this doesn't make any sense. Vladimir Putin can't get to Western Ukraine. How is he going to get all the way to Paris? And second of all, if Vladimir Putin is a threat to Germany and France, if he's a threat to Berlin and Paris, then they should spend more money on military equipment. Some of my fellow Americans have been lucky enough to travel to Europe. It's a beautiful place. But one of the things that Europeans often say about Americans is that we have way too many guns and way too little health care. Well, one of the reasons why we have less health care access than the Europeans do is because we subsidize their military and their defense. If the Europeans were forced to step up and provide for their own security, we could actually take care of some more domestic problems at home. But no, too many in this chamber have decided that we should police the entire world, the American taxpayer be damned. I'm going to make one final point here. I'm cognizant that I have colleagues who wish to speak. Can I ask, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
The senator has 28 minutes remaining.
Okay, great. I see my colleague from Florida, so I will be relatively brief here. For 40 years, this country has made largely, I'd say it, a bipartisan mistake. It has allowed our manufacturing might to get offshored and to get outsourced while simultaneously increasing the commitments that we have all over the world. We've basically outsourced our ability to manufacture critical weapons while stepping up our responsibilities to police the world. And of course, if we're going to police the world, then it's American troops who need those weapons. So with one hand, we have weakened our own country, and with the other, we have overextended. There is a certain irony that if you look at the voting records and the commitments of this chamber, the people who have been most aggressive, my colleagues, some of them my friends, who have been most aggressive in sending our good manufacturing jobs to China are now the ones who are most aggressive and assert that we can police the world. Well, what are we supposed to police the world with? Our artillery manufacturing, our weapons, our air defense manufacturing, our basic military industrial complex has become incredibly weakened, and this bill, you'll hear people say, fixes it. It doesn't fix it at all. In fact, this bill, while it does invest some, and this is a good thing, by the way, it's not all bad, while it does invest some in critical manufacturing of American weapons, it sends those weapons overseas faster than it even replenishes them. This is not a bill to rebuild the defense industrial base. This is a bill to further extend this country. With that, Mr. President, I will yield, recognizing that my friend from Florida wants to speak, and I appreciate it.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
The American people need to understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans. And the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. It sounds really complicated. But I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI does not and has no interest in
you won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
The internet will remind you of that in moments. But let's now go to what the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the number as I sit here right now. What I can
Seems like a number you should know. How many times the FBI is breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number? And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well. Play the video.
Letters for investigation of the Capitol. I don't believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which was something a little different than what you said. Yeah, here we go, right there. It says, the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director Wray, is did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add...
Well, that was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th
But it was. So you didn't... The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to the Biden shakedown regime. And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy place as well. Go to our next image on what the court said. Like, just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up. They were looking their ex-lovers up. Who has been held accountable or fired as a consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their, like, creepy personal snoop machine?
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up with you.
But don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Wray, that you preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history? People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's directly in front of us. And it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corrupt people.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Congressman Matt Gaetz there grilling FBI Director Christopher Wray, who testified before the House Judiciary Committee. And joining us this morning to break down that heated hearing, the congressman from Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Thanks for joining us. In that exchange, you were pointing to those WhatsApp messages between Hunter Biden, allegedly threatening his Chinese business partner, Henry Zhao. What did you make of Director Wray's response here? And what else do committee members know about Henry Zhao and this business deal?
Well, we know that no one pays a bribe when they don't expect something in return. And in the opening moments of the Biden administration, President Biden's Department of Justice dissolved the Trump-era China initiative that specifically targeted Chinese influence going after our universities, our academicians, our business and political leaders in this country. And so we're deeply concerned about the compromise with the First Family. And as it relates to Director Wray, it kind of feels like this whole Congress, we've had Biden administration officials come before our committees and dummy up on statistics, on important information that we need for our funding decisions and our oversight. And I wanted to showcase to the American public that even the head of the FBI in the Biden government can't acknowledge what is an obvious shakedown. Like when someone says, you better do what I say or else I can hurt you. I'm sitting here with my father who can hurt you too. There's not a lot of gray area as to what's really happening there.
And you also questioned Wray about an alleged criminal bribery scheme between then Vice President Biden and a top executive of Ukrainian natural gas firm Burisma. What did Wray say about that?
Well, we have not gotten straight answers from the FBI regarding how many inputs for derogatory information for the Bidens came in regarding this scheme. So we've got sources and informants, even high-level people at the FBI who said anytime information came forward showing criminal activity regarding the Bidens, a group called the Foreign Influence Task Force was sent in to immediately categorize that information as election interference or Russian disinformation so that investigative leads would not be followed. So I'm interested in payments made to the Biden family, but as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I'm also interested in the people in our government who tried to squelch any appropriate law enforcement activity, thus converting the FBI into a political operation, not an investigative entity.
And specifically in that instance, according to a highly credible FBI source, $5 million was paid to Joe Biden, $5 million was paid to Hunter Biden in exchange for policy decisions that would help Burisma. It was interesting, I thought, when Wray said that this was an ongoing investigation and that he would not say whether the president was or was not under investigation.
I found that interesting as well because we've seen from the national security state previously a wholesale effort to try to cast the negative information about the Bidens in a different light. And so to acknowledge that the president himself might be under investigation for this bribe taking, I think is a step forward. However, we do always get a bit frustrated when the ongoing investigation answer is used as a cloak to try to block the oversight that we legitimately are doing into what threats may exist for the country right now. That's our job, to see that Americans are safe, that there's not a decision-making structure that goes beyond the needs of our fellow Americans. And if the Chinese are paying $5, $10, $15 million to the Biden family, well, that would be pretty dispositive on the decision-making of some of those people.
And Congressman, to your point, in the end, it's the DOJ that actually presses charges, and the FBI obviously gives them the information for that. But given Hunter Biden's own plea deal to his own tax and gun charges, what are the next steps in this? What does the GOP plan to do?
So there's a dual track. We have to contemplate whether to go first with a contempt proceeding against Director Wray for not answering the questions that we did ask him about unlawful surveillance of Americans and political capture at the FBI, while at the same time we have to cut the money off. You see, all of this continues if you continue to fund it. And so having hearings to point out corruption and improper practices, those are helpful, but they're a means to a more significant end. In September, we're going to have the government funding bill that was previously negotiated run out, and so we have to have a new funding structure. I hope that there are real financial consequences for the FBI within the programs that have been weaponized against the people. There's a lot of good the FBI does. There are great FBI agents all over the country. We need to make sure they're supported, but the political activity is what we have to defund, defang, deauthorize, and that work continues.
Another moment I want to very quickly talk about is when Wray testified that the Bureau has never investigated parents at school board meetings, quite contrary to testimony from FBI whistleblowers who say they were personally directed to surveil these meetings. And you tweeted, Congressman, maybe a criminal referral for perjury is in Director Wray's future. Is that where this is headed?
Well, we have to discuss that with our judiciary members, but it certainly would be warranted. Steve Friend, who is from my home state of Florida, talked about being a parent who went to school board meetings to express concerns about his children's education, and then subsequently being taken off of child exploitation cases online and child porn cases and redirected to show up to a parking lot and take down the license plate information of people who were attending school board meetings. He talked about when he got back to his FBI field office, how his colleagues would tease him and say, well, maybe we have to investigate you next. So for Director Wray to say that they were never investigating speech at school board meetings is directly out of line with the sworn testimony we have. It's not a he said, it's totally corroboratable with the other people who were involved in those missions.
All right. Well, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, we appreciate your time with us this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
I rise to raise a question. What was the secret side deal on Ukraine? House Democrats and President Biden have said that as Speaker McCarthy was asking Republicans to vote for a continuing resolution so as to avoid having to take the Senate's plus up in Ukraine money, that the Speaker of the House was actually cutting a side deal to bring Ukraine legislation to this floor with President Biden and House Democrats. So let me get this straight. To extend Joe Biden's spending and Joe Biden's policy priorities, the Speaker of the House gave away to Joe Biden the money for Ukraine that Joe Biden wanted. It is going to be difficult for my Republican friends to keep calling President Biden feeble while he continues to take Speaker McCarthy's lunch money in every negotiation. The Speaker of the House has responded to these reports of a secret side deal on money for Ukraine, opaquely stating that he still wants to fund Ukraine and our border. I have a few replies to this statement. First, the Speaker's statement confirms the existence of a secret deal. And I have talked to members of our own leadership who have said they didn't even know that Speaker McCarthy was negotiating a secret side deal outside of our conference, outside of his own leadership team, for the sake of Ukraine. Second, Ukraine has lost the support of a majority of the majority. The last time there was a freestanding Ukraine vote on this floor, it was last week. 101 Republicans voted for it, 117 Republicans voted against it. According to the Hastert rule, which Speaker McCarthy agreed to in January, you cannot use Democrats to roll a majority of the majority, certainly on something as consequential as Ukraine. So for all the crocodile tears about what may happen later this week about a motion to vacate, working with the Democrats is a yellow brick road that has been paved by Speaker McCarthy, whether it was the debt limit deal, the CR, or now this secret deal on Ukraine. Third, this is swampy log rolling. The American people deserve single subject bills. I get that a lot of folks might disagree with my perspectives on the border or on Ukraine, but can we at least agree that no matter how you feel about Ukraine or the southern border, they each deserve the dignity of their own consideration and should not be rolled together where they might pass where each individually wouldn't? This is what we're trying to get away from. This is the spirit of the January agreement we made with the Speaker. No more lashing these disparate issues together so that the American people's interests are subjugated here on the floor of the House. You know how we should stand up for our border? Demand that the United States Senate take up our single subject appropriation bill that funded the border. It created Republican unity. We voted for it. It has the policy demands that the continuing resolution that Speaker McCarthy advocated for on this floor did not. Our DHS funding bill requires E-Verify. And then hours later, after we passed that, the Speaker wanted us to vote for a continuing resolution that didn't include E-Verify. Retreat is never a strategy to win anything. So, Mr. Speaker, just tell us, what was in the secret Ukraine side deal? What commitments were made to President Biden to continue the spending of President Biden in exchange for doing things for President Biden? It is becoming increasingly clear who the Speaker of the House already works for, and it's not the Republican conference. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that these questions be answered soon, because there may be other votes coming today or later this week that could be implicated by the answers to these questions. Members of the Republican Party might vote differently on a motion to vacate if they heard what the Speaker had to share with us about his secret side deal with Joe Biden on Ukraine. I'll be listening. Stay tuned, and I yield back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our free. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gaetz for 5 minutes.
Admiral Harris, it's great to have you back before the committee. Few people know China's capabilities like you do. When you saw this balloon traversing the continent of North America, what concerned you most?
Yeah, thanks, Congressman. Good to see you again. Well, I mean, the most concern was what was it doing and what information is it getting, and is it itself dangerous? And we don't know. I mean, General Van Herk talked about the possibility that there were explosives on the balloon and all of that. General Hertling talked about whether the balloon was sent up as a ploy to see what we would do. And I think that your comments about it in the media, at least, were some of the best that I read. And that is, would shooting it down give China a sort of pretext for them to do the same thing? We just don't know at the time that it happened. Fortunately, we had time because, I mean, let's face it, it's a balloon. So we had time to think about it, to consider it, to weigh it, and I think most importantly, perhaps not most importantly, but certainly importantly, it gave China a chance to address the issue diplomatically, which they failed to do, to no surprise. So ultimately, the decision was made to shoot it down, and did so in a way that was safe for people and property, and in a way that we could collect the information. It's only in 47 feet of water.
In our limited time, let's bifurcate that, the danger and then the transmission of information. We have the capability to block the transmission of information from the balloon back to China, don't we?
We do.
And in this type of an environment, do you think it's probably likely that we did that?
I would only guess, but I think General Van Herk said that.
Well, you can't see any reason why we wouldn't do that.
Right.
And when it comes to the danger that the balloon poses, are you aware of capability with this type of a balloon system to berth sensors or drones or other hardware or assets?
I'm not, but that's why it's so important to try to collect up all the pieces of this thing to understand. I mean, this thing is huge, right? I mean, the balloon itself is bigger than this room. It's 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of equipment. A couple of buses, I think, is what has been said. So
yeah, I just wonder, like, why would the Chinese use this balloon rather than a satellite system for surveillance? And one thing that presumably a satellite could not do would be berth other sensors or drones. And so just so that it gives Americans comfort, your testimony here is during your time in command, you never were aware of or briefed on a capability that the Chinese had to use a balloon system like that for that type of a proliferation of other hardware or assets.
That's correct. And again, that's why it's so important to collect as much of the balloon pieces that we can to understand exactly what we're dealing with here.
And while
it could very well be also that maybe, I mean, it's just me speculating here because I'm under pressure and I'm liable to blurt out the truth. It could very well be that maybe we've overestimated the capability of Chinese satellites in low Earth orbit.
Well, and you've shared with me that we have the capability to block any transmission of information from the balloon. And while you weren't in the Situation Room while this decision was being made, as you join us today, you can't assess a circumstance in which we would have ever allowed information to be transmitted
I would
back.
think.
It sort of begs the question, was this a big psyop?
Yeah.
Was this an effort by China to see how we would react to something like this that might not have had, the danger that we spoke of because you were not aware of that capability, and then also didn't have an intelligence collection function, and so to others it may have been an effort to try to see how we would react, how we wouldn't react, and then to try to use that to inform their decision making. In my limited time I have left with the Admiral, in the broadest sense, if we had $100 billion to dedicate to the China scenario, in which domain would that be the smartest investment?
It would not be in counter balloon warfare.
I would agree. Would it be space? Would it be cyber, electronic warfare?
I think it would be cyber and space.
And what dividends, if we made a $100 billion investment in cyber, what could the American people expect regarding the enhancement to their safety?
I think we could be assured then that we wouldn't have intrusions, intentional or otherwise, from any number of actors, including Chinese.
Well, assured of no intrusions from the Chinese sounds to me like a lot better than sending $100 billion to Ukraine, but that'll be something we'll assess as a team.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Yield back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
raise a family, they have some of the same opportunities that me and my wife.
You agreed that we need to see them as a terrorist organization.
On a private cloud server, yes or no?
To love country, to love God, and to try to do the right thing.
Worked for the nation and the interests of the people.
Well, nothing gets by you guys.
3, 2, 1.
Ready? Welcome back to the Fresh Freedom Podcast, the podcast with freedom-loving freshman members of Congress. I'm Eric Burles from Missouri, and I'm joined by Representatives Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma, Eli Crane from Arizona, and Andy Ogles from Tennessee. And the man that this swamp loves to hate, the Florida man himself, Mr. Matt Gaetz. Welcome to the show.
Good to be here. I can't believe freshman members of Congress got together to do this. I love it.
So we're going to get all of your input. We love to have you on. First, I wanted to kind of ask you, I was able to find, I actually had to get them to check to actually acquire this book from the Library of Congress, a book that you may have heard of called The Laptop from Hell.
Oh, yes, Miranda Devine, a brilliant piece. And, you know, the laptop thing really showcased for me the life cycle of how the truth is understood in Washington, D.C. First, it's a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. Then it's Russian disinformation. Then it's true, but it's actually a good thing that it happened. And then they try to prosecute some sort of conservative or Republican for it. Like, that is kind of the broad cycle that we see. And the laptop was no exception. I mean, this was really the CIA engaged in direct election interference. And if you would have said that, you would have been banished to the darkest recesses of the internet, like not long ago. But in our work on the weaponization subcommittee, we got admissions that people working at the CIA told their former employees that if they wanted their books and manuscripts approved for publication, they had to sign the Hunter Biden letter, saying that the laptop was Russian disinformation. And then big tech and big media used that, along with big government, to try to reshape the nature of truth. And so it's a heck of a story, and it's one that I think we've got to grapple with still as a country.
Well, I'm on Oversight Committee, which is kind of a sister committee to Judiciary.
We view it as like judiciary without the legislating.
We view it as a broader committee. We have more scope.
Yes. Well, you're doing a great job. I mean, you look at what has already been uncovered by the Oversight Committee. And if you'd have started this Congress saying at the end of it, we're going to be able to have bank records that link Chinese money direct to members of the Biden family, you would have said that that was exquisite oversight. But there's so much corruption in politics now, and frankly, so much of it on both sides. I really worry that the country's getting desensitized.
I think that they are, yeah. I mean, when I go back home, I tell people that this, not only did they get the money from a foreign entity, but it literally went into a bank account that was Venmo'd to prostitutes. You can't make that up.
It is a rough story for the Bidens to grapple with, but what we're now uncovering is not just bad activity from the Biden family, but then overlaying that, a very organized effort by our own government to cover it up.
Yeah.
That any time derogatory information came in about the Bidens, it was labeled Russian disinformation and sequestered away from the normal process of review. And that is now laid bare.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask you, obviously, we want to get to a little bit of advice from you about what, if for us freshman members, right? But one of the things I think that you've shown us recently is the impact that you can have in a committee hearing just asking questions. Yeah. Because if you haven't seen it, guys, when he's inquiring of General Milley about the money that's being used on drag shows and all this waste.
DEI.
Right, all the DEI stuff. Guess what happens, right? Out of embarrassment, suddenly now they're deciding they're not going to fund that stuff right now.
Yeah, I saw that. There was an impact you had by asking questions, and now he's following suit with some question, his response to you.
Yeah.
And he's making a policy decision thanks to the questions you asked.
Well, I think that we have to view this job as more than just people who put a little card into a machine and hit a red or a green button. I actually think over time, AI could probably do that on behalf of our constituents. So I reject the notion that we are lawmakers alone.
I believe that representative is a more appropriate title, and it's one that puts a broader burden on us to take direct action. We are on the board of directors of the most powerful country in the world. We have been given this opportunity to make an impact. And frankly, it is disappointing to me how many non-playing characters we have who just surrender that opportunity to the lobbyists and the PACs and the special interests. And it requires, I think, a commitment to the Constitution, but also, I think, to one another and to your district to be more sincere in representation. And that's what we hope you guys represent, and it's certainly what your work has demonstrated thus far.
Tell us a story, Matt, that something that would be your top 2 or 3, maybe your top 1 experience that you've had as a member of Congress.
Yeah, I think the most corrupt week here is freshman orientation, because you show up to this place, and for me, I'm a country lawyer from the panhandle of Florida, and I show up here and they give you like the best French wine you have ever had, the best steak dinner you've ever had, and then they literally sit you at the tables with the lobbyists who lobby the committees that they think you might want to serve on. And you're there to basically get screened by this group of lobbyists to see if you're going to be malleable to their interests when they conflict with the interests of your constituents. And at the conclusion of that orientation process, I figured, look, I really want to be on the Armed Services Committee, where you see the work we've done. And I thought, okay, well, I'll need to talk about how many installations are in my district. I'll need to talk about its impact financially on my community. But when I made a request to be on that committee, I was told by a very powerful person in leadership, that'll be $75,000. And if you deliver $75,000 in the next 10 days to the NRCC, the Republican congressional entity, that you'll be put on that committee.
Wow.
And so, I'm from a district with a lot of affluent, patriotic people. I paid the money. I paid the ransom money. I double paid. I was worried too many people would pay the $75,000, so I paid $150,000. And that's how I got on the House Judiciary Committee, because they said, well, you're a real comer.
Yeah, for me, it was remarkable. I was an investment advisor, and I thought, well, it makes sense to be on financial services. But because there's other members from my state on that committee already, I'm completely blocked from being on that committee.
But all those little weird rules
Right.
are an affront to a meritocracy.
Right.
That sort of weird parochialism ought to be thrown out when the boomers kind of age out of this place, which, by the way, I think we've got more people over the age of 70 serving in the Congress than at any other time in America's history. And one of the young ones is Fetterman. So, can't really count him.
Right.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I actually asked, one of the committees I put in for was Foreign Affairs, and they said they wouldn't let me be on the committee because I didn't support sending money to Ukraine. I mean, it's
they were just point blank with you about that.
Right. Well, yeah, it wasn't, that's what it was said, by many people. Over and over and over again, that was the theme.
But then pull that thread. What does that mean in terms of the only type of people who are allowed to participate in those debates and craft the foreign aid bills?
Yep.
Eric Swalwell also tried to be on the Foreign Affairs Committee, but it wasn't as literal as he thought, so he made different requests thereafter.
And the other thing, I have to give it to you, after we can go into the discussion of the first week of session, how that was really set the tone for the rest of the year. But what's amazing is that, this is to your skill, is that you decided, I'm going to bring forward these privilege motions to withdraw us from some of these theaters of combat, and leadership can't stop those actions.
Well, and I think it's to everyone's credit, from Kevin McCarthy to every last one of us, that we now have ended the reign of the imperial speaker. The speaker that could just say, I'm not going to allow the traditional privileges of the individual members to even be exercised. I decide yes or no, and you live with it. And then they created a fear regime and a retaliation regime around that became very effective. And what I really hope, above maybe all else, is that the reforms we've pushed are enduring. And after we did what we could to get the House into a more open and transparent posture to allow votes on things like our foreign conflicts, it's a toolkit.
And we have to use that toolkit effectively, and we can't just admire how shiny the tools are, while patting ourselves on the back. And we have to deal with that each and every day. But I can say, yes, it's a good credit to everyone that we now have to take a vote on. Do people really think that the U.S. has an enduring mission in Somalia or Syria? Like what side of the Syrian civil war have we not been on yet? And honestly, I appreciate a lot of the advice Eli gives me about how people who have recently served in the military, who are serving in the military, think about their own contribution to the fight when decision makers aren't faithful to realism.
Yeah. Well, it's actually pretty horrible advice. I mean, that's what the rest of this group tells me. Isn't that right, Josh?
Expound.
He's joking with you.
You scared me. I mean, to Matt's point, though, there are very few people, that have your experience, and to have a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL, to be able to talk about what is it the men and women see that have put their lives on the line. I think you ought to expound upon that.
Yeah, we've actually got quite a few, men and women up here with some pretty good service. I mean, you guys know who they are, but it is interesting. We talk about how transactional this place is, that if you don't have the right viewpoint or the right agenda, there's definitely a ceiling, which is unfortunate. But I guess that's what most of us expected.
Well, you kind of surprised me because a lot of times I've seen, and I hate to say this stereotypically, but a lot of people that have served, they tend to come into this body, and their attitude is, it's almost like the military, like you answer to leadership,
orders, right?
you follow orders, you do exactly, and you cheerlead under the chain of command. But I think that you recognize that you serve your constituents.
No, it's 100%. I tell people all the time, I think the most lacking ingredient up here is moral courage. And a lot of our veterans, they definitely have plenty of courage. But I think that's the one thing that often gets them off track, is that they fall in line. They think that whatever party they belong to, that leadership is their new chain of command. And it's just like, that is not your chain of command.
Your district is your chain of command.
Yeah, your district and your constituents are your chain of command. And if you continue just to vote yes with leadership all the time, you're not going to change anything. You're just going to promote the status quo up here.
So what fertilizes moral courage?
I think there's a lot that goes into that. You could get into the nurture nature debate, but for me, I think it was a lot of it was my upbringing. What about you?
We can't fix that about these people.
Now, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think fertilizes? What do you think fertilizes?
You've said before that at times it can be mildly contagious.
That's true. That is true. And I think that last week, I'm hoping, and I know that we had a pretty big defeat last week on the debt ceiling vote, but there were 10 additional people that voted against the rule. And I think that's considered what? Legislative terrorism up here, Matt? Is that what they say?
I see the standards and the goalposts move so much that I don't ascribe to any of those mores. And whenever any of these staffers or leadership aides come up to me and say, well, here's how we've always done it, I just think to myself, I don't just think of it, I sometimes say to them, pretend in the rest of this conversation as if I have no reverence for how we've used to, that I have only prejudice for the things that are the way that we usually do them here, because it's deliberate. A lot of times, regular Americans, they look at this and say, why can't you guys figure it out? I mean, a small business person could tell you how to run this operation more efficiently and effectively. And the problems in Washington are a feature of the system, not a bug, because it's all about centralizing power among those who are most persuadable to a particular viewpoint or corruptible with a particular device. I mean, I look at the number of family members of people in Congress employed by big tech, and it either is the subject of amazing scientific study that the offspring and relatives of members of Congress have exquisite skill stacks necessary to big tech, or it's just another vector of the corruption.
Well, what would be y'all's answer? It's a good question about what's the fertilizer for moral courage.
I think once you've been in a situation where you're really pushed to the limit, and then you you're able to buck the system and vote no, and then you're able to get through the other side of it and realize the world didn't come to an end. You didn't die, right? Like that people at the end of it are still affirming of you, that there's some people that still have your back.
That's a very like build the calluses theory of moral courage.
That's how I think it works for me. I think that you do have to. It's like playing the guitar. I don't play the guitar, but they'll tell you like you have to build up those calluses so that eventually it becomes you're not even worried about, and you don't.
Does anyone here play the guitar?
No.
Is there any skill that you have that you haven't made money on that you wouldn't trade to be able to play the guitar? Because I've gone through this analysis, and other than the skills that I've needed to provide for my family, I would trade literally the rest of them to be able to play the guitar.
Well, so we did just take a big vote on this. The
How many $4 trillion mistakes do you think we can make?
Well, so that's the point. It's like, where do we go from here? Because